Chapter 1 Multiverse Shopping System. In the suburbs, at the edge of Xiao family village, a small supermarket stood. Xiao Chen idly played with his phone, glancing out of the village. There are fewer and fewer people in the village. This week I've only sold a few packs of cigarettes and a few bottles of wine. Life is unbearable. Since most of the young people in the village bought houses in the city, only a group of elderly people remained. Occasionally, a few adventurous hikers would pass by, but apart from that, Xiao Chen's supermarket had virtually no business. "You have a new order, please check." The message in his ear startled Xiao Chen. This was a delivery service system he had set up. The village was mostly populated by elderly people, some of whom had difficulty moving around, and their families couldn't come back. So, they would leave messages on the system about what they needed, and he would deliver it to them. It was a kind of extra income for him. Thinking this, Xiao Chen got up and glanced at the system. 500 jin of rice, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 500 jin of flour. Xiao Chen's face lit up with surprise upon seeing this a huge order. But the next moment, he froze. Doomsday World, Base 86. Looking at the address, Xiao Chen's fist clenched. Which brat was messing around, playing tricks on him on the system? If he caught him, Xiao Chen would definitely give that kid a good beating. He was just about to close the order. But the next second, the order in front of Xiao Chen suddenly lit up, and the next moment, a voice appeared in his mind. The multiverse purchasing system is activated. Please prepare the supplies within 3 hours. The system will then teleport you to Base 86 in the Doomsday World. The voice in his mind stunned Xiao Chen. Holy crap! Xiao Chen shouted in terror, mainly because the voice came from his own head. It appeared in his mind without any warning. The multiverse shopping system? Xiao Chen was stunned. An interface had already appeared in his mind. The interface showed an incomplete order. There was also a countdown timer. System. Xiao Chen called out, but no sound came out. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then didn't say anything more. Perhaps this system was just a mute system. He quickly flipped through the system's description. The multiverse shopping system allows the host to travel between dimensions, serving various transmigrators and transporting resources from different dimensions to other transmigrators. Multiverse shopping, mission accomplished. Looking at the description, Xiao Chen immediately understood. So, this shopping system allowed him to travel between dimensions, and the trading partners were also transmigrators. Holy crap, there are actually transmigrators. Looking at the countdown timer on the interface, time was running out, and Xiao Chen didn't have time to think any further. He quickly opened the supermarket door. Fortunately, his store had a good stock, and he soon loaded all the supplies into his wooling van. System, teleport. Xiao Chen clicked the teleport button in his mind. The next moment, he and his car vanished. Before Xiao Chen, there was a large expanse of white light. The light flashed by, and the scene before him had completely changed. This was a massive fortress, and before him lay a row of tin shacks constructed of steel. At the entrance, a young man looked at Xiao Chen with delight. Wooling, holy crap, it's a wooling. The young man pointed at the wooling in front of him and shouted excitedly, "Brother, are you from Earth? Hello, is this the rice and instant noodles you wanted?" Xiao Chen looked at the man and asked. "Yes. Big brother, can you take me back?" The young man shouted excitedly to Xiao Chen, "Big brother, you don't know, I've been in this godforsaken place for 15 years. A full 15 years. These 15 years, I've lived worse than a dog. This place is terrifying. Zombies are everywhere outside, and even the people here are inhuman. They always try to kill me, but luckily, I'm not one to be trifled with. Big brother, I can't get enough to eat here." The young man grabbed Xiao Chen, crying, "Big brother, you know what? This morning, as soon as I woke up, a multiverse ordering system appeared in my head. I'm so excited. My cheat system has finally arrived." The young man grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and shouted, "Big brother, take me back. I've gotten a lot of good stuff here over the years. What do you want? I can give you anything." Xiao Chen was held tightly by the other man. He tried to struggle, but found it was useless. The other man was very strong. He couldn't even feel Xiao Chen's struggles. "Big brother, say something." Looking at Xiao Chen, the young man said excitedly, "Can you take me back?" "It seems not." Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. He had just wanted to try, but the system in his mind directly responded to his idea. "My system only allows me to return alone." "Ah!" The young man plopped down on the ground, his face contorted in pain. "That's it, brother. You have no idea how terrifying this place is. Hey, I brought what you wanted." Xiao Chen pointed to the back of the wooling van. He had already removed the row of seats, it was just the right size for loading cargo. "Well, anyway, I'm happy to see a fellow villager here." The young man stood up, looking at Xiao Chen. "Brother, I'm so excited." With that, he ran straight into his tin shack. Then, Xiao Chen saw him come out carrying a box. Brother, this is the fee mentioned by the multiverse ordering system. You have no idea, this thing is a total ripoff. It actually wants 50 gold bars and a bottle of evolution potion. In the post-apocalyptic world, gold is about the same as scrap metal, so this isn't a big deal, but that evolution potion is expensive. However, with this 1,000+ kilograms of grain, I can recruit a huge group of men. Once I develop my forces and build up my ranks, I won't be short of evolution potions. The young man rambled on. He didn't give Xiao Chen a chance to speak at all. Big brother, all of this is yours, he said, handing the things directly to Xiao Chen. Then, looking at the rice Xiao Chen was unloading from the car, he asked, Big brother, can you come again in the future? Xiao Chen looked at the other's eager eyes and shook his head, saying, I don't know. I was just sleeping at home when the system suddenly activated, telling me to deliver goods here. Xiao Chen genuinely had no idea. I'll try again next time. The young man hurriedly said, Big brother, my name is Gu Ming, you can call me Xiao Gu from now on. What year did you travel from? I traveled here in 2019. Gu Ming looked at Xiao Chen and asked expectantly, 2024. Xiao Chen replied, that's close. Gu Ming hurriedly said, Big brother, next time you come, bring me a few bottles of soda. I mainly don't have money to pay this time. Seeing the expectant look in his eyes, Xiao Chen glanced at the car. There seemed to be a half-empty bottle of soda. Gu Ming followed Xiao Chen's gaze and excitedly ran over. He grabbed the soda, not caring that Xiao Chen had drunk from it, and downed it in one gulp. It still tastes the same. Gu Ming's face showed satisfaction. System notification, transaction complete. Please return as soon as possible. The system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Xiao Chen looked at Gu Ming, who still wanted to speak to him, turned around, and drove straight to the driveway. The transaction is complete, I'll be going now. With that, he stepped on the gas. The next moment, Xiao Chen's car vanished instantly. Chapter 2: The Post-apocalyptic World. After a flash of light, the scene before Xiao Chen changed again. Looking at the familiar supermarket, Xiao Chen finally relaxed. After all, venturing into an unknown world, he was still worried about not being able to return. Interdimensional transaction successful. Host returns, gaining 1 settlement point. The multiverse shopping system sounded in his mind. Only now did Xiao Chen have time to truly examine the multiverse shopping system in his mind. Simply put, it was a shopping system that could purchase items needed by customers from various dimensions and then deliver them to them. Basically, 5 settlement points could unlock a new dimension. Looking at the box in his hand, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Gu Ming had just mentioned that it contained 50 gold bars. Just thinking about that massive amount of gold filled Xiao Chen with excitement. He quickly opened the box, and Xiao Chen was immediately stunned. There was gold in the box, but definitely not 50 bars. 50% processing fee deducted. The remainder belongs to the host. Hearing the system notification, Xiao Chen was stunned, then glanced at it. Indeed, 25 gold bars. Assuming each gold bar weighs 100 grams, that's 2,500 grams. With gold currently priced at around 600 to 700 yuan, that means a million yuan fortune was directly in his hands. At this moment, Xiao Chen stared blankly at the gold in his hand, his face filled with excitement. This was truly a windfall. Please drink the evolution potion as soon as possible. As a reward, drinking the evolution potion will directly awaken your superpower. When the system notification sounded, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted from the gold to the bottle of greenish liquid. This thing that looked like sewer water was an evolution potion? According to Gu Ming, this stuff was quite expensive. Opening the bottle cap, a pungent odor assaulted his nostrils. Can this stuff be drunk? Xiao Chen asked, but no one answered. Even the system was silent. After thinking for a moment, the allure of his superpower still prevailed. Xiao Chen quickly drank the entire bottle of potion. The nauseating taste almost made him vomit. But the next moment, he sensed something was wrong. A sharp pain shot through his body, and under that intense pain, Xiao Chen instantly fainted. When Xiao Chen woke up again, it was already evening. Luckily, my little supermarket is in a remote location. Even like this, no one comes. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. It was clear how low the consumption was in this village. Congratulations, host, on your successful evolution. You possess spatial superpowers. The system's voice rang in his ears, and Xiao Chen immediately understood. He had indeed gained a spatial superpower. Moreover, he had also gained a personal space. Although his personal space was only 10 square meters, it was enough. After all, some people might not even have 10 square meters of living space. Besides, he could even teleport for a short time. Xiao Chen's gaze turned to the distance, and the next moment, he activated his teleportation. The next second, his body appeared not far away. At this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with light. This spatial ability is simply too overpowered. With this ability, even if he went to other dimensions, he would have a means to protect himself. At this moment, Xiao Chen was constantly testing his teleportation distance. The furthest distance he could reach was basically within 3 meters. Even so, it was already enough. However, after a few tests, Xiao Chen felt dizzy. At this moment, his face was pale, and his body was completely exhausted as he lay on the ground. If it weren't for his body being modified by the evolution potion, he probably would have fainted on the spot. It took him a full hour to recover before he had the strength to get up. Looks like I have to use this thing with caution, Xiao Chen muttered softly. Back in his room, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep immediately. The day's experiences had been too surreal, he was now completely exhausted. The next morning, Xiao Chen was awakened by a knock on the door. Xiao Chen, open the door. The voice from outside made Xiao Chen frown slightly. Opening the supermarket door, his brow furrowed even more as he looked at the group of people standing before him. Even in a village, there are always some thugs and hooligans. And these people were one of them. Of course, those who can only be petty thugs in the village are even less promising. They're practically universally hated in the village. Xiao Yan, a distant relative of Xiao Chen's, was the village chief's son. He'd apparently accumulated a lot of debt and returned to the village, frequently stopping at Xiao Chen's supermarket to steal and leave. They claimed to be buying on credit, but frankly, they never paid it back. If he didn't pay, a group of thugs would start beating him up in the store, damaging things, and it was difficult to handle, especially since the village chief always sided with his son. So, Xiao Chen occasionally gave them a few packs of cigarettes to get rid of them. At that moment, Xiao Yan, along with several others, shoved Xiao Chen aside and walked straight into the supermarket. Xiao Chen, why aren't you open yet? Looking at Xiao Chen, Xiao Yan said, Brother, I'm in trouble, you have to help me. What do you mean? Xiao Chen asked, looking at Xiao Yan. I need to borrow some money. Xiao Yan chuckled and said, not much, 10,000 yuan. I know, you definitely have it. After all, you spent many years in the big city before coming back to open this supermarket. He looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. No, Xiao Chen shook his head. Even if he did have it, he wouldn't give it to him. Giving it to Xiao Yan would be like throwing good money after bad, he knew that. Don't push your luck, kid. I'm only asking you for money because I think highly of you. Xiao Yan coldly looked at Xiao Chen and said, besides, you run a supermarket in the village. If it weren't for us patronizing your business, how would you make any money? Hearing Xiao Yan's shameless words, Xiao Chen laughed in anger. You guys come here eating and taking things, when have you ever paid? Xiao Chen's words had barely left his mouth when Xiao Yan's expression changed. Xiao Chen, you're not giving me any face, are you? Do you believe I'll make sure your supermarket goes out of business? He glared fiercely at Xiao Chen. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Chen shook his head, too lazy to waste any more words. Get lost! Xiao Chen coldly shouted. Normally, they'd just grab a pack of cigarettes and leave, and Xiao Chen wouldn't bother arguing with them. After all, if he didn't give them any, these guys were capable of smashing supermarket windows outside his house at night. However, if Xiao Chen really angered them, he wouldn't hold back. Now, these guys actually thought he was easy to bully. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Xiao Yan immediately slapped him. But before his hand could land on Xiao Chen's face, Xiao Chen grabbed it. Xiao Chen, you dare to fight back? Brothers, teach this guy a lesson, show him what's what. Xiao Yan shouted loudly. Chapter 3 Gu Ming's Request. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, several thugs behind him pounced on Xiao Chen. Watching them charge, Xiao Chen felt the scene before him slowed down considerably. Their movements were almost like slow motion. He swiftly slapped Xiao Yan. This slap sent Xiao Yan flying backward. His nose was broken. He then proceeded to punch the remaining thugs one by one, knocking them to the ground. A group of men lay on the ground groaning in pain. Xiao Chen himself was somewhat surprised as he looked at his own hand. He had never imagined he was so powerful. This evolution potion is really potent. Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. Just one bottle of evolution potion, and it had such an effect. Get out! Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Yan lying on the ground, his nose broken, looking extremely miserable. At this moment, he stared at Xiao Chen with terror. Xiao Chen's cold gaze chilled him to the bone. He jumped up and hurriedly ran out. Xiao Chen, you just wait! Several men shouted as they ran. Xiao Chen completely ignored them. Just then, a message suddenly came through his mind. Big brother, are you there? Can you hear me? It's me, Gu Ming. The voice in his mind startled Xiao Chen. You can talk to me? Xiao Chen replied, somewhat surprised. Big brother, you can really hear me? That's great. Big brother, I've added a new contact function to my system, and you're the only one I can contact. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen glanced at the message. Indeed, there was a call-like function. He could choose to reject or answer. Gu Ming hurriedly said, Brother, can I ask you for a favor? Don't worry, brothers know the rules. I definitely won't let you work for nothing. Brother, you tried that evolution potion, right? It's good stuff. I have even more powerful stuff here, just do me a favor. Gu Ming kept saying. Hearing this, Xiao Chen asked, what powerful stuff? Brother, tell me first, did you awaken any special abilities after drinking the evolution potion? Yes, Xiao Chen answered immediately. Holy crap, less than a 10% chance of awakening a superpower? I still haven't awakened one. Gu Ming exclaimed, brother, what kind of superpower is it? Space. Holy crap, no way. And one of the rarest superpowers? Gu Ming exclaimed again, brother, help me out. If you help me, I'll give you another evolution potion to enhance your abilities. Gu Ming's voice rang out again. Speak, Xiao Chen said. He was, after all, his first customer, and he'd given him so many gold bars and evolution potions. So, he still needed to maintain good relations. Brother, I was murdered. Help me get revenge. Gu Ming said, if you help me get revenge, I'll definitely give you a mid-level evolution potion. Tell me. Hearing that the other party had transmigrated because of death, Xiao Chen immediately asked, what happened? Meanwhile, he also wondered if he would encounter other transmigrators in the future. Would they all die? Was it possible for them to transmigrate physically? If so, they would most likely be missing in this world. Big brother, I was originally a rich second generation. After my parents died, I had a lot of wealth. But someone targeted me, and those guys killed me and stole my family fortune. Gu Ming immediately said, as long as you help me get revenge, I have several anonymous accounts overseas. They'll all be yours. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Thinking about it this way, he had indeed made a huge profit. Big brother, you have spatial abilities, don't worry, you're definitely not in danger now. Hearing Gu Ming say this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then asked Gu Ming about his situation. He was somewhat surprised to learn that Gu Ming was in the same city as him. Okay, I agree to this. If I find the person, I will definitely help you get revenge, Xiao Chen said. After all, this city wasn't small, and finding someone wouldn't be easy. Brother, don't rush this. You can help me with it when you have time. I don't lack anything else, just food. Don't worry, I have enough gold bars. Gu Ming laughed and said, I'm short of food, but you're definitely short of money. Our cooperation is invincible. Brother, I'll contact you when I need it. After saying this, Gu Ming ended the connection with Xiao Chen. Then, Xiao Chen glanced at his supermarket. If he wanted to supply Gu Ming long-term, his current stock definitely wouldn't be enough. So, he still needed to restock. He really didn't have much money originally, but now he wasn't worried. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen sent a message to a childhood friend. Such a large amount of gold bars wouldn't be easy to sell, but Xiao Chen actually had connections. Although there weren't many people left in the village, many of his childhood friends lived in the city, including one who owned a gold shop. He Pangzi, Xiao Chen's childhood friend, the two had grown up together, knowing each other inside and out, and were very close. Whenever He Pangzi returned to the village, he would always go to see Xiao Chen. He Pangzi, I have a batch of gold bars to sell. Can you handle it? Xiao Chen sent a message. He Pangzi and Xiao Chen had been friends since childhood and were very close. Since graduating from university, they had rarely kept in touch with their dorm mates, but these childhood friends, because they had been together since childhood, had an exceptionally strong bond. Damn, Lao Xiao, you've struck it rich? How many gold bars? If you need money, brother, I can send you tens of thousands to tide you over. Don't worry about paying me back right away. Soon, a voice message came through. 25 bars, 100 grams each. Xiao Chen replied quickly. Holy crap. Over the voice chat, Fatty, he exclaimed in surprise, Old Xiao, over $1 million worth of goods? You've really struck it rich. I definitely can't handle that much, but I have plenty of gold shops around here. Don't worry, if we team up, we can definitely take it all. Just bring it over, I guarantee I'll sell it for you. I won't even ask where it came from, brother knows the rules. Here's the deal, 1.4 million. Fatty, he immediately said, that's the highest price I've offered. Okay. Xiao Chen didn't waste any words. He knew Fatty he wouldn't make a profit at that price. I'm coming to find you right now, Xiao Chen said quickly. He desperately needed the money, after all, his warehouse was almost empty. Once he got the money, he planned to buy both houses next to the supermarket to use as warehouses. So urgent? Okay, come on over. Fatty, he immediately said, don't worry, I'll contact him right away. After hanging up, Xiao Chen hurriedly closed the supermarket doors. Since there were hardly any customers, it was better to just close the store. Grabbing his suitcase, Xiao Chen drove away. Chapter 4 Sonya. When the car reached the city center, Xiao Chen saw Fatty he squatting at the shop entrance. He rushed over as soon as he saw Xiao Chen. Old Xiao, where did you get these gold bars? He took the bag from Xiao Chen's hand. Doing some business. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Okay, I won't ask. Fatty, he smiled, not saying anything more. He understood that everyone had secrets, and trying to find out everything would only make things worse. Come with me. My little gold shop definitely can't handle such a large order. Don't worry, I've found you a reliable buyer. Fatty, he looked at Xiao Chen and said with a smile. He then pulled Xiao Chen towards the largest shop at the street corner. Jin Yu Tang. Looking at the enormous storefront, Xiao Chen asked with slight curiosity, you have some connection with this shop? Xiao Chen knew that Jin Yu Tang was the largest antique and goldware shop in the city, and its backing was considerable. Old Xiao, I don't know the origins of these things, so I have to go through them. Don't worry, you'll get a good price. Fatty, he said, but once we're inside, don't look around. What do you mean? He was about to ask another question when Fatty, he pulled him directly into the shop. Manager Wang, this is my brother. He and Sister Song agreed that he'd bring my brother to sell a batch of goods. Fatty, he pointed at Xiao Chen. A middle-aged woman stood before him, nodding when she saw Fatty. He, Sister Song is inside. Xiao Chen then looked at the shop. It was huge, 3 stories high. And the decor was exceptionally luxurious. It was clearly not an ordinary shop at first glance. The first floor was filled with gold and jade artifacts, while the second floor boasted a considerable collection of antiques and calligraphy. Following Fatty, he up to the third floor. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised by what he saw. He had expected the third floor to be even more luxurious than the lower two, but it was remarkably elegant, furnished only with a set of wooden furniture. Before him stood a woman, watching them. Behind the woman stood a man in a black suit, who was now glaring menacingly at Xiao Chen. The moment his gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, a hint of wariness flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. For some reason, Xiao Chen immediately sensed danger from the man's gaze. Their eyes met, and the man's gaze towards Xiao Chen became more cautious. You're Fatty, he's friend? The woman looked at Xiao Chen and said, my name is Songya, the owner of Jin Yu Tang. I heard you have a batch of gold to sell? She then looked at Xiao Chen and said, logically, I shouldn't question what you have, but Jin Yu Tang is afraid of causing trouble. Don't worry, it's not from China. Xiao Chen replied directly. His words surprised Songya. She nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Since it wasn't from China, it wasn't a big problem. However, she became curious about Xiao Chen. After all, this man was capable of bringing in such a large amount of gold from overseas. That was no small feat. Where are the items? Songya asked. Xiao Chen casually handed her the bag. Opening the bag, 25 gold bars were immediately revealed. Songya nodded, called over someone, and quickly, the person replied, purity is not a problem. What kind of business does Mr. Xiao do? Songya looked at Xiao Chen and asked. I do some small business. I might have more gold to sell in the future. Xiao Chen looked at Songya and said with a smile, I wonder if Ms. Song can handle it. As long as it doesn't cause trouble, I'll take as much as you want. Songya replied. Okay, I promise not to cause trouble. Xiao Chen naturally understood Songya's meaning and then said with a smile, my things are definitely safe. That's good. Songya nodded, asked for Xiao Chen's account number, and soon, 1.4 million appeared in his account. After receiving the money, Xiao Chen and Fatty he got up and took their leave. Watching Xiao Chen leave, Songya turned to look at the person behind her. Are you nervous? Songya asked her bodyguard. This man was someone she had hired at great expense. He was quite capable. Over the years, he had been instrumental in her ability to run a stable business in the city. It was safe to say that his skills were considerable. That person is very powerful. Hearing this, the bodyguard lowered his voice and said, he gives me a very strange feeling. Oh. Songya looked at the bodyguard behind her with some surprise and asked, what feeling? All his movements seem like those of an amateur, without any trace of training, but he gives me an extremely dangerous feeling, as if I would die if he laid a hand on me. The man was silent for a moment before speaking. Hearing this, Songya looked at the man with slight surprise. She hadn't expected that seemingly harmless guy would possess such abilities. Alright, since that's the case, let's continue contacting him. Also, send someone to investigate this person. Songya said, her eyes slightly narrowed. She knew in her heart that someone who could produce so many gold bars was no ordinary person. After leaving Jin Yu Tang, Xiao Chen transferred 100,000 yuan to Fatty He. Holy crap, Lao Xiao, what are you doing? Looking at the money in his account, Fatty He was stunned and asked, consider it your referral fee. Xiao Chen said with a smile, alright, don't be so polite with me. You've taken care of me a lot over the years. Fine, since you've said that, what can I say? Hearing this, Fatty He didn't say anything more. I need to ask you something. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, Gu Yan, do you know him? The Gu family? Hearing this, Fatty He was taken aback and said, Old Xiao, how do you get involved with the Gu family? That family is not to be trifled with. Fatty, he quickly grabbed Xiao Chen. Looks like you know them. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up slightly. He had returned to the city 3 years ago, so naturally he didn't know about the Gu family in the city, but Fatty, he was different. It's impossible for someone who owns a gold shop in this city not to know the local bigwigs. It seems Fatty, he knows about the Gu family's affairs. He still remembers what Gu Ming said, and Gu Ming told him that Gu Yan was the one who killed him. That's why he wants to find out exactly who this Gu Yan is. Of course I know him. The city's underworld boss is Gu Yan. He has a lot of men under him. Old Xiao, don't mess with him. Fatty, he said seriously to Xiao Chen. Chapter 5 Side Effects of Evolution Potion. After leaving Fatty his place, Xiao Chen first called several suppliers, bought a large quantity of grain, and had it delivered to the supermarket. Then, he prepared to return home. However, upon arriving back in the village, Xiao Chen was stunned. His supermarket had been completely vandalized. The front door had been violently damaged, and the glass counters inside were all smashed to pieces. Seeing the scene, Xiao Chen's face darkened. He knew without a doubt who had done it. Xiao Yan. He gritted his teeth, his face gradually turning cold. Xiao Chen. Just as his expression turned grim, the village chief rushed over from a short distance away. Xiao Chen, I know about this. I will definitely give you an explanation. Looking at Xiao Chen, the village chief said, here's the deal, I'll have Xiao Yan pay compensation, and we'll call it even. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned and glanced at the village chief. The old man's arrival at this time was naturally a ploy to smooth things over. He knew all too well. The old man was largely responsible for Xiao Yan's arrogance in the village. Village chief, do you think this matter is just going to end like this? Xiao Chen coldly asked, just because of your son. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the village chief's face became unnatural. He said, Xiao Chen, this is all your fault. You know how badly you beat my son this morning. Even if you call the police, you're not in the right. He looked at Xiao Chen and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled coldly, said nothing, but said, since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. After saying this, he turned and left. Originally, Xiao Chen had planned to expand his influence in the village. After all, this place was remote, and few people would know what he was doing here. Now it seemed that wouldn't work. As for this matter, he certainly wouldn't let it go so easily. Watching Xiao Chen leave, the village chief's face was completely indifferent. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was just a nobody, someone who couldn't make it in the big city. What future could he possibly have? Therefore, he didn't care about Xiao Chen at all. Back at the supermarket, Xiao Chen looked at the mess on the floor, his face extremely gloomy. Xiao Yan's actions had already infuriated him. Therefore, he had no intention of being polite to the father and son. By now, it was dark, and he stared coldly outside. The village was almost deserted. After all, the village was practically empty, most of the inhabitants were elderly, and almost no one ventured out at night. Under the cover of darkness, Xiao Chen quickly made his way towards the village chief's house. He was a villager, he knew exactly how many security cameras were in the village. He quickly avoided all of them. Even those he couldn't avoid, he teleported past them. Soon, he arrived at the village chief's house. A 3-story villa. Xiao Chen teleported instantly, appearing on the second floor of the village chief's house. Look what you've done. Xiao Chen heard the village chief's voice as soon as he reached the second floor. How could you just go and smash someone's shop? Even if you were going to smash it, you couldn't do it in broad daylight. The village chief pointed at Xiao Chen. So what if I smashed it? What can that kid do? Xiao Yan said, that kid's too arrogant, he even dared to hit me. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't be afraid of me anymore. Once I've dealt with that kid, I'll go smash it again. Xiao Yan said arrogantly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's face showed anger. He stared at the two of them without saying a word. You better behave yourself. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because there's no one else in the village? Hearing this, the village chief glared angrily at Xiao Yan. Alright, I don't need your help. Xiao Yan snorted coldly, turned around to leave, but as soon as he opened the door and stepped out of the house, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and passed out. Turning his head, Xiao Chen quickly teleported behind him, appearing behind the village chief. Using the same method again, this time he knocked them unconscious. Looking at the father and son he had knocked out, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. He casually tossed them into his spatial dimension, wanting to test whether his space could sustain life. If it could, all the better, if not, the death of two scoundrels was nothing. Having placed them in his space, Xiao Chen flashed again, appearing in the distance. He quickly led the men to the mountain behind the village. As he threw the father and son out of his spatial dimension, Xiao Chen checked their breathing. Survivable creatures. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This made things much easier. He looked at the two men, a cold smile playing on his lips, a baseball bat already in his hand. He aimed at the father and son's hands and feet and smashed them down. The excruciating pain nearly jolted Xiao Yan awake, but he was knocked unconscious again by Xiao Chen's punch. Then, Xiao Chen smashed Xiao Yan's limbs with several more blows. Looking at the village chief, Xiao Chen did the same, breaking the village chief's arms and legs as well. Then, he turned and left. He didn't care what happened to the father and son. Not killing them was already merciful. He knew his actions would cause a lot of trouble, but he couldn't bear to leave without venting his anger. Besides, he wasn't afraid anymore. Back home, Xiao Chen lay in bed, reflecting on the day, a hint of surprise on his face. The old Xiao Chen would never have done this, but since drinking the evolution potion, even his personality seemed to have changed a lot. After thinking for a moment, he quickly contacted Gu Ming. "Brother, is there any news?" Hearing Xiao Chen's call, Gu Ming quickly asked, "Is there news about that bastard Gu Yan? The Gu family of Yun City, the big shots in Yun City's underworld?" Xiao Chen asked. "Yes," Gu Ming replied, "that guy is my cousin. I used to trust him implicitly, but I never expected that after my parents died, he would turn against me." "Brother, you took care of that bastard for me," Gu Ming said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen asked curiously, "I have another question for you. Ever since I drank the evolution potion, my personality seems to have changed. What happened?" At this moment, Xiao Chen's face showed a hint of seriousness. "Hey, bro, you noticed?" Gu Ming chuckled and said, "It's alright. The evolution potion doesn't just evolve your body, it also develops your inner desires. Things from the apocalypse world have some side effects, which is normal. But don't worry, this thing will only cause a slight change in your personality, it has no other effects." Chapter 6 On-Site Investigation. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen most likely understood why he couldn't suppress his urge to kill those people. However, now that he had done it, Xiao Chen didn't regret it at all. "Brother, I've gathered quite a few men and occupied 2 outposts. Next, I need a large supply of goods," Gu Ming immediately said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. "I just traded with you yesterday, and you need more already?" Xiao Chen asked, and Gu Ming, instead, asked urgently, "Brother, you said you just traded with me yesterday. But a week has passed for me." Hearing this, Xiao Chen understood, the time flow in the 2 worlds was different. After exchanging a few words with Gu Ming, Xiao Chen ended the connection. Then, he went straight to sleep. After all, he had used teleportation several times that night and was extremely tired. Of course, Xiao Chen also noticed that as he used teleportation more frequently, his fatigue seemed to decrease, and he seemed to be using his ability more skillfully. The next morning, Xiao Chen was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. He got up and opened the supermarket door, where he was greeted by 3 people in uniform. The leader was a policewoman, who was looking at Xiao Chen. "You're Xiao Chen." Hearing her words, Xiao Chen nodded, knowing full well that the village chief and Xiao Yan had been discovered. "Where were you last night?" Looking at Xiao Chen, the woman asked directly. "Sleeping at home," Xiao Chen replied immediately. "Didn't go out?" Hearing this, the policewoman immediately asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I wonder what brings you all here. You know Song Yan, right? He and your village chief were beaten up last night, their arms and legs broken, and dumped in the hills behind your house." The policewoman stared intently at Xiao Chen as she said this, but Xiao Chen remained completely unfazed. Under the effects of the evolution potion, Xiao Chen discovered his inner strength was incredibly formidable. Even though they suspected him, he still feigned surprise and asked, "Really? That's wonderful. I wonder who did it. Those 2 deserve to die." The policewoman narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked back at her. "I asked the villagers, and they say you have a grudge against each other," the policewoman said. "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yesterday morning, Xiao Yan came to my supermarket and demanded 10,000 yuan. I didn't have the money, so I didn't give it to him. When Xiao Yan and his buddies saw that I wouldn't pay, they tried to beat me up, but I chased them away. Then I went to get more stock. When I came back, the supermarket had been vandalized." Xiao Chen said innocently, "What can I do? His father is the village chief. Last night I contacted the suppliers and told them not to deliver any more goods. I'm planning to find a new place and not run the supermarket in the village anymore." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the policewoman frowned slightly. The other person was too calm, and it was precisely this calmness that made her suspect Xiao Chen was responsible. She had actually visited the entire village early that morning and naturally knew what kind of person Xiao Yan was. The original village chief still had some popularity in the village, otherwise, he wouldn't have been elected. But with his spendthrift son's return, his good reputation in the village had long been ruined. Xiao Yan was practically universally hated. On the other hand, Xiao Chen had an excellent reputation in the village because he had helped the elderly there many times. Yesterday, Xiao Yan smashed Xiao Chen's supermarket, and many villagers witnessed it. Although they didn't dare to speak up, they still spoke highly of Xiao Chen during the police investigation. As a result, the village chief's past misdeeds were naturally brought up as well. Looking at Xiao Chen now, she said, "We will investigate this matter. Don't run around these next few days. Don't worry, I'm just looking for another place to open a supermarket," Xiao Chen said with a smile. After the policewoman left, Xiao Chen inquired with several elderly villagers. The father and son were lucky. Someone from the village had gone up the mountain to forage for wild game in the early morning and was discovered, prompting an immediate police report. Therefore, all the elderly villagers had been questioned in the early morning, except for Xiao Chen, who was the last to be questioned. Of course, they had already checked all the village's surveillance footage, but found nothing. This left them feeling helpless. Logically, there were 3 surveillance cameras between Xiao Chen's house and the village chief's house, with no blind spots. If the other party had really intended to make a move, they would have definitely captured it. In this situation, there was undoubtedly nothing they could do. So, they had no choice but to give up. The father and son had already been taken to a hospital in the city. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then immediately closed the supermarket. "Xiao Chen, are you not planning to open?" Looking at Xiao Chen, many people asked. "I can't keep it open, the goods are all spoiled." Xiao Chen turned around and said upon hearing this. Only a group of elderly people remained in the village. Before, with Xiao Chen around, they could help with shopping, but now that he was leaving, they knew their lives would be difficult from now on. So, for a moment, the group fell silent. Xiao Chen got into his wooling van and drove straight to the city. As for this place, he'd leave it for now. Anyway, he'd already stored the valuables in his spatial storage. He didn't care about the pile of smashed junk. Besides, he knew that after this, the village chief would likely be out of a job in the village. The father and son had gone too far, and now they were crippled. They were even less likely to remain village chiefs. The village elders feared the village chief, not the father and son. If they weren't village chiefs, the villagers would definitely have a hard time. "You have a new order, please check." A line of text suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, and his eyes lit up immediately. It was a message from Gu Ming. 1 ton of grain. Xiao Chen stared at the order, stunned. This time, it was a really large order. "Brother, it's extremely urgent. I need grain urgently, anything will do, just give me 1 ton. Gu Ming's words echoed in his mind. "Brother, everything's ready. As soon as your goods arrive, I'll arrange everything for you." Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen glanced at his storage space. The supermarket's original stock, even including the snacks, wasn't even enough for a ton. "Wait." Xiao Chen immediately called Fatty He. "Fatty, do you have a spare warehouse? Can I borrow it for a couple of days?" "Yes, I'll send you the address. It's a combination lock, I'll send you the combination too. You can use it for now." Fatty He didn't ask any questions and just said it directly. Chapter 7 Trading. After driving to the warehouse, Xiao Chen found the supplier's goods had arrived and were being moved in. He immediately stored them in his spatial storage. Then, Xiao Chen chose to teleport. The next moment, his body appeared in the post-apocalyptic world. "Brother, you're here." Xiao Chen saw Gu Ming as soon as he appeared. Gu Ming's face showed surprise. At the same time, Gu Ming looked at Xiao Chen carefully and said, "Brother, you didn't drive?" "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded. Now that he had his spatial storage, he didn't need to drive. With a wave of his hand, the goods in his spatial storage appeared before him. Seeing the food before him, Gu Ming's face lit up with joy. "Brother, these are all good stuff," Gu Ming said with delight in his eyes. He knew how precious these things were in the post-apocalyptic world. It could be said that food was the most scarce resource in the post-apocalyptic world. "Brother, you have no idea what people eat in the post-apocalyptic world. It's all dried animal meat, offal and fishy." "No food here?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "Hey, the post-apocalyptic world isn't suitable for growing food. Even where it is, it's all artificially cultivated, and the taste is nowhere near as good as ours." Gu Ming said helplessly. "Besides, to maximize production, they basically grow coarse grains, the kind that's hard to swallow. You don't know, with the rice and flour you gave me, I recruited several high-level ability users." Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming said, "Now, base 86 is all mine. Brother, from now on, you can do whatever you want here," Gu Ming said, pulling Xiao Chen to the rooftop. Up on the roof, a huge sun came into view. Scorching heat was Xiao Chen's only sensation. "Brother, now you know why this place isn't suitable for planting, right?" Gu Ming pointed to the enormous sun in the sky and said, "The outside temperature is at least 45 degrees Celsius, and can reach over 50 degrees at its highest. Ordinary people simply can't survive outdoors. Even those who have drunk the evolution potion, whose bodies have evolved, can't stay outside for long." Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming said helplessly, "However, this world also has its advantages. At least the technology in this world has developed very quickly. To survive, people have evolved superpowers, and they have all sorts of weapons to hunt those alien beasts, Gu Ming said. Xiao Chen glanced at this so-called base number 86. It was actually just an entire area completely covered by a large sheet of metal. Let's go inside. With that, Gu Ming pulled Xiao Chen inside, saying, "Brother, you don't know how hot it is outside, but we have a constant temperature system inside, so people can survive in it." Xiao Chen followed him inside and immediately felt a refreshing coolness. After all, it was incredibly hot outside. "Brother, these are the gold bars." With that, Gu Ming led Xiao Chen to a room where there were over 100 gold bars displayed. "This order doesn't require evolution potions, but I personally promised you a bottle. This is an attack evolution potion. One person can only drink 3 bottles. After 3, it will have no effect. After that, you'll need an intermediate evolution potion. We're a small outpost. Thanks to the food you provided, I've gathered quite a few men, but I still don't dare trade food for it. After all, this stuff is too precious in this world." Gu Ming looked at Xiao Chen and said, "So, for now, I can only give you a bottle of basic potion." Speaking of which, Gu Ming handed a bottle of basic potion to Xiao Chen, saying, "This is a gift from your brother. After you help me avenge myself, I promise, a bottle of intermediate evolution potion." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "All right, then I'll be going now." He put the 100 gold bars into his spatial storage and prepared to leave. The post-apocalyptic world looked dangerous. He wasn't planning on venturing into this world for the time being, so it was best to leave first. Back in the real world, Xiao Chen glanced at his spatial storage. Sure enough, only 50 of the original 100 gold bars remained. Even so, in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was enough. Nearly 3 million in assets, earned from just a few thousand kilograms of grain. This kind of business was truly terrifying. However, for the time being, Xiao Chen didn't plan to sell any more gold. Selling one batch and then immediately selling another would be difficult to explain. It was better to hold off until he ran out of money. He called Fatty He and asked him to help find a warehouse, preferably in a secluded location. "I really do have a warehouse like that." Upon hearing this, Fatty He on the other end of the phone said, "It belongs to Sister Song. Sister Song is preparing to sell a house, a 3-story building. The first floor is a warehouse and a storefront, and the second and third floors are for living. But the price is quite high, worth over 3 million. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Help me make an appointment with President Song." He had originally planned to deal with the gold bars later, but now it seemed impossible to keep them. It was better to be direct and use the gold bars to exchange for the house. Soon, Fatty He called Xiao Chen back, saying, "Sister Song has agreed. I heard Xiao Yan smashed your supermarket yesterday?" Fatty He asked on the other end of the phone. "They were beaten and crippled. Did you do it? How can you be sure I did it?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Actually, many people in the village think you did it." Fatty He said with a chuckle, however, that father and son are very unpopular in the village and have offended quite a few people. They're even less likely to pay attention to them. "If you ask me, you should have left long ago. Do you really want to stay in that place forever?" He then asked directly. Sister Song said, "It's no problem, but you probably don't have enough cash on hand. You'll need a loan, right?" "No need, I'll talk to President Song myself." Hearing this, Xiao Chen said. Then, he drove his Wuling van back to Jin Yutang. When Xiao Chen arrived at Jin Yutang, Songya's bodyguard was already waiting. He looked at Xiao Chen, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. For some reason, he always felt a sense of danger whenever he saw Xiao Chen. However, every movement Xiao Chen made seemed untrained, even his walk was so casual. This was what he couldn't understand. Xiao Chen carried the suitcase and followed him up to the 3rd floor, where Songya was already waiting. "You want to buy my building?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya asked. "Yes, I want to open a supermarket in a different location." "Fatty He said your place is suitable, Mr. Song." Hearing this, Xiao Chen sat down opposite Songya and said. The first time he came, Xiao Chen thought this woman was beautiful. Now, seeing her again, he felt she was full of allure. Chapter 8 Meeting Gu Yan. Songya looked at Xiao Chen with the same curiosity. After all, the last time they met, Songya thought he was just a lucky young man, but now, looking at Xiao Chen again, she began to take him seriously. He had strength and ability, so naturally, he deserved different treatment. "Let's go." Songya nodded and got into her Mulzan. Turning to see Xiao Chen open the Wuling car door, she was momentarily stunned. Then, Songya smiled and instructed the driver to drive. The supermarket wasn't far from this street, a few kilometers away. Xiao Chen was very satisfied when he arrived. This place wasn't bustling, there weren't many people. For others, this place might not be suitable for opening a supermarket. But Xiao Chen knew his own situation. His supermarket was largely a front. After all, he was engaged in interdimensional transactions. It was actually in densely populated areas that things were more difficult. Moreover, this is an entire building, complete with a large courtyard outside, which is perfect for Xiao Chen. To be honest, if you're opening a supermarket, I wouldn't recommend this place. Songya looked at Xiao Chen and said, "This building was given to me as payment for a debt, valued at 3 million. Ms. Song, I'm very satisfied." Xiao Chen replied immediately. Then, he quickly ran to his Wuling van. He secretly took out the box of gold bars from his storage space and ran over. "Ms. Song, I don't have much cash on hand, so I'll use this to settle the debt." As he spoke, Xiao Chen opened the box in his hand. Looking at the gold bars in the box, Songya's eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at Xiao Chen carefully, a hint of surprise on her face. Good. Songya didn't ask any further questions. She had already realized that the person in front of her was no ordinary person. Millions of dollars in gold may not seem like much, but for someone driving a Wuling van, looking exceptionally poor, to possess a large amount of gold of dubious origin, and potentially be quite powerful, is highly suspicious. Of course, Songya didn't bother with him. She was in the gold jewelry business. This gold would be profitable for her. After the inventory was completed, Xiao Chen and Songya went to complete the property transfer procedures. After finishing everything, Xiao Chen prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the door to Songya's office was suddenly pushed open. A young man, leading a group of people, walked in, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chen. "Songya, who is he?" The young man narrowed his eyes, staring at Xiao Chen, a sharp glint in his eyes. Feeling the other's gaze, Xiao Chen also narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, all his muscles tensed, his gaze sweeping over the other man's body. He could react instantly to any move the other made and kill him immediately. The aura emanating from Xiao Chen instantly changed. The bodyguard behind Songya's expression shifted drastically. He stared intently at Xiao Chen, who now appeared like a ferocious beast in his eyes. Even the men behind the young man felt as if they were being watched by a wild animal, on high alert. "Gu Yan, this is my guest. He bought my house. What's your problem?" Songya stared at the man before her and spoke in a low, sharp voice. Hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Gu Yan frowned. Gu Yan stared at Xiao Chen carefully, noticing his cheap clothes, before smiling and saying, "It's nothing, I was just asking out of curiosity." Xiao Chen, however, stared back. "This is Gu Yan?" He hadn't expected to see Gu Yan here. Gu Ming's cousin, who had also embezzled Gu Ming's family fortune and killed one of Gu Ming's men. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, a flash of killing intent crossing his face as he looked at Gu Yan. No matter what, this wasn't the time to act. Now that he had seen him, he would wait for an opportunity. "President Song, I'll be going now," Xiao Chen said, then turned and left. Gu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Xiao Chen before his gaze unconsciously drifted to a bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard nodded and quickly followed him out. As Xiao Chen stepped out of Jin Yutang, Gu Yan's bodyguard immediately blocked his way. Staring at the bodyguard, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He didn't want to make a move yet, but if the other party truly didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't hold back. "Kid, our boss Gu told me to warn you, what's not yours, don't even think about it." The bodyguard looked at Xiao Chen coldly and said, "Do you know who our boss is?" "Gu Yan." As he spoke, the bodyguard tried to slap Xiao Chen's face, but Xiao Chen sneered and grabbed the bodyguard's arm, squeezing hard. Instantly, the bodyguard screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. Xiao Chen glanced up at the upper floors of Jin Yutang and, through the window, saw Gu Yan staring at him. That gaze was filled with anger. Xiao Chen smiled coldly, turned around, got into his Wuling van, and quickly drove away. "Songya, who is this kid?" Gu Yan's face was ashen. His bodyguard had been subdued with a single hand, making him extremely unpleasant. "Just a guest, Gu Yan. You'd better not get any funny ideas," Songya said coldly. She had also witnessed Xiao Chen's actions. She had to admit, his skills far exceeded her expectations. With a single move, Gu Yan's bodyguard was crippled. "Humph." Gu Yan snorted coldly and turned to leave. "Have you found out anything about Xiao Chen?" Songya turned to look at the bodyguard behind her. She was now extremely curious about Xiao Chen. This man had truly caught her attention. "I've checked," the bodyguard said softly, "very ordinary, even excessively ordinary." The bodyguard frowned slightly as he spoke. "Besides the 2 boxes of gold he took from us this time, it's just what?" Songya was slightly taken aback and asked. The bodyguard thought for a moment and recounted the ordeal of the village chief and his son. "Oh." Hearing this, Songya was taken aback. "They can't find anything? Not even on the security cameras?" "Yes," the bodyguard replied, "I've checked the village's security cameras. Even I couldn't completely avoid it." "But he can," the bodyguard said, "everyone knows he did it, but nobody has proof. Moreover, this man is terrifying. The way he stared at Guyan just now was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill Guyan. The bodyguard thought for a moment and said, "Boss, this man is very dangerous. If I were to face him, I believe I would die a horrible death, perhaps. I wouldn't even know how I died." His expression was extremely serious as he finished speaking. Sonya, upon hearing this, was completely incredulous. Sonya knew all too well who this person was. A top-tier soldier, someone who had truly risen from the ashes. At least until now, she had never seen anyone manage to injure him in a one-on-one fight. Chapter 9, Finding Trouble. At this moment, Sonya was surprised. With curiosity, she asked, "Do you think Xiao Chen's information is fake?" "I don't know. If it is, then he must have a very powerful force behind him, powerful enough to forge such an ordinary document for him." Sonya frowned slightly, then asked, "What if it isn't?" "If it isn't, that's even more terrifying. Such a powerful person, hiding for so long, only now showing his fangs." Hearing the bodyguard's words, Sonya nodded slightly and didn't continue. "Boss, Guyan isn't a good person either. He's got his eye on you, which isn't good." Looking at Sonya, the bodyguard spoke up. "That guy is trouble." Hearing this, Sonya frowned slightly. After all, doing business in this city, Guyan has quite a few men under his command. This is undoubtedly trouble for Sonya. Let's ignore him for now. If it really doesn't work, we'll talk to Xiao Chen. Sonya thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Chen seems to have a lot of hostility towards Guyan." At this moment, Xiao Chen was naturally unaware that Sonya was targeting him, and even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. However, along the way, he felt that the side effects of the evolution potion were becoming increasingly apparent. His personality had changed, he was even impatiently bloodthirsty. "I ran into Guyan today." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and contacted Guming. "Holy crap, bro, did you kill him?" Guming immediately contacted Xiao Chen, asking anxiously. "No." Xiao Chen replied, "Too many people, it was difficult to make a move. Bro, find an opportunity to kill him. Don't worry, your little brother will definitely give you something good." Guming said urgently, "That's my only wish." Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen smiled. He acknowledged, then returned to the building he had purchased. The building was in a relatively secluded location, with several factories in front, so there weren't many people around. Xiao Chen tidied up briefly and then contacted his previous suppliers, instructing them to deliver the goods over. Afterward, he took out the evolution potion. Without hesitation, he drank it down in one gulp. It still had that unpleasant taste, even making him feel nauseous. However, this time, the pain after drinking the evolution potion wasn't as intense. It didn't even cause Xiao Chen to faint. However, he could clearly hear his heart pounding. Even more so, his muscles seemed to be writhing. With this writhing, his muscles expanded. He felt his strength had increased considerably. At the same time, he casually picked up a shelf and easily lifted it above his head. This shelf weighed over 100 pounds, but he felt as if he were just lifting a wooden stick. "With my current strength, if I punched someone, I could probably kill them." Notification: post-spatial ability has increased, teleportation distance has increased, space has expanded. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Then, Xiao Chen glanced at it. The original 10 square meters had now grown to 20 square meters. At the same time, he took a sudden step forward, and the next moment, his body appeared on the second floor. Previously, although he could teleport, the maximum distance was only 5 meters. Now, he calculated it to be roughly 10 meters. Moreover, he didn't feel too exhausted after teleporting. This evolution potion is a good thing. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said aloud. For the next whole day, Xiao Chen was organizing the supplies. Even if he only wanted to open a supermarket as a front, he had to make it look good. After the supplier's goods arrived, he arranged everything. Then, Xiao Chen prepared to rest. Just as he was about to lie down, Xiao Chen suddenly frowned. For some reason, he had a feeling that something was about to happen. He quickly walked to the balcony, looked down, and his expression immediately changed. Several cars had already appeared at the gate of his yard not far away. Xiao Chen recognized the person who got out of the car. It was the bodyguard who had been with Gu Yan earlier. At that moment, the bodyguard was staring at Xiao Chen. "This is really troublesome." Xiao Chen frowned, then reluctantly went downstairs. Since they were already here, he wanted to see what they wanted. After all, Xiao Chen didn't want these people storming into his house. If the shelves he had just set up were smashed again, it would be a huge loss. Just as the group gathered at the door, ready to rush in, the door opened, and Xiao Chen stepped out. His gaze fixed on the group before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What is it?" he asked. "Kid, Master Gu sent me with a message." The bodyguard sneered. "Don't mess with Sonya. She's the woman Master Gu has his eye on." Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then stared at the bodyguard. "Finished? Then get lost." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the leading bodyguard immediately sneered. Master Gu said to teach you a lesson. As he said this, he waved his hand, and instantly, a group of men rushed towards Xiao Chen, wielding short sticks. Seeing these men, Xiao Chen's face darkened. Looking at the first one to charge, Xiao Chen grabbed him and lifted him up. Xiao Chen then threw him into the crowd. The man flew backward like a ball, even knocking several people down with him. Seeing Xiao Chen's actions, many were astonished. They never expected that a person weighing over 150 pounds would be thrown away as if weightless in his eyes. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward, grabbed another stunned person, and simultaneously lifted them up, hurling them into the crowd. After using 2 bottles of evolution potions, Xiao Chen himself felt how immense his strength had become. These 2 blows completely stunned the group of thugs. They never imagined that Xiao Chen could be so terrifying. Get lost. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. If this place weren't unsuitable for killing, he would have wanted to kill these people on the spot. The group of people didn't dare utter a sound, and the previously arrogant bodyguard even tried to turn and leave. But the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Xiao Chen kicked him, breaking his leg bone. Then, he threw the man away. The group of bodyguards didn't dare to make a move and hurriedly left. At this moment, Xiao Chen watched them leave, his face grim. He hadn't even gone to cause trouble for Guyan, and Guyan had already come knocking on his door. Chapter 10. This is a ferocious beast. Turning around, Xiao Chen prepared to go back, but the next moment, he frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to what was behind him. Inside an old house not far away, Sonya's bodyguard's expression changed. He hadn't expected the other party to be able to detect him. Thinking of this, he quickly went downstairs, preparing to leave. But when he reached the bottom of the stairs and saw Xiao Chen standing at the door, his expression drastically changed. From Xiao Chen's house to here was at least 400 meters, even running wouldn't be that fast. But now, Xiao Chen was standing right in front of him, staring at him. Spying on me? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, staring at the other man as he asked. He had initially thought it was one of Guyan's men, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be Sonya's bodyguard. My name is Old Wolf. Old Wolf looked at Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, I mean you no harm. Our boss wants to discuss something with you. Does Mr. Xiao have the time? Old Wolf looked at Xiao Chen respectfully. He had no choice but to be respectful. The other party's abilities exceeded his expectations. Xiao Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this, then said, all right, let's go. He also wanted to see what Sonya wanted to say to him. Of course, the key question was whether killing Guyan would cause trouble. After all, he wasn't so foolish as to think he could act with impunity. At least, not now. Old Wolf nodded upon hearing this. He clearly felt the coldness in Xiao Chen's eyes, and the terrifying aura emanating from him. He had to admit, he was genuinely afraid now. Before, when he met Xiao Chen, he always felt that even if he wasn't a match for him, he could at least hold his own for a few moves. But now, he didn't think that way at all. 400 meters, covered in less than half a minute, instantly appeared before him. Keep in mind, this wasn't a straight track. With the curves of the street, a normal human couldn't possibly do it. Moreover, he had seen it clearly through his binoculars. Xiao Chen lifted a large man and tossed him like a ball. The sheer horror of it was beyond words. At that moment, in his eyes, Xiao Chen was a ferocious beast in human skin. Guyan was truly courting death, daring to provoke such a thing. He nervously invited Xiao Chen into the car, and they drove all the way to Jin Yutang, where they met Sonya. Old Wolf quickly walked to Sonya's side and told her everything he had seen. Hearing Old Wolf's words, Sonya looked at Xiao Chen with astonishment. She had never imagined that Xiao Chen could be so ferocious. Mr. Xiao, it seems I underestimated you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya said with a smile. Xiao Chen didn't speak, but stared at her and said, I wonder why Miss Song is spying on me. Mr. Xiao, I'm just purely curious, Sonya said with a smile. Her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen as she continued, also, I'd like to recruit Mr. Xiao. I wonder if Mr. Xiao would agree. 5 million for a year. Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya's face was filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head immediately. Before, let alone 5 million, even 500,000 a year would have kept him awake with excitement. But things were different now. He could easily earn more than that by casually trading some food. Moreover, the multiverse shopping system had opened up more than one dimension. Right now, it had already reached this level in just the apocalyptic world. What about the other dimensions? It wouldn't be so simple then. Therefore, he didn't lack these things at all. Seeing Xiao Chen's decisive refusal, and recalling the gold bars he casually produced, Sonya said, in that case, Mr. Xiao, please name your price. No need, I have no intention of becoming your subordinate. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, however, I can cooperate with you, Ms. Song. Cooperate? Hearing this, Sonya was taken aback and asked, how? Gold, I can provide a large quantity of gold. Xiao Chen looked at Sonya and said, I wonder if Ms. Song can handle it. Since Sonya already knew his capabilities, and given that he owned Jin Yutang, he could certainly absorb the gold. Hearing this, Sonya's face showed surprise. She stared at Xiao Chen and said, "If that's really the case, then, I guarantee, Mr. Xiao, I will provide you with every single piece." She didn't ask where the gold came from. Actually, after Xiao Chen brought gold bars twice, she had already begun investigating, but clearly, no place had lost such a large quantity of gold. At least, not within the country. Of course, it could be somewhere else, but she wouldn't inquire. As long as the source of the goods was fine, she naturally wouldn't ask. "Mr. Xiao, how do you plan to resolve Gu Yan's matter?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Sonya and saying, "I wonder how Miss Song plans to resolve this." "Mr. Xiao, Gu Yan has his eye on me," Sonya said helplessly. "This guy has quite a few men under him, he's considered a big shot in the city. Moreover, this kind of person has no bottom line. You've angered him, and he'll relentlessly retaliate." After saying this, she looked at Xiao Chen. "What do you want me to do?" Xiao Chen stared at her, asking with a cold smile. He naturally understood that Sonya wanted to use him to kill Gu Yan. Although Gu Yan was also his target, he wouldn't let himself be used as a pawn. "Mr. Xiao, I've covered up tonight's events and the village incident for you," Sonya said calmly. "Otherwise, do you think that with your abilities, if Xiao Yan's family were suddenly crippled, wouldn't someone come looking for you?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, while he seemed to have no suspicious points, there were actually flaws all around. Xiao Chen had prepared himself to be watched. But unexpectedly, no one came looking for him all day. Mainly because the village chief and his son were bad people. After questioning around, the police discovered that the father and son had too many enemies. "You want me to kill Gu Yan? What will I get in return?" Xiao Chen looked at her and asked with a smile. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Sonya's eyes flashed with surprise. She did indeed want to eliminate Gu Yan, but even her trusted old wolf couldn't do it. She had initially thought that while Xiao Chen possessed the strength, he wouldn't dare, but she hadn't expected him to directly ask what she could gain. Sure enough, this person was just as old wolf had described, a ferocious beast, and Gu Yan had truly angered this beast. Chapter 11, Taking Action. Sonya's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes were exceptionally serious, he wasn't joking. At this moment, Sonya realized that Xiao Chen was a very dangerous person. After all, most people, if asked to kill someone, would at least show some emotion, but the person before her showed none. Moreover, he was exceptionally serious, clearly intending to do it for real. This was what Sonya found most unbelievable. Although Gu Yan had brought people to see Xiao Chen today, effectively offending him, but, just because of this tonight's incident, he was ready to kill Gu Yan. This wasn't just lawlessness. This person was truly carrying murderous intent. What does Mr. Xiao want? Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya took a deep breath and asked. At this moment, she was truly looking at Xiao Chen, with a hint of caution, because she knew very well that he was not joking. "I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I do, consider it a favor you owe me." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then said. He genuinely didn't know what he wanted. However, it was undoubtedly necessary to make this woman owe him a favor. After all, this woman was quite a figure in this city. "Okay." Sonya nodded immediately upon hearing this. Although this promise might be very expensive, she knew this was her best chance to get rid of Gu Yan. If she couldn't get rid of him, then, the trouble would only get worse. Gu Yan had been harassing her more than just this period of time. It was coercion. Even with a skilled fighter like Old Wolf by her side, Sonya was still afraid, to be honest. The main reason was that Gu Yan also had powerful backers. Moreover, in modern society, even if you're good at fighting, it's useless, connections matter. Now, suddenly, a powerful outsider appeared who didn't care about connections, so naturally she wanted to capture him. "Mr. Xiao, there are surveillance cameras outside Gu Yan's house. Also, Gu Yan has many men under him, and they all have guns." Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya spoke up. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Tell me the address." Since he had already made up his mind, he might as well do it sooner rather than later. This would also fulfill the task Gu Ming had given him. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Sonya didn't hesitate at all and quickly gave him an address. "Alright, I'm leaving now." After saying this, Xiao Chen stood up and said, "I'll take care of the person for you, but don't let any trouble come my way afterwards." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Sonya, saying, "Don't worry, those surveillance cameras won't be able to capture me." After saying this, he left immediately. Hearing this, Sonya looked at Old Wolf and asked, "Do you think this person can succeed?" "I don't know." Old Wolf smiled bitterly. He could fight, but he wasn't Superman. Gu Yan's men had guns, and he was no match for them. Moreover, even if the other side didn't have his abilities, they had enough men. But, this person is extremely dangerous. Old Wolf took a deep breath and said. He still remembered what had happened before. Back then, he had almost wet his pants in fear. The other party appeared too quickly. Moreover, the way they looked at him was more like they were looking at a dead man. Leaving Sonya's Golden Jade Hall, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then contacted Gu Ming directly. Do you know 108 East Street, Yunchinch? Brother, that's my house. Hearing this, Gu Ming hurriedly replied on the other end of the phone, it should be Gu Yan's house now. Brother, are you going to find Gu Yan? Gu Ming said urgently, brother, help me kill him. Also, there are quite a few surveillance cameras in my house, but it's okay, you have teleportation, you can instantly move to the second floor. Gu Ming said quickly. As long as you get to the second floor, quickly avoid my surveillance cameras, and there won't be any problems. Brother, you drank 2 bottles of evolution potion, your body can now dodge even bullets. Go for it. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen nodded. He naturally understood his current abilities. Along the way, Xiao Chen moved swiftly, avoiding crowds almost constantly, and soon arrived at Gu Yan's house. Looking at the villa before him, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and instantly released his teleportation ability. To ensure safety, he used almost all his strength, teleporting a full 50 meters in one breath. The next moment, the scene before Xiao Chen changed. He appeared in the bedroom on the second floor. The voice coming from outside the door was Gu Yan's. Are you kidding me? That kid injured so many of my men, and you're telling me he's just an ordinary farmer? Gu Yan's voice was filled with anger. I don't care, this matter must be resolved, or I won't be able to sleep. Find people for me, no matter how many, bring them all. I want that kid dead. Hearing Gu Yan's words, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. He naturally understood that the person the other party wanted to kill was him. At this moment, Xiao Chen flexed his wrists, waiting for Gu Yan. Leave them in the hospital. Go find someone right now. I don't care what method you use, kill that kid. After saying this, Gu Yan turned and walked towards the bedroom. Xiao Chen stood in a corner of the bedroom, watching Gu Yan enter. The next moment, Gu Yan's eyes widened as he stared at Xiao Chen, who was wearing a cold smile. He was about to scream when everything suddenly went black, and his body vanished. After getting rid of Gu Yan, Xiao Chen turned and teleported away instantly. He didn't even disturb anyone in the villa. His movements were swift. A few teleports later, he was already at a street corner. Then, he slowly strolled back home. Gu Yan has been captured. He's in my space now. Xiao Chen contacted Gu Ming, while simultaneously looking at Gu Yan in his space. He had always been curious whether, if possible, he should bring this guy to the post-apocalyptic world. He wanted to try. If it worked, it would be good. If it doesn't work, then so be it if he dies. He couldn't care less. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the system in his mind directly rejected Xiao Chen's decision. Notification: unable to transport weak creatures across dimensions. The voice in his mind startled Xiao Chen, but looking at Gu Yan, he realized he really was a very weak creature. Looks like we can't take him with us. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, then contacted Gu Ming to ask what to do. Brother, kill him. Do whatever you want to him, I want him to die a horrible death. On the other end, Gu Ming shouted excitedly, brother, you don't know, this guy broke all 4 of my limbs, and even stuffed me into cement. Chapter 12. I help people collect debts. That very night, Xiao Chen teleported away from the city in a few instants, releasing Gu Yan only when he reached the wilderness. Gu Yan felt a blur before his eyes, and he found himself in the wilderness. And before him was Xiao Chen. At that moment, fear filled his face. He was so terrified he wet himself. Are you a human or a ghost? Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Yan screamed in terror. He was truly frightened. In his memory, he had just returned to his room and seen Xiao Chen. Before he could even scream, the scene before him changed, and he found himself in the wilderness. This eeriness made him realize that he had probably offended something evil. What do you think? Xiao Chen looked at him and asked with a smile. Brother, I was wrong. I truly didn't know you had such abilities. Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Yan hurriedly said, I promise, my men will never provoke you again. Gu Yan was trembling all over as he spoke to Xiao Chen. He even knelt on the ground, ignoring his wet pants. No way. You're going to die today. Xiao Chen looked at Gu Yan and said coldly, Brother, why? Hearing this, Gu Yan was stunned. He looked at Xiao Chen in terror and said, it can't be that bad. Although my men bothered you, you didn't suffer any loss. Don't worry, I definitely won't dare to act recklessly again, brother. I have money. Just name your price, and I'll definitely pay. Gu Yan said frantically. He was truly afraid, and at the same time, he absolutely dared not provoke this kind of person again. Silently and stealthily leading him into the wilderness, anyone who provokes such a person is doomed. He knew this all too well, so every word Gu Yan spoke at this moment was sincere. Brother, we don't have any deep-seated grudges, do we? Gu Yan looked at Xiao Chen and said, That's true. Xiao Chen nodded and said, But I'm here to collect a debt from you on someone's behalf. Looking at Gu Yan, Xiao Chen said, "What debt? How much? I'll pay." Hearing this, Gu Yan hurriedly said, "Forget about the dignity of a Jianghu bigwig. At this moment, he only wanted to live. That person's name is Gu Ming, you know him, right?" Looking at Gu Yan, Xiao Chen asked with a smile. But upon hearing this, Gu Yan's expression changed drastically. "You know Gu Ming?" At this moment, Gu Yan's face was filled with fear, and his body trembled as he asked. A few years ago, he was just a lackey of his second uncle, but then his uncle suddenly died. That's when he set his sights on Gu Ming. Who told that kid to be so playful? So, he embezzled all his second uncle's money and even went so far as to murder Gu Ming. Now, Gu Ming's body is probably completely decomposed. At this point, someone suddenly came knocking, claiming to be collecting debts for Gu Ming. "Brother, do you have a past with my second uncle?" Gu Yan asked. He didn't believe a spoiled brat could know such a person, but his second uncle was indeed a big shot back then. Therefore, it must be Xiao Chen who knew his second uncle. "I don't know him, but Gu Ming calls me brother. He asked me to kill you, so I came." Xiao Chen looked at the other man and said with a smile, "Tell me, shouldn't I kill you? How could I?" Hearing this, Gu Yan said urgently, "Brother, are you mistaken? My cousin has been dead for years." "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded, "You even sealed him in cement." Xiao Chen looked at the other man and said, "He also asked me to dig him up and bury him somewhere." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Yan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you a ghost?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Yan shouted in terror, turning to run. But the next moment, when he turned around, he saw Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appear in front of him, looking at him with a cold smile. At that moment, he was so frightened that he wet himself again. Brother, how much did my cousin give you? Just tell me, and I'll definitely double it." Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Yan said eagerly, "He's dead, so any benefits are useless now. Why not cooperate with me? I'll definitely give you what you want." As he said this, Gu Yan looked at Xiao Chen with hopeful eyes. Unfortunately, all he saw was Xiao Chen's indifference. "Sorry." Xiao Chen sighed. "What he gave me, you can't give." With that, he grabbed Gu Yan's neck and slowly lifted him up. With his neck gripped, Gu Yan struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. He was being lifted up, and the feeling of suffocation kept washing over him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with pleading, but Xiao Chen remained unmoved. He just stared at him coldly, while slightly tightening his grip. In an instant, Gu Yan was strangled to death by Xiao Chen. Looking at the corpse in his hands, Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment, then stored it in his spatial storage. He would hand the body over to Gu Ming when he went to her place later. Afterward, he quickly moved, following Gu Ming's directions, and found the concrete pit where Gu Yan had buried him. Using his current body, Xiao Chen punched, cracking the concrete. Then, he swiftly dug up the ground, revealing a bucket. Inside the bucket was Gu Ming's body. He stored it in his spatial storage as well. Having done all this, Xiao Chen quickly left. By the time he got home, it was almost midnight, and Xiao Chen went straight to sleep. The next morning, when Xiao Chen woke up, he first notified Gu Ming that Gu Yan was dead. He also asked Gu Ming to place an order so that he could deliver both Gu Yan and Gu Yan's bodies to her when he made the delivery. Just after contacting Gu Ming, Xiao Chen's doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw Songya and Lao Lang standing there. Songya looked at Xiao Chen with intense gaze. "Gu Yan has disappeared." Songya took a deep breath and asked Xiao Chen, "Mr. Xiao, what do you think happened to him?" "Whatever happened, he'll never appear again in this lifetime," Xiao Chen said calmly. Songya and Lao Lang were immediately surprised. Last night, after leaving Jin Yutang, this guy went straight to Gu Yan. Moreover, Gu family's tight security was completely ineffective. Gu Yan simply disappeared from his home. Even all of Gu family's surveillance cameras failed to capture how he vanished. This was too bizarre. At this moment, Songya's gaze towards Xiao Chen had completely changed. Chapter 13: The Trouble Caused by Gu Yan's Disappearance. "I understand." Songya nodded, then smiled and said, "Then I understand. I owe Mr. Xiao a favor." Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya said with a smile. Then, Songya's gaze turned to Xiao Chen and she said, "Mr. Xiao, if you need anything, please come to me." "Okay." Hearing Songya say this, Xiao Chen nodded. Isn't this exactly what he needed? After all, what he lacked in the real world was connections and resources. Songya, on the other hand, was the owner of Jin Yutang, and had her own connections and resources in this city. Moreover, as he continued to travel through time and space, he would definitely bring back a lot of gold and other items. At that time, he would need someone to help him deal with them. After all, if he encountered unfamiliar people, he would quickly be targeted. But Songya certainly wouldn't do that now. Firstly, she knew her abilities and that making someone disappear was a simple matter for her. That was enough. With this in mind, Songya wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Chen, Songya got up and left. While watching Songya leave, Gu Ming kept calling out to Xiao Chen, "Brother, did you really take care of Gu Yan? Is that guy dead?" Gu Ming asked excitedly, "I've wanted to kill him for a long time. He's dead. Place an order, I'm coming to find you now," Xiao Chen said. He remembered the account Gu Ming had mentioned. If Gu Ming's overseas account still had a lot of money, then he wouldn't need to worry about anything else. "Okay, brother, wait for me." Soon, Gu Ming placed an order. A quick glance at what Gu Ming needed showed that most of it was food. Xiao Chen knew that food was scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. So, without hesitation, he immediately stuffed a large pile of grain into his spatial storage and, in the next instant, chose to transmigrate. As soon as Xiao Chen appeared before Gu Ming, he eagerly grabbed him and asked, "Brother, is that guy really dead?" Xiao Chen smiled, then reached out, and the next second, a large pile of grain and two corpses appeared before him. One was a skeleton covered in cement debris, the other was Gu Yan. Looking at Gu Yan's appearance, Gu Ming's face was extremely grim. "Damn it, he's really dead," Gu Ming cursed. Then, his gaze turned to the other skeleton with a complex expression. After all, that was his own corpse. He felt incredibly bewildered. He had transmigrated, and yet he could see his own corpse. This feeling was strange. "Brother, thank you." Gu Ming turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Brother, I won't stand on ceremony. I had a feeling my cousin was going to harm me, so I transferred a lot of money overseas. I was even planning to live abroad myself, but I never expected that he would catch me and kill me before I even left. So, the more than $100 million in my overseas accounts are all yours," Gu Ming said with a smile, giving Xiao Chen a password. An overseas anonymous account allows for easy money transfer with just a password and account number. After memorizing the password, Xiao Chen nodded, then took the supplies from Gu Ming and prepared to leave. "Brother, next time you come, get me some more vegetables and fruits. Just eating grains isn't enough," Gu Ming said. Before, even a simple meal was a luxury. Now, he especially missed his time on Earth. After all, that place had everything. "Okay." Xiao Chen took the gold bars and prepared to leave. "I prepared a mid-level evolution potion for you. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, it's very expensive. This is the only bottle, and I went to great lengths to get it," Gu Ming said, handing the box to Xiao Chen. Upon receiving the box, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. His current abilities all relied on evolution potions, and he had already consumed 2 bottles. Moreover, this time it's an intermediate-level evolution potion, so its effects will definitely be more potent. "Let's go." After saying this, Xiao Chen left immediately. The post-apocalyptic world is mysterious, but he didn't want to stay there any longer. After all, that place wasn't safe. Unlike Earth, which was exceptionally safe. Back at his residence, Xiao Chen was just about to drink the potion when there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw 2 people standing outside. A man and a woman were looking at Xiao Chen with scrutinizing eyes. Especially the woman, who was staring intently at Xiao Chen. "You're Xiao Chen." The woman looked at Xiao Chen and said, "We need you to come with us regarding Gu Yan's disappearance." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, without the slightest panic. Gu Yan was missing, and yesterday, he had even planned to deal with him. Everyone knew this. So, it made sense for them to ask him to come and cooperate with the investigation. In the interrogation room, a group of people questioned Xiao Chen extensively. The young man claimed he knew nothing, saying he was sleeping at home last night. The crucial point was that they reviewed all the surveillance footage but found no evidence of Xiao Chen leaving. Soon, Songya's lawyer arrived and bailed Xiao Chen out. After being taken away by the lawyer, Xiao Chen went directly to Jin Yutang, where Songya was already waiting for him. "Mr. Xiao, don't worry, there's no trouble," Songya said with a smile. "Gu Yan isn't a good person anyway, someone's been watching him for a while. However, with what you did, Gu Yan has disappeared, and his boss is getting restless." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and asked, "His boss won't cause me any trouble, will he?" As he said this, a cold glint appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He doesn't like to leave things unchecked. If someone's targeting him, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he wouldn't mind a few more disappearing. "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, anyone with a brain wouldn't dare mess with you." Hearing this, Songya gave a dry laugh. She understood that Xiao Chen intended to kill a few more people. This guy is unbelievable, he kills people at the drop of a hat. How come I never knew before that such a fellow lived in this small Yun city? That's for the best. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He wasn't worried about his safety, in fact, he was already quite formidable in a true sense. As long as it wasn't a weapon of mass destruction, he was fine. Of course, even with a weapon of mass destruction, his teleportation speed meant he might be able to dodge it. Therefore, his fearlessness was genuine. Chapter 14: A New Dimension. Xiao Chen ultimately didn't ask who was behind Gu Yan. After all, it was no longer important. If the other party really wanted to attack him, Xiao Chen certainly wouldn't hold back. After saying goodbye to Sonya, Xiao Chen went straight back to his small supermarket. He took out the intermediate evolution potion and drank it in one gulp. As soon as the evolution potion entered his mouth, he felt his body's power continuously expanding, and even his supernatural abilities were constantly increasing, especially his spatial abilities, which expanded continuously. The space that was originally 20 square meters instantly expanded to 200 square meters. A full 10 times the space instantly made Xiao Chen's eyes light up. At the same time, he also discovered that his teleportation was faster. He could even move instantly with a thought. After experimenting continuously for 5 minutes, during which Xiao Chen constantly teleported, he finally felt a slight dizziness. He understood that his teleportation skill had truly undergone a complete transformation. After all, 5 minutes of continuous teleportation, according to Xiao Chen's estimation, could even take him from the west side of the city to the east. This level of speed already demonstrated that Xiao Chen's strength had truly reached a formidable level. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling pleased, a voice suddenly rang in his mind again. "You have a new order, please check it." With the voice in his mind, Xiao Chen was taken aback. "What does that kid Gu Ming want with me?" Xiao Chen had just returned from Gu Ming's place, and now he had to go there again? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen quickly checked the order in his mind, but the next second, he froze. Transferring to another dimension, an ancient dimension. Please prepare a large quantity of antibiotics and melee weapons. Looking at the information in his mind, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Antibiotics and melee weapons? An ancient dimension? At this moment, he was truly stunned. So a new dimension had opened? Thinking of this, he immediately felt a headache coming on. This is a supermarket. Where would I get antibiotics and melee weapons? Especially melee weapons. While those things are easy to obtain, controlled knives are a bit of a problem. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen had no choice but to ask Sonya for help. "Mr. Xiao, is there something you need?" Sonya asked from the other end of the phone. "Yes, I need your help." He knew very well that he and Sonya were now in the same boat, so there was no need to be polite. "I need a lot of antibiotics, and if you could get some ironware, that would be even better." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Can you get me some? Ironware?" Sonya was taken aback. "Mr. Xiao needs a lot of ironware? It's useful," Xiao Chen said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Sonya frowned slightly and said, "Antibiotics are fine, I own a pharmacy and can provide Mr. Xiao with some of the medication. But ironware? How long do you need it?" Sonya immediately asked on the other end of the phone. "Half an hour." Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. This was too tight a time frame. He didn't know if he could procure the ironware in half an hour. Sonya sighed again. Half an hour was simply not enough time. "Anything that can be used as a weapon will do, anything will do," Xiao Chen said helplessly. He knew very well that this interdimensional journey would involve wounded soldiers and a large quantity of weapons. Right now, he could only gather the necessary supplies. "Mr. Xiao, I have a construction site that received a new batch of rebar," Sonya said helplessly on the other end of the phone. The other party was in too much of a hurry. The only thing she could think of was the rebar from her construction site. Besides, that stuff would be far more powerful than ordinary swords in a fight. Great! Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Rebar was a valuable commodity. Its hardness was unimaginable. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen immediately said, "Can you deliver the medicine and rebar to me within half an hour?" "Don't worry, I'll give the order right now. It'll be over in about 20 minutes. Hearing this, Sonya hurriedly replied. After saying this, she immediately hung up the phone and gave the order. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, waited anxiously. He wondered what kind of personality this person from this world had. Would he be easy to get along with? Moreover, for an ancient world to need so much medicine and weapons, this person must have considerable ambition. While Xiao Chen was waiting, Old Wolf quickly delivered a considerable amount of supplies. After having these people pile the items in the yard, Xiao Chen sent Old Wolf away. "Mr. Xiao, I'll be leaving now." Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Wolf said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Thank you, I'll definitely pay for it tomorrow." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Old Wolf hurriedly shook his head and said, "Our boss said these are all gifts for you." He didn't know why Xiao Chen needed such a large quantity of medicine and ironware, but this was definitely not the time to pry into someone's secrets. So, as soon as he delivered the items, he left immediately. After all, staying here might lead to discovering someone's secrets. Only after confirming that Old Wolf had truly left did Xiao Chen pack everything into his spatial storage. The next moment, Xiao Chen directly chose to transmigrate. With a flash of light, the scene before Xiao Chen had completely changed. Now, appearing before Xiao Chen was a wasteland. Not far from the wasteland, a group of people were watching Xiao Chen. The group of people looked on in astonishment as they saw Xiao Chen appear. In fact, many of them knelt down upon seeing Xiao Chen's sudden appearance. It's a deity. A deity has truly arrived. The fourth prince didn't lie to us. The leader immediately knelt down, shouting, "Deity, please save my fourth prince." Xiao Chen looked at them, then glanced around. These people were all injured and looked extremely disheveled. "Where is your fourth prince?" Xiao Chen immediately realized that the fourth prince they were referring to must be his client, the transmigrator. "Please follow me, immortal." Hearing this, the group immediately led the way, and soon Xiao Chen saw someone. He lay on the bed, his injuries quite severe. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he excitedly tried to get up. "Are you from Earth?" Looking at Xiao Chen, he asked. "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded. "Judging by your injuries, you're quite badly hurt. My name is Xiao." The man looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I come from the year 2024. My world is also in 2024 now." Xiao Chen said upon hearing this. Chapter 15 My brother is a god. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao. The man was injured, but not seriously. However, due to excessive blood loss, his face was slightly pale. After dismissing his men, only Xiao Chen and Xiao remained, sitting face to face. "How did you get into this state?" Xiao Chen looked at him and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao sighed and said, "Rebellion always brings trouble." Xiao Chen was taken aback, then carefully examined Xiao. "This kid certainly has guts. I heard them say you're the fourth prince." Xiao Chen asked with a smile. "Yes." Xiao nodded. "The emperor's least favored son, banished to the cold palace since childhood. So, I found an opportunity to escape. Just then, my cheapskate father died, so I started my rebellion." He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Yesterday I was surrounded and attacked by a group of people. My men risked their lives to save me, but the problem now is, I lack weapons and medicine, and none of my men have suitable weapons. Otherwise, I could definitely kill those scoundrels." As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "After awakening the multiverse purchasing system, I was thinking of getting some guns and ammunition to take everything, but I didn't expect there wouldn't be any of those things here." He looked at Xiao Chen with frustration and said, "Brother, give me a straight answer, can you get some? The price is negotiable." He pointed to a large box beside him and said, "These are for you." Xiao Chen opened the box. There were plenty of jewelry and antiques. The history of this place is different from ours on Earth, so some famous people have never appeared here. Otherwise, I would have gotten you some calligraphy and paintings. As he spoke, Xiao looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Brother, did you bring anything this time?" His eyes were filled with anticipation. "You were in such a hurry. To be honest, I really didn't know what to do, so I just got some medicine and a batch of rebar." Rebar. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. This stuff would definitely be a divine weapon in ancient times. The hardness of it is something that ordinary weapons cannot withstand. "How much rebar?" Xiao asked Xiao Chen excitedly. This was exactly what he needed. Xiao Chen bringing a large quantity of rebar was already enough. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of surprise. "Several tons." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Enough, haha, that's enough." Hearing this, Xiao immediately nodded and said, "Brother, this time the supplies were needed urgently, and I wasn't well prepared. Next time you come, I'll definitely get you some better stuff." As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Brother, I wonder if I could go back to Earth for a visit." He looked at Xiao Chen expectantly. To be honest, this was what he most wanted to know. "No," Xiao Chen said helplessly, "my only ability is to transport supplies back, as for goods, I can't transport them." He knew that the system was sending him back to prevent him from cheating. "That's a pity." Hearing this, Xiao sighed, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Can you do me a favor? I have a younger sister on Earth. I don't know how she's doing. My body is already cold there, probably buried. Could you take care of my sister for me?" As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "My sister is very beautiful." Xiao Chen was stunned upon hearing this. "How did you die?" Having learned from Gu Ming's experience, he understood that if he hadn't died, he wouldn't be here. "Cancer, late stage," Xiao said indifferently. "My sister has suffered a lot because of me, so if you see her, please take good care of her." Xiao Chen nodded. Regardless of the reason, he and Xiao were now in the same boat. "Brother, where are the things?" After saying this, Xiao looked at Xiao Chen and asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a large pile of medicines appeared before him. Seeing this, Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. "Brother, put the things back. Let's go outside and put on a show for them." At this moment, Xiao looked at Xiao Chen with burning eyes. He naturally understood how shocking Xiao Chen's actions would be in this feudal society. Moreover, just this one move was enough for him to claim he had received divine guidance. "I'm rebelling." He grabbed Xiao Chen and said, "With this trick of yours, I can win over countless people." Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and put the things away. Truly amazing. Watching this, Xiao asked, "Brother, how did you get this stuff?" His eyes shone with curiosity as he asked, "My special ability." Xiao Chen said, "Can I get it?" At this moment, Xiao asked with surprise and delight, "I'll ask later." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up. He'd finally gained a customer, he couldn't let this guy die. Getting some evolution potions from Gu Ming later wouldn't be bad for this guy. Okay. Xiao nodded immediately upon hearing this. Any opportunity was a good thing. So, at this moment, Xiao cheerfully led Xiao Chen out. Outside, quite a few people were already waiting. Seeing Xiao and the immortal appear, many showed excitement. "Everyone, this is my elder brother, also a celestial being. Today, my brother has come here to bring me many medicines and weapons." Speaking, he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen simply waved his hand, and when a large quantity of rebar and medicine appeared before them, everyone was stunned. Although they had initially thought Xiao Chen was an immortal, after all, his appearance had been quite sudden. However, it still paled in comparison to the scene before them. The steel scattered everywhere, along with the vast quantities of cardboard, spoke volumes about Xiao Chen's terrifying power. Is this high-quality steel? Many people pointed at the rebar, their faces filled with astonishment. Many of the rebar pieces had already been cut and were remarkably easy to handle. Of course, many things remained exactly as they were. "Alright, I've given you everything. I'm leaving now," Xiao Chen said, and then left. He had been there for quite some time. "Okay, brother, my sister's name is Xia Yuxin. You must help me find her." Hearing this, Xiao hurriedly said. Xiao Chen nodded, glanced at the box in front of Xiao, which contained many antiques in gold and jade. He immediately gathered these items into his spatial storage, and then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiao Chen vanished instantly. Watching Xiao Chen leave, Xiao turned around. At this moment, the people were already staring at Xiao with fervor. After all, their prince was someone who could summon immortals from all over the world. Chapter 16. The Xiao family father and son still dare to cause trouble. After returning, Xiao Chen opened the box and took a look. Sure enough, as he had seen, half of the jewelry was gone. However, even so, it was still more than enough. Taking these items with him, Xiao Chen then took all the gold bars he had previously obtained from Gu Ming and went to Jin Yutang. Outside Jin Yutang, as soon as Xiao Chen arrived, Old Wolf hurriedly came out. "Mr. Xiao, our boss's wife is waiting inside." Seeing Xiao Chen, Old Wolf said hastily. Xiao Chen nodded and then followed Old Wolf quickly inside. Songya was still sitting on the sofa, her long legs encased in black stockings were incredibly eye-catching. Xiao Chen was immediately drawn to her legs upon entering. Feeling Xiao Chen's gaze, Songya wasn't angry at all, instead, she showed them to him. "Mr. Xiao, you didn't come here just to see me, did you?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya asked with a smile. "Of course not." Xiao Chen shook his head upon hearing this, then quickly handed the box he was carrying to Songya, saying, "Send out a batch of goods." "Okay." Songya nodded with a smile, then opened the box. But as soon as the box was opened, a hint of surprise appeared on Songya's face. She had originally thought that Xiao Chen would use gold bars again, like last time. After all, Xiao Chen had already brought out quite a few gold bars. Of course, given Xiao Chen's abilities, Songya wouldn't be surprised if he produced even more gold bars. However, after opening the box and taking a look, she was stunned. Besides some gold bars, the rest were actually antiques and some jewelry. She took them out one by one, her face full of astonishment. She ran an antique shop, and Jin Yutang dealt in these kinds of items. "Mr. Xiao, I'm very curious, where did you get these things?" After saying this, she quickly added, "I don't mean to pry, Mr. Xiao, it's just that although your things are old, I can't tell the dynasty." Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He naturally understood why. According to Xiao, these things didn't belong to this plane. After all, the ancient plane Xiao belonged to had never existed in this world. "I don't know either." Xiao Chen shook his head upon hearing this, saying, "I got them from overseas." "Good." Songya nodded upon hearing this, saying, "Then I understand." Songya took out the items one by one, and even had Old Wolf bring over several experts. Xiao Chen just sat there watching these experts take out the items and then examine them carefully, one by one. Judging by its age, this piece is at least 500 years old, but this style. Some experts argued excitedly, after all, they had never seen this style of antique before. Soon, after their discussion, they finally gave Songya an appraisal price. "Mr. Xiao, for so many items, I value it at 10 million. Songya said without hesitation upon hearing the offer. 10 million was already a very high price, at least more profitable than Xiao Chen's gold trading in the post-apocalyptic world. Indeed, antiques were the most lucrative. Having received the money, Xiao Chen immediately got up to leave. "Mr. Xiao, how about we have a meal together?" Songya looked at Xiao Chen, her face full of smiles as she asked. To be honest, she was extremely curious about Xiao Chen. This man had already made a considerable amount of money from her in such a short time. Moreover, it seemed that he had a group of incredibly powerful figures behind him. Next time. Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head. He was still somewhat wary of this woman. Firstly, because this woman was not as simple as she appeared. Secondly, because Songya was a very cunning woman. Watching Xiao Chen leave, Songya narrowed her eyes slightly, remaining silent. She did want to understand Xiao Chen, but she dared not get too close. This person is dangerous. She understood. Leaving Jin Yutang, Xiao Chen turned and went to Fatty He's place next door. Xiao Chen. Seeing Xiao Chen approach, Fatty He hurriedly said, I was just about to look for you. What's up? Hearing this, Xiao Chen asked curiously. It's just some village stuff. The village chief and his son were discharged from the hospital, and good heavens, Xiao Yan is convinced you did it. I heard he even sent people to your house and smashed it up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. That Xiao Yan guy, he can still move? Seeing Xiao Chen's confusion, Fatty He said helplessly, you don't know, Xiao Yan is immobilized, but his cronies are still capable. They smashed up your house. Fatty He said, even though you moved to the city, your old house was vandalized like this. Don't let them get away with it. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly, fine, I understand. I'll handle this myself. I'm leaving now. Xiao Chen finished speaking and prepared to leave. However, Fatty He stopped him. Xiao Chen, although I don't know what you did before, if you intervene again, you'll be too suspicious. Looking at Xiao Chen, Fatty He lowered his voice and said, this time, why don't you hold back? Xiao Chen naturally understood that the first time he injured them, there was absolutely no evidence, and besides, that father and son had offended many people, so they couldn't find anyone at all. But this time, Xiao Yan had just wrecked his house, and then the other party was taken down again. He couldn't escape suspicion. At that point, it would also be troublesome for Xiao Chen. After all, he was constantly traveling between dimensions, and being watched would make things difficult. Okay, I understand. Xiao Chen patted Fatty He's shoulder and said, don't worry. I'll handle it. Also, Qin K is coming back soon. Looking at Xiao Chen, Fatty He suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's body stiffened. His expression immediately turned grim. Qin K, Xiao Chen's childhood sweetheart, broke up with him a few years ago due to certain events. I understand. Xiao Chen said with a smile, then turned and left. He didn't want to get involved in Qin K's matter for the time being, but Xiao Yan and his son were truly despicable. Both father and son were already crippled, yet they still tried to make things difficult for him. He couldn't tolerate this kind of humiliation. However, sometimes it seemed he didn't need to intervene. Turning around, he walked back into Jin Yutang. Mr. Xiao, why are you back again? Are you planning to have dinner with me? Seeing Xiao Chen return, Songya asked with a smile. Chapter 17 Reunion. Looking at the smiling woman before him, Xiao Chen had to admit, her smile was truly beautiful. Xiao Chen looked at Songya and said, I have something I'd like to trouble you with, Ms. Song. Please speak, Mr. Xiao. Hearing this, Songya nodded and said, if I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. Songya knew all too well what kind of person he was. She was currently trying to befriend Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen told Songya everything about his hometown. Hearing this, Songya's eyes immediately lit up with a smile. Mr. Xiao, you want me to take action? I will kill them. Xiao Chen said calmly, it will still cause some trouble. Songya nodded and said, in that case, let's go through the proper channels. Don't worry, I'll handle this. As she spoke, she looked at Old Wolf behind her, who immediately understood and left. However, I've done Mr. Xiao such a big favor, it wouldn't be right not to treat me to a meal, would it? Xiao Chen looked at Songya in front of him. For some reason, the woman was smiling, but her eyes held a strange undertone. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen readily agreed. Having a meal with Songya wasn't a problem. Hearing this, Songya's face lit up with joy. She immediately pulled Xiao Chen along, saying, all right, it's settled. Let's go, she said, pulling Xiao Chen away. Xiao Chen could only follow Songya. The entire way, Songya's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen. It was Xiao Chen who felt uneasy under this woman's gaze. For some reason, this woman's direct stare made Xiao Chen feel a chill. Throughout the journey, Xiao Chen was unusually nervous. Having finally arrived at the hotel, Xiao Chen and Songya had just gotten out of the car when a woman approached them. She paused, startled to see Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, having just stepped out of the car, heard the voice and his body trembled slightly. Turning around, he saw a woman embracing a short man, looking at Xiao Chen with obvious surprise. Xiao Chen looked at her and sighed. That fat guy really had a jinx. He had just told him that Qin K was back, and now, Xiao Chen saw her. and she was with a man at the hotel entrance. Looking at Qin Ke, Xiao Chen's gaze was incredibly complex. They had been childhood sweethearts. Back then, Qin Ke's family was destitute. If it weren't for Xiao Chen, she wouldn't have even graduated high school. After graduating high school, Qin Ke suddenly left without a word, saying she was going overseas. At the time, Xiao Chen had no idea why. Later, he heard that Qin Ke had a relationship with someone else, and that this person had taken her abroad. Because of this relationship, Xiao Chen hadn't sought out any other women for many years. Now, looking at Qin Ke again, he only felt a sense of unease. Qin Ke's eyes were filled with complex emotions, but more than anything, she seemed embarrassed. Just as she was about to speak, Songye suddenly walked to Xiao Chen's side, took his arm, and said with a smile, "Why didn't you wait for me?" Suddenly being linked arms with by Songye, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Not only Xiao Chen, but even Qin Ke, standing in front of him, was stunned. She stared blankly at Xiao Chen. Especially Songye beside Xiao Chen, this woman was too beautiful. In front of this woman, she clearly felt inferior. The man beside Qin Ke, seeing Songye, beamed and suddenly walked towards her. "Miss, my name is Zhang Ming." The short, fat man suddenly smiled at Songye and said, "Do you know Tianming Group? That's my family's business." "Oh." Songye glanced at Zhang Ming, then smiled at Xiao Chen and said, "Let's go. Let's go eat." Songye naturally knew about Tianming Group. It was an insignificant little company, something she didn't even consider a threat. Being ignored by Songye like this, Zhang Ming's expression immediately changed. He was, after all, a rich second generation, and at this moment, his gaze towards Songye held a hint of anger. He had never been so ignored, even overseas. Thinking this, he was about to stop Songye, but the next moment, he froze. Because he saw the hotel manager standing at the entrance, already waiting. Seeing Songye appear, he immediately came forward. "Ms. Song, you've arrived. Please." The manager smiled exceptionally humbly, looking at Songye and saying, "I've made all the arrangements. Would you and Mr. Xiao like to go in now?" Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Hello, Mr. Xiao. My name is Wang Hao. I'm the manager of this hotel. If you have any needs in the future, please feel free to contact me." As he spoke, he led Xiao Chen and Songye upstairs, introducing the hotel to Xiao Chen. It was the largest hotel in the city, and also the most upscale. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze fall on her, Songye smiled faintly and said, "This hotel is mine. From now on, it's free for you." Xiao Chen smiled upon hearing this, without saying a word. He wasn't surprised at all that Songye owned such a hotel. After all, Songye was not as simple as she seemed. Standing behind Xiao Chen, Zhang Ming and Qin Ke both looked at him as he was being ushered inside. Qin Ke's gaze was complex as she looked at Xiao Chen. She truly regretted it. Years ago, for a better life, she chose to leave Xiao Chen and throw herself into Zhang Ming's arms, but over the years, Zhang Ming hadn't treated her well. Now, she had just returned, only to unexpectedly see her ex-boyfriend. He was actually with a woman prettier than herself, and seemed to be doing exceptionally well. This was what Qin Ke found hard to accept. After leaving her, he seemed to be getting better and better. On the other hand, Zhang Ming's face showed a hint of fear when he saw Songye being treated like this. "Do you know that man?" Zhang Ming asked in a low voice. "I know him." Qin Ke nodded. "A few years ago, he was just a poor kid. How could that be?" Hearing this, Zhang Ming sneered. "You have no idea about this hotel's background. My dad told me this hotel has a very powerful background. Anyone treated like this must be from one of the most powerful families in the world. That kind of person could never be a poor kid." He sighed after saying this. Qin Ke was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She knew Xiao Chen's background all too well. They had grown up together, both were orphans, and Xiao Chen's parents had died when he was a teenager. She knew how much hardship Xiao Chen had endured back then. That's why she felt Xiao Chen couldn't offer her a future. How could things have come to this? Chapter 18. Do me a favor. Ex-girlfriend? Looking at Xiao Chen, Songye asked with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. The woman before him was clever enough, he couldn't hide anything from her. "I didn't expect Mr. Xiao to have such an experience," Songye said with a smile. She was extremely curious about Xiao Chen. After all, he could now be described as incredibly resourceful. However, according to her investigation, Xiao Chen was completely an ordinary person, even less capable than the average person. That's why she was so curious at this moment. Throughout the meal, Songye did almost all the talking, while Xiao Chen remained fully focused. He couldn't help it, this woman was too shrewd, even subtly trying to get information out of him. However, they were all trivial matters. She refrained from asking about anything that touched on Xiao Chen's secrets. So, she was quite tactful. Just then, Old Wolf strode in. Looking at Xiao Chen, he said, "Mr. Xiao, I've already arranged for a legal team to go there directly, and I've also called the police. The evidence is conclusive. Those who vandalized your house will be sent to jail for at least 5 years. Old Wolf continued, once they're in, they'll likely suffer various injuries and become disabled. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. With Old Wolf's arrangement, what could he say? Everything was resolved. As for Xiao Yan and his son, since they are already disabled, even if they are convicted, they won't go to jail. After all, they can't even turn their lives around now. Old Wolf added, however, we will arrange for someone to get money from them to repair your house. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded without saying anything more. That was the old house his parents left him. For now, he didn't need to go back. After all, there weren't many people left in the village, and now that he had the house he got from Sonya, he naturally didn't need to go back. Having figured this out, Xiao Chen said to Old Wolf, thank you very much. It's nothing. Sonya, standing to the side, smiled and said, but since I've helped you so much, how about you do me a favor? She looked at Xiao Chen and asked, go ahead. Xiao Chen nodded. In about 2 weeks, there's a business dinner. Will you come with me? Sonya's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen as she smiled and said, let's make it clear first, going there will definitely cause you some trouble, so you can refuse. Trouble. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, what kind of trouble? Sigh, in this city, Guyan isn't the only one eyeing me. However, Guyan has the least scruples. Sonya sighed and said, moreover, the other side is also wary of Guyan's background, so the two are actually checking and balancing each other. Hearing Sonya's words, Xiao Chen understood. Now that Guyan has disappeared, the other person keeping an eye on Sonya is getting impatient. Did they pressure you? Xiao Chen looked at Sonya and asked. Yes. Sonya nodded and said, he gave me a final deadline. If I don't agree, my Golden Jade Hall won't be able to stay open. Sonya looked at Xiao Chen and said, at that time, I'm afraid I'll have to leave. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at Sonya and then said, okay, I'll go with you. He had finally found a channel to help him deal with the things he brought from another world. If Golden Jade Hall were shut down now, what would he do? As for who it was, did it matter? If it really didn't work, he would just destroy the other party. He himself hadn't even realized that his mindset had already changed. Then thank you very much. Sonya's face lit up with joy upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. What she wanted was Xiao Chen's promise. With this promise, everything would be normal. So, at this moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. His name is Wang Hujia, the eldest son of the Wang family, the richest family in the city. Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, I understand. Don't underestimate the Wang family. Wang Hujia has an uncle who's the second in command in the government. Xiao Chen smiled and asked, and what about Guyan's backer? The third in command, I guess. Sonya thought for a moment and said, their situations are similar. So, by helping you, I've offended quite a few people at the same time. Xiao Chen said with a light laugh. Hearing this, Sonya smiled slightly and said, not necessarily. They might not dare to go after you. Sonya knew that Xiao Chen was too strange. Now, he was on some high-ranking officials' lists. After all, considering how Xiao Yan and his son were crippled, and then thinking about how Guyan suddenly disappeared, those high-ranking officials would quickly connect the two men to the same person. The reason she didn't confront Xiao Chen was because she wasn't sure what to do. No one wants to get involved with someone like that for no reason. Who knows what kind of methods this person might have? The unknown is often the most terrifying. This is especially true for those in high positions. This is why Sonya wanted to bring Xiao Chen along. She was showing those people that although her background wasn't as strong as theirs, she still had powerful backers. After the meal, Sonya took Xiao Chen's arm and left the private room. Old Wolf was already waiting for Xiao Chen in his car at the door. As Xiao Chen and Sonya got into the car, she turned around and glanced at Qin Ke and the short man not far away, both watching them. Qin Ke, in particular, looked at Xiao Chen with a particularly complex expression. There was even a hint of resentment in her gaze. Xiao Chen didn't even bother to look at her and simply turned his head away. I find women like that boring now. Get me a visa to go abroad. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then said, you're going abroad? Hearing this, Sonya was taken aback and asked, how long? Will you be back? Of course, didn't I promise to help you deal with those troubles? Hearing this, Xiao Chen laughed and said, I'm going out for a bit to take care of some things. Gu Ming gave himself an overseas account. He tried it out over the past few days, only to discover that even anonymous accounts required a trip to the issuing country to open one. So, he still had to go abroad. Of course, there was another thing he needed to do while he was away, buy some firearms. For Xiao, after all, what Xiao was doing now was a rebellion. They should come in handy. Okay, I'll take care of it. Sonya nodded. But how long are you going to be gone? A week at most. Xiao Chen replied. He was indeed planning to be gone for a week, and besides, he had his spatial storage, so he could also do some free shopping. Chapter 19 Overseas. That evening, Xiao Chen messaged Gu Ming and Xiao, informing them that he would be leaving for a while and that they shouldn't place orders unless absolutely necessary. After all, once he accepted an order, he had to fulfill it. However, Xiao Chen was leaving for a week, and during that time, he would be overseas and wouldn't have enough supplies. Brother, in that case, send me a batch of food first. Gu Ming quickly replied, you'll be gone for almost a week. I've calculated it, for every day you spend there, I need at least 3 days here. My food supplies won't last a month. Gu Ming's forces were growing rapidly, and they were all sustained by food supplies provided by Xiao Chen, so he desperately needed a large quantity of food. This time, brother, get me some compressed biscuits and the like, preferably in large quantities. Gu Ming said directly from the other end. Compressed biscuits last longer, and more importantly, there's a greater quantity available. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen called the supplier and arranged for delivery. Meanwhile, Xiao sent Xiao Chen a message. Brother, your rebar is pretty good. The short pieces are fine, my men can use them, but the long ones are completely unusable. You don't understand, in this ancient world, we're completely helpless against these things. Hearing Xiao's words, Xiao Chen was speechless, but then he thought about it and realized it made sense. In ancient times, the hardness of rebar was more formidable than any divine weapon. With that in mind, he immediately asked Old Wolf to send over a rebar cutting machine, which he would then deliver to Xiao. Xiao, on the other hand, didn't lack food. Although he had rebelled, the area he controlled had many granaries, so he wasn't short of food for the time being. Moreover, the medicine Xiao Chen had given him was sufficient for the time being. The only problem was the lack of iron in his area. This was why the fighting had been so arduous before, but now, with the rebar Xiao Chen had provided, they had practically taken over several cities. Xiao Chen first went to Xiao's place, handing over the machine and bringing back a batch of gold and silver jewelry. Then, he went to Gu Ming's place, giving him a batch of compressed biscuits. Similarly, he retrieved a batch of gold bars and a bottle of basic evolution potion. Brother, you're out of use with the evolution potion, but you can give it to someone else. Gu Ming said, looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and put the items away. He could use these to trade with Xiao later. This way, he had the supplies for interdimensional trade. After finishing all this, Old Wolf also delivered his passport and plane ticket. That very night, Xiao Chen boarded a plane to overseas. He went to the place where Gu Ming had previously studied. After arriving, Xiao Chen first went to the bank. There, no identity verification was required, he only needed to enter his account password to withdraw money. Looking at the $200 million in his account, Xiao Chen couldn't stop smiling. Sure enough, these rich kids are really rich. Now, this money was his own. He contacted Songya, telling her he wanted to transfer the US dollars he had to China. Songya gave Xiao Chen an account number, telling him to transfer the money there, and she could help him transfer it in. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and asked Lao Lang, as he needed to buy some weapons. Mr. Xiao, it seems there's no way you can bring these things back to China. Lao Lang said helplessly, wiping his sweat on the other end of the phone. He knew this guy was crazy, now he was even planning to get into arms dealing. Don't worry, I'll buy a batch, I won't take it back. Hearing this, Xiao Chen said directly. Those weapons were completely useless to him now. If it weren't for Xiao wanting them, he wouldn't have bothered preparing them. After all, Xiao was a major client, and he needed to maintain good relations with him. Moreover, if Xiao successfully rebelled, things would be completely different. At that time, he'd be the emperor, and the resources of the entire country would be at his disposal. So, for whatever reason, he had to help. Old Wolf, helpless, could only give Xiao Chen a phone number, but he kept warning Xiao Chen not to act recklessly. Xiao Chen pretended not to hear. He went to the place Old Wolf had mentioned. These things were legally sold overseas, and cheap. Xiao Chen only spent $100,000 and already acquired a considerable amount of weapons. Then, he spent another $100,000 to get 2 tanks before preparing to return home. However, Xiao Chen didn't expect to see Qin Kai at the airport. Qin Kai looked at Xiao Chen with surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected to see Xiao Chen overseas. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? She walked up to Xiao Chen urgently and asked. Since seeing Xiao Chen back in China, she hadn't slept well for days. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would become so successful? Especially in recent years, Jiang Ming had become increasingly stingy. To him, she was nothing more than a plaything. Now, she was prepared to be dumped by Jiang Ming, and naturally, she wanted to find a better catch. And Xiao Chen, who used to be so devoted to her, was the perfect candidate. Xiao Chen glanced up and frowned slightly when he saw Qin Kai. He hadn't expected to run into Qin Kai overseas. He didn't bother to answer, not even glancing at her, and quickly checked in, entering the VIP lounge. Qin Ke was stunned by the indifference in Xiao Chen's eyes. Her memory was still of those days. Back then, no matter what she said, Xiao Chen would answer her, even being completely devoted to her. But this time, Xiao Chen hadn't even looked at her. She tried to follow, but was stopped. The person told her that it was the first-class lounge, not a place she could enter. Upon hearing this, Qin Ke's expression immediately changed. At that moment, resentment welled up inside her, and she even felt a hint of hatred towards Xiao Chen. But now, there was nothing they could do. Xiao Chen contacted Xiao, telling him he had acquired a batch of weapons and could hand them over to him upon his return, so he could prepare. There were even 2 tanks. Xiao was completely stunned. "Boss, you really have a way with things. With these, let's see who dares to mess with me," Xiao said excitedly. He knew all too well how terrifying those things were in the ancient world. Chapter 20: The Return of Sudden Wealth. When Xiao Chen emerged from the airport, Old Wolf was there to pick him up. He breathed a sigh of relief as Xiao Chen appeared. After all, he'd been on tenterhooks for the past few days. Although he was in China, he'd learned from his overseas client how much Xiao Chen had bought. A considerable amount. He was terrified that Xiao Chen would bring all that stuff back, and Xiao Chen would likely be detained. Even he and Sonya wouldn't be able to get him out. So, he hadn't slept well for the past few days. Thankfully, seeing Xiao Chen emerge brought him a sigh of relief. At least Xiao Chen hadn't brought it back. "Mr. Xiao, let's go." Xiao Chen smiled at Old Wolf, understanding the meaning behind his expression. Old Wolf was afraid he'd be arrested. However, he could understand. At that moment, Xiao Chen followed Old Wolf directly outside. Behind her, Qin Ke watched the 2 men, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She desperately wanted to speak to Xiao Chen, yet she didn't dare. Following Xiao Chen out of the airport, she saw the luxury cars parked outside. Watching Lao Lang personally open the car door and let Xiao Chen in, her expression changed even more. Scenes from years ago flashed through her mind. Qin Ke even wanted to approach Xiao Chen herself. But just as she made up her mind, the car drove away. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ke had no choice but to take a taxi. "Mr. Xiao, our boss wants to see you," Lao Lang said, looking at Xiao Chen. "Alright, let's go." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood that Sonya was definitely anxious. He went to Sonya's side, where she looked at him with curious eyes. So much money, still in her hand. She truly hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be so wealthy. "The money has been transferred back to you." Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya said, "I've opened a bank account in your name. The bank staff will be here soon." She then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "They'll be here immediately." "Okay." Xiao Chen nodded and sat down opposite Sonya to wait. The bank staff arrived quickly. After all, depositing such a large sum of money meant he was a VIP customer, and they naturally wanted to provide excellent service. Moreover, this person was Sonya's friend, making his status even more extraordinary. They arrived in a hurry, sat down directly opposite Xiao Chen, and after completing all the formalities, the manager respectfully handed the bank card to Xiao Chen, saying, "Mr. Xiao, starting today, you are our VIP customer." Xiao Chen took the card, and seeing that Xiao Chen and Sonya still had things to discuss, the manager left. "We're going out together tomorrow," Sonya said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't see anything wrong with it and simply followed Sonya out. Sonya looked at Xiao Chen with a smile and said, "I was really worried that I might not be able to reach an agreement with that person and there would be trouble, but now I'm not worried at all. You know what? That person's greatest ability is money, and what I lack most right now is money." Sonya looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You know what? That person's greatest ability is money, and what I lack most right now is money." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback, then looked at Sonya and said, "Ms. Song, are you eyeing my money?" He narrowed his eyes at her and said, "Ms. Song, you probably don't even care about this little bit of money, do you? With Ms. Song's wealth, you certainly wouldn't care about this little bit." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Sonya smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, you probably don't know, do you? No matter how much we people are worth, we probably don't have as much cash on hand as you, and right now, what I lack most is cash. With your gold bars, I can generate some cash, but some of the companies under my control are still short of money. At least, if I really need money in the future, your money can help me out for a while. It depends on whether you're willing or not." Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya said with a smile, "Or, how about you invest in my company?" Xiao Chen looked at Sonya, thought for a moment, and felt that this might be a good option, although he already had considerable wealth on Earth. After all, the 2 dimensions could offer him a lot. "Ms. Song, how do I invest?" He looked at Sonya and asked. He really didn't care about the money now, he could earn much more from traveling between dimensions. "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do," Sonya said with a smile, then added, "I'll pick you up personally the day after tomorrow, As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Chen's cheap, street stall-like clothes and said, "I'll prepare a new outfit for you later." Hearing Sonya's words, Xiao Chen nodded indifferently. He didn't care at all whether the clothes were from a street stall or not. To him, these things were truly insignificant. However, since Sonya cared, there was no need to say anything more. Watching Xiao Chen get up and leave, Sonya finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Old Wolf, saying, "Did he really buy a lot of weapons overseas?" "Yes," Old Wolf said helplessly. "I don't know what this person is up to. But, boss, are you sure you want to continue cooperating with this person? After all, after driving away those people, I'm afraid Xiao Chen will become a ravenous wolf." Old Wolf looked at Sonya and said helplessly. His attitude towards Xiao Chen was extremely unclear, but some things were certain. This person was terrifying, even ruthless. That alone was very worrying to him, especially considering this man's terrifying combat power. He himself might be nothing more than trash in his presence. At this moment, even Old Wolf felt it was dangerous to provoke such a person. Hearing Old Wolf's words, Sonya smiled and said, "Haven't you noticed? Although he's ruthless, as long as you don't provoke him, you don't need to worry at all. He has a bottom line. Besides, our current relationship with him is a cooperative one. Don't worry, it's not as bad as you think." But, where did he put all that weaponry? What is he planning to do with it? At this moment, Sonya frowned slightly. Every step Xiao Chen took gave her the feeling that she didn't know what he was up to. However, she also felt that this man definitely had a powerful background. After all, directly transferring such a large sum of money to China represented Xiao Chen's wealth. $200 million, which could be considered over $1 billion, was probably all the money she had in her entire fortune. Chapter 21 Trading. After returning home, Xiao Chen immediately contacted Xiao. Xiao was already impatient. "Brother, hurry up. You don't know, my brother has been trying to kill me. These past few days, his army has been driving me crazy." Hearing Xiao's words, Xiao Chen smiled. According to Xiao, he was originally an abandoned prince, even exiled to a remote region, the purpose of which was to hasten his death. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's appearance, he and his personal guards would have been killed long ago. But after Xiao Chen's arrival, at least his personal guards' loyalty was extremely high. With the rebar Xiao Chen provided, and having suitable weapons, there would be no problem. Now, if Xiao Chen were to send him some more firearms, he would dare to march directly into the capital. Xiao Chen inquired and learned that Xiao's situation was dire. He had occupied a city, and a large number of troops were gathering outside the city. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately had Xiao place an order. Soon, Xiao Chen received the order. The items ordered were just some snacks. After all, these weren't the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal was the large items Xiao Chen possessed. The next second, Xiao Chen chose to transmigrate. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen's figure appeared before Xiao. Inside the royal palace hall, many people showed expressions of surprise and delight upon Xiao Chen's sudden appearance. "Greetings, immortal lord." Many people immediately knelt down, bowing to Xiao Chen. Among these people, some had seen Xiao Chen before, and some hadn't. All were kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with joy. Indeed, their prince was the chosen one. Even an immortal lord had appeared. "Everyone, this is my elder brother, a celestial lord from heaven." Xiao pointed at Xiao Chen and spoke. He then gave Xiao Chen a meaningful look. "My elder brother has brought me divine weapons from heaven this time. With his help, from today onwards, we no longer need to worry about those tens of thousands of troops outside." He looked eagerly at Xiao Chen as he spoke. "Let's talk outside," Xiao Chen said, instantly activating teleportation. Seeing Xiao Chen's figure appear in the courtyard the next moment, many people kneeling on the ground looked on in astonishment. At this moment, they were absolutely certain that this was a celestial being descended to Earth. After all, ordinary people couldn't do something like this. Xiao led his men and charged out. The next moment, he saw Xiao Chen raise his hand, and with a slight effort, two enormous steel monsters descended. Seeing this, those who had followed Xiao knelt down again. The steel monsters were enormous and looked exceptionally terrifying. Especially noteworthy was the long, distinctive nose of one of them. "Immortal Lord, what are these?" one of them asked boldly. "This is my advisor, a strategist." Xiao pointed at the man. "Your princes know," Xiao Chen said with a smile. He didn't need to explain. After all, Xiao certainly understood. Especially when Xiao Chen saw the row of machine guns, and even a Gatling gun, Xiao had laid out in front of him. He was so excited he almost fainted. "Brother, this is for you. Keep it safe. I'll take the men to the city wall right away. I'll fire a burst first." He pointed to a large crate not far away, then hugged the weapons, his face full of excitement. He didn't even acknowledge Xiao Chen, turning around and having someone pull him to the city wall. Xiao Chen didn't bother to stop him. These were all for him anyway. Besides, he wanted to see what an ancient battlefield was like. After putting away the crate, Xiao Chen followed him up to the city wall. Looking at the troops stationed outside, even Xiao Chen felt a sense of awe. There were so many people, so many men arrayed at the foot of the city wall. It was a truly magnificent sight. Looking at the troops below, Xiao excitedly set up his own battle formation. Those below the city walls, seeing Xiao appear, quickly formed ranks. "Fourth Prince, His Majesty has instructed me to tell you, surrender and your family will be spared, otherwise, you will surely die," the leader shouted loudly. Xiao seemed not to hear. He ordered his men to set up machine guns before looking down and saying, "What if I don't agree? Then don't blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing this, the general below suddenly shouted, "Fire!" With a command, a barrage of arrows erupted from the ranks behind him. The arrows rained down on the city walls. Seeing this, Xiao Chen had a sudden inspiration and instantly activated his spatial ability. The next moment, the arrows aimed at Xiao Chen and Xiao vanished into thin air. Those within the nearby military formation were all stunned by this sight. Even the soldiers who had come with Xiao stared blankly at Xiao Chen's sudden attack. They saw Xiao Chen raise his hand, and the rain of arrows instantly cleared a large area, disappearing. Immortal Lord's divine might. Many people knelt down at that moment, shouting out. Their eyes were filled with excitement. This was the terrifying power of an immortal lord. Xiao Chen glanced around and, sure enough, a considerable number of arrows had appeared in his spatial storage. "Alright, stop kneeling so easily." Looking at the kneeling figures, Xiao Chen said helplessly. Then, glancing at the empty space behind him, he waved his hand, and the arrows he had collected instantly piled up there. "You can play by yourself. I'm leaving." Xiao Chen patted Xiao's shoulder and said, "Also, I have a bottle of evolution potion. If you want it, remember to get me something good." With that, Xiao Chen turned and left. Just see for yourself, he thought. He refused to believe that these people couldn't win after all his antics. Besides, Xiao had a machine gun. If he couldn't win, he deserved to lose. "Take care, big brother." Xiao was overjoyed upon hearing this. Xiao Chen's move was simply incredible. His eyes were filled with excitement. If he could obtain the evolution potion and awaken his superpower, that would be perfect. Thinking this, he looked at the people below and coldly said, "Now, I'm giving you one chance, surrender, or die." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark muzzle of the machine gun was already pointed at the crowd. "This traitor has a sorcerer by his side. Follow me and charge in, kill that sorcerer." Outside the door, the leading general shouted loudly. But before he finished speaking, Xiao's machine gun instantly spat out tongues of fire. As the flames swept across, a large number of people fell instantly, and the general who had shouted was directly torn to pieces by the flames. After firing a full magazine, Xiao looked at the stunned people and coldly snorted, "Now, I'm giving you one chance. If you don't want to live, you can say so." Chapter 22 Attending the Banquet. Upon returning, Xiao Chen stopped paying attention to Xiao. Instead, he glanced at the large box in front of him. Opening the box, he found that half the items were missing, just like before. He didn't mind and simply put the items away. He wasn't short of money for the time being, so he decided to leave the items for later. Just as he was about to open the door, he received a call from Sonia. "I'm coming to pick you up now," Sonia said on the phone. "You have to protect me tonight." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and waited for Sonia in the supermarket. When Sonia arrived, looking at Xiao Chen reclining on the chair, she smiled and said, "Your supermarket doesn't seem to be doing very well." She glanced outside. The entire street was exceptionally desolate, and no one had even stepped into the supermarket. Given this situation, she wondered why Xiao Chen had opened a supermarket in the first place. Hearing Sonia's words, Xiao Chen smiled. The supermarket was basically just a front, and the target customers were different. They were all transmigrators, so this location was naturally excellent. "I also own a shop right next to my Jin Yutang. How about I give it to you?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonia spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly shook his head. This place was perfect for him. A 3-story building with a courtyard like this was ideal, and there were hardly any people around, so no one would notice what he did. On the other hand, in a busy downtown area, doing anything there wouldn't be so convenient. Seeing Xiao Chen's refusal, Sonia didn't mind. She knew how much money Xiao Chen had. He didn't care about making money running a supermarket. Perhaps it was just some kind of quirky humor on Xiao Chen's part. Looking at Xiao Chen's attire, Sonia gave Old Wolf behind her a wink. Soon, Old Wolf retrieved a suit from the car. "Change into this," Sonia said helplessly. Xiao Chen was dressed in cheap clothes from a street stall, even wearing flip-flops. He didn't look like a wealthy person at all. Xiao Chen had no choice but to change. After Xiao Chen changed, Sonia looked at the man before her with a strange glint in her eyes. It must be said that Xiao Chen was good-looking, and with his well-tailored clothes, his demeanor was even more outstanding. Xiao Chen carefully examined himself in the mirror. Since drinking several bottles of evolution potions, although his appearance hadn't changed much, his inner aura had indeed changed significantly. Now, his demeanor was different. "Let's go," Sonya said with a smile. She then took Xiao Chen's arm and led him to her Bentley. In the car, Sonya narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Tonight's hurdle is probably going to be tough. They've given me their final ultimatum. We're going this time to refuse them," Sonya said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Sonya and laughed. "Why don't you agree? That guy is no good." Hearing this, Sonya said, "That Wang Huja guy, not only is he short, he looks like a stunner, and he's no good either. He says he likes me, but he's never short of women. Besides, he's only after my wealth." Sonya smiled bitterly. "Women like me are like hungry wolves to those guys, they're all eyeing me." She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "But I don't like him." "What kind of woman do you like?" Xiao Chen asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sonya paused slightly, then suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Chen and asked, "How about I come with you?" Xiao Chen was taken aback, then looked at Sonya, who was smiling at him, and shook his head. This vixen, despite her cheerful smile, Xiao Chen didn't believe Sonya truly liked him. He couldn't afford to mess with a woman like that. So, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and remained silent. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't respond, Sonya instead showed a hint of interest. She leaned against Xiao Chen, remaining silent, and the two arrived at the entrance of a villa. After Xiao Chen and Sonya got out of the car, many people turned to look at them. Seeing Sonya arm in arm with Xiao Chen, they were especially surprised. Everyone knew that the eldest son of the Wang family had his eye on Sonya, this beautiful flower, but at this moment, she was attending a banquet with a man. This is going to be interesting. Many people looked at Xiao Chen beside Sonya with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Among the crowd, one person looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. That was naturally Qin Ke. Beside Qin Ke was Zhang Ming from that day. "So she's Sonya, hee, that man's dead meat." Zhang Ming stared at Xiao Chen, sneering, "You don't know, Sonya has long been targeted by young Master Wang. The Wang family is the richest family in the city. That kid's dead." At this point, Qin Ke paused slightly. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Ever since seeing how well Xiao Chen was doing, she regretted it. However, she knew even more clearly that Xiao Chen wouldn't even give her a second glance. This made her very uncomfortable. So, if Xiao Chen were to fall from grace, she would actually feel much better. Qin Ke smiled slightly, hugging Zhang Ming. "Darling, let's watch the show." Zhang Ming chuckled, "Don't you know that person? We're just from the same village, it was so many years ago." Qin Ke replied with a smile. She had completely forgotten that when her parents died, if it weren't for Xiao Chen, she wouldn't even be able to afford her tuition. Sonya. As Xiao Chen and Sonya stepped into the banquet hall, a short, fat man suddenly rushed over, staring intently at Sonya and Xiao Chen, who was linked arms with her. At that moment, his cold gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, and he said coldly, "I am Wang Huja." Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled at Wang Huja. "You know the Wang family, right? My family owns it." Looking at Xiao Chen, Wang Huja coldly said, "I wonder what your background is." Hearing Wang Huja's words, Xiao Chen smiled. He was clearly trying to intimidate him from the start. "My family just owns a small supermarket." Xiao Chen looked at him and said with a smile, "It's nothing compared to the Wang family." Wang Huja frowned slightly, somewhat disbelieving. He then turned his gaze to his subordinates behind him, ordering them to investigate this man's connections. Chapter 23 Completely Offend. Xiao Chen followed Sonya into the banquet hall. At that moment, many people stared at Xiao Chen beside Sonya. After all, many knew that the eldest son of the Wang family had his eye on the beauty Sonya. But now, this woman had a man by her side. Several people were also staring at Xiao Chen. "This must be Xiao Chen?" A man stared at Xiao Chen, a hint of caution in his eyes. "Yes." The person behind him said softly, "Gu Yan's disappearance must have been done by this person. This person is too strange, we can't afford to offend him." Hearing this, the man said, "Let those good-for-nothings from the Wang family have some fun with this kid. Don't worry, boss." Hearing this, the bodyguard behind the man said softly, "We've already concealed Xiao Chen's past. All they can find out is that Xiao Chen is just an ordinary nobody." "That's good." A smile immediately appeared on the man's face. At this moment, the man looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity. He possessed both ability and strength, but he also knew all too well that some people were not to be trifled with. It wasn't their background that was untouchable, but their methods. Take Gu Yan, for example. That guy's disappearance was too mysterious. How could he dare to provoke someone like that? Although Gu Yan worked for him and was considered one of his capable subordinates, he knew very well that if he provoked this madman, he might not even survive. Therefore, he could only pretend he knew nothing. At that moment, Wang Huja's subordinate hurriedly approached and whispered a few words to Wang Huja. Upon hearing this, Wang Huja immediately revealed a cold smile. He thought he was someone important, but it turned out he was just an ordinary person. Since that's the case, he wasn't going to be polite with him. Looks like you've been targeted. Inside the banquet hall, Sonia smiled slightly and spoke up. She wasn't worried about anything happening to her. Having already chosen to stand with Xiao Chen, she was prepared to confront Wang Huja. Besides, she could clearly see that Xiao Chen wasn't worried at all. Even Xiao Chen, who was being targeted, wasn't worried, so why should she be? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Wang Huja not far away and smiled slightly. He could clearly see the malice emanating from Wang Huja towards him. Inside the banquet hall, Wang Huja walked towards Sonia and sat directly opposite her. Sonia, I've come to ask you for an answer. Looking at Sonia, Wang Huja went straight to the point. Young Master Wang, haven't I already given you an answer? Sonia frowned slightly and said. As she spoke, she pointed to Xiao Chen beside her and said, "This is my man." Hearing this, Wang Huja smiled. He stared at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "Kid, you should know who I am, right? The Wang family of Yunchinj, you can't afford to offend them." As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Xiao Chen and said, "If you don't want to die, get lost." Xiao Chen didn't speak, but looked at Wang Huja in front of him. At this moment, Wang Huja was staring at him, and the gloom in his eyes was completely overflowing. Looking at the other man's expression, Xiao Chen coldly smiled and said, "Young Master Wang, is this a threat?" "Yes." Wang Huja coldly replied, "It's not just a threat, it's a warning. Kid, you'd better do as I say, or I won't be polite." As he said this, he lowered his voice further. "You're just a nobody with no skills, yet you dare to covet a woman you can't have. Sonia, I'm not trying to be mean, but a man like this doesn't deserve you at all." As he spoke, he reached for Sonia's hand. But the next second, his hand was grabbed by Xiao Chen. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Chen's sinister eyes. Staring intently at him, he panicked instantly. For some reason, looking into Xiao Chen's gaze, his heart trembled with fear. "What do you want?" Staring at Xiao Chen, Wang Huja asked. At this moment, he truly felt fear and terror. Xiao Chen chuckled and said, "Young Master Wang, if you make a move here, I won't hesitate to cripple you." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Wang Huja's hand. Wang Huja's face contorted in pain. With all the guests present, he dared not cry out, only gritting his teeth. Xiao Chen smiled at his opponent's expression and released his grip. Wang Huja immediately took a step back, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chen, and said, "Kid, do you know what you're doing? With so many guests here today, I won't deal with you, but remember this, you're dead." Xiao Chen didn't take the threats seriously at all. If there weren't so many guests, he would have killed Wang Huja long ago, fearing he'd be in trouble if he killed him here. "Looks like we're not welcome. Young Master Wang, in that case, we'll be leaving now," Xiao Chen said to Wang Huja with a smile. After saying this, he grabbed Sonia's hand and walked out of the hall. Wang Huja's face was grim. He coldly told his bodyguards behind him, "Send men to me. I'll make him disappear tonight. Also, bring Sonia back to me. Today, I'll show her what I'm capable of." Wang Huja practically shouted these words. Hearing this, his men hurriedly nodded and quickly left. On the second floor of the banquet hall, the man watched Wang Huja's actions and said to the people behind him, "Go and see. If Wang Huja can handle Xiao Chen, then you don't need to intervene. If he can't, tell me what happened." He coldly said, "If that kid doesn't have any skills, I won't let him go." After saying this, he got up and left the banquet hall. He had come tonight specifically for Sonia and Xiao Chen. Now that he had seen them, it was time to leave. "Your fellow villager has really angered young Master Wang. Looks like he's going to die tonight," Zhang Ming said with a sneer, observing the scene before him. Hearing this, Qin Kei also smiled, but inwardly she was even more cynical. That's for the best. She knew very well that if it weren't for Xiao Chen, she might not have survived. But precisely because of this, she didn't want these things to be mentioned. Xiao Chen ignored her now. His death was no big deal. With someone like that dead, she didn't have many thoughts about him anymore. Thinking this, Qin Kei actually smiled. Chapter 24. I'll handle it. This time, we've completely offended the Wang family. After leaving the hotel, Sonia whispered beside him, "The Wang family won't let us off. With Wang Huja's personality, we might not even make it home tonight." Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonia said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. He didn't take Wang Huja seriously at all. Only he knew how powerful he was now after drinking a bottle of intermediate-level potion. He had bought so many weapons overseas, and he even shot himself. Of course, before firing, he had asked Gu Ming. Gu Ming told Xiao Chen that he should no longer be afraid of ordinary firearms. He tested it, the bullet pierced his skin but was stopped by his muscles. It even bounced off directly. Aside from a visible gash, there was no damage. The key was that his wound healed very quickly. At that moment, Xiao Chen realized just how terrifying he was now. At least, he understood that he was no longer afraid of assassination. Even if the Wang family was the richest family in the city, who could they possibly find to deal with him? Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed completely unfazed, Songya felt much more at ease. The Wang family was powerful, but Yun City was a relatively small city, and even the richest family in Yun City wasn't that formidable. She wasn't worried about Xiao Chen's ability to handle the situation. At this moment, she smiled at Xiao Chen and said, "Then my life is in your hands." Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Songya. The woman's gaze held a hint of scrutiny. He knew that this woman wanted to test his abilities. However, Xiao Chen didn't find anything wrong with it. Now, he could be bound to Songya. After all, someone had to deal with what he had obtained from the other world. Songya was a good candidate. Since that was the case, then, he also needed to make her understand his capabilities. The car hadn't gone far when Old Wolf, the driver, called out, "Someone's following us." Hearing this, Songya visibly tensed up, looking at Xiao Chen with a serious expression. "Mr. Xiao, can you handle this? Drive to the outskirts, find an open space." Xiao Chen said coldly. Since they were already here, then, he wasn't going to hold back. Upon hearing this, both Songya and Old Wolf were stunned. "Mr. Xiao, don't underestimate them. What if they have guns?" Old Wolf couldn't help but warn him. The other party was, after all, the richest man in the country. He didn't believe they weren't armed. Although he knew Xiao Chen was no ordinary person, there were only two of them. The Wang family has quite a few men under their command, all skilled fighters. Old Wolf said, looking at Xiao Chen. He knew his own abilities, he didn't take ordinary people seriously. But now, he couldn't help but want to advise Xiao Chen. He and Xiao Chen both had to protect Songya. Going to the outskirts at this time would make them easy targets. "Don't worry, you protect Songya, I'll handle the others," Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Old Wolf fell silent. Songya, however, looked at Xiao Chen with interest and said with a smile, "Old Wolf, do as you say." But, Old Wolf's expression showed a hint of helplessness. But Songya didn't give Old Wolf a chance to speak, directly saying, "He says he can solve it, so let's see if he can." "Mr. Xiao, I'm betting my life on you," Songya said with a smile. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. The car drove directly towards the outskirts. Old Wolf's face was tense, and even Songya was extremely nervous inside. She glanced at Xiao Chen every now and then, wanting to see if he could solve the problem. She understood that since she had chosen to cooperate with Xiao Chen, she had to get through this hurdle. After all, if she couldn't, she would be the one to die. At this moment, there was no room for hesitation. She took a deep breath, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Mr. Xiao, from now on, I can only rely on you. You can't abandon me." Xiao Chen turned to look at the woman before him. At this moment, her brows were full of tenderness, making Xiao Chen's heart flutter. He nodded, without speaking, but directly said, "I don't take these people seriously." The car drove towards the outskirts. Seeing that they were heading towards the suburbs, the cars behind were no longer in a hurry. They were worried about trouble if they made a move in the city, but once they were out of the city, with that vast open space outside, it would be much easier for them to act. Won't there be a problem? The people following Xiao Chen and his group frowned. They had been following them, but they hadn't even bothered to hide. After all, they were used to being arrogant in Yun City. What could possibly happen? One of them chuckled. Probably that couple looking for thrills, going out for some wild sex in the countryside. Perfect, let's cripple the guy and then enjoy Sonya's beauty. Young Master said that since this woman doesn't know what's good for her, we'll take her back and have our fun with her after he's had his fill. The men immediately grinned, their faces beaming with amusement, as if Sonya, this beauty, was already in their hands. The men's smiles were lewd, but they didn't really consider why Xiao Chen and his group were heading towards the countryside. After all, they had gotten away with many things in Yun City thanks to Wang Hujia, the young master, and nothing had happened. They were used to it. Moreover, each of them had a gun on their hip, which was another reason they weren't worried at all. This place is good, let's choose this one. Xiao Chen glanced around. They were now far from the city, with a large expanse of farmland not far away, and no houses nearby. It was indeed a suitable location. "Mr. Xiao, are you sure?" Hearing this, Old Wolf looked at Xiao Chen and asked. Seeing Xiao Chen nod, he had no choice but to stop the car. "I'll get out with you." Old Wolf, speaking, prepared to open the car door and get out, but Xiao Chen stopped him. "I'm fine on my own." With that, he drove off. Sonya watched Xiao Chen get out of the car. In the moonlight, his back looked exceptionally tall and straight. "Miss, if anything goes wrong, we'll leave immediately." Old Wolf couldn't help but say, even with a hint of worry. Xiao Chen was being too overconfident. "On the contrary, I think he really can do it." Hearing this, Sonya said. For some reason, looking at Xiao Chen's back gave her an immense sense of security. Chapter 25. I'll stay at your place tonight. After Xiao Chen got out of the car, several seven-seater vehicles pulled up nearby, and a number of people got out. He counted carefully, there were nearly 30 people. They were all looking at Xiao Chen. Kid, our young master sent me to give you a message. Looking at Xiao Chen, the man with the crew cut at the head of the group said coldly, some women are not for you to covet. Our young master said he's going to cripple your limbs and then throw you into the lake to feed the fish. They said with grins, looking at Xiao Chen. Finished? Xiao Chen asked coldly. Then, he took a step forward, and in the next instant, Xiao Chen's body moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of the crewcut man. Before the crewcut man could react, his nose was struck with tremendous force, the terrifying power exploded instantly. The crewcut man was sent flying backward by the punch, lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. A group of people were stunned, staring at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Several even drew their guns, ready to kill him. But the next second, Xiao Chen's body moved like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of one of them. Simultaneously, he threw a punch, sending the man with the buzz cut flying. At that moment, Xiao Chen's body moved like a tiger among sheep. Almost everyone who approached him was sent flying with a single punch. Inside the car, Old Wolf watched this scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. Songya, behind him, also stared at Xiao Chen in surprise. At this moment, Songya finally understood just how terrifying this man was. He practically killed them with a single punch, and those people were sent flying as if hit by a car. Old Wolf, if it were you, what would happen if you took a punch like that? Looking at those who had been sent flying by Xiao Chen's punches, Songya asked nervously. Miss, the Wang family doesn't tolerate idlers. Many of these people were former overseas mercenaries, and they have blood on their hands. Old Wolf said helplessly, at least, while these people aren't as strong as me, I can only handle 2 at most. But there were over 30 people. Old Wolf pointed at the crowd before him. Of the original 30-odd, only a dozen remained. Several of them were trembling as they looked at Xiao Chen. It was terrifying. This man killed them with a single punch, and those lying on the ground were either dead or maimed. Stop! One of them, trembling, pointed his gun at Xiao Chen and shouted, if you don't stop, I'll shoot. As he finished speaking, Xiao Chen turned to look at him. The next second, Xiao Chen charged directly at the man. Ah! The man roared and fired. A continuous barrage of gunfire erupted, but Xiao Chen moved like a ghost, dodging the bullets with a few quick movements. Simultaneously, he reached out and grabbed the opponent's pistol. The next second, Xiao Chen squeezed hard, shattering the pistol instantly. Looking into Xiao Chen's cold eyes, the opponent didn't even have time to utter a word before being sent flying by a punch. That's terrifying. He can dodge bullets. Old Wolf sat trembling in the car. Even as a top soldier, he was still just an ordinary person. But compared to Xiao Chen, he was nothing. This kind of person was a true beast among men. In the car, Songya's gaze towards Xiao Chen grew even brighter. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen was like a ghost. Soon, the 30-odd people lay on the ground groaning, several already silent. Turning his head, he glanced at Songya and Old Wolf in the car and waved to them. Mr. Xiao. Old Wolf looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression and said, What are your orders? You protect Songya and take her back. I'll handle these people. Xiao Chen pointed to the people on the ground and said, once we get back, you don't need to worry about them anymore. Okay. Hearing this, Old Wolf nodded and quickly got into the car. Can you handle this? Songya peeked out and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, this is a huge mess tonight. So many people, probably half of them are dead. She said, looking at Xiao Chen, the Wang family definitely won't let this go. Don't worry, it's all right. Xiao Chen replied. He was genuinely unafraid. He himself didn't know how powerful he was now. Unless they used heavy weapons, he wasn't worried at all. Besides, if the other side used heavy weapons, he could simply go to another dimension for a while. By the time he returned, everything would be over. Thinking this, he waved to Songya and Old Wolf. After watching them leave, Xiao Chen looked at the people on the ground. Most of them were dead instantly after his punch, and a few were lying on the ground groaning. He wasn't going to be polite to them. He went up and delivered another punch, and instantly, they were all dead too. He had killed over 30 people, yet Xiao Chen felt nothing. Sure enough, that evolution potion was no good. I can't feel anything at all now. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, then waved his hand, instantly storing the people and the car inside his spatial storage. As long as the people and the car were gone, what could they do even if they suspected him? Without evidence, he was fine. After finishing all this, he leisurely walked towards the city. However, before leaving, Xiao Chen glanced into the distance. Earlier, he had sensed someone spying on him and was about to take action, but after he crippled those people, the spy immediately left. It seemed that someone had come to test his abilities. He didn't know who it was, but he didn't mind if they relayed the information back. After all, if those people knew his abilities, they wouldn't bother him. He hadn't wanted to get involved in these things in the first place, but Songya had brought this trouble upon him. If the other party knew what was good for them, he wouldn't bother with them. Besides, it was precisely because he knew no one was watching that he had gathered all these people under his control. After Xiao Chen returned home, he received a call from Songya. "Are you all right?" Songya asked on the phone. "I'm fine, everything's been taken care of." Xiao Chen replied, "Don't worry. Those people will just disappear, they won't be found." Songya fell silent on the other end of the phone. She had witnessed Xiao Chen kill someone with her own eyes, and in such a short time, he had already cleaned everything up? This man had a terrifying force behind him. "I was worried Wang Huja would cause me trouble. Should I come to you?" Songya said on the other end of the phone, "Can I stay at your place tonight?" Ha! Hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned. This wasn't how things were going. He hadn't intended for Songya to stay over. But before he could speak, Songya hung up the phone. Chapter 26 Unapproachable. Xiao Chen opened the door and looked at Songya standing in front of the shop, his face full of helplessness. "You actually came?" Looking at Songya, Xiao Chen was speechless. He thought Songya was just joking, but he didn't expect this woman to actually come to his house. "I was worried," Songya said with a smile. "Anyway, you can fit in here." She was particularly curious about Xiao Chen now. Since she was sure she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, she might as well come and see what kind of person he was. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly upon hearing this. Then, he led Songya to the second floor. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. He stayed in one, and Xiao Chen had already tidied up the other 2, so he let Songya stay there as well. "You're just leaving like that?" Seeing Xiao Chen prepare to leave after arranging things for her, Songya's face still held a hint of grievance as she said, "Aren't you going to stay with me?" "Ha!" Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. "Aren't you going to sleep?" He didn't know why, but the woman in front of him was indeed very alluring. However, at this moment, this woman gave him the feeling, more like she wanted to pry into his secrets. Therefore, Xiao Chen decided to keep his distance. Now, he had money and ability, he couldn't possibly lack women. He couldn't just take every woman he saw. Besides, this woman didn't seem like a good person. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen decided to stay far away. At this moment, Xiao Chen went straight back to his room. Anyway, he couldn't afford to mess with Songya. What Xiao Chen didn't know was that at this moment, many people in the city were unable to sleep because of him. At the Wang family home, Wang Huja made countless phone calls, but none of them went through. Where have all these people gone? Wang Huja's face was extremely grim. He had sent out so many skilled men recruited by the Wang family over the years. It was practically the entire fighting force the Wang family could muster. Logically, sending out so many men all at once should have been a sure thing. No one could stop them. But now, these men seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how many calls he made, they were all out of service. This was the reason for his grim expression. "Young master." Just as Wang Huja's face reached its lowest point, someone rushed over, looked at him, and whispered, "Young master, Xiao Chen has returned. Not only has he returned home, but Songya has also moved into his house." Hearing this, Wang Huja's face darkened even further. "Find those useless trash for me," Wang Huja said viciously. He was barely containing his anger. He knew his group's capabilities all too well. They were only trying to capture Xiao Chen and Songya. Even if the other side had reinforcements, it was impossible for them to have failed to release a single person. This was too strange. At this moment, he was becoming increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, in a villa in the city, the man listened to his subordinate's report and nodded, saying, "Okay, I understand. Gu Yan's matter is settled for now. At least, we can't provoke Xiao Chen." The man paused for a moment before saying, "As for the Wang family and Xiao Chen, we don't need to concern ourselves with them. If Xiao Chen encounters any trouble, let me know, and I'll go see him." The man thought for a moment and then spoke. After listening to his subordinate's report, he understood that he couldn't afford to offend that person. Provoking such a person, even if he had the ability to kill him, the price was too high. If he couldn't kill him, and someone set their sights on him, he'd never have peace for the rest of his life. "Boss, I went back again later." The subordinate pondered for a moment and said, "That place is completely empty." "What do you mean?" The man was taken aback, asking with surprise in his eyes. "They've all vanished. Even the cars are gone. Even, the ground is several centimeters shallower." The subordinate whispered, "I was so scared I ran straight back." He was terrified. This was too bizarre. After witnessing Xiao Chen's actions, he returned immediately. After reporting, fearing Xiao Chen might still be there, he led his men to investigate again. He originally wanted to see how many of the Wang family's bodyguards were still alive, but when they arrived, they found they were all gone. In such a short time, everyone was gone, and Xiao Chen had already returned to his shop. Just thinking about it made him tremble. So, the other side definitely still has men nearby, a whole group. And they evaded all detection, silently removing all the bodies? The man took a deep breath and asked. I think so. The subordinate whispered, I suspect there's a mysterious force behind Xiao Chen, a terrifying one. The other party's situation is unclear, but they're definitely not ordinary people. And Xiao Chen is probably their chosen representative. The subordinate lowered his voice further. A while ago, he went overseas and brought back over $1 billion in cash, all in his accounts. Hearing this, the man was silent for a moment before saying, keep a close eye on Xiao Chen, but, whatever you do, don't provoke him. He was also somewhat apprehensive. After Guyan's death, he had actually considered causing trouble for Xiao Chen. After all, Guyan was his chosen representative. In a sense, Guyan was working for him, and Guyan had just provoked Xiao Chen and then disappeared. Plus, Xiao Chen had already made a move once before. Wasn't that how the village chief and his son were crippled? Therefore, he had already identified the suspect, but he didn't dare to act. It was all too bizarre. Now, he was thankful he hadn't acted, otherwise, he might have been the one who disappeared. As for the so-called disappearance, he didn't even need to think about it. The person was definitely dead, utterly and completely dead. This kind of person was terrifying. It's been so many years since I've encountered such a madman. The man was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, don't go causing me trouble. I don't want to die. Having reached his position, he was even more afraid of death. If someone set their sights on him, he didn't know if he could handle it. It was better to have a proper talk with the other party. If Xiao Chen could be used by him, that would be even better. As for the Wang family, what did their lives have to do with him? Even if the Wang family members died, it wouldn't concern him. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at the woman in the thin nightgown before him, his face full of helplessness. President Song, what are you doing? He looked at this woman who had barged into his room and asked with a hint of coldness, if President Song has something to say, she should just say it. Chapter 27 Songya's Trouble. All right. Songya looked at the man before her and said helplessly, I need money, a lot of money. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at Songya. He hadn't expected that this woman was actually after his money. He had initially thought she had ulterior motives, but it turned out it was for this reason. At this moment, Xiao Chen also showed a helpless expression and asked, how much do you need? You know, I run Jin Yutang. Besides Jin Yutang, I have quite a few other assets under my name. My finances were already quite tight. Now, having offended the Wang family, it will definitely be even harder for me to get financing. She looked at Xiao Chen and said helplessly, so, you've set your sights on me? Xiao Chen asked helplessly. I'm in the antique and gold and silver business. The cost of those things is what it is. Songya said helplessly, besides, you know how much gold I've bought from you recently. I'm under a lot of financial pressure right now. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, for someone like Songya, this amount of money shouldn't be a big deal. I made an investment before, and it won't be easy to recoup my investment quickly. Also, I tried to borrow money from the bank, but Wang Hujia blocked it. He said that if I don't agree, I won't get a single penny. So, I'm currently short at least 1 billion. Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya spoke directly. Xiao Chen, you're willing to help me, right? Looking at the woman in front of him, Xiao Chen asked helplessly, President Song, what makes you think that you can just tell me this and I'll spend 1 billion on you? Xiao Chen wasn't out of his mind. Even if he got this 1 billion from Gu Ming, giving it away all at once still hurt his feelings. A man spending 1 billion on me with just a few words? Is that even possible? Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Chen decided to ignore Songya. After all, Songya wanted to extract benefits from him with just a few words. Even if he wanted to cooperate with her, it was impossible. At worst, he could simply stop playing along with Songya and leave to continue elsewhere. Anyway, he had 2 escape routes, changing locations and starting over was easy. Songya gritted her teeth, she understood this too. Even though her relationship with Xiao Chen was good now, asking him for 10 billion yuan in one go seemed outrageous to her. Songya suddenly looked up at Xiao Chen and said, I'll give myself to you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned, then carefully looked at the woman before him. He had to admit, this woman was incredibly alluring. Especially now, looking at him with those watery eyes, she was captivating. But even that wasn't worth 10 billion yuan. How much is 10 billion yuan? Before acquiring the interdimensional purchasing system, I could never have earned this much in 10 lifetimes, or even 20. You know the value of my Jin Yutang. Consider this an investment in my Jin Yutang 1 billion, you own 40%, plus me. At this moment, Songya looked at Xiao Chen seriously and said, since you've already made up your mind, then, why didn't you agree to Wang Hujia's offer? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. Do you think just anyone can get me? Songya rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen, then said softly, I'm not from this city, and I have some troubles that the Wang family can't handle. After saying this, she fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen. The Wang family can't handle it, but I can? Xiao Chen asked somewhat helplessly, but a hint of curiosity lingered in his heart. A problem that even the richest man couldn't handle, yet she thought she could solve it? You're different. Sonia was silent for a moment before saying, at least, you're very capable. Besides, you're not afraid of the Wang family. I don't know how powerful your backing is, but at least you have a chance. Sonia raised her head, looking at Xiao Chen, and said, do you know? After we left, I had old Wolf go back to the scene again. The people were gone, the car was gone, everything was gone. As she said this, her gaze was intense as she looked at Xiao Chen, saying, in other words, you have a very powerful force behind you. At least, those people can clean up all the mess in a short time. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood, this was why Sonia had approached him. What if I told you it was just me alone? Xiao Chen looked at Sonia and asked with a smile. Sonia was taken aback, then smiled and said, there's nothing I can do about that. Actually, I still have a lot of feelings for you. As she spoke, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen's neck and kissed him directly. Neither Guyan nor Wang Hujia appeal to me, but I've fallen for you. Savoring the sweet taste in his mouth and gazing at the woman before him, it would be a lie to say Xiao Chen wasn't tempted. The desire deep within him surged even stronger. Xiao Chen quickly grabbed the woman, tossed her onto the bed, and pounced on her. The moonlight was like water, filling the room with the warmth of spring. Afterwards, Xiao Chen looked at the woman lying in his arms and rubbed his head. Especially seeing the crimson stain beneath her, he was somewhat at a loss. Is this woman a virgin? No matter how hard Xiao Chen thought about it, he couldn't understand. After all, Sonia's age and alluring appearance didn't seem like that of a virgin at all. But things were just that strange. Thinking for a moment, he contacted Gu Ming in his mind. He didn't know Sonia's background, but Gu Ming might know a little. After all, even though he was killed by Guyan, this guy was still one of the top second-generation rich kids in Yun City back in the day. If he hadn't been killed by Guyan, this guy would have been the one taking over his father's territory. Boss, you wanted to see me? Gu Ming asked directly, is there something you need? I need to ask you something. Hearing this, Xiao Chen said, do you know Sonia? Wow, that woman is something else. She's incredibly beautiful. Gu Ming said immediately, my cousin is keeping an eye on her. Do you know her background? Hearing this, Xiao Chen asked. I don't know. A few years ago, when she appeared in Yunchenj, she only had one bodyguard. But this woman is rich. She quickly opened Jin Yutang and then moved among Yunchenj's wealthy circles. However, that woman is quite shrewd. Many wealthy people were watching her, but she avoided them all. My dad seems to have said that woman is a bit troublesome. Gu Ming on the other end said, she should be related to the Gu family in the provincial capital. Chapter 28 Background. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The Gu family? He asked curiously, what connections do they have? You don't know? The richest family in the entire province. Gu Ming was stunned. I don't know. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, you'd better explain clearly. All right. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Ming immediately said, just remember, the Gu family is not to be trifled with. Back then, my dad had quite a few men under him, but he didn't dare touch the Gu family. My dad told me, I can play around with women, but I can't mess with that Sonia. My cousin doesn't know. I heard he tried to seduce Sonia, and after all these years, he probably didn't succeed. Gu Ming chuckled and said, boss, why are you suddenly asking this? You wouldn't be with that woman. Sort of. Xiao Chen replied. Boss is still the best. Gu Ming flattered, boss, don't worry. Before, you definitely wouldn't have been able to mess with us, but now, you have spatial abilities. They can't beat you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, alright, I got it. Also, boss, send me more food in a couple of days. I'm running low on supplies. Gu Ming said helplessly, you don't know, I now control 6 outposts and have countless men. Only my trusted confidants eat what you provide, and even then, it's still quite taxing. Alright, I got it. Xiao Chen nodded. After losing contact with Gu Ming, he looked at Sonia in his arms. At that moment, Sonia seemed to sense something, raising her head and meeting Xiao Chen's gaze. What's your relationship with the Gu family? Xiao Chen asked. Hearing this, Sonia was stunned, then her face filled with disbelief. Her eyes widened. She was certain Xiao Chen hadn't known anything when she spoke to him, but in such a short time, he found out. This didn't necessarily mean the person behind this person had immense power. Now, she looked at Xiao Chen with a broad smile. She wasn't worried anymore. Speaking of which, my relationship with the Gu family is quite special. Sonia leaned against Xiao Chen's chest and said, do you know? I'm practically a member of the Gu family. Even Xiao Chen was stunned by this answer. He looked at Sonia, gesturing for her to continue. Gu Mingrui, the eldest son of the Gu family, my husband, is dead. Sonia said calmly, we were betrothed since childhood. Back then, the Gu family knew he was dying, but they insisted on a marriage to ward off bad luck, forcing me into the Gu family. My parents didn't dare to resist at all, they just sent me there. At this point, Xiao Chen looked at Songya, whose eyes were filled with anger, and said, "The day I was sent to the Gu family, Gu Mingrui died." Xiao Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. He truly didn't know there was such a part. Then, those guys said I was unlucky and kicked me out. They even said that no one could control me. Our Song family directly announced that they were severing ties with me. Songya sighed. Besides, the Gu family told me that I'm Gu Mingrui's person for life. If anyone touches me, they'll kill them. After saying this, she looked up at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smirked. Gu Yan and Wang Hujia don't know. How could they know? Since I came here, none of them know about my relationship with the Gu family. The Gu family is powerful, but they can't control everything. Yunqing and the provincial capital are too far apart, they can't keep an eye on things every day. But sooner or later, they will find out. Songya said softly, "Now you've touched me." Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at the woman before him and shook his head. So, from the beginning, this woman's goal was to be bound to him. She couldn't defy the Gu family, and she knew the Gu family would definitely be watching her. But she didn't want to accept her fate, believing she could fight the Gu family, so she came to him. "Xiao Chen, believe it or not, you're the only person who has ever moved my heart all these years." Songya looked at Xiao Chen earnestly and said, "Besides, you have the ability to help me solve this problem." Looking at the woman before him, Xiao Chen sighed and said, "Okay, I understand. Here you go." Saying this, he casually handed Songya the card on the bedside table, saying, "It's yours." He had only had the card for less than 5 days before handing it over. "Give it all to me?" Songya was taken aback, then her eyes lit up as she looked at Xiao Chen. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "The Gu family's trouble, how about I just go and kill them all?" He was afraid of trouble. If they kept coming to cause him trouble, it was better to be direct. He would go to the provincial capital, do the same thing, and kill them one by one. "I know your abilities, but have you considered this?" Hearing this, Songya said helplessly, "Even if you can make them disappear, you've already used those methods so many times. I don't know how many methods you have, but targeting the Gu family and targeting Gu Yan are completely different things. The Gu family has powerful backers, they can't just ignore it. In that case, you'll cause panic, and even the authorities might be watching you," she said helplessly. "So we can only wait for them to come after us? Surrender without resistance?" Xiao Chen asked calmly. "Even if they come after us, they can only use some underhanded methods. Are you afraid?" Songya asked curiously. "If that's all, it's probably okay," Xiao Chen said. At this moment, he realized that he wasn't as carefree as he had imagined. In the city, he was practically a superhero now, but he couldn't possibly go against the authorities. After all, if he really angered them, who knew what level of technology they had reached? What if they had some other means to deal with him? Having figured this out, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. "Don't worry, the Gu family isn't as powerful as you think. At most, they'll just send more people to capture me. You should be able to handle that." Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya spoke softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. If that were all, he really wouldn't be worried. The two hugged and talked for a while, when Xiao Chen heard a rapid ringing of the phone. "It's Lao Lang calling." Songya took the phone, frowned slightly, and her expression immediately turned grim after answering. Wang Hujia called the police. Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya said with a grim expression, "So many of his bodyguards are missing, and he says you did it." Chapter 29 Chu Qingyu. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this and asked, "So, are you sure those people can't be found?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya asked curiously. Xiao Chen nodded. Those things were all in his own space, there was no way they could appear outside. "Then it's all right." Hearing this, Songya nodded and said, "I'll go with you, don't worry. It'll be fine." As they were talking, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Chen opened the door and, sure enough, a group of people were already standing there. They were staring at Xiao Chen and Songya. "Mr. Xiao Chen, please come back with us to assist in the investigation." Looking at these people, Xiao Chen nodded. He knew that Wang Hujia was investigating him. However, Xiao Chen wasn't worried at all. After he went back with these people, Songya followed. "Mr. Xiao, someone reported that over 30 people have gone missing, and it's related to you." In the interrogation room, the lead police officer looked at Xiao Chen and said sternly, "Do you think that's possible?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "I'm just an ordinary supermarket owner. Could I really do this?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the officer's expressions darkened. They had actually been investigating Xiao Chen for some time, but they were still unsure of what to do, mainly because this man was somewhat strange. From the village chief's family incident to Guyan, and now Wang Hujia's bodyguards, anyone who had opposed him had met with misfortune. This was what troubled them the most. At this moment, they looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of helplessness on their faces. but if you asked for any evidence, there was none. Right now, they didn't even know where Guyen was. Just as the officers were about to ask more questions, the door opened, and Xiao Chen saw a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses walk in. The woman was looking at Xiao Chen with her eyes. Her eyes held a scrutinizing gaze. Xiao Chen looked back at her, and instinctively, he sensed a hint of threat. Although fleeting, Xiao Chen could still feel that this woman posed a threat to him. This surprised Xiao Chen. His current physique and strength were far beyond what an ordinary person could give him. Even Songya's bodyguard, Old Wolf, was easy for Xiao Chen to handle. "I'm taking this person away." The woman flashed her identification. The moment they saw it, the group nodded immediately, without a word. "Get up, come with me." The woman walked up to Xiao Chen and said, "Let's talk somewhere else." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining silent. He knew that now he had no choice but to comply. Following the woman out of the police station, he saw Songya. "Go back and wait for me." Xiao Chen gave Songya a look, then got into the woman's car. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Qingyu." Chu Qingyu turned to look at Xiao Chen and said, "Mr. Xiao, we've been watching you for a long time. Is that so?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "May I ask who you are?" "You just need to know that we've come to you with sincerity." Chu Qingyu thought for a moment and said, "We and Mr. Xiao are not enemies. That's for the best." Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this, then fell silent. He sensed that this woman was not simple, saying more would only reveal more of her true nature. Since that was the case, then, it was best to remain silent. The system was his greatest secret. If others found out, then, his troubles would definitely be much greater. He still wanted to survive on Earth. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Chu Qingyu smiled faintly. She understood that Xiao Chen was definitely wary of her. However, regardless, the fact that she was willing to talk was a good start. Therefore, Chu Qingyu didn't speak either, but looked at Xiao Chen with interest and said, "Mr. Xiao, I'm very curious, how did those people disappear?" As she said this, her gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen didn't answer her at all. Instead, he looked at her and said, "Who? How would I know how they disappeared?" Chu Qingyu's eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen. Then, she smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Xiao, do you know? I have an ability to read people's emotions. At least, you just lied." Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then said calmly, "Then where do you think those people went?" "I don't know, that's why I'm asking you." Chu Qingyu said, "You don't need to be so hostile towards me. In some ways, we might be the same kind of people." She looked at Xiao Chen as she said this. Then, she fell silent. Xiao Chen's eyes had become more serious. He could clearly feel that when Chu Qingyu said they were the same kind of people, in that instant, he actually sensed the aura emanating from her. Although it was certainly incomparable to his own, there was still a kind of pressure. When the car arrived at a factory area, Xiao Chen was asked to get out. Looking at the factory buildings before him, he frowned slightly. The surroundings were empty, almost deserted. Apart from Chu Qingyu, there wasn't a soul in sight. The next moment, a sense of crisis swept over him. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He quickly turned his head and saw Chu Qingyu, who had somehow drawn a knife, smiling at him. "Mr. Xiao, I want to test your skills." As she spoke, she slashed the knife directly at Xiao Chen. The instant the knife struck, Xiao Chen even saw a blade of light flash towards him. Almost instinctively, Xiao Chen swiftly dodged the blade. At the same time, as the blade of light passed, a huge gash was sliced through the stone pillar behind him. His expression changed. "What do you want to do?" Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. For the first time, he felt threatened. Chu Qingyu didn't speak, but instead lunged forward, attacking Xiao Chen. As her blade slashed at him again, Xiao Chen reacted with lightning speed, reaching her instantly and delivering a punch to her face. Of course, his punch was easily dodged by her. At that moment, Chu Qingyu smiled and charged towards Xiao Chen, unleashing a series of sword strikes. Xiao Chen could only dodge rapidly, but at this moment, he didn't even dare use his special ability. He could tell that this woman was using real martial arts, not some kind of superpower. If he used his ability, he would be exposed. Besides, while the woman's sword strikes looked intimidating, their destructive power was less than that of a pistol. Chapter 30 Special Operations Group. Chu Qingyu and Xiao Chen fought for a long time, a full half hour. She was the one doing most of the attacks, while Xiao Chen only dodged. Moreover, during the fight, she noticed something. Her opponent didn't understand any fighting techniques at all. He was relying solely on instinct and brute force to fight her, yet he wasn't at a disadvantage. That instinct was terrifying. In fact, Chu Qingyu noticed that by now she was already panting heavily, but her opponent showed no reaction whatsoever. "Aren't you tired?" Chu Qingyu took a deep breath and asked Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "At least not now. I'm not fighting anymore." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu reluctantly gave up. After sheathing her sword, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, Gu Yan and the others are all dead, right? Xiao Chen didn't speak, but instead narrowed his eyes at Chu Qingyu. Let me introduce myself, Chu Qingyu, from the official Special Affairs Unit. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu spoke. So, you're here to arrest me. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at her and asked calmly. If that were truly the case, he feared he couldn't stay in the country and would have no choice but to flee overseas. No, quite the opposite, I'm here to invite you. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu smiled and said, to invite you to join. As she said this, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, once you join, none of those things matter. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, after all, the other party deserved to die, didn't they? Aren't you affiliated with the government? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, my past actions? After all, they're not good people. If you harm good people, we'll definitely intervene. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu said calmly, Mr. Xiao, what do you think? Once you join, then, we can help you cover up all those things that happened before. What price do I need to pay? Or rather, what do I need to do? Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at her and asked. He didn't believe that he would do nothing after joining. We'll only investigate special cases, or rather, track down those who enter our country to cause damage. If there's a mission, you'll have to participate. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu said, how about it? Can I refuse? Xiao Chen looked at her and asked. He really didn't want to join them, after all, he had his own matters to attend to. Why? Hearing this, Chu Qingyu frowned slightly and said, with your abilities, joining us is the best way. Moreover, we won't restrict your freedom. You can do whatever you want. We'll only ask you to do things when we need you, almost twice a year, or even less. Furthermore, joining us will at least make things much easier for you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu said, I also know about your affair with Songya. With our connections, you don't need to worry about them pressuring you through official channels. It's entirely beneficial for you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then said, alright, I'll only intervene twice a year at most. I'll handle the rest myself. Xiao Chen looked at her as he spoke. He thought about it, and it seemed that was indeed possible. After all, having this identity would certainly make things much easier for him. Situations like being invited for tea today would basically disappear. That's fine. Chu Qingyu smiled upon hearing this. I'm quite curious, how did you train? Your instinctive reactions are incredibly fast, you're very strong, and your overall strength is formidable, but you don't understand any techniques at all, you just rely on brute force. She said, looking at Xiao Chen with curiosity. The current Xiao Chen was like those characters in martial arts dramas who possess immense internal energy but don't know how to use it. It's innate. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu was taken aback but didn't say anything more. Everyone who joins them has secrets, and prying into someone else's secrets is never a good thing. The official formation of a special operations team, to put it bluntly, is to manage them, and even, to deal with those who cause significant damage. Alright, in that case, I won't ask any more. Chu Qingyu nodded, looking at Xiao Chen, and said, Mr. Xiao, here are your identification documents, I've already prepared them. Also, this is my number. She handed Xiao Chen a business card, saying, you can contact me in the future. There are only 2 of us in this special operations team in this province, you and me. She looked at Xiao Chen smugly. 2. Xiao Chen was stunned, his face full of surprise. You think there are many people like you and me? Chu Qingyu said helplessly, there might be more in Shengjing and Haikan, but in other places, there aren't many. After all, people like us are almost extinct. She said with a wry smile, I only heard about you by chance, so I came here to see. Luckily I came. As she spoke, she looked carefully at Xiao Chen and said, otherwise, I really would have missed you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Indeed, in modern society, he had seen people who could fight, but he had never seen anyone like Chu Qingyu who could unleash a blade of light. Alright, I'm usually in the provincial capital. If you need anything, just let me know. If anything happens in the province, I'll ask you for help. After saying this, she turned and left. Xiao Chen watched the woman get into the car and drive away, and he was immediately stunned. He turned his head and glanced behind him, an abandoned factory building, surrounded by desolate wilderness. He was abandoned here by this woman? Damn it, they fought me and just dumped me in the wilderness. Xiao Chen was speechless, but helpless. He could only walk back into the city. He glanced at the identification in his hand. Special Operations Team, number 88. He didn't know what this number represented, perhaps it represented the number of people. If that was the case, it meant there were over 80 people like Chu Qingyu in the country. He wondered about their capabilities. I was too arrogant before, thinking I was some kind of Superman. Xiao Chen sighed. Although he didn't use his special abilities when facing Chu Qingyu, he knew she was no ordinary opponent. He could handle Chu Qingyu alone, and even, if he used his abilities, he could defeat her instantly. However, he didn't know if there were any more troublesome individuals among the remaining people. What if? they could cause him harm. Therefore, he needed to play it safe in the future. He called Old Wolf to come pick him up, and then Xiao Chen started thinking about how to improve his strength. Chapter 31 Go Find Gu Ming. Xiao Chen knew his own limitations. He now possessed the multiverse purchasing system. For others, increasing their strength was incredibly difficult, but for him, it was simply a matter of getting a few potions from the apocalyptic world and drinking them. Thinking this, he immediately contacted Gu Ming. Do you have any more potions? Xiao Chen asked directly. I need to increase my strength. Brother, you should come to me first. Gu Ming said helplessly. Do you think potions are something you can just drink casually? At least, after one bottle of intermediate level potion, you can only drink one more at most, after which it will be completely ineffective. Besides, I need to see what level your strength has reached. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen was stunned. He thought that as long as he had potions, it would be enough. It seemed that wasn't the case. However, thinking about it, it made sense. After all, in the apocalyptic world, if having potions was all it took, it would be far too easy. Okay, I'll have everything ready for you in a couple of days. Xiao Chen said directly upon hearing this. After saying this, he cut off contact with Gu Ming. Old Wolf's car had already arrived. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Wolf asked, Mr. Xiao, that woman. It's all right. Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, Don't worry. She came to ask me for a favor. Good. Hearing this, Old Wolf didn't ask any further. A woman who could go to the police station and bring someone out was not someone he could afford to offend. So, at this point, he could only put the matter aside. Then, he took Xiao Chen back to Xiao Chen's place. Sonia was already waiting for Xiao Chen there. Seeing Xiao Chen return, Sonia finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'll be gone for a few days. Be careful these few days. He looked at Sonia and said. Ever since Chu Qingyu appeared, Xiao Chen had felt a sense of crisis. At least, this woman had the ability to harm him, albeit not by much. However, he always had to be careful whenever someone like that appeared. Therefore, at this point, Xiao Chen naturally needed to worry about what would happen to him next. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen looked directly at Sonia and said, The authorities shouldn't be targeting me anymore. As for Wang Hujia, from now on, you just need to be careful dealing with him. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Sonia smiled and said, He doesn't have many tricks up his sleeve now. The Wang family is wealthy, but relatively wealthy. Yunchinj is a small city, and the Wang family's wealth is probably around 10 billion. This is the amount accumulated by 3 generations of the Wang family. Moreover, most of this money is in real estate. If converted into cash, the Wang family might not even be able to come up with as much as Xiao Chen had given them. Relying on that money to target her is simply not enough. Therefore, Sonia wasn't in a hurry. Hearing Sonia's words, Xiao Chen nodded and said, When I come back, I'll bring you lots of gold. Okay. Sonia's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. She didn't ask any further questions. She knew that Xiao Chen must have gone out on important business. Since that was the case, there was no need to ask anymore. Afterwards, Xiao Chen personally escorted Sonia and Old Wolf away. Only after watching them leave did he contact Gu Ming. He asked Gu Ming to place an order, then went straight into the warehouse, ignoring everything else, and stuffed all the pre-prepared food into his spatial storage. Xiao Chen's current storage space was almost full. Glancing at the corpses in the corner, Xiao Chen frowned. He would deal with them when he got to Gu Ming's place. A flash of light, and Xiao Chen appeared before Gu Ming. At this moment, he was stunned by the scene before Gu Ming. The area where Gu Ming had been before resembled an abandoned factory, surrounded by tin-roofed shacks. But now, what Xiao Chen saw was somewhat resembling a city. Looking up, a huge sun shone in the sky, and the distant desert was clearly visible. But above this small city was a massive spatial shield. He wrapped it up inside, and inside, he didn't feel particularly hot. Brother, how's it? Pretty good territory, right? Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming said directly, Now, this is all my territory. Hee, you don't know, with the food you gave me, I recruited a bunch of high-level ability users. Gu Ming's eyes lit up as he said this. High-level ability users? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, How are ability users classified? Low, mid, and high. Gu Ming said, I'm high-level, but judging from your current strength, you've just reached the mid-level ability user level. Saying this, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Why don't you try attacking me? Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and then quickly rushed towards Gu Ming. His fist slammed directly towards Gu Ming's cheek. But the next moment, he saw Gu Ming simply turn his head to the side, dodging his punch. Having dodged the punch, Gu Ming casually delivered a whip kick to Xiao Chen. The next second, the whip kick slammed into Xiao Chen with a loud thud. Xiao Chen's body was sent flying. Lying on the ground, feeling the pain, Xiao Chen took a deep breath before standing up. Ability users are also those whose bodies have been modified by drugs. My ability is to enhance my physical body, so my ability is actually more suitable for combat. Gu Ming helped Xiao Chen up, saying, "Brother, you have the ability, but you don't know how to fight." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He indeed didn't know how to fight. Also, this is a bottle of intermediate grade potion, but I don't recommend you drink it now. Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming said, "Your body might not have fully digested the previous potions yet. Wait a while before drinking it." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and took the bottle of potion. "As for high-grade potions, I don't have any right now, but now that your food has arrived, I should be able to exchange it for some high-grade potions." Saying this, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Brother, how much food did you bring?" He looked at Xiao Chen expectantly, his face full of excitement, and said, "I'm short of food right now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and in the next instant, a large area appeared on the ground, with a large amount of grain rolling down. Gu Ming also saw several vehicles and the corpses inside. Turning to Xiao Chen, he asked, "Brother, I don't eat people. You killed a few people, you have to dispose of the evidence." Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. "All right, I'll take care of it for you." Gu Ming nodded. In the apocalyptic world, he had seen countless corpses and felt nothing for them. Chapter 32 Xiao, brother, need help. Over the next few days, Gu Ming showed Xiao Chen around his base and introduced him to his subordinates. Those men knew that Xiao Chen was the one trading grain with Gu Ming, and they treated him with exceptional respect. Even if his strength was lacking, they were certain his connections were extraordinary. Moreover, in this world, to be able to obtain so much grain, they simply couldn't believe Xiao Chen didn't have a powerful background. Xiao Chen, meanwhile, stayed there contentedly, learning combat experience from Gu Ming. Gu Ming taught him quite a bit. After drinking the potion, his brain had been enhanced, so he learned everything quickly. Now, Xiao Chen had gradually mastered some combat techniques. Unfortunately, what we have are really just some basic fighting techniques, nothing more. Gu Ming said, looking at Xiao Chen. In the post-apocalyptic world, civilization had been disrupted. The combat techniques they possessed were mostly learned in battle, and in essence, they weren't particularly advanced. Xiao Chen also noticed that it was all about the application of strength and instinctive fighting methods. While slightly more advanced than his own before, that was about it. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen felt a little helpless. Brother Xiao, requesting backup. Just as he was talking to Gu Ming, Xiao's voice echoed in his mind. What happened? Hearing Xiao's words, Xiao Chen was somewhat exasperated. He had given this guy a lot of good stuff, so many firearms, he shouldn't be in any trouble. Why was he requesting backup? Brother, I've already reached the capital, but I've run into a really awkward problem. My tank's out of gas, and the weapons you gave me are out of bullets. Over there, Xiao said helplessly, although I still have some fighting power, the enemy has several grandmasters under their command. I can't handle them. Grandmasters? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Isn't that an ancient world? Brother, you don't think there aren't any experts in the ancient world, do you? My world is more like a martial arts world, there are quite a few experts. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Okay, wait for me, I'm coming to find you right now. He realized he seemed to have fallen into a trap. Gu Ming was evolving his physical body and abilities, but his combat skills weren't high. However, Xiao had experts. Going there to train for a while, that made sense, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen stood up and looked at Gu Ming, saying, "Your technology must be advanced. Do you have any firearms?" "Yes, we do, but they're not what you expect." He thought for a moment, then had his men bring over a batch of weapons. Looking at these strangely shaped weapons, which even Xiao Chen himself didn't recognize, he was stunned. These things are actually more like electromagnetic cannons. Gu Ming took out a weapon resembling a cannon barrel and said, "They're solar-powered. They can be fully charged after being exposed to the sun for a day. They have decent destructive power, capable of causing widespread damage. However, the only drawback is the limited number of uses. Basically, a full charge allows for 5 shots. Then, it'll be unusable after a maximum of 60 uses." He pointed to the electromagnetic cannon in front of him, adding, "Also, this is a laser gun that fires lasers, more advanced than a pistol, and it's solar-powered." Hearing Gu Ming's explanation, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. With these gadgets, who would bother buying weapons overseas? They could just get them from this kid. "Okay, I'll take them," Xiao Chen immediately said. He wasn't going to stand on ceremony with Gu Ming. "Alright, these are just small gadgets. In the post-apocalyptic world, if your physical body is strong enough, these are only good for dealing with small fry." Gu Ming sighed. Right now, everyone's focused on developing those potions to make themselves stronger. As for anything else, nobody cares anymore. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood that even if he were shot, it wouldn't cause much damage. In this era, firearms were essentially obsolete. Holding the toy Gu Ming had mentioned, he immediately took his leave. Of course, he also took a batch of gold with him. This time, Gu Ming gave a considerable amount of full 300 jin, approximately 150 kilograms, of gold, worth nearly 100 million. However, when Xiao Chen returned to the real world, he glanced at the gold in his spatial storage and was immediately speechless. The dam system had taken half of it. Not only that, even the firearms he had brought from there were half gone. At this moment, Xiao Chen was utterly speechless. "Your commission is too ruthless," Xiao Chen said helplessly to the system. "Host has completed the transaction and will receive dimensional value, unlocking the next dimension." The system notification sounded in his mind, and Xiao Chen fell silent. He had already unlocked 2 dimensions, and the benefits were self-evident. If he unlocked another dimension, who knew what it would be? As long as the unlocked dimension was high level enough, then, the benefits he could obtain would be even greater. "Alright, understood." Xiao Chen didn't speak, but immediately chose to continue teleporting. The next moment, he appeared before Xiao. In this ancient world, below the capital city, many were stunned when they saw someone suddenly appear on the battlefield. On Xiao's side, seeing Xiao Chen appear, the people were immediately excited. "Greetings, immortal." Many even knelt on the ground, their faces filled with excitement. They all knew that this person was their 4th prince's elder brother, the Celestial Lord. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw Xiao. At this moment, Xiao suddenly shouted at Xiao Chen, "Brother, be careful." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was startled, and then a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. A sharp arrow came from the city wall, carrying a violent blast of air, shooting directly towards Xiao Chen's heart. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's expression changed, and instantly, he activated teleportation. The next moment, his body appeared 50 meters away. The arrow pierced the ground, instantly blasting open a large area. It even blasted a hole in the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's face was still filled with surprise. He turned his head and looked up. On the city wall, an old man was also looking at Xiao Chen with a shocked expression. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen quickly walked to Xiao's side and asked. The power of this arrow is no less than the damage caused by a pistol. This was the first time he had truly experienced his opponent's strength, and it indeed astonished him. "You don't know, this is internal energy." Upon hearing this, Xiao said, "Internal energy forming an arrow, such destructive power is normal." Chapter 33 has something special. Xiao Chen looked at the figure not far away, and the other person was also looking at Xiao Chen. "What level of expert is this?" Xiao Chen pointed at the figure and asked. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao thought for a moment and said, "A disciple of a grandmaster should be considered first-rate. The opponent's skill is considerable. At their level, they are actually quite difficult to kill." Speaking of which, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother, did you bring anything?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a large number of weapons immediately appeared on the ground. Looking at these things, Xiao was stunned. "Brother, these things don't look legitimate at all." Xiao looked at Xiao Chen and said helplessly, "We're from the same year, right? Tell me, after I transmigrated, this world has become like this." These things in front of him looked more like toys from an anime, not weapons. Hearing this, Xiao Chen picked up the magnetic cannon in his hand and aimed it at the distant city wall. The next moment, a massive burst of light and magnetic energy erupted, blasting a vast area in front of them with a deafening roar. Seeing this, Xiao beside him gaped, mouth agape. He couldn't understand why this world had become like this. He and Xiao Chen were from the same era. Are they real? He looked at Xiao Chen, his face filled with shock. "What's so strange about this?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "A product of the apocalyptic world." Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Xiao was incredibly excited. He grabbed an electromagnetic cannon and fired directly at the city gate. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive city gate instantly shattered into pieces. This scene caused a series of gasps of astonishment from Xiao's men. Their gazes towards Xiao Chen grew even more respectful. After all, only after this immortal lord appeared had such a change occurred. "Brothers, charge in." Xiao, a burly general, immediately drew his sword and shouted excitedly. The next moment, he led his army forward. Xiao Chen, watching the scene before him, said, Let's go in and take a look." He was actually curious about that grandmaster. After all, if this was an ancient martial arts world, how destructive would he be? That was what he wanted to see. Hearing this, Xiao hurriedly nodded and pulled Xiao Chen along. He and Xiao Chen each carried a magnetic cannon, and the accompanying guards were also equipped with such devices. "Brother, this thing is really useful." Xiao looked at the device in his hand and asked, "What does this thing use to charge?" "Solar energy." Xiao Chen pointed to the blazing sun in the sky and said, "However, it has a limited number of uses." "Alright, after I occupy the Imperial City, I'll seal these things away for now," Xiao said with a smile. "I'll definitely need it again later." As he spoke, he looked at the imperial city before him and said, "Brother, you don't know, this ancient world is quite large. My country is at best a small one, and there are many powerful empires eyeing us from the outside. When the time comes, I'll still need to fight my way through them." As he spoke, his gaze burned as he looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "When the time comes, equip me with plenty of weapons, okay? Don't worry, I know what you want." He pointed behind him, saying, "It's already prepared a cartload of gold." Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at the cart behind him, then waved his hand, and the cart vanished. Seeing this, the group of guards beside Xiao widened their eyes in astonishment. They stared at the immortal before them. Indeed, only an immortal could possess such power. As the army stormed into the imperial city, Xiao Chen and Xiao followed leisurely behind. Soon, a subordinate rushed in to report that the emperor was seated high above the palace gates. When Xiao Chen and Xiao arrived at the palace gates, they saw the emperor. Xiao Chen glanced at him. This man really did bear a resemblance to Xiao. However, the other man's gaze was much darker, unlike Xiao's. "Fourth brother, you traitorous rebel." Staring at Xiao, the emperor said with a grim face, "You think you can become emperor just by storming the palace? I never wanted this position in the first place." Hearing this, Xiao coldly looked at the other man and said, "Elder brother, you're too impatient. You want to kill me, so I have no choice but to rebel. You are the immortal lord they speak of?" Suddenly, the man stared at Xiao Chen and asked, "I may grant you the position of imperial preceptor, and allow you to build temples for the immortal lord throughout the country, offering incense and prayers. Is the immortal lord willing to help me?" Hearing the other man's words, Xiao Chen smiled, without even answering. "Is this what he wants?" Seeing Xiao Chen remain unmoved, the other man's eyes deepened, and he coldly asked, "What does this mean, immortal lord? Are you also going to help this traitor? To be despised by the world?" Hearing this, Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Boss, you still don't understand. If I were a traitor, why do you think I have so many men under my command?" He looked at the other man and said, "Now, your power is gone." Hearing this, the emperor's face darkened, and he stared at Xiao Chen, saying, "Immortal lord, I am willing to share the world with you. Are you willing to help me?" Xiao Chen shook his head. This man had truly gone mad. Even now, he was still trying to win him over. Even the capital had been breached. Who would help him now? Seeing that Xiao Chen remained silent, the other man's eyes darkened. Xiao Chen glanced at the old eunuch behind him and asked, "That man is the Grandmaster?" "Yes." Xiao nodded. Then, Xiao Chen looked at him and smiled, saying, "I came here to see the Grandmaster's abilities. How about a fight?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the eunuch frowned slightly, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Immortal Lord's magic is boundless, I've already witnessed it. I'm no match for you." Previously, Xiao Chen's 2 electromagnetic cannon shots outside the city had completely shattered this Grandmaster's arrogance. He was confident he could never unleash such power. Therefore, at this moment, he had backed down. "I won't use magic, I just want to test your skills." Xiao Chen stared at his opponent and spoke. The next moment, he appeared before the old eunuch, throwing a punch at him. The old eunuch's expression changed. He raised his hand to take Xiao Chen's punch head-on. "Eh?" The old eunuch let out a soft exclamation. The punch wasn't as powerful as he had expected. Although it still possessed terrifying force, he had easily neutralized it. Xiao Chen, seeing his opponent easily catch his punch, felt a surge of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, the ancient martial arts of this world are quite something. Chapter 34. Wait for me tonight. Xiao Chen lunged at his opponent, unleashing a barrage of punches like cannonballs. The old eunuch frowned slightly, his eyes filled with confusion, yet he continued to deflect Xiao Chen's attacks. His face was full of bewilderment. The opponent's physical strength wasn't as formidable as he had imagined. In fact, under the onslaught, he had no internal energy left to circulate. Besides brute force, he had nothing else. Just as he was about to kill Xiao Chen in one fell swoop, Xiao Chen clearly sensed his opponent's killing intent. The next moment, he appeared not far away. The old eunuch dared not pursue, only watching Xiao Chen with suspicion. "Boss, this Grandmaster is no simple character." Beside him, Xiao spoke up, "This matter is really difficult to resolve today." "What's difficult to resolve?" "A round of electromagnetic cannon fire." Xiao Chen looked at him and said, then immediately pulled out an electromagnetic cannon and fired it towards the old eunuch and the emperor. With a single shot, the emperor and the old eunuch were instantly engulfed by the massive beam of light. When the beam dissipated, the emperor was already beyond dead. Even the old eunuch, his hands severed, stared at Xiao Chen and Xiao with a miserable expression. His eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Xiao Chen. The next moment, he charged towards Xiao Chen. Boom! The instant he charged forward, Xiao beside him fired a shot, instantly blasting him to pieces. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother, you don't need to worry about this anymore. Get me some secret manuals, I'm taking them." Xiao Chen patted the other's shoulder. Since the ancient martial arts here are useful, then, he'll take them back to the real world and see if they work. From the beginning, Xiao Chen's thoughts about these dimensions were exceptionally simple. He was merely a passerby. They're here to trade, so the affairs of this dimension are none of his concern. He only needs to handle the logistics for these people. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately nodded, gave a few instructions to his subordinates, and soon, someone carried a box full of secret manuals to Xiao Chen. These are all, brother, take them back and take a good look. Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony, gathered the items, and instantly chose to teleport. It had been a while since he left, and he didn't know what was happening in the modern world. When Xiao Chen's body appeared in the modern world, he glanced at his spatial storage. The box of secret manuals was now only half full, and half of the gold and silver in the carriage was gone. The system, as expected, had directly taken half of it. System notification: new dimensional coordinates will open in 3 days. Seeing the system notification, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately. New dimensional coordinates. He wondered what kind of dimensional coordinates this time would be. 2-dimensional coordinates have now appeared, and the benefits they bring to Xiao Chen are self-evident. And in the future, only more and more dimensional coordinates will be opened. Notification: this coordinate is an intermediate level dimension. The system's voice sounded in Xiao Chen's mind again, and Xiao Chen was taken aback. A mid-level plane, meaning that what he initially opened up were all low-level planes. He was somewhat curious, if these low-level planes were already so powerful, what benefits could a mid-level plane offer him? Furthermore, he didn't know what the other party wanted. However, since the other party hadn't placed an order yet, Xiao Chen decided to ignore it for the time being. Then, he contacted Songya. "You're back." Songya's voice rang out as soon as the call connected, asking, "Where are you?" "At home," Xiao Chen replied. "How is that possible? I had people keeping a close watch on your house, and they didn't even notify me." Hearing this, Songya was taken aback, then said, "There are quite a few people outside your house, all watching you." Wang Huja's men. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, Wang Huja was still watching him. So many of his men are gone. You have to understand, these were all his top fighters. Hearing this, Songya said helplessly, "The Wang family has recruited so many people over the years, all working for them. You wiped them all out in one fell swoop. Even if the authorities can't publicly retaliate, they'll definitely be keeping an eye on you. What a troublesome fellow." Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Being watched like this wasn't a good thing. And Jin Yutang is in crisis. Songya said helplessly, "My suppliers have stopped supplying me. Wang Huja cut off my supply chain." Her voice was full of helplessness as she spoke. "I have a batch of orders that require a large amount of gold for the transaction, but I don't have any stock. If I don't have the stock, I'll have to compensate them a lot of money." Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "All right, come and get it. I have some here." "You brought back gold? How much?" Songya hurriedly asked on the other end of the phone. "If it's not much, it's useless. We need a lot of stock." "That should be enough for you, over 100 million worth." Xiao Chen glanced at it and said. He had already obtained this much from the apocalyptic world, and then Xiao gave him a whole cartload. Including some antiques and gold artifacts, it was definitely over 100 million. Upon hearing this, Songya on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, "Wait for me." At this moment, she was completely relaxed. What could possibly go wrong with goods worth hundreds of millions? So, without hesitation, she brought Old Wolf directly. When she opened the door to Xiao Chen's house and saw the boxes scattered all over the floor, she was immediately stunned. "You!" Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. "Take the things and leave." Xiao Chen said directly, "Remember to transfer the money to me later." His investment in Songya was an investment, but these were all earned by himself. Hearing this, Songya's face lit up with joy, and she hugged Xiao Chen and gave him a big kiss. "I'll take the things back first, wait for me tonight." With that, she hurriedly left with Old Wolf. Watching Songya and Old Wolf leave with Huang Jin, Xiao Chen thought for a moment before asking Xiao, "You said you had a younger sister the other day, where is she?" "Brother, you finally have time?" Xiao replied directly, "I'll send you my sister's address. Please take good care of her for me." Looking at the address Xiao sent, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. The provincial capital. So, he still had to go to the provincial capital. After all, he had gotten so many benefits from Xiao, he couldn't afford not to go. Chapter 35 Game Dimension. After returning the items, Songya rushed back. Seeing Xiao Chen, she threw herself into his arms. "I missed you." She hugged Xiao Chen, her face beaming with joy, and whispered, "A lot happened while you were gone. Wang Huja can't find you, so he's been sending people to keep an eye on Jin Yutang every day." Songya leaned against Xiao Chen's chest and whispered, "He's trying to find something on us." "It's all right, I'll figure something out." Hearing this, Xiao Chen said, "Actually, even now, he didn't know how to deal with Wang Huja. Before, he had considered simply making the man disappear. But now, he was being watched by the Special Affairs Unit. Don't be fooled by Chu Qingyu's invitation to join the Special Affairs Unit. Xiao Chen knew in his heart that if he used the same methods to cause trouble for Wang Huja again, Chu Qingyu would definitely come after him. She had invited him to join the Special Affairs Unit because of his methods. Secondly, it also put a layer of constraint on himself. It prevented him from doing these things as he pleased. Of course, Xiao Chen also understood that his involvement would bring more benefits. After all, Wang Huja couldn't do anything to him now. I'm going to the provincial capital in a couple of days. Keep an eye on things here, Xiao Chen said. Going to the provincial capital? Hearing this, Sonia frowned slightly and said, "You're not planning to cause trouble for the Gu family, are you?" "No, it has nothing to do with the Gu family." Xiao Chen shook his head upon hearing this. Only after hearing Xiao Chen say this did Sonia breathe a sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid that Xiao Chen would recklessly rush to the Gu family. After all, the Gu family was different from the Wang family. The Gu family's assets definitely exceeded 80 billion, a truly top-tier foundation. Behind them, there were countless people supporting them. Such a family, if anything happened to them, would have a huge impact. It wouldn't be wise for Xiao Chen to really cause trouble for the Gu family now. Actually, as long as the Gu family stops bothering me, everything will be fine. Leaning against Xiao Chen's chest, Sonia said softly, "For so many years, the Gu family kicked me out and never cared about me again. Perhaps they've already forgotten about me." Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I hope so." Xiao Chen knew very well how terrifying his abilities were now. He couldn't defeat Chu Qingyu before because he knew nothing about combat. But during his time in the apocalyptic world, with Gu Ming training him daily, his skills had improved considerably. Now, he believed defeating Chu Qingyu would be quite simple. However, he didn't know if this so-called special events team had any experts even more powerful than Gu Qingyu. Even if they did, he wasn't afraid. Although he was only a mid-level ability user, he still had a bottle of evolution potion, and that was the key. Anyone who drinks this evolution potion will only see their strength increase even faster. Furthermore, with more and more dimensions opening up, they will only become more powerful. After a wild night with Sonia, she got up and left early the next morning. Last night, Sonia had mentioned that Xiao Chen had brought too much stuff, and Jin Yutang was still consuming it. "You don't know, Wang Huja set me up. He ordered a lot of gold from me at above market price, but if I don't deliver on time, I'll have to pay him back." Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonia said with a smile, "I didn't expect that several suppliers who have been supplying me would suddenly stop, putting me in a very passive position. Luckily, you've received all your gold. Now, I have enough to deliver." With that, Sonia left with a smile. She could make a lot of money off the Wang family from this deal alone. After Sonia left, Xiao Chen prepared to pack up and head to the provincial capital. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to leave for the provincial capital, a system notification suddenly appeared in his mind. "You have a new order. Please check it." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately when the voice sounded in his mind. At that moment, he immediately looked at the order in his hand. Upon seeing the order, Xiao Chen was completely stunned. 3 boxes of ham sausages, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of cola, 5 cartons of cigarettes. Quite a lot. At that moment, Xiao Chen turned to look at his supermarket. These items were the most common goods in the supermarket. Although he had given Gu Ming a large quantity, the shelves were almost full of them now. Without time to think, he swept all the instant noodles on the shelves into his spatial storage. At the same time, he casually pulled out 5 packs of Furong cigarettes and threw them into his spatial storage. The next moment, he chose to teleport. When his body appeared in the world before him, he was completely stunned. What the hell is this place? Xiao Chen looked around. The scene here was very strange. Like an animation. Especially when he saw the person in front of him looking up at him, he was even more stunned. This is just a two-dimensional character. "Big brother, you've finally arrived." The two-dimensional character suddenly rushed forward, hugging Xiao Chen, saying, "This is the first time I've seen a real person." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, "Tell me first, what kind of world is this, and who are you?" Upon hearing this, the character immediately spoke up, "Big brother, my name is Fang Hao, and I've been in this world for a few months. This is a game world." As he spoke, he pointed to a spot not far away, where a large group of monsters was approaching Xiao Chen and the others. Fang Hao suddenly raised his staff. Then, to Xiao Chen's astonishment, he swung his staff violently, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom! With a deafening roar of lightning, the monster instantly died, and then Xiao Chen saw a considerable amount of items explode in the instant of its death. "Hee hee, big brother, you see, this is a game world." Fang Hao looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I was teleported here. Now, I'm a level 35 mage." Hearing his words, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then asked, "So, how did you get here?" "I stayed up all night at an internet cafe for 4 days straight. I was so tired, I only slept for a bit, and when I woke up I was here." Fang Hao scratched his head and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at him strangely. Was this considered sudden death? "Brother, let's not talk about that now, where's the instant noodles?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Fang Hao said eagerly, "You don't know, I've been craving these for so long." Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and suddenly a lot of things appeared on the ground. "Holy crap, you have a backpack like me?" Seeing Xiao Chen's actions, Fang Hao exclaimed in surprise, staring intently at Xiao Chen. "I have a spatial dimension." Xiao Chen said, "But my spatial dimension is different from your backpack." After all, he had played games before, so he naturally knew what a backpack looked like in a game. What a pity. Looking at Xiao Chen, Fang Hao said, "I just awakened last night, and the system in my brain told me I needed gold coins and a job change scroll to unlock the exchange system." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Xiao Chen saw a box and a scroll-like object appear in his hand. "Brother, these are it." Fang Hao handed the box to Xiao Chen, saying, 1,000 gold coins. "You wouldn't believe it, I spent half a month killing monsters to save these up." Then he handed the scroll to Xiao Chen, saying, "This is a game world item, a job change scroll. After using it, you will obtain a random game job." He looked at Xiao Chen and said. Chapter 36 The Person Cannot Be Found. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at the scroll in his hand, then glanced at Fang Hao. After taking the scroll, he asked the system in his mind. "System, are you telling me to use the scroll?" The system immediately confirmed Xiao Chen's question. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen wanted to try it out and see what it would be like to use a class from the game. With that thought, Xiao Chen crushed the scroll. The next moment, he felt a beam of light form around him. As the light flashed, several skills appeared in his mind. Holy crap! Beside him, Fang Hao looked at Xiao Chen with disbelief. "What happened? Bro, how did you become a priest?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had originally planned to be a mage, but he hadn't expected the scroll to give him the priest class. There were 3 skills in his mind. One was a holy light spell, an offensive skill, and one was a healing spell. There's another one, something about mind control. As the name suggests, it's the ability to mentally control animals to fight for you. Looking at the 3 skills in his mind, Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and it seemed somewhat similar to superpowers. So, he essentially had 3 more superpowers? That's perfect. Transaction complete, I'll be leaving now. Xiao Chen said, looking at Fang Hao in front of him. This world always gave him a sense of unreality. There were quite a few monsters around, and he didn't know their strength. If he died in this world, he didn't know if he could survive. He should leave first and communicate with Fang Hao in his mind later. "Okay. I haven't eaten in a long time either," Fang Hao said immediately upon hearing this. "If you have any regrets in the real world, you can tell me, maybe I can help," Xiao Chen said, looking at him. He instinctively felt that the items and equipment in this world might be more powerful, and he would definitely find them useful. Helping Fang Hao would surely bring him even greater assistance later. "No." Hearing this, Fang Hao sighed and said, "I'm just an orphan. I do odd jobs, and when I have money, I spend it all night at internet cafes. This place suits me better." After saying this, Fang Hao turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Why don't you help me find out how my body is? If you can find it, help me find a burial plot." Hearing Fang Hao say this, Xiao Chen nodded. Then, he asked about the time of Fang Hao's death. When Fang Hao told him the time, Xiao Chen was stunned. "When did you say?" At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Fang Hao with shock on his face. "December 24th, I remember it very clearly. Why?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Fang Hao asked in surprise. "In my world, today is December 24th. Xiao Chen squinted slightly, looking at the other person. "So, the day I died?" Fang Hao immediately realized something was amiss the day he died. "Okay, tell me the address, I'll go check it out." After telling Fang Hao, he immediately teleported back to the real world. Fang Hao's address was in the provincial capital. So, the other person died in an internet cafe in the provincial capital? Since he was going to the provincial capital anyway, he decided to head there. As soon as he opened the supermarket door, he saw Lao Lang driving up. "Mr. Xiao Chen, the boss said you're going to the provincial capital and he's worried you won't have a car." He glanced at Xiao Chen's Wuling minivan. The car looked almost totaled. Xiao Chen nodded. It seemed he should get a new car. He'd had this car repaired every few months. If he weren't broke, he wouldn't have bought this 7 times used Wuling. This thing was practically scrapped. Thinking this, Xiao Chen took the keys and said, "Okay, I'll be going then." He opened the door of the Mulzan, got in, stepped on the gas, and drove off. On the way to the provincial capital, Xiao Chen searched for the location of the internet cafe and drove there. According to Fang Hao, he should have just died recently, and the people at the internet cafe probably hadn't even noticed yet, thinking he was still asleep. However, that should be about right. It was 3 hours later when Xiao Chen arrived at the internet cafe. When he arrived, he saw an ambulance already parked in front of the internet cafe. Upon closer inspection, he saw a fat man being carried into the ambulance and then driven away. Xiao Chen quickly drove after him, and upon arriving at the hospital, he went straight to the front desk to inquire. Sure enough, Fang Hao was dead. Who are you to him? Hearing Xiao Chen's question, the nurse carefully examined him and asked, I'm his friend. After confirming that Fang Hao had no relatives or even other friends, the nurse immediately called the police. Xiao Chen also went to the police station with him. Upon arriving at the police station, Xiao Chen presented his special operations team member ID and told the officer that he knew the deceased, asking them to contact the funeral home to arrange for the body to be taken there and properly cared for. Because Fang Hao was a complete homebody with few friends, his cremation and burial were arranged that very night. After finishing with Fang Hao, Xiao Chen prepared to find Xia Yuxin. Upon arriving at the location Xia Ao had given him, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It was an urban village, but now almost entirely demolished, leaving only ruins. Under these circumstances, finding Xia Yuxin seemed impossible. Just as Xiao Chen was at his wit's end, the phone rang. Xiao Chen glanced at the name on the caller ID and was slightly taken aback. Chu Qingyu was calling him? You're in the provincial capital? On the other end of the phone, Chu Qingyu asked directly, what brings you to the provincial capital? Is it related to the Gu family? Since she had recruited Xiao Chen into her team, she naturally understood the relationship between Xiao Chen and Songya. Now that Xiao Chen was in the provincial capital, her first thought was that he was there to deal with the Gu family. Dealing with the Gu family is fine, but not now. You can't act yet. Before Xiao Chen could speak, Chu Qingyu said directly on the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback, then said helplessly, I didn't come here for the Gu family. I'm here to find someone. Perfect timing. I can't find that person. Help me find them. Xiao Chen wasn't going to stand on ceremony with Chu Qingyu. She already knew he'd just arrived in the provincial capital. At this point, who else could he turn to for help if not Chu Qingyu? Chapter 37. Let's try again. Xiao Chen stood in the urban village waiting for Chu Qingyu to arrive, and at the same time, contacted Fang Hao. He told Fang Hao that he had already helped him get buried. Upon hearing the news of his death, Fang Hao said nonchalantly, Thank you, brother. He had no ties to begin with, so he didn't feel anything after death. On the contrary, being transmigrated to the game world was a good start for him. He was doing well in the game world now, and that was enough. Brother, just make sure you get me plenty of food and drink when I arrive. Fang Hao's request was simple, a typical otaku meal would do. After exchanging a few words with Fang Hao, he ended the call, because Chu Qingyu had arrived. Chu Qingyu looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of curiosity in her eyes and asked, What are you doing here? Looking for someone, but I haven't found them. Xiao Chen replied, They should have moved away already. Who are you looking for? Chu Qingyu asked, looking at Xiao Chen. Xia Yuxin, Xiao Chen said. A woman? Chu Qingyu frowned slightly and asked Xiao Chen, What's your relationship with that girl? Her brother and I are friends. Before he passed away, he asked me to take care of her. Xiao Chen said, looking at Chu Qingyu. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu frowned slightly. She had investigated Xiao Chen before, and it was safe to say that none of his friends had the surname Xia. Of course, the information she gathered was incomplete. After all, she had tested Xiao Chen's methods before, and she was aware of his abilities. So, at this point, she was actually curious about what other tricks Xiao Chen had up his sleeve. In that case, I'll help you look. Chu Qingyu nodded, then went to make a phone call. She felt that this Xia Yuxin might know something about Xiao Chen's secrets. After making the call, Chu Qingyu went directly to Xiao Chen and said, Don't worry, we'll have news soon. Since you're already in the provincial capital, why don't you come see me? Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu smiled and said, I know you didn't use your full strength in our last fight, but your technique was terrible. I'll teach you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled, Sure, I want to try too. He had recently gone to the future world to cram in a lot of martial arts techniques. Although he brought back a large number of ancient martial arts manuals, he hadn't had time to look at them yet. Now, he was curious about the difference in skill between himself and Chu Qingyu if they actually made a move. He took Chu Qingyu with him and got into the Mulzan. Xiao Chen stepped on the gas and headed towards the place Chu Qingyu had indicated. Chu Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Xiao Chen and said, Although our special operations team usually operates independently, and it doesn't matter what car you drive, it's best not to do anything illegal. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyu and said, You think my car is dirty? I know this car belongs to Songya, but what about that money you transferred from overseas? Chu Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly and said, Moreover, how much gold and silver jewelry have you given Songya in the past month? I have my own channels. Xiao Chen said calmly, "So, you're planning to investigate me?" As he said this, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. If the other party really wanted to target him, then he wasn't going to be polite. "No, as long as you haven't done anything detrimental to the people, in principle, we won't do anything to you." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu said calmly, "However, once you do something against the people, I'm sorry, we'll have no choice but to deal with you." Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I'm a citizen of China." Chu Qingyu nodded. She had indeed investigated Xiao Chen and knew that he hadn't done anything detrimental to the people. Besides, although Xiao Chen had killed a few people, those people were scum. Scum, dead is dead. Their department actually had a high degree of freedom. After all, a group of unruly people is inherently difficult to manage. Moreover, she knew all too well the destructive power that people like Xiao Chen could cause if they went berserk. Therefore, the higher UPS formed this special operations team, granting them maximum freedom. Of course, when needed, they would have to pay a price for this treatment. Perfect timing, since you're in the provincial capital, I have a mission to take on for a while. You'll come with me. Chu Qingyu said, "Before we go, let's test your skills." Xiao Chen didn't ask further. He was actually curious about how many people like Chu Qingyu existed on Earth, or what level they could reach. He himself had no idea, and he would have to find out from Chu Qingyu. The car arrived at a villa area, and Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised when he stepped into the villa. "This is my place, and also the base of our special operations team." Chu Qingyu looked at Xiao Chen and said, "We specialize in dealing with supernatural forces like yours and mine. Let's go. I'll test your skills. This time, I'll be especially serious." She looked at Xiao Chen and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded without saying anything more and followed Chu Qingyu down to the basement. The basement was a huge open space, even containing a fighting arena, surrounded by countless weapons and equipment. "Come on." Chu Qingyu gripped her knife and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "Make your move. You go ahead. I'm afraid that if I make a move, you won't even be able to resist." Xiao Chen smiled faintly upon hearing this. After that test that day, he knew Chu Qingyu's abilities. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly, her face turning extremely ugly. She hadn't expected to be so underestimated by this person. Undoubtedly, her opponent was very strong, but she didn't think she would lose. The knife in her hand was instantly drawn, and at the same time, Chu Qingyu's body was like a blur, rushing directly towards Xiao Chen. But the next second, she froze. The moment she made her move, Xiao Chen dodged her knife and simultaneously threw a punch at her. Taking the brunt of Xiao Chen's punch, Chu Qingyu was sent flying off the stage. She barely managed to regain her footing mid-air before landing on the ground. Her expression towards Xiao Chen had changed. "You!" She was now utterly astonished. Last time, when she attacked Xiao Chen, he didn't even know basic fighting techniques, relying solely on brute force. But this time, she clearly sensed that his skills were far superior. How could he have become so much stronger in such a short time? Chapter 38. Xiao Chen is in trouble. "Were you playing me last time?" Staring at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly. Her first reaction was that Xiao Chen had been toying with her last time. Otherwise, why was he so different now compared to before? She even felt that she was no match for Xiao Chen at all. With his improved skills, Xiao Chen's strength was terrifying, and his abilities far surpassed hers. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I wasn't serious last time." He knew in his heart that if he had been serious last time, he could have killed Chu Qingyu, but it would have brought even greater trouble. This time, he truly hadn't been serious. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyu was slightly stunned, then sighed. She had originally thought the gap between her and Xiao Chen wasn't that big, but now it seemed that the gap was still significant. Just as she was talking to Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering the phone, Chu Qingyu's expression immediately changed. Turning to Xiao Chen beside her, she said, "We've found her." "Where?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly asked. His purpose in coming here was to check on Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen wasn't doing well, he planned to take her back. After all, she was Xiao's only remaining concern. In a sense, he and these transmigrators were practically one. People's hospital. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu said, "She's still being resuscitated." "What did you say?" The instant she heard those words, Chu Qingyu felt the oppressive aura emanating from Xiao Chen for the first time. At this moment, Xiao Chen stared at Chu Qingyu, his eyes radiating a dangerous aura. The feeling Xiao Chen gave her right now was exceptionally terrifying. She even knew that if she said the wrong thing, Xiao Chen might kill her immediately. That kind of oppressive force, she had only felt from one person before. At this moment, Chu Qingyu took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "He was taken in last night, they said he was seriously injured." "Don't worry, I will definitely find out the truth." Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Chu Qingyu hurriedly said. At the same time, she was secretly worried that if Xiao Chen found out anything, he might really be serious. At that time, who could stop him? Let's go, Xiao Chen said urgently. After saying this, he immediately got into his Mulzan, stepped on the gas, and headed straight for the People's Hospital. In the intensive care unit of the People's Hospital, a young girl was wiping away tears at the door, her eyes fixed on the situation inside the ward. Are you Xia Yuxin's family member? A nurse came out, looked at the girl, and handed her a stack of payment slips, saying, hurry up and pay. How much? Hearing this, the girl asked anxiously, her face filled with tension. She had already paid tens of thousands of yuan since Xia Yuxin's hospitalization, and now she was completely broke. At least another 100,000, the nurse said directly. Hearing this, the girl froze for a moment before taking the payment slips. She curled up in the corner, her face streaked with tears. Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyu arrived just in time to witness this scene. That child's name is Chu Yan, Xia Yuxin's friend. She's the one who took her to the hospital last night. It seems she's out of money. He pointed to the payment slips in Chu Yan's hand. Xiao Chen didn't speak, but walked directly to Chu Yan. He took the payment slips, glanced at them, and then turned to Chu Qingyu beside him. Go pay my bill. Xiao Chen handed the payment slips directly to Chu Qingyu. You're so easygoing. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen, too lazy to say anything. She certainly didn't need the money, so she didn't bother asking Xiao Chen for any. Chu Yan, on the other hand, was stunned when she saw the man snatch the payment slips and say he was going to pay the bill. Who are you? Chu Yan stared at Xiao Chen, her face full of wariness. Are you people sent by the Gu family? The Gu family? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, glanced at Chu Yan, and asked, what's your relationship with the Gu family? Don't play dumb. If it weren't for Gu Yuding, Uxin wouldn't be like this, Chu Yan said warily. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyu beside him, a branch of the Gu family. Songya married the eldest son of the Gu family, and Gu Yuding is his cousin, Chu Qingyu said. Xiao Chen understood immediately. They were cousins with the Gu family in the provincial capital. Xia Uxin was made like this by the Gu family? Xiao Chen asked, his face now grim. You don't know? Then who are you? Chu Yan was slightly taken aback and asked. Both she and Xia Yuxin were orphans, and she was certain Xia Yuxin wouldn't know Xiao Chen. My name is Xiao Chen, Xia Yuxin's brother. Xia Ao is my good brother. Xiao Chen looked at her and said, before he died, he called me. From now on, everything concerning Xia Yuxin is under my care. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned. She hadn't expected Xia Yuxin's deceased brother to have such a friend. I'll go in and see Xia Yuxin, Xiao Chen said, pushing open the door and going inside. Chu Yan wanted to follow, but Chu Qingyu stopped her. Don't worry, we really have nothing to do with the Gu family. You're coming with me to pay the bill. With that, she pulled Chu Yan away without further ado. She could tell Xiao Chen wanted to get rid of her, so she pretended not to know. Besides, she was now extremely curious about Xiao Chen. This man held a big secret. Chu Yan was clearly worried, but she was helpless, especially since she simply couldn't afford Xia Yuxin's medical expenses. She knew Xia Yuxin wouldn't survive without the money. Therefore, she had no choice but to trust her. As she followed Chu Qingyu downstairs, Xiao Chen entered the intensive care unit. Looking at the girl before him, he indeed noticed a resemblance to Xia Ao in their features. Although that guy had transmigrated, he undoubtedly still looked the same over there. A holy white light appeared in Xiao Chen's hand, and with a flicker, it instantly merged into Xia Yuxin's body. The next moment, the scene before him changed. A health bar appeared above Xia Yuxin's head. He watched the health bar slowly climb from 5% to 25%, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. His healing spell was indeed effective. However, he also noticed that when using the healing spell, his body felt somewhat weak, even somewhat tired, similar to the first time he used his supernatural ability. Chapter 39. This is my secret. After casting 3 healing spells on Xia Yuxin, Xiao Chen's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. He was utterly exhausted. Even after using teleportation 30 times, his mental energy hadn't left him this weary, but just 3 healing spells had drained him completely. The exhaustion nearly crippled him. He looked up at Xia Yuxin's 89% health bar and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. He was so exhausted he was practically collapsing. He couldn't even get up. Just then, the door opened, and Chu Qingyu and Chu Yan were stunned by Xiao Chen's appearance. What happened? Chu Qingyu walked up to Xiao Chen, her eyes widening in shock at his pale face. She knew all too well how formidable Xiao Chen was. She was acutely aware of his power. But now, this person was so exhausted? This was undoubtedly beyond her comprehension. So, at this moment, she looked at Xiao Chen with astonishment. Uxin, you're awake, Chu Yan exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu also turned to look at Xia Uxin. She was stunned when she saw Xia Uxin actually sit up. Turning her head, she looked at Xiao Chen, who was struggling to move even slightly, her eyes flickering. On the way here, she already knew how serious Xiao Xin's injuries were. Even the hospital thought she might not survive. But unexpectedly, Xiao Chen healed her as soon as he arrived. This was too terrifying. At this moment, her gaze towards Xiao Chen was full of joy. She understood that she had truly struck gold. The ability to bring the dead back to life was too astonishing. Xiao Yan, how did I end up in the hospital? Xia Yuxin turned and saw Chu Yan, asking hurriedly. At the same time, she glanced at Chu Qingya standing to the side and Xiao Chen lying motionless on the ground. Yuxin, you almost died yesterday. Luckily, I went to your house and brought you out. Chu Yan said urgently. As for them, that man said he was your brother's friend. My brother's friend? Hearing this, Xia Yuxin was stunned, staring at Xiao Chen in astonishment. Her brother had died of a terminal illness. In the years before his death, her brother hadn't even seen anyone. How could he possibly have any friends? Seeing Xia Yuxin's suspicious gaze, Xiao Chen finally stood up, trembling, and said, Xiao called me before he died. He asked me to take care of you. Xiao Chen looked at Xia Yuxin seriously. What proof do you have? Hearing this, Xia Yuxin asked warily. Xiao said you took care of him for those years, and he told me a lot of things. Xiao Chen looked at Xia Yuxin and said, while pulling a book from his pocket, this thing really was given to him by Xiao. It wasn't some ancient text, but his diary. He had written a lot about himself and Xia Yuxin, and then handed it to Xiao Chen. Xia Yuxin stared blankly at the notebook Xiao Chen handed her. The notebook had an antique design and looked like an ancient book, but upon opening it and seeing the familiar handwriting inside, she froze. She naturally recognized her brother's handwriting. So, the fragments of her and her brother's childhood written inside instantly made her realize that the other person was indeed related to her brother. I'm sorry, I had something to do, so I only just arrived. Looking at Xia Yuxin before him, Xiao Chen said, your brother said that from now on, you'll be in my care. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Xia Yuxin held the ancient book blankly in her hands, then looked up at Xiao Chen and said, my brother never mentioned you. But, before he died, he entrusted you with my care, which clearly shows he trusted you. Hearing Xia Yuxin's words, Xiao Chen nodded. Xiao naturally trusted him. Now, the only person he trusted was probably himself. Yuxin, they all say you won't survive, but... Chu Yan turned to look at Xiao Chen. When they entered, they saw Xiao Chen lying on the ground, while Xia Yuxin's condition had completely improved. This proved Xiao Chen's abilities. Therefore, at this moment, Chu Yan's eyes were filled with curiosity. Seeing that Xiao Chen had nothing to say, Chu Yan could only give up helplessly. However, she also understood that the other party was definitely not simple. Tell me first, what's going on between you and Gu Yuding? Xiao Chen looked at Xia Yuxin and asked. Now, he had saved Xia Yuxin, but the matter with Gu Yuding had not been dealt with, regardless of the reason. Since Gu Yuding had attacked Xia Yuxin, he wouldn't be polite to him. Our old village in the urban area was demolished, and we still haven't received the compensation. I heard Gu Yuding embezzled it. Xia Yuxin said softly, when I went to ask for the money, he said my brother had already sold the house to him. At this point, Xia Yuxin turned her head and said, my brother never sold it, he just wanted to pocket our money. There are quite a few others like me. All the residents of the urban village have been cheated by him. I teamed up with some former residents to sue him, but just as I got them involved, a group of people stormed into my house that very night and attacked me. Xia Yuxin said softly, in my panic, I called Chu Yan and then fainted. Hearing Xia Yuxin's words, Xiao Chen nodded and said, okay, I understand. Leave this to me. He then told Xia Yuxin to rest well. Only then did he leave the ward with Chu Qingyu. Where does that bastard live? Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyu and asked, you want to take action? Hearing this, Chu Qingyu was slightly taken aback, then hurriedly said, didn't I say? It's not time to deal with the Gu family yet. I don't care about anything else, I won't be able to calm down until that bastard is dead. Xiao Chen said coldly, either you tell me, or you go and deal with him. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't deal with him in 3 days, I'll take care of him myself. When I do, it won't just be Gu Yuding who dies. Xiao Chen's eyes were sinister as he coldly stared at Chu Qingyu. Sensing the icy coldness in Xiao Chen's gaze, Chu Qingyu's expression turned extremely grim. She knew Xiao Chen was truly angry. Undoubtedly, an angry person like him was terrifying. I will resolve Gu Yuding's matter, but first tell me, how did you awaken her? Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu asked urgently. I mean, what methods do you have? How can you awaken someone who has been in a long-term coma? Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Chu Qingyu before him, and said, that's my secret. Chapter 40 Request. Xiao Chen looked at her, and at that moment, Chu Qingyu's eyes held a hint of expectation. Do you have someone I need to treat? Xiao Chen asked, looking at her. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu immediately nodded and said, yes. She knew she couldn't lie to Xiao Chen. After all, she had been too eager. That depends on the situation. I'm not sure I can cure him, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu pondered for a moment and said, he's been in a vegetative state for 3 years. He was seriously injured overseas years ago, and has been in a vegetative state ever since. We've consulted some renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctors, who said that if he can't be cured, he'll only live for another year at most. Looking at Xiao Chen before her, Chu Qingyu's eyes were filled with expectation as she asked, can you cure him? Is he very important to you? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, my second uncle. Chu Qingyu hesitated for a moment before saying, if you can heal my second uncle, the Chu family will owe you a favor. Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, then said, you can see that even if I can heal him, it will consume a tremendous amount of energy. At this moment, Xiao Chen's face was still pale and weak. He naturally understood his condition. After all, the energy expended by casting a healing spell was exceptionally high. Moreover, Xiao Chen didn't know if casting the healing spell would have any adverse effects on himself. Therefore, at this point, he still didn't speak definitively. I know, this must be a huge drain on your energy. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu nodded. She naturally understood that such an expenditure was definitely not simple. She knew Xiao Chen's strength. Even with his strength, if he could be that exhausted, it naturally meant that Xiao Chen had expended a great deal of mental energy. Let me put it this way. Xiao Chen sighed. Basically, if I heal anyone else, I'll lose at least several years of my lifespan. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu's expression immediately changed. She understood, Xiao Chen might not help. After all, whose life isn't precious? Under such circumstances, most people wouldn't offer assistance. Thinking this, Chu Qingyu showed a helpless expression, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, I understand. I can help. Take a look. If the cost isn't too high, I'm willing to help once. Xiao Chen, seeing Chu Qingyu's expression, quickly said. He said this because he needed her favor. As for the so-called lifespan, that was impossible. When he was lying on the ground, he had asked Fang Hao, who told him he was out of mana. In other words, he had no spiritual energy. Moreover, he had also asked Gu Ming. Spiritual energy was key to releasing supernatural abilities. Often, the more you unleash your supernatural abilities, the faster your mental strength increases. Therefore, in such situations, it actually has its advantages. Now, Xiao Chen doesn't mind unleashing them a few more times. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. She looked at Xiao Chen eagerly and asked, really? Xiao Chen, regardless of whether it works or not, my Chu family is willing to owe you a favor. If you can help me cure my second uncle, the Chu family is willing to lend you a hand. All right. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He didn't know Chu Qingyu's background, but he knew very well that Chu Qingyu mentioning the Chu family proved that the Chu family was not as simple as it seemed. As for now, I'm going to find Gu Yuding, Xiao Chen said, looking at him. I must seek justice for Xia Yuxin, he said, looking at Chu Qingyu before him. Don't worry, I'll provide the justice. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu hurriedly said. She naturally knew his capabilities. Therefore, she didn't hesitate at all. Moreover, Chu Qingyu also knew that she couldn't stop Xiao Chen. Since that was the case, why should she offend Xiao Chen? It was better to be direct and help Xiao Chen out. This was also because of the immense benefits Xiao Chen could bring to the Chu family. Therefore, Chu Qingyu was now trying to curry favor with Xiao Chen. Looking at Chu Qingyu, Xiao Chen smiled and said, all right. He understood that at this point, Chu Qingyu definitely wanted his help. Therefore, he didn't need to say anything more. At the same time, he also understood that the Chu family needed him. So, as long as he demonstrated sufficient value, then, it meant that the other party would abandon some of their principles for him. Xiao Chen looked directly at Chu Qingyu and said, since that's the case, then, I'll wait for you to bring the person. Okay. Chu Qingyu nodded upon hearing this. She helped Xiao Chen for 2 reasons. First, because Xiao Chen would help the Chu family, and second, because she feared that if Xiao Chen intervened, things would become uncontrollable. If she intervened herself, at least it would be within her control. So, after speaking with Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu left immediately. As for Xiao Chen, he returned to Xia Yuxin's place. Seeing Xiao Chen enter, both Xia Yuxin and Chu Yan looked at him with curiosity. Xia Yuxin already knew from Chu Yan that she had almost died, but now, apart from being a little weak, she felt nothing else. Therefore, she understood that Xiao Chen must have been behind it. Moreover, Chu Yan had said that when they returned, Xiao Chen was lying motionless on the ground. Brother Xiao, did you save me? Looking at Xiao Chen, Xia Yuxin asked. Yes. Xiao Chen smiled and said, you don't know, I almost fainted, but the hospital said that Yuxin might not survive. Chu Yan looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity. Just remember, I have internal energy, and that's a real thing. Xiao Chen smiled at the two women before him. He actually wanted to say he knew healing arts, but that was too abstract. It was better to say he had internal energy. After all, in terms of skill, he certainly possessed it. Ah, it really exists? Chu Yan's eyes lit up as she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Brother Xiao, can I learn it? Most likely not. Xiao Chen shook his head upon hearing this. However, he was thinking of taking a look at the ancient books Xiao had brought back. Would he be able to discover anything? If he could cultivate them, that would be best. Yuxin, your brother asked me to take care of you. How about I take you back when you're better? Xiao Chen looked at Xia Yuxin and said, I live in Yun City, not far from here. Come with me to Yun City. Brother Xiao, can you bring one more person? Xia Yuxin looked at Xiao Chen expectantly. She now understood that he was definitely related to her brother. Okay. Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Chu Yan beside Xia Yuxin and immediately understood. Chapter 41 Fang Hao asks for help. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Looking at Xiao Chen before her, Xia Yuxin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since her brother's death, she had almost always been with Chu Yan. Without Chu Yan, she might have died long ago. So, now that she had someone to take care of her, she naturally couldn't abandon Chu Yan. Although Yunchenj wasn't far, having a familiar person by her side was extremely important to her. At this moment, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Brother Xiao, what do we need to do if we go there? Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, I have shares in Jin Yutang and Yunchenj. You two can help me manage the accounts. He knew his own supermarket didn't need anyone, and besides, the two little girls probably wouldn't know what to do once they arrived in Yunchenj. Since that was the case, it was better to leave them with Songya. Xiao Chen believed that Songya would definitely take good care of them. Hearing this, both Xia Yuxin and Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, these two girls hadn't had a good life here. As two orphans, hardly anyone wanted to associate with them. Even those who offered them jobs had ulterior motives. So, the two girls had always had a difficult time. Now, going with Xiao Chen was undoubtedly the best choice. Thinking this, the two readily agreed. You rest well. Don't worry, I'll handle Gu Yuting's matter. Xiao Chen said, looking at the two girls. After saying this, he got up and left. Watching Xiao Chen leave, Chu Yan grabbed Xia Yuxin's hand excitedly and asked, Yuxin, who is your brother? How did he meet Brother Xiao? At this moment, her eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, Xiao Chen didn't seem simple. Moreover, Xiao Chen said he would help them deal with Gu Yuting. Clearly, Xiao Chen wasn't afraid of Gu Yuting. I don't know either. Xia Yuxin was extremely confused. Before her brother died, none of his friends came to see him. At the time, she hadn't paid attention to whether her brother had any friends. But now, her brother's friend had come, and it was someone like Xiao Chen. This person not only saved her, but also seemed to be more than just a simple person. This undoubtedly made Xia Yuxin curious and surprised. Yuxin, do you think Brother Xiao is really not afraid of the Gu family? Looking at Xia Yuxin, Chu Yan asked curiously, Gu Yuting is, after all, a member of the Gu family. In the provincial capital, the Gu family was practically the local tyrants. After all, they were the richest family in the province, and their background was considerable. Such a family generally had immense influence and connections. That's why she was curious, was Xiao Chen really not afraid of the Gu family at all? Judging from Brother Xiao's expression, he doesn't seem afraid. Xia Yuxin said upon hearing this, let's talk to Brother Xiao when he gets back. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to bear with it for now. She truly hated Gu Yuting. After all, if it weren't for Gu Yuting, she wouldn't be in this situation now. However, she had finally found someone who cared about her. If Xiao Chen would suffer oppression from the Gu family because of her, she hoped he could endure it. While the two women were talking, Xiao Chen drove back to the gate of Chu Qingyu's mansion. He called Chu Qingyu. I'm already at your gate. How long until I get a result regarding Gu Yuting? On the other end of the line, Chu Qingyu replied helplessly, don't worry, I've already had someone investigate. Soon, a lot of dirt on the Gu family will come out. I guarantee you, Gu Yuting will be locked up today. She hung up immediately after saying this. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He naturally understood that Chu Qingyu was extremely serious right now, because Chu Qingyu knew all too well. If they weren't serious, they wouldn't be able to demonstrate the value of the Chu family. The fact that the Chu family could apprehend Gu Yuting so quickly in just one afternoon meant something significant. That meant the Chu family, they were absolutely capable of settling everything for Xiao Chen. Only at that stage would Xiao Chen intervene to help treat her second uncle. Xiao Chen wasn't in a hurry. He asked for the password to Chu Qingyu's villa, unlocked it, and entered. At the same time, he sent a message to Xia Ao. He told Xia Ao about Xia Yuxin's ordeal. That bastard Gu Yuting deserves to die. I should exterminate his entire clan. Hearing the guy on the phone now constantly using the slang I, the emperor's name, Xiao Chen was helpless. This guy was really enjoying himself. Brother, cripple Gu Yuting for me, and ideally, wipe out the entire Gu family. I know you'll offend a lot of people doing this. So, tell me, how much do I have to pay? Xiao said excitedly, any amount of money is fine with me. I'll scrape together more, and I'll definitely get it for you. If you can't do it yourself, just hire assassins. Don't worry, the money's plentiful. Xiao Chen replied, alright, I'll handle the Gu family's matter. You should just stick to being your emperor. With that, Xiao Chen prepared to hang up. Brother, remember, you must make the Gu family pay. Don't worry, I'm rich now. I've secured my position. Next, it's time to expand my territory. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. According to Xiao, that region was more like the Warring States period, with 7 states, and he currently occupied only a relatively weak one. Now, with his ascension to the throne and Xiao Chen's status as a celestial lord, there's virtually no one in the court who could defy Xiao. Therefore, after taking power, he almost instantly brought everyone under his control. The laser weapons Xiao Chen provided further boosted his confidence. Combining his knowledge as a transmigrator, he is now truly accumulating power, preparing to expand his territory. On the other hand, Gu Ming hasn't expanded his territory further. According to Gu Ming, continuing to expand would offend a number of forces, including some with high-level superpowers, and quite a few of them. Although Gu Ming and his group are also high-level ability users, they are fewer in number and less powerful than others. For now, it's best to lay low and focus on developing their own strength. Therefore, I'm the quietest one around Gu Ming. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about this, a message suddenly came through. It was from Fang Hao. Brother, do me a favor, bring me some things. Fang Hao said urgently, do you have a car? Chapter 42. It was a disaster. A car. Xiao Chen was completely stunned. If anyone else needed a car, he could understand, but Fang Hao, a person from a game world needing a car? Brother, I need an SUV. One with a full tank of gas. Fang Hao hurriedly said, I accepted a mission. I need to get to a certain place in the shortest amount of time. My current skills aren't enough to tame some powerful monsters as mounts. It'll take some time to get there, so an SUV with a full tank of gas would be best. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Xiao Chen nodded and said, understood. Don't worry, I'll get it sorted out for you quickly. Xiao Chen quickly took out his phone and found a nearby used car dealership. He contacted them and directly explained his requirements. He even sent a deposit. Without any preamble, they told Xiao Chen that all the paperwork would be ready within 15 minutes. When Xiao Chen arrived, he didn't even have time to ask any other questions. He paid and drove off. Driving to a deserted location, Xiao Chen teleported. The next moment, he reappeared in the game world. Brother, you're here. Fang Hao eagerly opened the car door, his face beaming with excitement as he looked at the tank 500 Xiao Chen had driven in. This is the best one over there for now, you can drive it. Xiao Chen tossed the keys to Fang Hao. Fang Hao also handed Xiao Chen something, saying, I placed an order, but the system requested something a bit unusual this time. Hearing this, Xiao Chen opened the package and was immediately stunned. The package contained many bottles and jars, but very few gold coins. These are healing potions, items from the game world. Basically, as long as you don't die, these healing potions can restore your health. I don't know what it would be like in the real world, but it's definitely more effective than many real-world potions. Fang Hao pointed to the red jar inside. That blue one is a mana recovery potion, it restores mana. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, brother, you were like that because you ran out of mana. Just drink one. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately. If that were true, it meant these things were far more valuable than gold coins. He wasn't short of money at all. What he lacked were these things. After all, having these things was like having several extra lives. What about the rest? Xiao Chen pointed to the 3 potions inside. Besides the healing potion and the mana potion, there were only 3 left. Obviously, they were good stuff. Attribute potions. After consuming them, you permanently and randomly gain 1 attribute point. Fang Hao said, you can try it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately picked up an attribute potion and drank it all. Hint, agility increased by +1. Hearing the notification in his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately. He even felt his body become much lighter. Brother, this stuff can only be drunk 3 bottles at most, so I gave you 3. Looking at Xiao Chen, Fang Hao said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and immediately drank the other 2 bottles of potion. Mental strength increased by +1. Strength increased by +1. As the notification appeared in his mind, Xiao Chen immediately felt a significant increase in his energy. His strength also seemed to have increased considerably. Alright, here's the car, I'm taking the stuff. After saying this, Xiao Chen prepared to leave. He was still waiting for news from Chu Qingyu, he'd deal with other matters later. After returning to the previous world, Xiao Chen went back to Chu Qingyu's house. Chu Qingyu had already returned. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu said, "The man has been arrested." He was too confident, thinking the Gu family was powerful, so he didn't even bother to pretend. Chu Qingyu said, looking at Xiao Chen, then I'd like to ask you. You knew exactly what the Gu family was doing, yet you didn't do anything to stop them." Hearing this, Xiao Chen sneered. He naturally knew some things. To put it bluntly, the other party was so arrogant now, not even bothering to pretend anymore, because someone was spoiling them. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyu was helpless. She naturally understood what he meant. However, sometimes, you really can't refute these things. So, at this moment, Chu Qingyu could only nod helplessly and say, "I know you feel uncomfortable, but sometimes, we can't control it. Xia Yuxin's injury, wasn't it him who caused it?" Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyu and asked. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu nodded. She said, "Yes, can I go and deal with that guy?" Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyu and asked. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu shook her head helplessly, saying, "That won't do. I've already arrested him. Don't worry, he'll definitely receive the punishment he deserves." Xiao Chen didn't speak, but simply looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "That's for the best." After saying this, he stood up and said, "Then I'm leaving. You said you'd come with me to the Chu family." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu hurriedly said, "I'll go after you've truly dealt with it." Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyu and said coldly. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyu's mouth slightly opened, but she was helpless. She knew that Xiao Chen obviously didn't want to argue with her any further about this matter. So, she could only do as he said. Just then, Chu Qingyu's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the name on the caller ID, Chu Qingyu frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" As soon as the call connected, Xiao Chen heard Chu Qingyu's angry voice. "What do you mean by insufficient evidence? Where's the previous evidence?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. He knew it, these people were used to being arrogant and definitely weren't that simple. Now, these people were directly preparing to confront Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu angrily hung up the phone, turned around, and looked at Xiao Chen's cold smile. At this moment, Chu Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She had just told Xiao Chen about this, and now, he had directly slapped her in the face. "Looks like this so-called special operations team is useless," Xiao Chen said, handing his identification to Chu Qingyu. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu's face darkened even more. "Don't worry, I'll definitely give you an explanation." She then went to make a phone call. Xiao Chen got up and headed towards the hospital. "I'm going to the hospital now. Since the Gu family wants to bail me out, they'll definitely cause trouble at the hospital." Chapter 43 Returning the items to you. Xiao Chen knew these people's true nature all too well. Now, if the Gu family wanted to protect Gu Yuding, they would definitely have to erase all evidence of Gu Yuding's crimes. In other words, Xia Yuxin was the real danger now. Chu Qingyu's expression also changed. She immediately realized that if things really came to this, and something happened to Xia Yuxin, knowing Xiao Chen as she did, he would definitely explode. Then, things would truly be dangerous. After all, she knew Xiao Chen's abilities all too well. Beating her was like child's play. Thinking of this, she hurriedly got into Xiao Chen's car and went to the hospital with him. At the same time, Chu Qingyu started making phone calls. "Dad, I need your help," Chu Qingyu said directly. On the way, Chu Qingyu told the other person everything she knew, and then directly said, "You have to do this." The person on the other end of the phone quickly replied that they understood, and then hung up. "Don't worry, we'll definitely give you an explanation." After saying this, Chu Qingyu turned to look at Xiao Chen. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen could see that Chu Qingyu's cheeks were slightly flushed. Clearly, she felt guilty about the matter. After all, she had taken on the responsibility so readily, but she hadn't expected it to turn out this way. Xiao Chen didn't speak. He didn't want to act recklessly. After all, he was still living on Earth. He didn't want to act impulsively and cause a huge, unmanageable mess. However, he also needed to make his stance clear, to show the other person that he had the power to back it up. Otherwise, the other person might really think he was easy to manipulate. People with good tempers are sometimes the ones who get bullied more. Xiao Chen understood this very well. Therefore, at this point, Xiao Chen wouldn't be polite to these people at all. Chu Qingyu turned her head, looked at Xiao Chen without speaking, and also kept her head down without saying a word. She was extremely angry at this moment. After the car arrived at the hospital, Xiao Chen quickly led Chu Qingyu upstairs. Outside the ward, he heard Chu Yan's voice. "Where are you taking Yuxin? Stop right now." The moment Chu Yan's voice rang out, the next second, Chu Qingyu felt the figure beside her vanish instantly. Her eyes widened, and she turned to look not far away, just in time to see Xiao Chen suddenly appear in front of those people. Xiao Chen stared at the group trying to take Xia Yuxin away, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Brother Xiao, you've finally arrived. We don't know who these people are, but they're trying to take Yuxin away." Chu Yan cried out anxiously. Xiao Chen nodded, his expression turning grim as he looked at Xiao Chen, who was being held by these men and whose face was still slightly pale. Boy, get out of the way. The leader of the men in black turned and saw Xiao Chen, speaking coldly. At the same time, he shoved Xiao Chen forward, but the next second, Xiao Chen grabbed his hand. Ah! A scream rang out, a terrified cry of pain escaping his lips as Xiao Chen effortlessly snapped his hand. In that instant, he screamed in agony. Xiao Chen's cold gaze fixed on him, and he delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying backward before he lost consciousness. Seeing this, the men who had been trying to take Xiao Chen away rushed towards Xiao Chen. However, they were all instantly blasted away by Xiao Chen with a single blow each. Xiao Chen, don't kill her. Behind him, Chu Qingyu hurriedly stopped Xiao Chen. This was a hospital. If Xiao Chen killed someone, it would be difficult to explain. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyu and coldly said, "Do you think I'm being too easygoing?" His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke. Sensing the murderous intent in Xiao Chen's eyes, Chu Qingyu felt a sense of danger for the first time. She had fought Xiao Chen twice before, but she knew that when he faced her, he hadn't been serious at all. Now, she truly felt the pressure from Xiao Chen. I didn't mean that. This is a hospital. If you make a move, it won't end well, Chu Qingyu hurriedly said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen sneered, if I make a move, it won't end well, but if they do, it'll end well. After asking this, Xiao Chen turned around and directly led Xiao Chen and Chu Yan beside him, saying, come with me. Miss Chu, here's your thing back. Saying this, he threw the identification document in his hand directly to Chu Qingyu. Seeing this, Chu Qingyu's face changed. She knew that her attempts to stop Xiao Chen these past few times had truly angered him. Having finally found someone capable of treating her second uncle, it would be a disaster for the Chu family if Xiao Chen simply abandoned the cause. She said urgently, Xiao Chen, my father has already made his move. Sorry, I don't want to get involved anymore. Xiao Chen said coldly, I'll handle things myself from now on. Of course, you can try to capture me. After saying this, he left with the two women. He was now furious. However, he knew that going after the Gu family at this time would be very passive. He was being watched by the Special Operations Group. He knew his strength was considerable, but if he truly confronted the Special Operations Group, the danger would be considerable. I still need strength. Xiao Chen thought of the things in his spatial storage. He still had a bottle of intermediate evolution potion. Besides that, there was a large pile of secret manuals that Xiao had brought over. Of course, if Xiao Chen could, the various unique items in the game world would undoubtedly be the most suitable. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen contacted Fang Hao. Is there any way to kill someone without being traced back to me? Brother, in the game world, these things are nothing. Hearing this, Fang Hao asked, what level is the opponent? How does it compare to yours? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen said, he's just an ordinary person. Based on Earth's strength, if he's an ordinary person, he'd probably be level 1. As for you, I can see your level, you're level 10. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned. He was only level 10? A level 1 little thing? I happen to have an item that's quite suitable. I'll place an order, and you can come and pick it up later. Over there, Fang Hao chuckled and said, it's a little gadget, a curse spirit. It can curse others, but basically, it's categorized by level. The higher the level, the less affected you are. At level 1, you're doomed. This thing is great. Get me a few more. Hearing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly said. Chapter 44 Gu Quanzhong. In Xiao Chen's view, he was now definitely under surveillance. Therefore, he still needed to act unexpectedly. And this cursed spirit seemed tailor-made for him. In the end, he wouldn't even need to show his face, he'd be dead. Undoubtedly, he was now on Chu Qingyu's close watch list. But even so, would Chu Qingyu really dare to attack him without reason? Brother, this thing is difficult to obtain. And another thing is, it's related to luck. Fang Hao immediately spoke up, I can get you a maximum of 3, but I must tell you, if the opponent is lucky, it might not play a crucial role. In the game, there's such a thing as a luck value. That means if your luck value is high, you can withstand it. At most, it'll just mean losing an arm or a leg. Besides, it's also related to status. Fang Hao said, after all, the higher the status, the higher the luck. I don't know what it would be like on Earth, but that's the situation. He added, so, it might not even be useful. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, just bring the item first, nothing else matters. Okay, I'll complete the mission first, and then I'll get it for you. Fang Hao said, don't underestimate this game world, I often lack things. You can help me complete some missions. Xiao Chen nodded and said, okay. After cutting off contact with Fang Hao, he took the two women and left, returning to Cloud City. As for Chu Qingyu, she watched Xiao Chen's car drive away, her expression extremely grim. She had only wanted to stop Xiao Chen from escalating the situation. However, it was clear that Xiao Chen had absolutely no trust in her. Of course, she also understood that she had just brought the people in, and now someone wanted to release Gu Yuding, and even sent people to arrest Xie Yuxin. At this moment, she was still trying to stop them. Undoubtedly, in Xiao Chen's eyes, she had become someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Thinking of this, she felt extremely helpless. She herself hadn't imagined it would escalate to this point. Damn it, it's all the Gu family's fault. Gu family, I'll definitely kill you. At this moment, Shu Qingyu gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the people lying on the ground. At the same time, she immediately took out her phone. Qingyu, you called me. A man's voice rang out as soon as the call connected. I found someone who might be able to cure your father's problem. Shu Qingyu said directly, but I've completely offended someone. What? The man's voice on the other end of the phone was urgent. What happened? Qingyu, don't joke around. You clearly know that this person can save my father, and you still went and offended him? The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with dissatisfaction and urgency. What exactly happened? Hearing this, Shu Qingyu had no choice but to explain the whole situation. Okay, I understand. I'll take people to the provincial capital now. The voice on the other end of the phone said directly, I'll handle this. As for you, go find Xiao Chen now and explain things to him. Also, are you sure he brought someone who was almost dead back to life? Hearing the question on the phone, Shu Qingyu replied immediately, of course. He not only brought the person back to life, he cured them. After saying this, Shu Qingyu continued, you and I both know second uncle's condition. Even if he had continued lying down, he would have had at most 6 months before he couldn't be saved. Over the years, so many renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctors have tried, but at most they could only alleviate the symptoms, not cure the disease. We finally have such an opportunity, we must seize it, Shu Qingyu said through gritted teeth. She knew in her heart that to please Xiao Chen, she had taken Gu Yuding away without consulting anyone else. However, she was also afraid that Xiao Chen would cause too much trouble, so she didn't take him to see Gu Yuding. Who could have imagined that the Gu family would extend their influence so quickly? This has caused such a huge commotion. I don't care who the Gu family is. If anyone dares to keep my father from waking up, I'll kill their entire family. The man said coldly. I'll take some men to your place right now. Leave the rest to me. He hung up the phone immediately after saying this. Shu Qingyu's face was grim. As she turned to leave, she saw several people standing not far away. She recognized the man at the head of the group. Gu Quanzhong, the head of the Gu family. Also Gu Yuding's uncle. Miss Chu. Gu Quanzhong walked up to Chu Qingyu, smiling, and said, I heard you and our Yuding have some misunderstanding. I'm here to explain things to you, Miss Chu. No need. You know very well what Gu Yuding did. Chu Qingyu replied coldly. I won't let this go. Also, everyone inside has been crippled. You can hold me responsible. She looked coldly at Gu Quanzhong. Hearing this, Gu Quanzhong smiled faintly. Those people being crippled is fine. Our Gu family just wants to be friends with Miss Chu. Let's leave it at that. How about it? Chu Qingyu smiled faintly. Don't worry, this is no longer my concern. With that, Chu Qingyu turned and left. Watching Chu Qingyu leave, Gu Quanzhong frowned slightly. Dad, what's the deal with this Miss Chu? Behind Gu Quanzhong, a young man stared at the departing Chu Qingyu, asking curiously. He was Gu Quanzhong's second son, Gu Changming, and the sole heir of the Gu family. He looked at Chu Qingyu's retreating figure, a hint of amazement in his eyes. This woman had a stunning figure and exceptionally high looks. He was captivated at first sight. She's from Shengjing, here to gain experience, supposedly part of a special operations team, handling matters beyond criminal cases. Upon hearing this, Gu Quanzhong smiled faintly and said, to put it bluntly, what ability could a little girl like her have? She's just here to gain experience. Don't provoke her, but we don't need to be afraid here either. She's just a young girl, and I believe her family won't interfere, Gu Quanzhong said with a smile. He wasn't worried about Chu Qingyu. After all, if her family had a powerful background, she wouldn't have been sent here. Far from Shengjing, there was no money to be made. What important person's child would come to a place like this? Moreover, he'd never even heard of that so-called special operations group. This was why Gu Quanzhong dared to take action. Chapter 45 Song Ya is jealous. Has the investigation been completed? Gu Quanzhong thought for a moment, then looked at his son behind him and asked, Dad, this matter is indeed quite complicated. I found out that a man named Xiao Chen came with Chu Qingyu, and those two women were also taken away by Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Gu Quanzhong frowned slightly and asked, Who is Xiao Chen? I looked into it, and it seems he and Songya have a very good relationship. Upon hearing this, Gu Quanzhong narrowed his eyes, looking at his son. When Songya was mentioned, his son's eyes were filled with greed. Years ago, when his eldest son died, he forced Songya to marry into the Gu family. But on the wedding day, his son died. Afterwards, he drove Songya away, even declaring that from now on, Songya was his daughter-in-law, and no one else could covet her. He knew that his son had designs on his nominal sister-in-law. However, Songya later left for Yunchinj. After that, he paid no more attention to Songya. Now, hearing news of Songya again, it was with some nobody. That kid, I heard, is Songya's man, Gu Changming said softly. As he spoke, the anger in his eyes was barely contained. Although Songya was his sister-in-law, his dead brother was long gone. Back then, he had his eye on Songya, which was why she had left in such a hurry. Afterwards, he had almost forgotten about Songya. He never expected to hear this news again, that the woman had a man by her side. My Gu family's daughter-in-law, unfaithful. Hearing this, Gu Quanzhong sneered, since that's the case, go and deal with her. Okay. Gu Changming nodded immediately. His eyes were filled with excitement. He wanted Songya to kneel before him, and as for Xiao Chen, he wanted that man dead. Thinking of this, he hurriedly left with his men. At this moment, Xiao Chen led his men directly back to Yun City. Upon arriving at Jinyutang, Old Wolf was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Xiao, the boss is waiting for you. Old Wolf looked at Xiao Chen and said. He himself didn't know what his feelings were toward Xiao Chen. Anyway, now, he felt an extraordinary fear and dread when he looked at Xiao Chen, mainly because Xiao Chen was too terrifying. Not only was he incredibly strong, but he also possessed terrifying destructive power. That night, after witnessing Xiao Chen kill everyone one by one, he knew that he could only withstand 2 punches at most against Xiao Chen, or perhaps not even 1. Naturally, he was even more afraid of Xiao Chen. Leading the 2 women into Jinyutang, Xia Yuxin and Shu Yan were both surprised to see the establishment. They hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be so wealthy. Of course, judging from the car Xiao Chen drove, they knew he must be quite wealthy. You're back. Seeing Xiao Chen return, Songya smiled gently and stood up to greet him. At the same time, she took Xiao Chen's arm. Her gaze, however, turned with a smile to Xia Yuxin and Shu Yan. Seeing Songya's actions, Xiao Chen was taken aback, but quickly understood. She was jealous. After all, he had gone to the provincial capital and brought back 2 girls. Xia Yuxin, my good brother's sister. My brother passed away, so she's practically my sister now. Xiao Chen pointed to Xia Yuxin and said, Shu Yan is Yuxin's sister. From now on, they'll both work for you. Hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Songya's expression remained unchanged, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid that Xiao Chen would bring back a few more women. After all, she herself didn't know what her relationship with Xiao Chen was now. But without a doubt, Xiao Chen was her first man, and these past few days, while Xiao Chen was away, she had been thinking about him constantly. Therefore, this was the time when she was most anxious and insecure. Yuxin, Shu Yan, from now on, you'll work for me. Songya hurriedly pulled the 2 women down to sit and began to ask them questions. After a few words, Songya had basically figured out the situation of the 2 women. At the same time, she also knew that there was really nothing between Xiao Chen and these 2 girls. It was the name Chu Qingyu that made Songya frown slightly. After settling the 2 women down and having Lao Lang find them an apartment, she sat directly in Xiao Chen's lap. Who is Chu Qingyu? Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya asked curiously. Didn't we meet before? The woman who took me away from the police station. Hearing this, Xiao Chen said. Hearing this, Songya nodded slightly and said, Did you offend the Gu family on your trip to the provincial capital? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded, saying nonchalantly. He was genuinely unafraid. After all, he could simply destroy them. This is troublesome. I believe the Gu family already knows about my relationship with you. Songya leaned against Xiao Chen's chest and whispered, The Gu family isn't as simple as you think. Within the province, they're the real local tyrants, their background is too deep. Hearing this, Xiao Chen replied, Don't worry, I'm not afraid of the Gu family. If they dare to come, I'll kill them. Xiao Chen's eyes were icy as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Songya turned to look at Xiao Chen, then softly said, I know. As she spoke, she leaned against Xiao Chen's chest, a smile playing on her lips, and said, I've witnessed your abilities firsthand. Just then, a waiter came upstairs and whispered to the 2, Madam, a woman named Chu Qingyu has arrived outside. She says she wants to see you. Hearing this, Songya was slightly taken aback, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, She's followed me all the way here? She needs my help. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, This woman's background is not simple. Let her in. Xiao Chen naturally understood that Chu Qingyu's pursuit here indicated she was desperate. After all, he knew Chu Qingyu's second uncle's situation very well. Under these circumstances, Chu Qingyu had no choice but to seek his help. Soon, Chu Qingyu arrived upstairs. Seeing Xiao Chen and Songya sitting in his lap, her expression slightly surprised. Songya stood up and looked at Chu Qingyu, saying, "This must be Miss Chu? May I ask what brings you to see our Xiao Chen?" Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu took a deep breath and handed her identification to Xiao Chen, saying, "I don't agree to your withdrawal. You're still a member of our special operations team. I know you're angry, but don't worry, I promise you, I will give you a satisfactory explanation." At this moment, she looked at Xiao Chen with exceptional seriousness and said, "I've already had the Chu family take action, and I guarantee, the Gu family won't have a good ending." Chapter 46 Chu Qingyu's Compromise. Looking at Chu Qingyu before him, Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and said, "Miss Chu, there's no need for us to continue talking, is there?" As he spoke, Xiao Chen pointed to the door. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu gritted her teeth and said, "Xiao Chen, I know you're angry, but sometimes things aren't as simple as you think. The Gu family has considerable influence in the provincial capital. Even though I'm from Shengjing, I can't directly target them." Chu Qingyu said helplessly. After all, in their eyes, the special operations team members are more like a group of people sent here to gain experience. They're not afraid of us, but they also don't dare to target us. Don't worry, this time, I've already had the Chu family send people. No matter what their background is, I'll deal with Gu Yuding. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu spoke. "Where's the Gu family?" Xiao Chen asked upon hearing this. "The Gu family has a powerful background. If they fall, the damage will be far greater. At least in the short term, we can't target the Gu family." Chu Qingyu said with difficulty, "But don't worry, from now on, we will definitely target the Gu family." She looked at Xiao Chen nervously, and pointed to his work ID in front of him, saying, "Xiao Chen, take your ID back first." Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at his work ID, looked at Chu Qingyu's nervous expression, and thought for a moment before saying, "Promise me a few things." "Go ahead." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu hurriedly said, "As long as I can do it." "You should know about Songya's background, right?" Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyu and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu immediately understood what Xiao Chen wanted to say. "Don't worry, from today onwards, the Gu family will absolutely not target Songya." The reason she dared to make this promise was because she believed in his abilities. "All right." Xiao Chen nodded, then took out a bottle of healing potion from his pocket and handed it to Chu Qingyu, saying, "I definitely won't treat him. You know, it's too taxing on me, I could die." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu looked at Xiao Chen nervously. She had begged him for so long, all for her second uncle. "This is an ancestral heirloom. I only have one bottle. Give it to your second uncle." Xiao Chen pointed to the potion in front of him and said, "It should cure him." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu showed a helpless expression, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Really? Take it back and try it. Don't worry, it'll definitely be fine. However, I only have one bottle. If you use it for something else, then I can't stop you," Xiao Chen said with a smile. He knew that if Chu Qingyu took the healing potion back, she might try to research it. So, he was giving her a heads up. If Chu Qingyu really did take this thing to study, then he couldn't blame her. Anyway, he was adamant about it being just one bottle, and Chu Qingyu couldn't do anything about it. However, to be honest, Xiao Chen also wanted to know what components this thing could be analyzed to determine. Chu Qingyu gritted her teeth. Although it wasn't her fundamental goal, at least she had a result. "I'll take this potion back right away." Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu said, "Don't worry, the Gu family would never dare to target Songya." After saying this, Chu Qingyu hurriedly left. After Chu Qingyu left, Xiao Chen turned around and glanced behind him. Songya was looking at him. "What did you give her?" Songya threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms and asked softly. She knew that Chu Qingyu's nervousness meant the item was very important. "A lifesaver." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "As long as they're not dead, we can bring them back." Hearing this, Songya's eyes widened as she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Such a precious thing, you're just giving it away." At this moment, a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes as she leaned against Xiao Chen and said, "Actually, I'm not afraid of the Gu family. You don't need to do so much for me." Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I was going to give it to her anyway." Xiao Chen knew in his heart that if he wanted to survive in the country, he needed to find some connections, even if it was just partnerships. And the Chu family was undoubtedly the most suitable. However, he couldn't let the Chu family feel that he was dependent on them, so he had to show his own attitude. This way, the Chu family would understand his importance. Anyway, as long as he could control the Chu family and not let them feel that he was relying on them, that was enough. Moreover, once he demonstrated his value, the Chu family would definitely be the first to object to anyone trying to target him. "I'll come find you tonight." Songya pulled Xiao Chen close, gave him a big kiss, and then said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then stood up and said, "I'll head back now." After saying this, he prepared to return the keys to Songya and leave. "I've given you the car, I'll just buy another one. Are you still planning to drive your old, nearly scrapped car?" Songya put the keys back into Xiao Chen's hand and asked. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. He didn't have any money on hand at the time. He bought that willing van by gritting his teeth. It has to be said, a luxury car is a luxury car, completely different from his beat-up car. After taking the keys, Xiao Chen quickly left. As for Xia Yuxin and Xu Yan, he trusted that Songya would take good care of them. After returning home, Xiao Chen first contacted Fang Hao, and soon Fang Hao sent him a purchasing agreement. Xiao Chen was stunned when he saw the long list of seasonings on the purchasing agreement. "What do you need so many seasonings for?" he asked directly. "Who knows what these guys in the game world are thinking? The mission I took is to cook, and it has to be delicious." Fang Hao chimed in, "My cooking skills are alright, but I definitely can't make anything exceptionally delicious. I'll have to use some technology." Fang Hao quickly said, "Big brother, get me some pre-made dishes, and a lot more seasonings." "Okay." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Although he didn't know what mission Fang Hao had taken on, it seemed incredibly simple. He drove straight to a supermarket, bought a huge amount of pre-cooked food and seasonings, and then teleported to Fang Hao's location. Upon seeing what Xiao Chen brought, Fang Hao was immediately overjoyed and shoved all the potions he was holding into Xiao Chen's arms. "The system said these potions are my hard currency." He pointed to the bottles and jars in front of him and handed Xiao Chen several talisman-like objects, saying, "These are curse spirits, just write the target's name on them." Chapter 47. Your son is in my hands. After returning to the real world with these items, Xiao Chen looked at the cursed spirit in his hand. At least he had it now, he could try it out later. Anyway, according to Chu Qingyu, she would deal with the Gu family. So, if the Gu family tried to make a move again, he would use this cursed spirit to eliminate them. After putting the items away, Xiao Chen waited at home. But the next moment, his phone suddenly rang. "Mr. Xiao, come to Jin Yutang immediately. The Gu family is here and they've smashed up our Jin Yutang." It was Old Wolf's voice on the other end of the line. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He quickly hung up the phone and headed straight for Jin Yutang. On the way, he called Chu Qingyu. "Chu Qingyu, you promised you wouldn't let the Gu family cause me any trouble." As soon as the call connected, Xiao Chen coldly said, "Gu Changming came to Yuncheng and even wrecked Jin Yutang." On the other end of the line, Chu Qingyu panicked. She had just promised Xiao Chen and rushed to Shengjing after getting the medicine. Now, she had just stepped out of the airport when she heard Xiao Chen's call. At this moment, Chu Qingyu's face turned extremely pale. She hadn't expected the Gu family to act so quickly, and to go directly to Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, listen to me, I don't know anything about this." On the other end of the line, Chu Qingyu hurriedly said, "I'll contact the Gu family right now." Xiao Chen ignored Chu Qingyu. He quickly hung up and headed straight for Jin Yutang. At this moment, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Whoever had their eyes on Songya at this time, he wanted them dead. At this moment, Songya, looking at Gu Changming who had smashed her shop to pieces, frowned slightly and said calmly, "Gu Changming, what are you doing?" "Sister-in-law, it's been a long time." Gu Changming looked at Songya and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other since you came to Yuncheng." Hearing this, Songya looked up at Gu Changming and said, "So, this is how you treat me when you come to see me? Heh, my dad wants to see you." Looking at Songya, Gu Changming said coldly, "My dad knows about you and Xiao Chen. Do you remember that you are my Gu family's daughter-in-law?" Gu Changming looked at Songya and asked coldly. Songya looked up at Gu Changming but asked bluntly, "Your brother has been dead for so many years, isn't it normal for me to find a man? Besides, when did you start treating me as the Gu family's daughter-in-law?" She stared at him and asked. Back then, she didn't want to marry, but the Gu family disregarded her wishes and directly took control of her. Subsequently, she was forced into marriage at the Gu family home. Ultimately, the Song family, not daring to offend the Gu family, expelled her. If it weren't for her good fortune in eventually establishing Jin Yutang here, Songya herself doesn't know what she would do now. Over the years, Songya felt her life had been incredibly difficult. She had finally found Xiao Chen, and just as she was beginning to experience the feeling of having a man by her side, these people came to ruin it. She raised her head, looking at Gu Changming before her, and coldly said, "Gu Changming, I don't care what you're here for. I have nothing to do with the Gu family anymore. Please leave." Songya said coldly, staring at Gu Changming. Upon hearing this, Gu Changming sneered, "Do you think your word counts? Since I'm here, you must come with me. As for Xiao Chen, I'm taking him with me too. I will kill him with my own hands right in front of you." Looking at Songya, Gu Changming said with a cold smile, "Since you're already Xiao Chen's woman, from now on, you'll follow me." As he spoke, he reached out, trying to pull Songya into his arms. But the moment his hand reached out, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. He looked down at his hand in pain, only to find that a hand had gripped his wrist. Turning his head and seeing Xiao Chen, Gu Changming's face immediately darkened. "I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Kill him." Gu Changming let out a low shout, but before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chen suddenly grabbed his hand and twisted it violently. In excruciating pain, Gu Changming let out a scream. His hand was completely contorted. As he watched Xiao Chen crush his hand in an instant, his face turned deathly pale. He turned to look at Xiao Chen, his face filled with rage. "I'll kill you." He glared fiercely at Xiao Chen and shouted loudly. Xiao Chen looked at him, sneered, and kicked out, sending Gu Changming flying. At that moment, Xiao Chen turned to look at the bodyguards behind Gu Changming. The next second, he instantly rushed forward. With a punch each, he severely injured them, sending them sprawling to the ground, coughing up blood. Then, he walked up to Gu Changming. You want to kill me?" Xiao Chen looked at Gu Changming and asked. Gu Changming was still lying on the ground, coughing up blood. He raised his head and saw Xiao Chen, his face filled with terror. He had brought so many men, and they were all crippled. Seeing the guy not far away, the so-called underground boxing champion, lying on the ground gushing blood, clearly not going to survive, he turned pale with fright. "Do you know this is illegal?" Gu Changming cried out in terror. "What do you want to do?" Xiao Chen ignored him and coldly said, "Call your father." Hearing this, Gu Changming shakily used his only good hand to pull out his phone and dialed. The call had barely connected when Xiao Chen snatched it away. "You're Gu Quanzhong?" Xiao Chen said with a sneer. "Your son is in my hands. Who are you? What happened to my son?" Gu Quanzhong asked nervously. "He only has this one son, so of course he's nervous." Xiao Chen sneered. "He's not dead yet. But your son smashed my shop, he has to pay compensation. He scared my men. Let's do the math. I'll give you a discount, 500 million. If the money arrives, I'll release him, if not, I'll kill him." With that, Xiao Chen's foot stomped on Gu Changming's arm, which he had broken. Instantly, Gu Changming let out a piercing scream. "Okay, give me the account number, I'll give you the money." Gu Quanzhong shouted urgently from the other end of the phone. Chapter 48. I won't let you get away with anything that happens to my son. Gu Quanzhong was truly anxious. His eldest son was dead, and now he only had this one son left. He would have given up everything for this son, and now, hearing Gu Changming screaming in Xiao Chen's hands, he was nearly driven mad. "I'm warning you, if you dare touch my son, I'll kill you," Gu Quanzhong shouted. Even as the richest man in the province, he was now bordering on insane. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. He wasn't afraid of Gu Quanzhong at all. "Send the money now." Xiao Chen sneered. "Your son won't leave until the money's in your account. I'll definitely give you the money, but you must guarantee my son's safety." Gu Quanzhong roared from the other end of the phone. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen completely ignored him. Instead, he said directly, "Transfer the money to Songya's account. Besides, Songya is my person. Sending your good-for-nothing son to find Songya is just asking for trouble." Xiao Chen sneered, then hung up the phone. At this moment, he looked at Gu Changming in front of him and sneered. "Won't doing this cause trouble?" Beside him, Songya asked Xiao Chen. She was practically leaning against Xiao Chen, her face full of worry. Her gaze was fixed on Gu Changming as she said, "The Gu family is, after all, the richest family in a province. They have considerable power behind them, and I've even heard they have connections with certain families in Shengjing." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He was truly unafraid. At worst, he would simply kill Gu Quanzhong. A dead tycoon was worthless. At that point, even if those people knew he had killed someone, would they dare to cause him trouble? Seeing Xiao Chen's complete lack of fear, Songya smiled at him. Undoubtedly, Xiao Chen's abilities were considerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unafraid of these troubles. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Songya knew that she could only rely on Xiao Chen now. Moreover, Xiao Chen gave her an exceptionally reassuring feeling. At least now, no matter what trouble she encountered, Xiao Chen could help her solve it, and that was enough. Xiao Chen looked at Songya and smiled. Then, he looked at Gu Changming on the ground and glanced at the bodyguards behind him. "These people aren't dead, are they?" Songya asked with slight worry. Although these people had wrecked her shop, if they died now, trouble would follow. "Don't worry, they won't die, but they'll definitely be crippled," Xiao Chen said. Then, glancing at Gu Changming on the ground, he knew the guy's hand was definitely gone too. Just as he was talking to Songya, Gu Changming's phone rang again. Xiao Chen picked it up and saw it was Gu Quanzhong calling. "The money's been transferred to you. Release my son immediately." Gu Quanzhong's voice was filled with anger and urgent shouting from the other end of the line. Xiao Chen turned to look at Songya, who nodded. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, your son won't die for now." He knew very well that on Earth, rules still applied. At least, he couldn't kill people openly. As for what happened secretly, what did that have to do with him? He'd release them first, then kill them in a few days. "Kid, you better not have hurt my son, or I definitely won't let you off." Gu Quan's voice, tinged with gloom, rang out from the other end of the phone, while Xiao Chen sneered, "You can try." He hung up immediately after saying that. At that moment, he glanced at the people on the ground and then called Chu Qingyu. "I've already sent someone to find you, don't worry. They'll handle the rest." On the phone, Chu Qingyu said quickly, "I'm home now, and I'll have my second uncle drink that medicine right away. Tell me first, how effective is it?" "I don't know, just try it." Hearing this, Xiao Chen said, "Anyway, there won't be any side effects." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I understand." She hung up the phone after saying that. Just as she hung up, several people rushed in. The leader was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and even a bit of a receding hairline. The man looked at Xiao Chen, then glanced at Gu Changming on the ground, and frowned slightly. "You broke this kid's hand?" Looking at Gu Changming's completely twisted hand, the man sighed and said, "All right, I'll handle this trouble." "You are?" Xiao Chen looked at the man and asked. "I'm here to help you sort out this mess, that's all you need to remember," the man said with a smile, then waved to the people behind him. Soon, a group of people entered. Xiao Chen was taken aback when he saw them. Every single one of these people was clearly a soldier. "All right, you don't need to worry about the rest." With that, the man turned and left. Xiao Chen looked at the people he had brought and immediately led them away, including Gu Changming. He didn't bother with these people, things were already like this, so he didn't care about anything else. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen looked at Songya and said, "Let's close the shop first. It's all smashed up like this, we have no choice but to close the shop first," Songya said helplessly. At this moment, in the Chu family, looking at the bottle of red medicine that Chu Qingyu had brought, Chu Xiong's face was grave. He said, "Qingyu, you really trust this person that much? Dad, no matter what, second uncle is already in this state. How will you know if you don't try?" Hearing this, Chu Qingyu hurriedly spoke up. "You said it yourself, if this person can cure a dying person, you should have brought him. Why did you only bring one bottle of medicine?" Looking at Chu Qingyu, Chu Xiong said. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu looked helpless and recounted everything. Listening to Chu Qingyu's words, Chu Xiong's face was extremely grim. The Gu family has indeed gone too far in their actions over the years. Have your cousin investigate thoroughly? After saying this, he turned to Chu Qingyu and said, "As for that Xiao Chen, since he has such abilities, you should bring him back. Our Chu family." "Dad, don't anger him. He has no interest in our Chu family. Besides, even if he has such abilities, so what? He's not afraid of our Chu family at all." Chu Qingyu spoke up at this moment. "His strength is terrifying. At least, I'm no match for him. How is that possible?" Hearing this, Chu Xiong was stunned. He knew very well Chu Qingyu's talent in this generation of the Chu family. It could be said that Chu Qingyu's strength was very strong, she had even faintly touched the threshold of the acquired realm. You must know that even in the country, among those old monsters, there are very few acquired realm masters, and as for innate realm masters, they are even fewer. If the other party could crush Chu Qingyu, then it meant that the other party was an acquired realm master. Chapter 49. Is he a pre-heavenly being? Even a master of the acquired realm couldn't be so invincible, could they? Several people standing behind Chu Xiong spoke up. "I don't know what he's relying on, but I can sense that he's truly fearless. In fact, his strength is improving incredibly fast." Chu Qingyu frowned and said, "If we really compare, I believe that even second uncle at his peak wouldn't necessarily be a match for him." Upon hearing this, the Chu family members were stunned. The Chu family knew very well that second Master Chu had almost reached the threshold of the innate realm back then, but later, he returned severely injured. If that hadn't happened, the Chu family would indeed be considered one of the top families in Shengjing. Now, seeing Chu Qingyu say these words, they were almost incredulous. "Girl, do you know how many innate masters there are in the country?" Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, then looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "No more than one hand's width." "How old is that kid?" "Never mind that for now, let your second uncle drink it and see." Looking at Chu Qingyu, Chu Xiong said helplessly. He understood that at this moment, his second brother was the most crucial. It would be best if this medicine worked. If it didn't, invite that kid over. Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, then said, "Tell him that if he can help treat your second uncle, our Chu family will owe him a huge favor." "Okay." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu hurriedly took the medicine to her second uncle's room. Upon opening the door, she smelled a medicinal odor. Inside, several doctors were constantly monitoring the equipment. "Mr. Chu, it seems second master's condition, he won't last much longer." Seeing Chu Xiong and Chu Qingyu enter, the white-haired elder at the head of the group said with a troubled expression. He was hailed as a master of traditional Chinese medicine, Zhao Tianfang, currently the top doctor in the country, yet even he was helpless. The second son of the Chu family was on the verge of death. "Let me try." With that, Chu Qingyu quickly took the medicine and walked to her second uncle. She trusted Xiao Chen completely. Only after witnessing Xia Yuxin's resurrection did she understand the extent of Xiao Chen's abilities. Seeing Chu Qingyu directly pour a bottle of medicine into her second uncle's mouth, Zhao Tianfang immediately panicked. Qingyu, what did you give your second uncle to drink? You silly girl, your second uncle's condition is such that if he drinks the wrong thing, he will die. Zhao Tianfang looked anxious and snatched the medicine from Chu Qingyu's hand. But after smelling it, he frowned slightly. He couldn't detect anything wrong with this stuff. The only noticeable effect was that the scent seemed quite invigorating. Just then, the instruments began beeping incessantly. Startled, Chu Xiong hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" His face was extremely pale. He even turned to Chu Qingyu and said, "Qingyu, if anything happens to your second uncle, I'll definitely kill that brat." Chu Qingyu panicked as well. As for Zhao Tianfang, he was holding Chu Iryi's pulse, his face filled with astonishment. "Dr. Zhao, how is he?" Chu Xiong looked at Zhao Tianfang and asked anxiously, "How is this possible? Girl, what did you give your second uncle?" Zhao Tianfang stared intently at Chu Qingyu, his voice filled with disbelief. "Do you know that your second uncle, his meridians are recovering?" Hearing this, Chu Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the medicine had worked. As for Chu Xiong, he also breathed a sigh of relief. His second brother wasn't going to die, that was good. "Ha!" Suddenly, Zhao Tianfang exclaimed in surprise, then looked at Chu Lao Er and said, the effects of the medicine have worn off. Dr. Zhao, how is it?" Hearing this, Chu Xiong asked anxiously. "Chu Xiong, your second brother's life has been saved." Zhao Tianfang smiled bitterly, but, only saved. His current physical condition has returned to how he was when he was first brought back. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu and Chu Xiong were stunned. In other words, he won't die, but, he won't wake up either. Zhao Tianfang looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "Girl, if there's still that kind of medicine, perhaps." His gaze was fixed on Chu Qingyu. This medicine was too miraculous. As a healer, what he wanted to know most now was where it came from. "Go find that Xiao Chen quickly." Hearing this, Chu Xiong said urgently, "Tell him that as long as he can save your second uncle, our Chu family is willing to pay any price." Chu Xiong's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke. For so many years, this was their only hope, he knew it all too well. At this moment, no matter who it was, anyone who tried to stop him from saving his brother, he would fight them to the death. But, Xiao Chen only has one bottle of medicine left. Chu Qingyu said helplessly. "Are you crazy? That kid can save people himself. Isn't he going after the Gu family? We'll help him." Chu Xiong said viciously, "Tell him that as long as he can save your second uncle, I'll slaughter the entire Gu family for him." "Mr. Chu, you mean, that guy named Xiao Chen can save people?" Zhao Tianfang, standing to the side, looked at Chu Xiong with burning eyes and asked. At the same time, he looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "Qingyu, tell me, what kind of person is that kid?" He was extremely curious about Xiao Chen. Now, he stared intently at Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu had no choice but to recount how Xiao Chen saved Xia Yuxin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang's mouth dropped open. How is that possible? Girl, do you know? If what you're saying is true, that's an ability only those born with innate talent can possess. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong and Chu Qingyu were immediately stunned. Xiao Chen is a Xiantian, innate realm, cultivator. Chu Qingyu quickly realized that indeed, if Xiao Chen wasn't a Xiantian, then, he wouldn't have completely disregarded the Gu family and herself. Only a Xiantian would have such audacity. Moreover, that kid is definitely not a recent Xiantian, he's been a Xiantian for a long time, and he's also proficient in this path. Zhao Tianfang exclaimed in astonishment, "I'm becoming more and more curious about that kid." As he spoke, he looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "Girl, will you take me to find him? Don't worry, your second uncle is fine now. There's no use me staying here. We should find that kid quickly, perhaps your second uncle can be cured." As he spoke, he pulled Chu Qingyu away. Chapter 50, Can one awaken supernatural abilities innately? After all that happened, Sonia was busy dealing with it and didn't come to Xiao Chen's place. As for Xiao Chen, after returning home, he slept soundly, and only the next morning did he open the books Xiao had given him. He even tried to learn from a few of the books. However, he discovered that he couldn't learn them at all. Besides the techniques, he had absolutely no internal energy. He tried contacting Xiao. "Brother, maybe it's not suitable for you." Xiao said, "At least here, not everyone can practice martial arts. It depends on talent. For example, my talent isn't high, and I'm only at the acquired realm now." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." He looked at the books scattered on the ground and shook his head. He figured he could only learn the techniques from these. However, he did discover something. Some of the techniques, especially the external martial arts techniques, he learned immediately. After all, these techniques only required a strong physical body. His physical strength was absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Find me some more manuals on external martial arts. After saying this to Xiao Chen immediately severed the connection. Then, he prepared to pack up his things. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to gather everything up, the supermarket door was violently kicked open. Xiao Chen turned around and saw Chu Qingyu and an old man standing at his front door. Xiao Chen, my second uncle took the medicine and is much better, but he still hasn't woken up. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze fell on the manual scattered on the ground. Even Zhao Tianfang, who had come with Chu Qingyu, was astonished. His gaze was fixed on the ancient texts before him, filled with surprise. He casually picked up a text and glanced at it, and immediately, a look of astonishment crossed Zhao Tianfang's face. This, young brother, are these all yours? At this moment, Zhao Tianfang looked at Xiao Chen with burning eyes. Xiao Chen nodded and casually placed the texts into a box. Seeing Xiao Chen's actions, Zhao Tianfang took a deep breath and said urgently, young brother, are these all your family heirlooms? At this moment, his eyes were burning with fervor. Even a hint of urgency. He couldn't believe it. Just that one book, which he casually flipped open, was a cultivation manual, and it was clear at a glance that it was far superior to what he practiced. Chu Qingyu also looked at Xiao Chen with complicated emotions. She knew Xiao Chen was powerful, but she hadn't expected him to have so many books passed down in his family. These things are treasures. Now she understood why Xiao Chen had already reached the innate realm. Xiao Chen, are you really an innate realm cultivator? Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu asked. What is an innate realm cultivator? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked. He truly didn't understand these rules, and even if he knew some of Xiao's systems, they might be different from those on Earth. An innate realm martial artist is comparable to a nuclear bomb. Chu Qingyu paused for a moment, then said, they are almost immune to swords and spears. Some innate martial artists have even evolved superhuman abilities. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, that's what you call superpowers. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. If that's the case, Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then activated his teleportation ability. The next moment, his body appeared in the courtyard. Chu Qingyu only felt the person in front of her suddenly disappear. Turning her head, she saw Xiao Chen appear in the courtyard and her mouth dropped open. You! Chu Qingyu looked at Xiao Chen in horror, her face filled with fear. As for Zhao Tianfang, he nodded slightly and said, it really is a superpower only innate martial artists possess. Little brother, this should be considered teleportation, right? I guess so. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He had always kept it well hidden, but he hadn't expected that there were superpowers in the country. The reason he was exposed was because he clearly understood that to survive in this country, you need sufficient influence. Otherwise, even the things he had done wouldn't be easy to resolve. The appearance of large quantities of gold, silver, and jade would quickly be noticed. But a Xiantian martial artist is different. No one would bother the other over such trivial matters. Especially since it was a Xiantian martial artist who had mastered teleportation. No wonder you were able to kill so many people without anyone noticing. At this moment, Chu Qingyu exhaled and said, Xiao Chen, can I ask you for a favor? She looked at Xiao Chen and said, save my second uncle. If you can save my second uncle, I guarantee that our Chu family will owe you a huge favor. Just say the word, and our Chu family will definitely do it. Chu Qingyu said urgently. Zhao Tianfang, standing to the side, nodded upon hearing this. In his opinion, the Chu family was still profiting from this. After all, innate martial artists are extremely rare these days. If the Chu family could establish a connection with one, they would be making a fortune. Has the Gu family's matter been resolved? Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyu and asked. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu hurriedly replied, it's resolved. Gu Yuding has been sentenced, at least 20 years. And Gu Quanzhong has also been warned. Don't worry, that old man won't dare to cause you any more trouble. She looked at Xiao Chen, her face full of anxiety. If she and Zhao Tianfang hadn't gone there last night to directly warn the Gu family, and even mobilized some of the military's resources, the Gu family wouldn't still be inactive. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, okay, since that's the case. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, wait. Saying this, he ran to his room, and when he came out again, he had 2 more bottles of healing potions. Seeing the healing potion in Xiao Chen's hand, Chu Qingyu's face lit up with excitement, but someone was even faster than her. Zhao Tianfang practically leaped in front of Xiao Chen, looking at him excitedly and asking, where did you get this? At this moment, Zhao Tianfang's gaze was burning as he asked Xiao Chen. He knew all too well the value of this thing. It could be said that this thing was absolutely a celestial elixir. Seeing that Xiao Chen remained silent, Zhao Tianfang immediately understood that the other party would definitely not tell him about such a miraculous medicine. Young brother, my name is Zhao Tianfang. Looking at Xiao Chen, he said, Zhao Tianfang, the the renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine. Young brother, I know what you have is definitely valuable, but could you sell me a bottle? His gaze was intense as he looked at Xiao Chen and said, how much? Name your price. Chapter 51. You can really level up. At Zhao Tianfeng's level, money was just a bunch of numbers. However, this miraculous medicine was simply too powerful. Patients he himself couldn't save, after drinking the medicine, gradually stabilized, even in a very short time. This made Zhao Tianfeng realize that what he had was definitely a miraculous medicine. Dr. Zhao, you yourself said it's a miraculous medicine, do I really have that much? Xiao Chen smiled faintly upon hearing this. He now understood the purpose of these bottles in jars. There was no way he could just give them away like that. He needed to understand that he could earn money through Gu Ming and Xiao, but Fang Hao's side was the real resource. In fact, Xiao Chen even wanted to go with Fang Hao to see if he could level up. That was a leveling up mode in a game. If he could achieve that by constantly fighting monsters and leveling up there, his strength would only increase faster. The only difficulty was perhaps his class in the game world, a priest. Zhao Tianfeng's expression was bitter. He simply didn't believe Xiao Chen only had these 2 bottles. After all, if these were truly the only 2 bottles left, the other party wouldn't have handed them over so readily. However, he also understood that these items were definitely very valuable, and the other party probably didn't have many more. In other words, he had to offer something that would interest the other party. But, what could he possibly have that would interest the other party? After thinking for a long time, Zhao Tianfeng couldn't think of anything. Brother Xiao, I have a granddaughter. Zhao Tianfeng looked at Xiao Chen and lowered his voice, saying, I think you two are quite suitable, or perhaps. Dr. Zhao. Standing behind Xiao Chen, Shu Qingyu coldly said, Xiao Chen already has someone by his side. Hearing this, Zhao Tianfeng was stunned, then awkwardly said, Brother Xiao is a powerful expert at the innate realm, what's a few more women to him? As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen expectantly. Xiao Chen shook his head. His secret was too great, and he couldn't be watched all the time. Even if Zhao Tianfeng's granddaughter was very beautiful, she couldn't stay with him, unless he was certain that no one on earth could threaten him. Then, even revealing some secrets wouldn't matter. But in the short term, that was definitely not possible. Therefore, Xiao Chen directly rejected the other party's suggestion. Hearing Xiao Chen's refusal, Shu Qingyu, for some reason, breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Zhao, do you really want it? Xiao Chen looked at Zhao Tianfeng and asked. Yes. Zhao Tianfeng's eyes immediately lit up. He had to take this bottle of medicine back, he had to study it thoroughly. Alright, do me a favor. Xiao Chen looked at him and said with a smile, take care of the Wang family in this city for me. When the Wang family is dealt with, then you can come to me for the medicine. Xiao Chen said calmly. Xiao Chen found Wang Huja disgusting, it would be better to just get rid of him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfeng immediately nodded and said, okay, the Wang family of Yunchinj is just a small family. It's just a matter of me saying a few words. Zhao Tianfeng excitedly said, young brother, don't worry, I'll definitely make sure the Wang family gets out of Yunchinj within 3 days, and even ensure they never have a chance to rise again in the country. Alright, I believe you. Xiao Chen nodded and handed him a bottle of healing potion. He gave it to Zhao Tianfeng because he wanted to see if Zhao Tianfeng could research it and figure it out. After all, if this national medical master could really develop something similar, it would undoubtedly be good news for the country. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Don't worry, Brother Xiao, I guarantee I'll get what you asked me to do within 3 days. He was overjoyed and immediately took the potion to leave. Now he couldn't wait to go back and study the ingredients of this potion. Xiao Chen, I'm going back to Shengjing first. Wait for my news. Shu Qingyu looked at Xiao Chen and said. Then, she also hurriedly went back. After Chu Qingyu left, Xiao Chen contacted Fang Hao. He had inquired with the system and learned that he could stay in any world for a week. He planned to go to Fang Hao's place so Fang Hao could help him level up. If possible, he also wanted to know if he could increase his strength in a week. Brother, bring plenty of food. Fang Hao readily agreed and said to Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, indicating he understood. He quickly emptied the shelves of snacks and instant noodles, and the next moment, he appeared at Fang Hao's location. Let's go. Fang Hao looked at Xiao Chen and said with a smile, I'll take you to level up first. As he spoke, he sent Xiao Chen a team invitation. At that moment, an interface appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He immediately clicked confirm. Then, he followed Fang Hao into a cave. Brother, we're exploring a dungeon this time. Don't worry, it's quite safe. I can handle it, just follow me. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, your level is still too low. Hearing this, Xiao Chen opened his attribute panel. That's right, he had an attribute panel as soon as he entered the game world. Level 13. This was his current level. As for the equipment slots, they were all empty. Player, Xiao Chen. Level, 13. Strength, 25. Constitution, 35. Spells, 16. Mental strength, 20. Looking at his attributes, Xiao Chen began to ask Fang Hao. This is amazing. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao's expression turned strange. Logically speaking, as a priest, your strength should be at most single digits, and your constitution should be around 10 points. But you're far above that. On the contrary, your spells and mental strength are almost at level 10. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, but it was still good news. He understood that it must be due to the effects of the evolution potions he had drunk. Next, Fang Hao led Xiao Chen directly into the dungeon. When a monster charged, before Xiao Chen could even react, he saw Fang Hao casually tap a button, and the next second, the monster was engulfed by lightning and then exploded. System notification: player Xiao Chen has gained 98 experience points. Hearing the system notification, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Sure enough, he could level up in the game world. In that case, this week, he would follow Fang Hao. After all, the stronger he became, the more insecure he felt. Mainly because he had exposed too much, but he had also learned quite a bit. At least, he knew that there were so-called innate realm experts. Chapter 52: The Wang family went bankrupt. Xiao Chen spent a full week in this dungeon with Fang Hao. During that week, Xiao Chen went from being unable to defeat any monsters to now being able to fight alongside some, even managing to kill them. As a result, his level steadily increased. From level 13, he reached level 20. It was a qualitative leap. At the same time, Xiao Chen also discovered that the benefits of each level were enormous. He could clearly feel his progress. Now, he didn't need to learn those obscure techniques, he only needed to gradually increase his level. Brother, judging by your current strength, you're at least twice as strong as when you first came in. Looking at Xiao Chen, Fang Hao said. Of course, he was also somewhat helpless. With each level up, Xiao Chen basically put all his attribute points into constitution and strength. So, although his current level is 20, he's actually far weaker than a level 20 priest. Of course, he didn't think anything was wrong. After all, Xiao Chen wasn't from this world. Okay, I understand. Xiao Chen looked at Fang Hao and asked, are you the only player in this game? This was actually what he was most curious about. After all, whether it was Gu Ming or Xiao, the worlds they traveled through were real. A real world naturally has real people. But here, Fang Hao seemed to be the only one. Yes. Fang Hao nodded upon hearing this. Is there anything strange about that? However, there are NPCs in this world. Those people are actually living, breathing people, so you don't need to worry. Fang Hao said, there are other people too. Also, brother, keep these items, they'll be good for you. Saying this, Fang Hao handed Xiao Chen several pieces of equipment. They were all accessories. These accessories could enhance Xiao Chen's defense and even grant him some additional attributes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen took them without hesitation. Then, he bid farewell to Fang Hao. His gains this week were undoubtedly enormous. Not to mention the various items and potions in his backpack, things that Fang Hao considered trash, but Xiao Chen considered treasures. Especially some of them were incredibly magical. For example, the Flame Scroll. It could instantly unleash a wall of fire that lasted for 1 minute, during which time the fire could not be extinguished. This was practically something from Legends. After leaving the game world, Xiao Chen had just appeared at the supermarket when he glanced at his phone. I spent a week in the game world, but on Earth, it's only been a day and a half. Sure enough, the time flow in the two worlds was completely different, and his Earth seemed to be the slowest. Secondly, there are Xiao and Gu Ming from lower planes. If I stayed there for a week, it would take about 3 days on Earth, but with Fang Hao, it would be much slower. I wonder what the worlds I create in the future will be like. However, even without other worlds, these 3 worlds alone were enough for him to explore. While Xiao Chen was still thinking about these things, a phone call suddenly came in. It was Songya calling. Where did you go? I couldn't reach you. Songya asked helplessly on the other end of the line. I went out for a while. Did you need something? Xiao Chen asked. Yes, the Wang family is kneeling at the entrance of Jin Yutang. Songya rubbed her head and said, the Wang family went bankrupt. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He naturally understood who was responsible. Sure enough, Zhao Tianfang was efficient. He took his potion and actually did what he was supposed to do. Moreover, he did it so quickly. Now, he wondered how Zhao Tianfang's potion research was going. If possible, he would like to have a good chat with Zhao Tianfang. At worst, he could give him some more potions. Wang Huja's limbs are all broken now. He's lying at the entrance of Jin Yutang, kneeling and begging for my forgiveness. Songya said helplessly, the old Wang family man is ruthless too. Knowing that Wang Huja was like this because of you, he crippled his son. Hearing Sonia's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then said, "Go tell them to get out of Yunchen's themselves, or they'll face the consequences." Okay. Sonia had no objection. She naturally understood Wang Huja's initial plan. Now that he was crippled, there was no need to care about him anymore. Besides, even if they were given the chance, would they dare to retaliate? Now, Sonia truly felt Xiao Chen's power. The people he knew seemed to be far beyond ordinary people. Even Gu Quanzhong seemed to have stopped causing trouble recently. Therefore, Sonia hung up the phone with Xiao Chen and then left Jin Yutang. "My dear niece, I know my unfilial son has offended you. I've come to apologize, haven't I? Please be magnanimous." The Wang family patriarch looked at Sonia with a fawning smile. Heaven knows how he'd managed these past day and a half. Suddenly, all of the Wang family's businesses ran into trouble. Overnight, the Wang family went bankrupt. And it happened so fast, he didn't even have time to react. He pulled countless strings before realizing that his unfilial son had offended a powerful figure. And that powerful figure was connected to Sonia. At that moment, he beat his unfilial son half to death and dragged him to the entrance of Jin Yutang, also that Sonia could spare the Wang family's survival. He knew all too well how terrifying a force capable of bankrupting the Wang family silently could be. Even the Gu family, the richest family in the province, might not be able to do that. That's why he was terrified. "Mr. Wang, take your son and leave." Sonia said, "That person said that if you take your son and leave Yun City, this matter will end here. If you continue to cause trouble, then, all right." Upon hearing this, the Wang family head immediately nodded. He understood that at this point, he had no right to bargain with the other party. In fact, he had to do whatever the other party said, because he had no way out. As for his family fortune, he didn't dare ask for it now. Bankruptcy was bankruptcy, but fortunately, the Wang family still had some assets overseas. Therefore, the Wang family group arrived quickly and left just as fast, departing immediately. The events at Jin Yutang's gate had already spread throughout Yun City. Now, everyone in Yun City knew that Sonia had powerful backing. Even the Wang family couldn't afford to offend her. Chapter 53. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. At that moment, Xiao Chen received a call from Chu Qingyu. "Xiao Chen, where have you been?" As soon as the call connected, Chu Qingyu immediately asked, "I've been looking for you for ages, but I couldn't find you. Is something wrong?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen asked, "My second uncle has woken up, but he's still very weak." Chu Qingyu said, "Teacher Zhao examined my second uncle and said that he can only recuperate well now. Whether he can recover is uncertain. If there's any medicine, perhaps it could cure my second uncle." Chu Qingyu felt embarrassed as she said this. Hearing Chu Qingyu's hesitant tone, Xiao Chen understood. She also felt that this medicine was very precious, so she was embarrassed to ask for it. However, for her second uncle's sake, she had no choice but to accept it. "Young man." Before Xiao Chen could speak, the phone was snatched away by Zhao Tianfang again. "Old Zhao," Xiao Chen said with a smile, "you did a good job, but that's enough. I've made them get out of Yun City. Alright, brother Xiao, you decide." On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianfang said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, I've carefully studied the potion you gave me. You know, I diluted it tenfold. But even so, this potion can still suppress some diseases. Even cancer has shown some improvement." Zhao Tianfang was extremely excited on the other end of the phone. "Old Zhao, I don't need to elaborate on how precious this potion is. How much do you think I can provide?" Xiao Chen asked helplessly. Hearing his words, Zhao Tianfang smiled bitterly, "I know. But I also know that Brother Xiao definitely has more, and besides, Brother Xiao also has the formula, right?" "What do you mean, old Zhao?" Xiao Chen asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang said urgently, "Brother Xiao, please don't misunderstand. I just want to cooperate with you, Brother Xiao. I'll open a pharmaceutical factory to produce medicines, and the key to that is your potion. As long as you can provide me with 10 doses of that potion every month, I guarantee you'll get the lion's share of the profits." Zhao Tianfang on the other end of the phone said eagerly, "That miraculous medicine is amazing. It can cure almost 90% of diseases and injuries." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He naturally understood this. Healing potions, simply put, restore your life force. In data terms, anything that threatens your life force can be cured. "Brother Xiao, what do you think of my proposal?" Zhao Tianfang was extremely eager at this moment. If he could get 10 doses of that potion every month, he could even expand further. "Old Zhao, I do have the formula, but that stuff isn't so easy to produce." Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. He did want to cooperate with Zhao Tianfang. 10 bottles of healing potions weren't many. However, at this moment, he didn't want to reveal too many secrets. Giving away all 10 bottles of healing potions would prove he had more, and then even more people would come looking for him. "I understand," Zhao Tianfang said urgently. "Right now, only the Chu family, and I know you have the healing potion. Don't worry, starting today, neither the Chu family nor I will tell anyone. Zhao Tianfang immediately added, you don't need to show your face. Every month, once the funds are available, I'll directly deposit them into your account. Young brother, you understand, this potion can't be mass-produced, so it will only be used as a strategic resource. At that stage, we'll set the price. Hearing Zhao Tianfang's words, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, okay. However, the raw materials are scarce. I don't know how much I can provide, and there's a high chance of a supply shortage. Xiao Chen said directly. What raw materials do you need? Our Zhao family has its own channels, perhaps we can help. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang immediately spoke up. Old Zhao, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Xiao Chen said, some things simply can't be found now. Alright. Hearing this, Zhao Tianfang was somewhat helpless. Once he had the potion in his hands, he began to study it. He could barely understand its ingredients. Indeed, the research revealed countless components he didn't comprehend. That's why he was helpless. I'm coming to find you now. Zhao Tianfang said urgently from the other end of the line. Having promised Zhao Tianfang, Xiao Chen didn't bother to hide it any longer and told Chu Qingyu that he only had 12 bottles of the potion, and he could give the remaining 2 to the Chu family. Xiao Chen, thank you so much. Hearing that he could get 2 more bottles, Chu Qingyu said with delight, don't worry, I know how precious this potion is. The Chu family will definitely offer you a suitable price. After saying this, she hung up the phone immediately. After Xiao Chen finished everything, he prepared to leave to find Songya, but he didn't expect that as soon as he opened the supermarket door, he would see Qin Kai. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Qin Kai's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly walked towards him. Xiao Chen, what a coincidence. You're here, she said, pretending to glance inside. What are you doing running a supermarket here? Xiao Chen simply stared coldly at Qin Kai. This woman had clearly been standing at the supermarket entrance for a long time, even waiting for him to open the door, but now she was putting on an act. What do you need? Xiao Chen asked Qin Kai directly. Hearing this, Qin Kai turned her head, intending to buy something casually in the supermarket, but when she saw the almost completely empty shelves, she was slightly stunned. Why is this supermarket out of stock? Qin Kai turned to Xiao Chen and asked. Sold out. Xiao Chen replied. His goods sold out very quickly. Those 3 bastards, Fang Hao and his companions, were constantly asking him for things. With all the running around lately, I'd completely forgotten to restock. So, the shelves are all empty. Qin Kai looked at Xiao Chen awkwardly. What could she buy when the shelves were practically bare? Give me a bottle of water. Turning to the bottled water next to Xiao Chen, Qin Kai said helplessly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, took out a bottle of water, and handed it to Qin Kai, saying, 2 yuan. He then pointed to the QR code beside him and said, hurry up and leave after you buy what you need. I'm heading out too. Qin Kai was slightly taken aback, turned to look at Xiao Chen, and asked with a complicated expression, Xiao Chen, do you really hate me that much? At that moment, Xiao Chen glanced at Qin Kai and smiled faintly, saying, Miss Qin, you and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Chapter 54 You Can't Escape My Palm. Xiao Chen didn't know why Qin Kai had come to see him, but right now, he had no mind to face the woman before him. Back then, when he was deeply in love with her, she left without a word. And then? She went straight off with someone else. Now, she'd come running to him, practically begging. Wasn't it because she saw he was successful now and wanted to rekindle their past relationship? But Xiao Chen had no feelings for Qin Kai anymore. Qin Kai opened her mouth, looking at Xiao Chen. At this moment, she only felt that Xiao Chen was an absolute stranger. She knew how good Xiao Chen had been to her when they were together. She even thought that if she were with Xiao Chen, he would be completely under her control. But now, she felt that Xiao Chen was completely different from anyone she knew. Alright, I'm leaving, Xiao Chen said. After saying that, he turned and left the supermarket. Helpless, Qin Kai could only follow Xiao Chen outside. At that moment, she looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of grievance. However, she found that Xiao Chen didn't even acknowledge her. Xiao Chen turned around, got into his Mulzan, and quickly drove away. Watching Xiao Chen's car leave, Qin Kai gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. She had thought that Xiao Chen would be dealt with by Wang Hujia, but unexpectedly, not long after, the Wang family went bankrupt. Moreover, she had heard a lot of news from Zhang Ming. She heard that the Wang family's bankruptcy was related to Xiao Chen. This was the reason why Qin Kai had second thoughts. Years ago, she went to be with Zhang Ming in order to live a better life. But she knew even more clearly that being with Zhang Ming would only make her Zhang Ming's mistress. Even now, Zhang Ming's attitude towards her was becoming increasingly cold. She understood that even Zhang Ming might not want her anymore. At this time, she encountered Xiao Chen again. She also discovered that Xiao Chen had become successful. Naturally, she wanted to rekindle their past relationship. Even more so, to use this opportunity to control Xiao Chen. But unexpectedly, Xiao Chen completely ignored her. Xiao Chen, you can't escape my grasp. Qin Ke snorted and said softly. She felt she knew Xiao Chen well enough, she knew exactly what kind of person he was. Therefore, controlling Xiao Chen would be easy. That's why Qin Ke dared to go to Xiao Chen now. With a hint of resentment, Qin Ke got into her car and left. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen arrived at Jin Yutang. In just a few days, Jin Yutang had completely changed, it had been renovated and reopened. As Xiao Chen entered, he saw Chuyan standing in the lobby on the first floor. Upon seeing him, she hurried over. Brother Xiao, you're here, Chuyan said with a smile, Sister Song is upstairs. Good. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and asked, are you settling in well? Of course I'm settling in. Sister Song made me the lobby manager on the first floor, and I'm earning way more than before. Chu Yan quickly replied. She was now extremely satisfied with her life. Since arriving here, she finally had someone to rely on. Moreover, both Songya and Xiao Chen treated her very well. No longer would she and Xia Yuxin be bullied like before. Okay, then let's do a good job. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and asked, where's Xia Yuxin? Sister Song asked her to manage Jin Yutang's accounts. She should be in her office now, Chu Yan said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, and then went upstairs. In Songya's office, seeing Xiao Chen enter, Songya immediately stood up to greet him. Where have you been these past few days? Songya pulled Xiao Chen back and said softly, I went to your supermarket, but I didn't see you. However, I did see someone. Songya blinked at Xiao Chen as she spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Chen understood who Songya was referring to. Qin Ke. Xiao Chen asked, looking at Songya. Hearing this, Songya nodded and said, when she saw me, she kept her distance, but look at her. I spotted her immediately. Then, Songya looked at Xiao Chen and asked, you still have feelings for that Qin Ke? What feelings could I have? Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, I haven't had anything to do with her for a long time. That's good. Songya smiled and said, you know Zhang Ming, right? He and Wang Hujia were targeting me back then. Now that Wang Hujia has fallen, my target is the Zhang family. The Zhang family has some good businesses, I'm planning to take them over. Hearing Songya's words, Xiao Chen didn't find anything wrong with it. Or rather, in his view, there was no need to tell him such things. Seeing Xiao Chen's indifference, Songya smiled and said, since you have no objections, I'm going to do it. Go ahead. Xiao Chen nodded. He naturally had no objections. After all, he had no interest in either Wang Hujia or Zhang Ming. Furthermore, the city's second-in-command wants to meet you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya said softly, the one behind the Gu family? Since he had killed Gu Yan, Xiao Chen had almost forgotten about this person. Logically speaking, the Gu family was finished. The possibility of this person still holding a grudge against him shouldn't be high. However, it seemed obvious that this person was still watching him. He means no harm. Seeing Xiao Chen's narrowed eyes, Songya knew he had misunderstood. She said directly, he means he wants to meet you, and his tone even has a hint of flattery. Don't you think about it? The Wang family went bankrupt, how much power does that require to do that? Now, who would dare to provoke you? Songya knew all too well that the Wang family's collapse would directly affect the entire Yun city. In Yunqing now, no one would be foolish enough to cause trouble for Xiao Chen. She was well aware of this. All right. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, then let's go meet him. He didn't mind meeting him, after all, he understood that Yunqing was still their territory, and at least in the short term, he couldn't leave Yunqing. Moreover, he has a lot to do now, and often needs to purchase supplies on a large scale. At that stage, having connections will naturally make things easier. Those other planes are not to be underestimated. The benefits they can bring to Xiao Chen are enormous. Okay, I'll find some time to arrange a meeting with them, Songya said with a smile. Xiao Chen's willingness to meet them is enough. Chapter 55 Chu Qingyu arrives. After sitting with Songya for a while, Xiao Chen prepared to leave when Old Wolf rushed in. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Wolf's eyes held a complex expression. What's wrong? Seeing Old Wolf's gaze, Xiao Chen asked curiously. He could tell that Old Wolf's eyes were very strange. A few people came downstairs. Old Wolf said, I think you should go down and see. Who? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked. The girl who came the other day, and an old man, they're downstairs, Old Wolf said directly. After saying this, he glanced at Songya. Undoubtedly, Songya was his boss, but right now, he was more afraid of Xiao Chen. As for the woman named Chu Qingyu, he felt that her relationship with Xiao Chen was definitely not ordinary. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned. These two came so quickly. Only a few hours had passed since they finished their call. In other words, they came almost directly. Are you those gentlemen? Please bring them up, Sonia said with a smile. She naturally knew who they were. If it were the old Sonia, she would have had to be extremely cautious with these important figures from Shengjing. After all, back then, she couldn't even handle the Gu family. But now it was completely different. She knew that her reliance was on Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen was still around, everything would be easy to solve. From the way they treated Xiao Chen, she knew that Xiao Chen's abilities were undoubtedly far superior. Thinking of this, she was no longer worried. Soon, Old Wolf brought the two of them up. Upon entering, Chu Qingyu saw Sonia. She nodded slightly to Sonia, then her gaze fell on Xiao Chen. For some reason, this one glance made Chu Qingyu freeze. If Xiao Chen had previously given her a feeling of extreme danger, the current Xiao Chen, she felt absolutely nothing. It was as if he were a completely ordinary person. This made Chu Qingyu slightly taken aback. Your strength has improved again? Chu Qingyu keenly sensed that Xiao Chen had definitely improved, which was why she asked. I guess so. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, Are you in such a hurry? We are in a bit of a hurry. Zhao Tianfang, standing to the side, said impatiently, Brother Xiao, I even brought the contract. As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out the contract and looked at Xiao Chen. All right. Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't waste any words and casually signed the contract. Then, with a wave of his hand, several bottles of healing potions appeared before him. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen handed a bottle of mana-restoring potion to Zhao Tianfang. Seeing the azure blue potion in front of Xiao Chen, Zhao Tianfang was momentarily stunned, but quickly took the bottle Xiao Chen handed him. Brother Xiao, what is this? Zhao Tianfang asked excitedly, What does this do? Is it also for treating injuries? Go back and study it. This thing can restore my mental energy. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then said, Let me put it this way. After using my special ability, I feel somewhat exhausted. Drinking this will restore my strength. Hearing this, Zhao Tianfang was immediately stunned. He naturally understood that if what Xiao Chen said was true, the item's value was even greater. When martial artists are locked in a duel, it often becomes a test of endurance. And that's also the most mentally taxing. If this potion can restore mental strength, its effect on a martial artist is undoubtedly far more powerful than any healing potion. Brother Xiao, I'll leave immediately and study it when I get back. Zhao Tianfang's eyes were filled with fervor. Having lived most of his life, he felt that only in these past few days had he truly obtained what he wanted. So many novel things. Therefore, Zhao Tianfang hurriedly took the medicine and left. Brother Xiao, if you need anything in the future, you can always come to me. Also, my granddaughter's name is Zhao Qinmiai, the head of Shengjing Zhao's pharmaceutical company. If you need anything, you can always come to my granddaughter, Zhao Tianfang said eagerly. After saying this, he ignored the glances given to him by Chu Qingyu and Sonia in the room and turned to leave. He knew very well that these two girls had feelings for Xiao Chen, but so what? A Xiantian cultivator, and such a young one at that, could practically do whatever he wanted in the country. If such a person became his granddaughter's husband, his granddaughter would truly be set for life. As for having a few more women, what was there to be afraid of? It was better than marrying those good-for-nothings. After Zhao Tianfang left, Xiao Chen handed 2 bottles of medicine to Chu Qingyu, saying, Take these. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu carefully put them away, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, I'll have someone send them back. You're not going back? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He was offering so readily just to get rid of Chu Qingyu. I'm not planning to leave yet. Anyway, your place is big enough for me. Shall I stay with you for a while? She looked at Xiao Chen and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was immediately stunned. What was so great about staying in his small, shabby courtyard? Besides, if Chu Qingyu stayed with him, many things would be inconvenient. So, he definitely wouldn't be happy. If Miss Chu doesn't have a place to stay, I happen to have one. You can stay with me. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about how to refuse, Sonia behind him spoke up directly. As for Xiao Chen, you know his place, it's a supermarket, after all, with people coming and going, which isn't convenient. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu frowned slightly, but still agreed. Then, looking at Xiao Chen with curiosity, she asked, Actually, I'm quite curious. You're not short of money now, so why did you open a supermarket? I want to. Xiao Chen replied calmly. Chu Qingyu didn't speak. It's said that some innate old monsters have eccentric temperaments. It seems even innate little monsters are the same, with some strange hobbies. Sonia smiled slightly, pulling Chu Qingyu aside to talk, while Xiao Chen sent messages to the suppliers. The entire supermarket was almost out of stock. At this point, it was better to quickly order more goods. He even ordered 3 times the amount of goods previously ordered. Anyway, he planned to fill the first floor area. The supplier was also happy. With so much stock and advance payment, they guaranteed delivery before tonight. After finishing his call, Xiao Chen turned around and noticed two women whispering together not far away. He was immediately puzzled. Just moments ago, Songya and Chu Qingya seemed somewhat hostile. How could they be chatting and laughing so easily after he'd only made a phone call? Chapter 56 Orders. Xiao Chen, I'm staying at Songya's place. Seeing Xiao Chen looking at her, Chu Qingyu immediately spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, without saying anything more. After all, he had many things to attend to and didn't have time for Chu Qingyu. After sitting with Songya for a while, Xiao Chen left and went to Yipang's place first. Seeing Xiao Chen, Yipangzi immediately waved and asked, "What's going on? I heard you and Songya." Seeing Yipang's look, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Alright, these things aren't your concern." "Okay, I won't ask," Yipangzi said with a smile. He and Xiao Chen were very familiar with each other, and he was also happy for Xiao Chen. "By the way, when are you going back to the village?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Yipangzi suddenly asked. "Go back?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Since his parents' death, he had gone out to work, but things hadn't gone well, so he returned to his village. He initially thought life in the village was alright, but unfortunately, the situation there was more complicated than he had imagined. Xiao Yan and his son disgusted him. Now, the village chief and his son are both in jail, and all those who helped Xiao Yan are in jail too. "You know the new village chief too." "Fatty," he said with a smile, "Qin Jiangyi." Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He really did know him. Qin Kei's second uncle. After Qin Kei's parents died, Xiao Chen and Qin Kei got together, and he even helped pay for Qin Kei's tuition. Qin Jiangyi had been keeping a close eye on Xiao Chen every day. He vehemently opposed Xiao Chen and Qin Kei being together, even saying that they weren't a good match. However, he clearly saw how much Xiao Chen had sacrificed for Qin Kei, yet he didn't stop him. Later, after Qin Kei left, Qin Jiangyi even mocked Xiao Chen, saying he was like a toad trying to eat swan meat. "His becoming the village chief has nothing to do with me, right?" Xiao Chen smiled. He didn't think much of Qin Jiangyi at all, and he didn't bother going back to the village now. It was the poorest place in Yunqing. Even when he ran a supermarket in the village, he didn't make much money. "I don't know who told him you've made a fortune, so he's trying to get you to invest in the village." Yipangzi said with a laugh. "He even came to me. Don't pay him any attention." Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. He didn't even need to think to know it was Qin Kei who told him. After all, besides Qin Kei, no one else would tell Qin Jiangyi that he had made a fortune. Even Yipangzi didn't know how much money he had now. "You sold a lot of gold to Songya, and word of it has spread." Fatty, he lowered his voice and said, "I heard it was Jin Yutang who spread it." Qin Jiangyi even found out. "What does he mean?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. "His gold didn't seem to have anything to do with Qin Jiangyi. He told me to tell you that your gold is illegal, and it might have come from the village that you dug up." Fatty, he sneered, "Everyone knows what happened in our village back then. Whoever dug up that much gold?" Xiao Chen understood. Everyone in the village knew his situation over the years. But suddenly, he sold a large amount of gold, leading these people to believe he must have dug somewhere in the village to obtain such a large quantity. Therefore, they had their eyes on this batch of gold. "Qin Jiangyi told me to tell you that you'd better return the money, otherwise, he'll definitely cause you trouble." Fatty, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, what do you plan to do?" "Just ignore him." Hearing this, Xiao Chen sneered. This newly appointed official was already planning to target him. Didn't he know who he was? Besides, he hadn't been in the village for a long time. Would he be afraid of such a small village chief now? Therefore, Xiao Chen simply couldn't be bothered with these people. After exchanging a few words with Fatty, Xiao Chen left. Back at the supermarket, the goods had already been delivered. Xiao Chen immediately took the goods, arranged them on the shelves, and then sat down inside the supermarket. "You have a new order, please check." The sudden voice in his mind startled Xiao Chen slightly. The next second, he opened the order to check. "That kid Xiao didn't contact me, he just sent me over." He checked what Xiao had ordered. It was all things like compressed biscuits. He glanced at his shelves. Because of Gu Ming, his warehouse was mostly filled with food. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and even a considerable amount of self-heating rice. Now, Xiao's order was so large that Xiao Chen estimated that all the stock in his supermarket combined wouldn't be enough. After thinking for a moment, he called the supplier and asked him to deliver all the compressed biscuits. Then, Xiao Chen contacted Xiao. "What's going on? Why such a large quantity of compressed biscuits all of a sudden?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "I'm preparing for war." Xiao said, "We need to stockpile supplies, right? We don't lack military rations, but we should still prepare a lot of compressed biscuits." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll bring the stuff over to you." "Brother, didn't you mention that evolution potion? Do you have any?" Xiao asked hurriedly. "I have one bottle, but are you sure you need it? Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked. He had already asked Xiao, who was now a postnatal martial artist. Plus, in his world, there were also so-called grandmasters, so if he continued to cultivate, he could also improve his strength. Hey, my talent is average, and continuing to cultivate won't increase my strength any further. Why not try your evolution potion? Xiao said. Besides, didn't you also evolve a superpower? Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He remembered that Gu Ming had said that superpowers have about a 10% chance of awakening. Alright, I'll take it to you. Also, are you going to war this time? Xiao Chen asked curiously. After all, Xiao is now practically the ruler of a country. He wondered if he would actually go. Hey, brother, you know me, I definitely won't go. As the ruler of a country, I'll just stay in the rear. Hearing this, Xiao replied. Okay. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then said directly, just wait. After saying this, Xiao Chen ended the call. Soon, the supplier delivered a large quantity of compressed biscuits. Looking at the goods before him, Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and it seemed, he should acquire a food manufacturing plant. After all, selling to Xiao and Gu Ming alone was enough to consume internally. Chapter 57 Fatty He's Warning. Xiao Chen directly sent the compressed biscuits into his spatial storage. Looking at the space crammed full of biscuits, he then chose to teleport. When the light flashed before him, he found himself inside a palace. Brother, you're here. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, Xiao rushed to him, asking, how much did you bring? Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and instantly, a mountain of compressed biscuits appeared before him. Brother, how big is your space? Looking at the mountain-high box before him, Xiao asked in surprise. 500 square meters. Xiao Chen replied. Since leaving the game world, as his level increased, he discovered that not only had his physical body become stronger, but his spatial storage also became much larger. Of course, he could now teleport almost at will. In fact, his teleportation frequency was higher and faster. Still not that big. Hearing this, Xiao shook his head, then looked at Xiao and asked, how is my sister? His only thought on earth was Xia Yuxin. In Yun City, don't worry. I'll take good care of your sister. Hearing this, Xiao Chen said. That's good. Here, this is for you. Xiao Chen handed the evolution potion in his hand to Xiao, saying, you can try it. He naturally gave Xiao a basic evolution potion. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes lit up immediately, and then he took the potion and drank it down in one gulp. The moment he drank the potion, Xiao's expression twisted. He himself hadn't expected this stuff to taste so awful. Aren't you uncomfortable? Seeing that Xiao didn't seem to feel any discomfort after drinking it, Xiao Chen was immediately helpless. The first time he drank it, he fainted from the pain, but this guy was completely unaffected. Hearing this, Xiao shook his head, sensing the changes in his body. He then exhaled and said, I can feel a surge of power within me, enhancing my strength, but that's all. As he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. The next moment, Xiao Chen saw him raise his hand, a whirlwind forming in his palm. I think I've gained a superpower, a wind-based one. Looking at Xiao Chen, Xiao exclaimed with delight. Xiao Chen glanced at it. The whirlwind was unusually small, but it had undoubtedly evolved. Hey, bro, this evolution potion is a good thing. Looking at Xiao Chen, Xiao said excitedly, get me a lot more, so I can train a whole bunch of people. Xiao Chen shook his head, saying, you think evolution potions are that simple? Even Gu Ming himself said that even basic evolution potions are extremely valuable. Even though Gu Ming has already occupied a large area of territory, his evolution potions are still scarce. Especially the intermediate and advanced levels, which are even rarer. Alright. Xiao nodded helplessly and said, I understand. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Chen and said, let's go. Let's go check out the capital. With that, he pulled Xiao Chen outside. Outside, many eunuchs immediately knelt down upon seeing Xiao Chen and Xiao. Many recognized Xiao Chen. After all, they all knew that their emperor knew the Celestial Lord. And now, the Celestial Lord had descended to the mortal realm once more. Brother, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. How many days can you stay here? Looking at Xiao Chen, Xiao asked. Just a few days, then I have to go back. Hearing this, Xiao Chen said helplessly. Chu Qingyu was still there, he couldn't just disappear like this. After all, he knew very well that Chu Qingyu would come looking for him the next day. He could only stay in this world for 3 or 4 days at most. Then I'll arrange a royal residence for you. Come and stay whenever you have time. Xiao said with a smile. He couldn't wait for Xiao Chen to be in his sight every day. After all, Xiao Chen's presence proved one thing, he still enjoyed the favor of the Celestial Lord. In this feudal era, this was the best proof. Led by Xiao, Xiao Chen quickly saw the mansion Xiao had arranged for him. It must be said, ancient mansions were truly enormous. even larger than the gardens he had visited. "Brother, you can stay here. You can tell these people if you need anything." Xiao pulled Xiao Chen aside and lowered his voice. "Shall I send you some more beauties?" "No need, I'm leaving right away." Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "This mansion is nice, I'll keep it for now. I'll come back next time." Hearing this, Xiao nodded helplessly. The next moment, Xiao Chen said a few words to Xiao and vanished instantly. Watching Xiao Chen disappear, many of the maids and servants in the mansion immediately knelt down. They kowtowed repeatedly. The next second, Xiao Chen was already in his supermarket. He thought for a moment and then called Fatty He. "Xiao Chen, did you need something?" As soon as the call connected, Fatty He immediately said, "I just wanted to talk to you about something." "Go ahead," Xiao said. "Be careful, Qin Jianghe is currently discussing with the villagers about going after you." "Go after me?" Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He sneered, "What for? What else?" He told the villagers that you dug up the village's gold and sold it to become rich. Those are village assets. Every household will go with you, and the money will be split equally among the whole village. He Pangza said with a sneer, "My parents called me. They told me to tell you to be careful." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Okay, thank uncle for me." There were many people in the village, but many were kind to Xiao Chen, like the He family father and son. When he was a child, Xiao Chen spent every day with He Pangzi, and when his parents passed away, Uncle He was the first to come and help. "Why are you being so polite with me?" "Alright, I just wanted to remind you." "What do you want?" Fatty He immediately asked from the other end of the phone. "I remember Uncle He works at a food factory." Xiao Chen asked, "How's that factory doing?" "It's about to go bankrupt." Hearing this, Fatty He said helplessly, "Don't you know what's going on with my dad's factory? It's practically dead. A lot of people in the village work at that food factory, and now they can barely pay their wages. Here's what we'll do, have Uncle He contact me. I'll take over that factory." Xiao Chen immediately replied, "I have connections, don't worry." Chapter 58 Shu Lincoln. Fatty He's father, He Zongwen, was an honest man. He had always taken good care of Xiao Chen since he was a child. So, when Xiao Chen contacted him, he immediately told him about the factory's situation. The factory was located in town, not far from the village, and many villagers worked there. Currently, the food factory was doing extremely poorly. According to He Zongwen, they hadn't paid wages for at least 3 months. Even the owner was actively seeking investment. Therefore, acquiring the food factory would undoubtedly be the best outcome for Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, Uncle He isn't trying to cheat you. Our factory's equipment is a bit outdated, and the taste of our products isn't particularly good." He Zongwen said helplessly, "So, if you take over the factory, continuing with the old recipe definitely won't work." "It's alright, Uncle He, I'll sell it overseas. Those foreigners have never eaten anything decent. They'll handle it." Hearing this, Xiao Chen said, "His acquisition of this food factory, frankly speaking, wasn't it all for Gu Ming and Xiao? One lived in ancient times, the other in a post-apocalyptic world. Xiao's situation was slightly better, at least his country had a relatively abundant food supply. Even so, ordinary people had never really eaten anything good. They ate 2 meals a day, each a small bowl of thin rice porridge. Xiao complained countless times that even as emperor, if he wanted a decent meal, many seasonings were unavailable. If Xiao Chen hadn't sent him a lot, he'd still be eating coarse grains and wild vegetables. In fact, even when Xiao Chen's supplies arrived, no one knew how to cook them. He, the emperor, personally cooked and taught them a few steps. So, these people, having never eaten anything good, would accept any kind of food. As for the taste, it was still better than what they ate back home. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, He Zongwen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Actually, there are benefits to your acquisition. The boss is definitely unable to pay wages right now. In fact, instead of having me negotiate, you should go talk to the town government yourself. So many people are without wages. Now, if someone acquires the company, they can at least pay the employees. The town will definitely handle the rest." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, but then he understood. After all, the end of the year was approaching. If wages couldn't be paid at this time, it would cause a big commotion, which wouldn't be good. The town would definitely intervene. Therefore, it was definitely the most suitable thing for Xiao Chen to do, bypassing the factory and negotiating with the authorities himself to take over the situation. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen immediately thanked He Zongwen, saying, "Uncle He, I understand, thank you. You're still being so polite with me. Besides, you've acquired the factory. When the workers get their wages, it's a good thing." He Zongwen spoke up directly, "Also, Xiao Chen, you know about Qin Jianghe's matter, right? Fatty He told me." Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately said, "Uncle He, these people aren't important." "Hey, Uncle He certainly knows. You definitely didn't take the village's gold. Besides, everyone in our village knows the situation perfectly well. For dozens of generations, there hasn't been a single landlord. Where would such a large amount of gold come from? Zhongwen said helplessly, but those villagers, terrified of poverty, have been misled by Qin Jianyi. They'll definitely come looking for you. Okay, I understand. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, Uncle He, you don't need to worry about these things. I'll handle it. After speaking with Zhongwen, he immediately called Songya. He certainly didn't know any officials, but Songya definitely did. And this food factory was something he absolutely had to acquire. What do you need that food factory for? After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Songya was slightly taken aback and said, I know that food factory, it's almost gone bankrupt. Moreover, that factory's equipment is outdated, and the taste is even worse, its products don't sell well. If you need it, I can introduce you to a good factory. Hearing Songya's words, Xiao Chen smiled and said, no need. I need that factory for something. As for sales channels, I have them. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Songya didn't ask any further questions. Actually, Songya understood somewhat. Xiao Chen's small supermarket was located in such a remote area, yet his order quantities were always exceptionally large. This was clearly illogical. Undoubtedly, Xiao Chen had his own sales channels. The only question was, what exactly were Xiao Chen's sales channels? After all, the things Xiao Chen sold weren't rare or precious, they could be bought anywhere, yet he seemed to have a market for them. If it's about this, do you remember what I told you before? Songya said with a smile, the person behind Guyan asked me today when you'd be free. Then tonight. Xiao Chen said immediately upon hearing this. He was indeed in a hurry, and having a meal with this person to finalize the deal was the most suitable option. Okay, tonight, Chu Qingyu and I will go together. Songya said with a smile upon hearing this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He had almost forgotten that Chu Qingyu was still there. He wondered what Chu Qingyu was doing here. After all, he had given the potion to Chu Qingyu. Logically, she should have returned to Shengjing immediately. Xiao Chen, I've come to see you. Just after Xiao Chen hung up the phone with Songya, he heard Chu Qingyu's voice outside the door. Accompanying Chu Qingyu was a young man. The young man bore a striking resemblance to Chu Qingyu. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he suddenly walked towards him, excitedly saying, you must be Brother Xiao. Looking at Xiao Chen, he said, Brother Xiao, hello, my name is Chu Lincoln. Thank you for saving my father. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, hello, Xiao Chen, Lincoln is my second uncle's son. I sent him to get the medicine. As she spoke, Chu Qingyu pointed to the medicine in Chu Lincoln's hand and said, he said he came to thank you. Brother Xiao, the matter with the Gu family has been settled. Gu Yuding has been arrested and taken to Shengjing. Don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on him. He'll definitely spend at least 20 years in jail. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Lincoln spoke directly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He knew the Chu family would definitely suppress the Gu family for his sake, and now it seemed Chu Lincoln was behind it. Brother Xiao, are you really a Xiantian? Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Lincoln suddenly asked. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and replied, I think so. Brother Xiao, can I fight you? Chu Lincoln asked eagerly, his eyes filled with longing. Chapter 59, Group Chat available? Xiao Chen thought for a moment, he actually wanted to test his current abilities. So, he agreed. Upon hearing this, Chu Lincoln was overjoyed. He immediately stuffed the potion he was holding into Chu Qingyu's arms, then raised his fist and lunged at Xiao Chen. Chu Lincoln's methods were clearly based on brute force. His attack, with its soaring momentum, instantly slammed into Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and silently circulated the external martial arts technique he had obtained from Xiao. Boom! The punch was caught by Xiao Chen. He frowned slightly, he couldn't feel much force in Chu Lincoln's punch. In fact, it felt very easy to catch. Chu Lincoln, on the other hand, was wincing in pain. He stared at Xiao Chen in disbelief. After all, in the military, no one dared to take a punch like that recklessly. If Xiao Chen weren't a Xiantian, innate, cultivator, he wouldn't dare to attack with his full strength. But when he attacked with his full strength, he discovered that his opponent not only didn't move an inch, but casually took his punch. Try another punch. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then withdrew his external martial arts technique and said to Chu Lincoln. Chu Lincoln nodded and threw another punch. This time, Xiao Chen simply took the punch with his bare body. The slight pain made Xiao Chen realize how powerful his body's defense was. Brother Xiao, I admire you. Seeing Xiao Chen casually take his punch, and seemingly without any problem, Chu Lincoln immediately gave up. Sure enough, Xiantian cultivators are all monsters. He tried so hard, and couldn't even test what his opponent's abilities were. He had heard Chu Qingyu say that Xiao Chen could teleport. If the opponent added teleportation, it would be a true nuclear bomb. Brother Xiao, your information has been submitted. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Lincoln said softly, after all, it involves a Xiantian martial artist, so the higher UPS are taking it very seriously. Someone will definitely come to talk to you. Don't worry, they definitely won't dare to do anything to you. There are only a handful of Xiantian martial artists in the country. Those people are probably just trying to test your abilities. As he spoke, Chu Lincoln added, and it will only benefit you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He naturally understood that rarity was sometimes a very important indicator. Powerful and rare Xiantian martial artists, to some extent, were synonymous with not to be provoked. And in this way, if he did something outrageous, no one would interfere. Alright, Brother Xiao, I'll be going now. Chu Lincoln held the potion in his hands and said, thank you very much. The Chu family owes you a favor. After saying this, he turned and left. Only then did Xiao Chen turn to Chu Qingyu and ask, what about you? Aren't you leaving? Could I take a look at those manuals you had the other day? Hearing this, Chu Qingyu looked at Xiao Chen and asked. Her purpose in coming here was twofold. First, because Xiao Chen was here, she wanted to be closer to him. The other reason was the books she had seen earlier. In today's world, ancient martial arts are declining, and many manuals have even been lost. Seeing so many ancient texts at Xiao Chen's place, she wanted to take a look. Of course, I know, some families will definitely consider those texts secret. If not, then forget it. Xiao Chen waved his hand. He genuinely didn't care about these things. Firstly, it was because their cultivation methods were different. The other party's grueling cultivation was less effective than him fighting monsters with Fang Hao. That way, he would level up much faster. Besides, now he could drink evolution potions, directly leveling up through potions. That arduous path of cultivation wasn't suitable for him. He belonged to the cheat-like type. Hearing Xiao Chen's immediate agreement, Chu Qingyu's face lit up with surprise. Following Xiao Chen into the supermarket, Chu Qingyu was stunned when he casually pulled out a box and tossed it to her. You just casually put all these things here? She stared wide-eyed at Xiao Chen. These were treasures in the eyes of martial artists. Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, it's not as important as you think. After saying this, he turned and left. For others, these things might be quite important, but for Xiao Chen right now, they were truly unimportant. He simply laid down on the recliner. At the same time, he started chatting with several people. However, chatting one after another made Xiao Chen's head spin. He even started replying randomly to read messages. If I could create a group chat for these guys, that would be perfect. Just as Xiao Chen had this thought, a notification sounded in his mind. Activate group chat mode? When the notification sounded, Xiao Chen decisively clicked OK. The next moment, an interface appeared in his mind. Multiverse Shopping Agent Group. Simple and clear. Ha! Group chat is possible. The first to respond was Xiao. Following that, Gu Ming also joined the group chat. Dude, my name is Gu Ming, from the post-apocalyptic world. Xiao, from the ancient world. Xiao laughed and said, dude, you're really having a tough time. The post-apocalyptic world is tough, much better than my place. I'm an emperor now, I can have anything I want. What can I do? Hearing this, Gu Ming said helplessly, I'm still struggling in the post-apocalyptic world. If it weren't for my brother sending me a batch of supplies, I don't know what I would do. While they were talking, Fang Hao uploaded a photo. When they saw the photo, a tiger taller than a mountain lying on the ground, and Fang Hao sitting on its carcass, not only Xiao and Gu Ming were silent, but even Xiao Chen was stunned. Brother, this stuff tastes good, I'll save it for you. Fang Hao said directly, don't underestimate this tiger, here it's a treasure. Eating it can even boost your physique. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. What do you want? Xiao Chen asked directly. He knew all too well that this kind of treasure was definitely something good. Hee, drones. Get me a dozen or so. Fang Hao chuckled. I'm about to explore a secret realm. It's a huge place. I don't know how many areas I'll have to travel to by myself. Having a dozen or so drones to help me find monsters will be much more convenient. Okay. Xiao nodded upon hearing this. So, sometimes, technology really can change the world. Even Fang Hao's side needs to use it. Dude, this tiger is awesome. What dimension are you in? Gu Ming asked eagerly. He could tell that Fang Hao's dimension was undoubtedly much more advanced than theirs. A game dimension. Fang Hao said with a smile, my name is Fang Hao, nice to meet you all. Chapter 60 Qin K's Scheme. Undoubtedly, Fang Hao's world was something both of them envied. However, Xiao Chen knew in his heart that actually going to Fang Hao's world wouldn't be something an ordinary person could handle. While he was still chatting with these guys in the group chat, Chu Qingyu ran to Xiao Chen's side. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu picked up a manual and asked, Xiao Chen, can I take this manual back to the Chu family? This one. Xiao Chen glanced at the manual in Chu Qingyu's hand. The things Xiao had shoved into his head, this whole box of manuals, were basically royal treasures. Of course, these were all handwritten copies, the originals were definitely still with the royal family. Even so, that damn system had already made a killing. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse the system inwardly. As for the manual in Chu Qingyu's hand, Xiao Chen recognized it. It was a Taoist classic, seemingly beneficial for those severely injured to resume cultivation. He naturally understood why Chu Qingyu wanted this book. All right. Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't care now, he was already deeply bound to the Chu family. If anything happened to him in the future, the Chu family would definitely help. Helping the Chu family now was undoubtedly the best choice. Thank you. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu's face lit up with surprise. She really needed this book. After all, this book could help her second uncle recover quickly. I won't look at the others, but you should still put these things away. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, I know you don't care, but, having so many secret manuals, if others find out, it'll be troublesome. Hearing Chu Qingyu's words, Xiao Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing that Xiao Chen was still lying on the recliner without moving, Chu Qingyu had no choice but to help Xiao Chen gather all the secret manuals, then carried them upstairs and put them away. Xiao Chen! A voice rang out from outside the door. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw Qin Kai. Frowning slightly, Xiao Chen ignored Qin Kai and continued to keep his eyes closed. He was getting annoyed with this woman. Xiao Chen, I'm talking to you, come out. Qin Kai looked at Xiao Chen and said. But seeing that Xiao Chen remained unmoved, she could only angrily walk into the supermarket. Xiao Chen, you're in trouble now, big trouble. Looking at Xiao Chen, Qin Kai said, I can help you. No need, Xiao Chen said indifferently. He knew what trouble Qin Kai was talking about. Qin Jianyi. That guy was all Qin Kai's doing. So, Qin Kai's offer of help now seemed laughable to Xiao Chen. She was the one who caused the commotion, and now she was the one trying to play the good guy. Did she really think he was a fool? Xiao Chen, don't you understand? My second uncle and the others say you stole the village's gold, and they'll be coming for you soon. Qin Kai looked at Xiao Chen and said. What she wanted was to control Xiao Chen. After all, she knew all too well that Xiao Chen now had a considerable amount of money. As long as Xiao Chen was with her, all of this would be hers. She had already been abandoned by Jiang Ming, and now she had no way out but to turn to Xiao Chen. Moreover, in Qin Kai's view, Xiao Chen was definitely the easiest person for her to manipulate. Back when she and Xiao Chen were together, she knew how good he had been to her. Miss Qin, you seem to have forgotten that the reason I'm like this is because you told your second uncle. Xiao Chen said calmly, as for the claim that I stole the village's gold, do you believe it? Xiao Chen looked at Qin Kai coldly and asked. Hearing this, Qin Kai was slightly taken aback. Of course she didn't believe it. Everyone in the village knew the situation perfectly well. However, she had told Qin Jianhe that Xiao Chen's gold was of dubious origin, so using this as leverage, she could get Xiao Chen to part of it. The village was too poor, so naturally some people were willing to be shameless. Anyway, as long as they could extort you, why be polite? Qin Jianhe shared the same thought, only his appetite was much bigger. Qin Jianhe's plan was to win over the villagers, get a large sum of money from Xiao Chen, keep half for himself, and split the rest with those who had joined the unrest. That was Qin Jianhe's strategy. He hadn't considered anything else. Qin Kai, on the other hand, had a much longer-term vision. She planned to go to Xiao Chen's side, play the good guy, and get Xiao Chen to give money to her second uncle. That way, things would be settled, Xiao Chen would remember her kindness, and they could repair their relationship. At that point, manipulating Xiao Chen would be a piece of cake. However, despite her well-thought-out plan, she discovered that Xiao Chen not only showed no panic, but he didn't even bother to acknowledge her. Xiao Chen, don't you understand? Once my second uncle reports you, you're finished. Looking at Xiao Chen, Qin Kai said urgently, you know in your heart that your money is definitely not clean. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Qin Kai and said, whether my money is clean or not is none of your business. At this moment, Qin Kai panicked. She had done so much just to force Xiao Chen to reconcile with her. She even expected him to be grateful to her. But now, Xiao Chen completely ignored her. So, at this moment, Qin Kai directly said, Xiao Chen, don't be stubborn. Don't I know what kind of person you are? You simply can't possibly produce that much gold. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a voice behind her. What happens to him is none of your business. You can leave now. Hearing this, Qin Kai was stunned and turned around. Chu Qingyu was looking at Qin Kai. Qin Kai was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Xiao Chen to have such a beautiful woman with him. Songya was already incredibly elegant, and now there was another exceptionally beautiful woman. Looking at Chu Qingyu before her, Qin Kai immediately questioned, Xiao Chen, who is she? What's it to you? Xiao Chen turned and glanced at Qin Kai, asking indifferently. Upon hearing this, Qin Ke froze. She stared at Xiao Chen, her face filled with disbelief. She knew best how good Xiao Chen had been to her before. But now, Xiao Chen wouldn't even bother to answer her. Xiao Chen looked at Qin Ke and said, "If there's nothing else, you can leave." Qin Ke looked at Xiao Chen, then glanced at Chu Qingyu beside him, her face instantly filled with anger. "Fine, Xiao Chen, then you just wait." Qin Ke stormed off. At that moment, she turned and left with a cold expression, but inside, panic was already gripping her. Chapter 61 Su Yuan Shan. This is your ex-girlfriend. Chu Qingyu looked at Xiao Chen and asked with a smile, "Why did you fall for her back then?" "Young and naive," Xiao Chen replied. He now considered Qin Ke a dark chapter in his life. After all, who hasn't made mistakes when they're young? It was just that this mistake left Xiao Chen speechless. Qin Ke left him of her own accord, and now she felt wronged. This left Xiao Chen speechless. "There's a dinner party tonight, come with me," Xiao Chen said, looking at Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu nodded and said, "I know. The other person's name is Su Yuan Shan, I know him." Chu Qingyu said with a smile, "You've met my cousin too, he's dealt with Su Yuan Shan before." "Okay." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. As expected, Chu Qingyu was indeed helpful. At the same restaurant as before, Sonia was already there when Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyu arrived. Beside her was a middle-aged man with slicked back hair. This man looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of helplessness. He had originally thought that if he intervened when Xiao Chen was fighting with the Wang family, he might be able to win Xiao Chen over to his side. But now, he had no such idea at all. After all, he recognized the woman beside Xiao Chen, the young princess of the Chu family in Shengjing. Although Gu Quanzhong didn't recognize her personally, he did know who she was. Mainly because he had spent some time in Shengjing back then, so he knew the background of the woman before him, especially her cousin, whose status was higher than his own at that age. Therefore, at this moment, facing Xiao Chen, he immediately abandoned all pretense of dignity. "Brother Xiao, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." Looking at Xiao Chen, Su Yuanshan said with a smile, "I only heard about Guyan's matter later. I have some connection with him, but I really didn't expect Guyan to cause trouble for you, Brother Xiao. It's alright, it's all in the past. Guyan has disappeared anyway," Xiao Chen said with a smile. Su Yuanshan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded with a smile. He was indeed missing, and it seemed that this disappearance was truly permanent. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't seem to care, Su Yuanshan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that Xiao Chen would hold a grudge. After all, he couldn't afford to offend this person now. Once things were out in the open, nothing else mattered to him. Therefore, the banquet became exceptionally harmonious at this point. "Brother Xiao, if you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to come to me," Su Yuanshan said to Xiao Chen. He had to be polite to Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen's background was now far more powerful than his own. Chu Qingyu's father was a truly influential figure. "Brother Su, you're too kind. Perfect timing. I actually do have something I'd like to ask for your help with," Xiao Chen said, looking at Su Yuanshan. He then explained his desire to acquire the food factory and the problems he was encountering. "Alright, I'll handle this. I'll definitely make sure Brother Xiao is satisfied." Upon hearing this, Su Yuanshan immediately understood Xiao Chen's intentions. The other party was paying, and quite a lot of money at that, so he didn't need to do anything underhanded. In other words, it wasn't even a weakness. Moreover, with the year-end approaching, that factory couldn't pay its employees and was going to close down anyway. Selling it to Xiao Chen was undoubtedly the best outcome. He had only acted as a bridge, yet maintained a good relationship with Xiao Chen. It was a very profitable deal. Su Yuanshan quickly left, and as Xiao Chen and his companions were leaving, Sonia lowered her voice and said to Xiao Chen, "The person has been found. It's the company's accountant. She has some connections with the Zhang family and leaked your information. Alright, handle this yourself." Xiao Chen waved his hand. He naturally understood that Sonia had many ways to deal with these troubles. "I've already put her in jail. She leaked a lot of company secrets in my company. Those secrets alone are enough to keep her in there for 10 years. Sonia said calmly. "As for the Zhang family, I plan to suppress them next." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, said nothing more, and prepared to go home. "By the way, I've put Xia Yuxin in charge of the accounting department." Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonia said. After learning about the relationship between Xia Yuxin's brother and Xiao Chen, she understood that Xia Yuxin was truly one of their own. After all, Xiao Chen was willing to offend even the Gu family for her sake. "That's good, let her do a good job." Hearing this, Xiao Chen said with a smile. With Sonia's arrangements, everything would be fine. Moreover, it was undoubtedly much better for Xia Yuxin and Chu Yan to follow Sonia than to follow him. "Xiao Chen, I'm leaving." Beside him, Chu Qingyu said, looking at Xiao Chen. She was still holding the secret manual, which was related to her second uncle, and she had to return it. "I'll come back in a while." After saying this, she turned and left. Watching Chu Qingya leave, Xiao Chen actually breathed a sigh of relief. His secret was quite significant. Although his relationship with the Chu family had changed somewhat, Xiao Chen still felt awkward having Chu Qingya constantly by his side. Chu Qingya's departure, on the contrary, made Xiao Chen feel much more relaxed. Therefore, seeing Chu Qingya leave, Xiao Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After Chu Qingya left, Xiao Chen glanced at Songya beside him and said, "I'm leaving too. Don't you need me to go back with you tonight?" Songya leaned against Xiao Chen and asked, "Tomorrow, I have something to do tonight." Xiao Chen replied. Fang Hao was already urging him to bring some drones. The drones had already been delivered to the warehouse, and he was particularly interested in Fang Hao's tiger. That thing was as tall as a mountain. He wondered if eating it would increase his strength. Although he now knew from Chu Qingyu about the existence of innate beings, he still had no idea about his own strength. He didn't know how big the gap was between himself and those so-called innate beings. Was he stronger or weaker than them? Therefore, strengthening our capabilities is the most important thing. Okay. Songya smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll come find you tomorrow night." After Songya left, Xiao Chen quickly returned to the supermarket. Looking at the drone on the ground, he immediately stored it in his spatial storage and then selected teleportation. The next second, he appeared in front of Gu Ming. Gu Ming had been anxiously waiting. Seeing Xiao Chen, he eagerly said, "Brother, you've finally arrived." Chapter 62 Trouble is Coming. Seeing Xiao Chen produce a batch of drones, Fang Hao's eyes lit up. "Brother, how long can these last?" Fang Hao asked Xiao Chen. After all, his mission required a considerable amount of time. He needed to find the boss within a certain time frame. Therefore, he needed to control the drones to eliminate it as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "About an hour." "Okay." Hearing this, Fang Hao nodded. Xiao Chen had prepared more than 20 drones for him. They could just take off one after another and search slowly. Then, he pointed to a huge tiger beside him and said, "Brother, take this thing back." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at the enormous tiger. This tiger was like a small mountain, even in its dead state. Its body lying on the ground was terrifying enough. With a casual wave of his hand, the tiger directly entered Xiao Chen's spatial dimension. Seeing a tiger instantly fill the space, Xiao Chen's face showed a hint of surprise. This giant tiger was enormous. He wondered how long the meat would last. Grabbing a bunch of drones, Fang Hao turned and left, while Xiao Chen went straight back to his supermarket. When he returned to the real world and opened his space, he was immediately stunned. The tiger was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were piles of already processed meat, huge tiger bones, and even a tiger skin. As for the internal organs and tiger penis, they were gone. "System, are you kidding me? What do you need the tiger penis for?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. However, the system didn't answer. He knew this system was just a mute system, it only collected things and wouldn't talk to him. Anyway, the tiger penis was gone, the internal organs were gone, but everything else was still there. Thinking about it, Xiao Chen glanced at the enormous tiger skin and for the first time felt that this tiger was truly terrifying. Even after being processed, the sheer oppressive aura emanating from the tiger skin was incredibly strong. He decided to keep it in his spatial storage for now. After all, this thing was far too terrifying. No one would believe it was a tiger if he took it out himself. Xiao Chen felt that the tiger skin alone could easily hold 4 tanks. It was unimaginably huge. He casually scooped out a portion of the tiger meat, thought for a moment, then found a pressure cooker. He threw in a large amount of spices, added the tiger meat, and started stewing. He didn't know how to cook this, so he decided to try it this way first. After half an hour of pressure cooking, the entire room was filled with a fragrant aroma. Just smelling it gave Xiao Chen a surge of energy. He even sensed something was amiss. The aroma of the meat made him feel exceptionally refreshed. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen opened the pressure cooker. The tiger meat inside emitted an enticing aroma. He casually picked up a piece, took a bite, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It was delicious. Even with just a few spices, the stewed meat was incredibly fragrant, he could taste it perfectly. In fact, the meat had absolutely no gamey smell. Instead, it had a slightly sweet taste. At first, Xiao Chen thought the meat would be fishy, but now it seemed not to at all. He quickly scooped up the tiger meat and ate it all in one go. As he ate more and more tiger meat, Xiao Chen noticed something was wrong. His body began to feel hot. A power surged within him. He could even feel the changes in his body. His strength was increasing, and his physical body had been strengthened. At this moment, Xiao Chen understood why Fang Hao had said this stuff was incredibly nourishing. If it was nourishing for Fang Hao, it must be incredibly nourishing for him. After all, with Fang Hao's current strength, a casual blow from him would be fatal. After finishing the whole pot, Xiao Chen collapsed on the ground, unable to move. His entire body was constantly filled with energy, and under the influence of this energy, Xiao Chen could feel the changes in his body. His strength had begun to truly improve. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen took out a bottle of intermediate-level evolution potion. Gu Ming had given it to him before, telling him to drink it at a suitable opportunity. Xiao Chen hadn't had time to drink it then, so the bottle was still with him. Now, he felt the time was right. He drank the potion in one gulp. The next second, Xiao Chen felt his body swell, and his heart pounded wildly. The pounding sound echoed in his ears, and with excruciating pain, Xiao Chen immediately fainted. The next day, when Xiao Chen awoke, he found himself lying on the ground, surrounded by tattered cloth. His clothes were completely torn apart. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Chen, for the first time, felt that he was terrifyingly strong. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a pistol. He had bought it overseas before, giving most of it to Xiao and keeping a small portion for himself. Now, holding the pistol with a silencer, Xiao Chen fired a shot directly into his own arm. The next second, Xiao Chen froze. The bullet struck his arm and bounced off. Not only that, but he only felt a slight pain in his arm, then nothing more. He frowned slightly. You really are invulnerable now. He casually put away the pistol, went upstairs, and changed into some loose-fitting clothes. At that moment, he realized that the clothes that used to feel loose were now rather tight. His body's current strength was absolutely terrifying. Never mind, I'll go buy some clothes. With that thought, Xiao Chen prepared to leave. However, just as he stepped out of the supermarket, he saw a bus suddenly stop at the entrance. A group of people got off the bus and stared at Xiao Chen. Seeing them, Xiao Chen also frowned slightly. Qin Jianhe. He still came. Looking at the other man, Xiao Chen sneered, especially when he saw the group of people behind him. All the village's notorious thugs had come. Not only that, but Xiao Chen even recognized some of them. After all, they were from the same village, they saw each other all the time. Those people had even been to Xiao Chen's supermarket before, and sometimes they would even buy things on credit. Back in the village, Xiao Chen had a good relationship with them, so he never expected they would actually come here for money. Xiao Chen, you really are here. Tell me, where did you get your money? Qin Jianhe saw Xiao Chen and immediately questioned him loudly. Chapter 63. They've come to extort money. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with Qin Jianhe. He remembered that when he and Qin Ke were together, Qin Jianhe was the one most opposed to their relationship. Yet, he didn't stop Xiao Chen from giving Qin Ke money. Later, after Qin Ke left, Qin Jianhe went around the village spreading rumors about how terrible Xiao Chen was. If the village hadn't been so small, and everyone hadn't seen everything, Xiao Chen would have been completely ruined by then. Afterwards, Xiao Chen went to work in Shanghai, but couldn't make it there and returned. Qin Jianhe then went around the village saying Xiao Chen was a good-for-nothing. He even said that Qin Ke was right to leave Xiao Chen, otherwise she would have been unlucky for life if she stayed with him. The worst part was that this guy was a real scoundrel. He'd just been bad-mouthing Xiao Chen in the village, then turned around at his supermarket and tried to leave with cigarettes, saying he was Qin Ke's second uncle and Xiao Chen should fawn over him. Xiao Chen immediately beat the old man up. That's why the old man already disliked Xiao Chen. Now, seeing Xiao Chen prosper, he was undoubtedly the most upset. What does my money have to do with you? Seeing Qin Jianhe question him without even asking what happened, Xiao Chen sneered. I'm the village chief, I have the right to know. Qin Jianhe shouted. Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't bother with him. Did he really think the village chief was some kind of official? Besides, even if the village chief was an official, he couldn't control him. He didn't even work in the village anymore. Why should he be polite to this guy? Idiot, go back to where you came from. Xiao Chen gave Qin Jianhe the middle finger. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianhe glared at Xiao Chen and said angrily, Xiao Chen, do you know we already know what you've done? You dug up the village's gold and secretly went out to sell it for money. Everyone knows it, and you made a lot of money. Hearing this, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and sneered, there's nothing in the village, don't you know? Besides, you say I dug up gold? Where did I dig it up from? Hearing this, Qin Jianhe was stunned. He actually knew in his heart that Xiao Chen couldn't have dug up gold. After all, there wasn't any in the village. However, even now, he didn't know where Xiao Chen's gold came from. The reason he brought so many people to cause trouble was because he was certain that Xiao Chen's money was ill-gotten, so he had to pay to settle the matter. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Chen and lowered his voice, saying, Xiao Chen, I know your money isn't clean. I know your character all too well. Where did you get so much gold? So, you'd better give us the money honestly. Hearing Qin Jianhe's words, Xiao Chen sneered, then looked at the old man with a smile and asked, how much are you planning to ask for? I don't want much. Hearing that Xiao Chen was really going to give it, Qin Jianhe's eyes lit up immediately, and he said eagerly, 5 million. I know you took tens of millions. Xiao Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him. The money he took was far more than tens of millions. He had sold the gold alone for over 100 million. This is the advantage of having connections. Now that he'd made so much money, most people would have been arrested and questioned long ago. But Xiao Chen wouldn't. Chu Qingyu had already taken care of everything. Besides, as long as the gold was legitimately obtained, Chu Qingyu didn't care. It was beneficial for the authorities. I have tens of millions, not just tens of millions, I can even come up with hundreds of millions. Looking at Qin Jianghe, Xiao Chen said with a cold smile, "Do you think I'll give it to you? If you don't give it to me, I'll report you." Qin Jianghe looked at Xiao Chen and said urgently. After saying this, he turned to the villagers behind him and said, "That beast Xiao Chen stole the village's gold and resold it, making a fortune, but he won't share any of the money with the village. Everyone, don't let him get away with this." Hearing Qin Jianghe's words, the village's scoundrels immediately jumped up, and some even rushed forward, ready to beat Xiao Chen. Seeing the other person charging towards him, Xiao Chen casually kicked him. Instantly, the man flew backward, lying on the ground coughing up blood. "Xiao Chen, you dare to hit someone." Qin Jianghe was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You're dead. You not only stole village property, but you also seriously injured someone." Xiao Chen pointed to the surveillance camera behind him and said, "There are surveillance cameras at the entrance of my supermarket. The other party hit me, I was only acting in self-defense." After saying this, he coldly looked at Qin Jianghe and said, "As for you, coming to extort money, I will definitely teach you a lesson today. Xiao Chen, we are your elders. We came to your place, and instead of offering us a cup of tea, you started hitting us. Isn't that wrong?" Several elderly villagers also stepped forward, looking at Xiao Chen and saying, "We all know you've made a fortune. The village is poor. You have money, shouldn't you help the village more? Besides, after your parents passed away, if it weren't for the villagers, would you be living so well?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen sneered. He was already 16 years old when his parents died, and even then, there were still a few old men in the village who wanted to exploit him. If it weren't for Izongwen and his father's brothers helping him, those old bastards would have succeeded back then. And now, they even dare to say such things. At that moment, Xiao Chen stepped forward and slapped the old man twice across the face. He glared fiercely at everyone and sneered. "I remember, quite a few of you work at the food factory in town, right?" Hearing this, several people frowned slightly. They didn't actually want to come, but the food factory hadn't paid wages for months, so they came at Qin Jianghe's urging. Seeing that they remained silent, Xiao Chen sneered, too lazy to speak, and directly called Su Yuanshan. Now that he had connections, he could certainly make good use of them. Besides, Su Yuanshan probably couldn't be happier if he called him. "Brother Xiao, I was just about to call you. The deal with the food factory is done. You just need to assume the factory's debts and give the owner another 5 million. All the equipment and machinery in the factory will be yours." Su Yuanshan said with a laugh on the other end of the phone. After making a phone call, he learned that the factory had long since gone out of business, and the owner had even been trying to sell it. However, in that location, there weren't many buyers, and the asking prices were exceptionally low. Even if he sold it, it wouldn't be enough to pay off his debts. Therefore, when Su Yuanshan approached him, he barely haggled and directly stated his condition, just breaking even was enough. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Brother Su, could you please send a group of people to my supermarket? A group of people are currently at the entrance of my supermarket, preparing to extort money from me." Chapter 64 Arrested. After finishing the call, Xiao Chen looked at the people in front of him, completely ignoring them. So, Xiao Chen simply turned and left. Seeing Xiao Chen turn away, Qin Jianghe immediately became enraged. He grabbed Xiao Chen and shouted hoarsely, "Xiao Chen, do you believe I'll report you today? I'm waiting." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Let's see what you have to report me with." After saying this, he kicked Qin Jianghe. The kick sent Qin Jianghe sprawling to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Chen glanced at the villagers around him. These villagers undoubtedly hadn't expected Xiao Chen to treat them this way. After all, from the beginning, the Xiao Chen they remembered wasn't like this. In their memory, Xiao Chen was young and had a good temper. In the village, everyone thought Xiao Chen was a good person. That's why they dared to follow Qin Jianghe. After all, good people are easy to bully. Besides, why should a good-for-nothing like Xiao Chen get rich? So, a group of them came. They even planned that if they could get money from Xiao Chen this time, they could ask him for money from time to time in the future. Anyway, his money was easy to get. They were confident they could live off this for life. But they didn't expect that everything would be completely different from what they thought. Not only different, but it even surprised them, because Xiao Chen wouldn't talk to them at all. He didn't even acknowledge them. Instead, he made a phone call, beat them up, and turned to leave. "Xiao Chen, we are all your elders. Is this how you treat your elders?" Qin Jianhe shouted angrily at Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Qin Jianhe and sneered, "You're no elders what you think you are. Xiao Chen, we're all from the same village. Even if you didn't take the village's gold, now that you're successful, shouldn't you repay the villagers?" Several scoundrels behind Qin Jianhe spoke up. They usually did nothing in the village. Besides some elderly people, these scoundrels were the only ones left in the village. Now, seeing Xiao Chen like this, they spoke even louder. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and slapped each of them across the face. "What does my success have to do with you piece of trash? Repay you? You're not worthy." After saying this, he kicked one of them, sending him staggering backward. "Xiao Chen, you dare to hit people again? I'm calling the police, you wait." Qin Jianhe's face turned pale with anger. This was completely different from his plan. He even considered that Xiao Chen's gold was legally obtained, but seeing their large entourage, he might still give them some money. After all, this was the Xiao Chen they remembered most. When this guy ran the supermarket in the village, he agreed to let almost everyone buy on credit. But he never expected that after only a short time away from the village, Xiao Chen would completely ignore them. He even went so far as to physically assault them, and assault them so severely. Just as Qin Jianhe pulled out his phone to call the police, he heard police sirens the next second. Soon, a group of people surrounded them. Before Qin Jianhe could even speak, he was forced to the ground. A hunky car pulled up in front of Xiao Chen, and Su Yuanshan got out. Su Yuanshan hurriedly walked to Xiao Chen's side and asked, "Brother Xiao, what happened?" Xiao Chen explained the situation to Su Yuanshan, and he understood. In short, seeing that Xiao Chen had become successful, a bunch of fools had gone to him. "This is already extortion, Brother Xiao, what should we do?" Su Yuanshan didn't bother arguing with these troublemakers. His first thought was to get rid of them, as long as Xiao Chen was satisfied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen said, "Let's proceed according to the rules." He then pulled Su Yuanshan aside, saying, "Many of these are workers from the food factory, or they have family members working there." Su Yuanshan nodded upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. He understood Xiao Chen's meaning. It's just firing all these people, right? Given the current situation, firing them wouldn't be a problem at all. "Alright, take these people back and interrogate them thoroughly." Su Yuanshan pointed at the group and said. As for Qin Jianhe's accusations that Xiao Chen had stolen and sold gold, he couldn't be bothered with them. With Xiao Chen's connections, obtaining legal documentation for the gold would be extremely easy. Frankly, it was just a matter of paperwork. Even if the gold was illegal, it was none of their business. It wasn't their right to extort money. After the group was taken away, Xiao Chen and Su Yuanshan got into a car and drove directly to the town. The town leaders were already waiting, and upon seeing Xiao Chen arrive with Su Yuanshan, they hurriedly went forward to greet him. After all, someone who could get the city's second-in-command to intervene was definitely not simple. They didn't know why Xiao Chen wanted to take over the food factory, but as long as the wage issue was resolved, it would be good news for the town. Over there, the other party's boss also arrived, accompanied by none other than Izangwen. "Boss Xiao, I already know about the matter. Since everything is settled, let's proceed with the handover." The other party was clearly more anxious than Xiao Chen. This hot potato had finally been gotten rid of. Xiao Chen glanced at the contract, and was particularly taken aback when he saw that the food factory still had a warehouse full of goods. The goods were seriously unsold. However, that didn't matter, he wanted everything. So, Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony, directly signing the contract and transferring the money to the other party. Seeing the money in hand, the other party finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen then handed the contract to Izangwen. "Uncle He, from now on, you're the factory manager." "Ah!" Izangwen was stunned as soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "No, Xiao Chen, I can't do this." He was the factory's accountant, which was why he came along, but he hadn't expected that Xiao Chen would immediately make him the factory manager. Was being a factory manager so easy? He definitely couldn't do it. "Uncle He, I don't know anyone else. If you don't do it, who will?" Xiao Chen looked at Izangwen and said, "Besides, you're the only one I trust." Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Izangwen was slightly taken aback, then sighed and said, "All right. I'll manage it for you for now." He understood that Xiao Chen thought highly of him. Chapter 65 The New Boss. "Uncle He, how much money is the factory short right now?" he asked Izangwen. The factory still owes a full 3 million in payments for goods, and then there are the workers' wages 3 months' wages, which adds up to nearly 3 million. The food factory in town isn't large, only about 100 people. Moreover, the wages for ordinary workers aren't high to begin with, so when you add it all up, it's actually not much. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then directly asked for the factory's account and quickly transferred a sum of money. "Uncle He, I've transferred 30 million into the account, please check." After saying this, Xiao Chen pulled Zhongwen aside and said, "You know the factory's situation better than I do. Fire those who should be fired. Also, you should know about those who caused trouble at my place today, they're all in jail. Anyone related to their families, fire them all." Xiao Chen didn't bother to find out who these people were, but Zhongwen certainly did. Upon hearing this, Zhongwen was slightly taken aback and said, "Xiao Chen, I have no problem firing these people, but I'm afraid their families will come to the factory and cause trouble." "Alright, then hire more security guards. I'll handle this." Xiao Chen nodded. Let them cause trouble. Ultimately, he was in the right. Besides, Xiao Chen had already recounted the morning's events to the town leaders. The leaders, hearing that someone had tried to extort money from Xiao Chen early that morning, also stated that they would definitely handle the matter. As for Xiao Chen firing some people, they had even less objection. As long as the dismissal procedures were legal and some compensation was given, what else was there to say? Originally, they were worried that about 100 people would lose their jobs, but now only a dozen or so were being fired. These families were just blind to try and extort their boss, they deserved it. Therefore, the group readily agreed. After finishing their discussion, Su Yuanchen left. He had many things to attend to. As for Xiao Chen, he went to the factory with Zhongwen. Many people at the factory knew that the boss had changed, and when they saw a Mulzan drive in, they immediately surrounded the car. "No wonder he's the big boss, this car is enough to pay our wages." Many people stared at the car and said aloud. When they saw Zhongwen and Xiao Chen get out of the car, they were all stunned. Many of them were from the same village and naturally recognized Xiao Chen. It was precisely because they recognized Xiao Chen that they were surprised. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing here?" Looking at Xiao Chen, several people who knew him were immediately stunned. "This is our new boss, Boss Xiao." Zhongwen pointed at Xiao Chen and said. Hearing this, many people looked at Xiao Chen with astonishment. Furthermore, Boss Xiao has already transferred 30 million to the company account today. "We'll be paying everyone's salaries first." As soon as Zhongwen finished speaking, many people immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. Sure enough, this new boss started paying salaries as soon as he arrived. He's not short of money. As for those who knew Xiao Chen, they immediately tried to get closer to him. "I need to talk to you about something." Xiao Chen waved his hand, silencing the crowd, and then said, "Starting today, Uncle He is the factory manager. All appointments in the factory are decided by Uncle He. Anyway, from now on, this factory is under his control." As Xiao Chen finished speaking, many people looked at Zhongwen. A factory accountant suddenly became the factory manager? However, no one dared to speak. This factory now belonged to Xiao Chen. Everyone knew the relationship between Zhongwen and Xiao Chen. Therefore, they didn't dare to object. "Also, I have a list here. These people have been fired." Xiao Chen took out a list and said. He began to read it aloud. Many people had gone to Xiao Chen's house with him this morning and were still in the police station, so they couldn't possibly be at the factory. However, 3 others were staring at Xiao Chen, their faces filled with anger. One of them was Qin Jianhe's wife, Song Yuzhen. Song Yuzhen glared at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Others who have become successful take care of the villagers, but you come in and fire people from our own village. What are you trying to do?" Behind Song Yuzhen, 2 other women were also shouting. Xiao Chen glanced at them coldly and said, "Then you'll have to ask your husbands. These people came to my place this morning to extort money from me." As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, many of the factory workers were stunned. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Meanwhile, many people in the factory looked at Song Yuzhen with mocking eyes. Just a few days ago, Song Yuzhen was boasting about her husband becoming the village chief, putting on airs in all sorts of ways. Now she's been fired. Song Yuzhen's face changed. She wanted to speak, but Xiao Chen said calmly, "Get them out of here. As for their wages and compensation, we'll pay them directly to their accounts according to the contract." After saying this, he turned and went into his office. Zhongwen followed him in. Outside, Xiao Chen completely ignored Song Yuzhen's curses. This woman is incredibly foolish. She listens to Qin Jianhe in everything. She has no idea that Qin Jianhe is in big trouble this time. On the way here, Xiao Chen had already called Songya. With one sentence, all these people were sent to jail. Anyway, Songya has a legal team. Moreover, Qin Jianhe is a village official. Doing this carries the risk of dereliction of duty. Others might only need to be detained for a period, but Qin Jianhe would definitely go in. As for his release, it would be at least 3 years. Moreover, Xiao Chen had no intention of letting him off so easily. He told Songya to find a way to get him a 10-year sentence. Let that old bastard die in jail. Xiao Chen, I'll handle the rest. Besides, this factory isn't big, so it shouldn't cause that much trouble. However, with so many people from the village being sent there, they'll definitely cause trouble for the village. I think, why don't you ask your Uncle Xiao to come back? Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Uncle Xia and Uncle He were his father's best friends. Uncle Xia was a security captain in the city, with a group of good men under his command. If we bring the person back, then we'll have a security team too. Okay, I'll go find Uncle Xia. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, also, Uncle He, from now on, 10% of the shares in this factory will belong to you and Uncle Xia. Hearing this, He Zongwen hurriedly shook his head. He dared not accept the money. But Xiao Chen didn't care and made the deal immediately. You and Uncle Xia will each receive 100,000 yuan a month. Don't be polite with your nephew, I've really made it big. He pulled He Zongwen aside and said, back when his parents died, if it weren't for Uncle He and Uncle Xia, Xiao Chen himself didn't know if he could have protected his parents' bank cards in that house. Chapter 66 Uncle Xia. Upon leaving the office, Xiao Chen left immediately. He naturally didn't need to concern himself with matters at the factory. Xiao Chen first contacted Songya, asking her to help him find a warehouse to store his belongings. Then, he immediately left for Uncle Xia's place. Xiao Chen remembered that Uncle Xia worked for a real estate company in that area, where he was the security captain. When Xiao Chen arrived at the real estate company, he discovered that it had long since gone bankrupt, and the place was deserted. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He called Songya to inquire about the situation and learned that the company had been bankrupt for 6 months. Find someone for me, Xiao Chen immediately said. He knew Songya would definitely have a way to find someone. Upon hearing this, Songya immediately agreed. Less than 10 minutes later, Songya messaged Xiao Chen. Your Uncle Xia was laid off 6 months ago. After the company went bankrupt, he had nothing to do, so he took a few brothers to work on construction sites. Hearing Songya's words on the phone, Xiao Chen was stunned. Immediately, he rushed to the address Songya had given him. When he arrived at the construction site, Xiao Chen saw many people there. His eyes immediately fell on Uncle Xia, who was carrying a large bag of cement. Seeing this, Xiao Chen was stunned. He quickly ran to Uncle Xia and took the sandbag from him. Xiao Chen? What brings you here? Looking at Xiao Chen, Uncle Xia was startled and quickly asked, I came to see you. Xiao Chen looked at Uncle Xia and said, Uncle Xia, what brings you here? Sai, the company went bankrupt, and many of my brothers need to eat. He pointed to the group of people behind him. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned his head and was immediately stunned. Behind him, there really was a large group of people. These are all my former subordinates. The company went bankrupt, and we're all old now. Looking at Xiao Chen, Uncle Xia said helplessly, we can only do manual labor now. Hearing Uncle Xia's words, Xiao Chen's face showed helplessness. He hadn't expected Uncle Xia to be living such a hard life. Uncle Xia, why didn't you come to me? Xiao Chen looked at Uncle Xia and said with a wry smile, you. Hearing this, Uncle Xia smiled faintly and said, you couldn't even support yourself with that little supermarket, could you? That was before, things are different now. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, pulled Uncle Xia aside and said, I've acquired Uncle He's food factory. I need a group of security guards. You and your men come with me. Uncle Xia was taken aback and asked, why did you acquire that rundown factory? Then he asked again, what's going on? Where did you get so much money? Uncle Xia, anyway, I've made money. Just come with me. Take all your brothers with you. I'll give them 10,000 yuan a month. Xiao Chen lowered his voice and said, don't worry, I've got money now. You don't have any money. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xia directly barked, do you think I don't know how much money you have? 10,000 yuan a month. I have a dozen or so brothers, you'd need over 10,000 a month in salary. Uncle Xia, look. Seeing Uncle Xia wouldn't come, Xiao Chen reluctantly opened his mobile bank account. When he saw the balance on Xiao Chen's phone, especially the countless zeros, he froze. He quickly pulled Xiao Chen aside, his eyes unusually serious, and said, what have you done, kid? You tell me clearly, where did this money come from? His gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. Did you do something illegal? No. Hearing this, Xiao Chen said helplessly, Uncle Xia, don't you know me? I really didn't. However, I'm in the antique business now. You know Jin Yutang, right? I know, the owner of Jin Yutang is called Songya, she's someone important. What does that have to do with you? Hearing this, Uncle Xia frowned slightly and asked, that's my woman. I'm the boss behind Jin Yutang. Xiao Chen looked at Uncle Xia and lowered his voice, saying, anyway, remember this, your nephew is really rich. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Uncle Xia frowned slightly and said, you kid, really? Come with me, we're going to Jin Yutang. Seeing that Uncle Xia didn't believe him, Xiao Chen had no choice but to pull Uncle Xia to Jin Yutang. When Uncle Xia saw Xiao Chen's luxury car, he was stunned. This car looked expensive. He didn't even dare to get in. Your car is too high class, I'm dirty. I won't get in. Uncle Xia said helplessly. What's so high class about this car? It's just a car. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Xiao Chen looked at Uncle Xia and said with a smile. Hearing this, Uncle Xia hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Come on. I can't afford it. Now I believe you've struck it rich." Saying this, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I'll take charge for them, 8,000 a month will do. 10,000 it is. Your nephew doesn't need that much." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen said, "Uncle Xia, come with me now. I really have some trouble over there." What trouble could a small factory have? Upon hearing this, Uncle Xia was immediately stunned. He knew very well that a small food factory shouldn't have any trouble at all. Hearing this, Xiao Chen helplessly recounted how Qin Jianghe had come to extort money and even led people to surround him. "That bastard Qin Jianghe dared to bully my nephew. Is that grandson in jail now?" Hearing this, Uncle Xia immediately sneered, "If he wasn't in jail, I'd cripple him." "Alright, I know, you're worried about those fired guys causing trouble for the factory. Okay, Uncle Xia will handle this." Just as he finished speaking, several people rushed over, looking at Uncle Xia and saying, "Boss, the foreman said you need to get back to work quickly, otherwise, you're fired." Hearing this, Uncle Xia sneered, "I've already quit. Alright, pack your things and come with me. This is my nephew, the big boss. From now on, we'll work for my nephew," he said, pointing to Xiao Chen. The men who had come with Uncle Xia, upon hearing this and glancing at Xiao Chen and the luxury car behind him, immediately showed a look of delight. Okay. They didn't hesitate at all. After all, they trusted Uncle Xia implicitly, so they put down their work and followed him. "Alright, I'm familiar with the factory. I'll go myself. But, my brothers here are a bit short on cash lately. Could we get an advance?" Seeing Uncle Xia's embarrassed expression, Xiao Chen smiled and nodded, "No need for an advance. I'll pay you a month's salary when we arrive." Chapter 67 Those Who Came to Cause Trouble. When Xiao Chen returned to the factory with Uncle Xia and the others, he saw a large crowd gathered at the factory gate. As soon as Xiao Chen's car approached, the crowd rushed forward. The person leading the group was none other than Qin Jianghe's wife. Beside her was Qin Ke. Seeing Xiao Chen's car stop, a strange look appeared on Qin Ke's face. She still couldn't understand how Xiao Chen was unharmed, while her second uncle went straight inside. When Xiao Chen got out of the car, he glanced at the crowd, and upon seeing him, they immediately walked towards him. "Xiao Chen, what do you mean? We're all from the same village. How could you be so cruel? You've sent our men to jail." Looking at Xiao Chen, Qin Ke's aunt shouted loudly. Many villagers nearby also joined in the jeering. Xiao Chen glanced around and realized that those causing trouble were mostly people who had come with Qin Jianghe to extort money from him. Therefore, Xiao Chen didn't bother with them. Uncle Xia, standing nearby, went straight up and slapped Qin Ke's aunt. Ouch! The old woman, slapped by Uncle Xia, immediately sat down on the ground and cried loudly. Xiao Chen ignored them, staring at the group and saying, "You're causing trouble, do you want to be arrested?" "Xiao Chen, I know it's wrong of my second uncle to come to you for money, but we're from the same village, can't you be a little more magnanimous and let them go?" Qin Ke looked at Xiao Chen and hurriedly said, "Besides, so many people are going to ask for money, what will the villagers think if you arrest them all? Listen to me, make them release them right now." She looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes urgent, and said, "Otherwise, you won't be able to stay in the village." Xiao Chen sneered, completely ignoring Qin Ke. "Alright, how those people are sentenced is up to the court, it has nothing to do with me, get out of here," Xiao Chen said coldly. "As for what the villagers think, what does it have to do with him? He's long since lost hope in this village, anyway, his old house has been vandalized. He's not afraid of anyone causing further damage." Moreover, Xiao Chen had already planned this when he brought Uncle Xia and the others back. He planned to renovate the old house and turn it into dormitories for them. No one dared to interfere, after all, Uncle Xia's men were all veterans. Hearing Xiao Chen's unyielding words, Qin Ke's expression changed drastically. She glared fiercely at Xiao Chen, her face filled with anger. She had never imagined that Xiao Chen would be so disrespectful. At this moment, her eyes were filled with rage as she looked at Xiao Chen. Originally, she only wanted her second uncle to scare Xiao Chen, and then, incidentally, get some money, and ideally, she could control him. But now, it was a completely different story. At this moment, she looked at Xiao Chen with utter fury. She had never imagined that her return to find Xiao Chen would be completely ineffective. In the past, within her memory's vessel, Xiao Chen was the one who listened to her the most. But now, she truly felt helpless. The man who used to listen to everything she said was long gone. At this moment, she looked at Xiao Chen, her face filled with anger. But there was nothing she could do. "Xiao Chen, we're doing this for your own good." Qin Ke looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You've offended so many people, you're bound to get what's coming to you." Xiao Chen didn't bother to continue talking to Qin Ke and turned to leave. Behind Qin Ke, watching Xiao Chen leave, a group of people immediately protested. "Xiao Chen, you little beast, you can't leave. If you don't release my husband today, I definitely won't let you go. Looking at Xiao Chen, Aunt Qin glared angrily. A group of villagers behind her also shouted excitedly. That's right, Xiao Chen, we're all from the same village, how can you be so heartless? Xiao Chen, release my husband right now. A group of people looked at Xiao Chen with agitated emotions. Looking at these people, Xiao Chen shook his head. He was too lazy to pay attention to them. Just then, a bus sped up, and a group of people got off. It was Uncle Xiao's men. Seeing Xiao Chen and Uncle Xiao surrounded by a group of people, they immediately rushed forward. The villagers, who had initially been aggressive, were terrified when they saw this group of burly men charging towards them. These men looked menacing, and many even had scars on their faces. Boss, Brother Xia, what's going on? The group rushed over, asking anxiously. These people are causing trouble at the factory gate. Drive them away. Xiao Chen pointed at the group and said. Hearing this, the group nodded immediately, then glared menacingly at Aunt Qin and the others. Seeing the group's appearance, the villagers who had been preparing to cause trouble immediately ran away. Alright, no need to bother with these people. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, they can't cause any trouble. He pointed to the factory behind him and said, Uncle Xia, from now on, this place is in your and Uncle He's hands. Okay. Uncle Xia nodded and said, but with so many of us coming here, the factory's dormitories might not be enough, right? Uncle Xia, you know my family. I don't live there anyway, so please arrange for them to stay there first. Xiao Chen looked at Uncle Xia and said, but my house was vandalized a while ago. It needs to be repaired. Hearing this, Uncle Xiao was stunned and hurriedly asked, what happened? Xiao Chen sighed and told him about Xiao Yan's family. Uncle Xiao looked at Xiao Chen and said, you should have come to me back then, I would have helped you get revenge. What about the father and son? How are they now? He had been away from the village for a long time and hadn't returned, so naturally he didn't know about these things. After all, besides the soon-to-be bankrupt food factory, there were no other businesses in the entire town. It's already been sent in. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, don't you trust my abilities now? Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Uncle Xia nodded slightly. Indeed, Xiao Chen possessed such abilities. In fact, Xiao Chen's abilities were far greater than that. Alright, then I'm relieved. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Uncle Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, if you ever need anything, just come to me. Your uncle may be old, but he can still protect you. He and Xiao Chen's father had grown up together, and he truly treated Xiao Chen like his own child. Now that Xiao Chen was successful and capable, he was naturally happy. Alright, I'll handle this matter. Don't forget, your uncle used to work on construction sites. We can just clean up the damaged stuff. Uncle Xiao looked at Xiao Chen and said, Chapter 68 Fatty Heat Boss, I've been relying on you for a long time. Xiao Chen, accompanied by Uncle Xia, first went to Uncle He's place. After arranging things, he had Uncle He distribute 10,000 yuan to everyone. This amount of money wasn't much for him now. Those who received the money were naturally overjoyed. Although they trusted Uncle Xia, they were still somewhat uneasy before seeing the money. Now that they hadn't even started work, receiving the money first naturally put their minds at ease. Therefore, at this moment, the group looked at Xiao Chen with gratitude. Since losing their jobs, they had no choice but to work on construction sites. But being older, they were exploited by the foreman. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's intervention, they didn't know how long they could have lasted. Alright, remember, this factory belongs to my nephew. He guarantees he won't fire you, but keep an eye on things. Uncle Xia said with a smile. Boss, you never mentioned before that you had such a successful nephew. A group of his men said to Uncle Xia with smiles. Hearing this, Uncle Xia sighed helplessly. That kid wasn't successful before, I had no idea he was so capable now. Remember this, you're taking my nephew's salary, so you'd better protect this factory. He looked at the group and said, Boss, don't you know us brothers? Hearing this, the group hurriedly asked, but, can you really make money in this factory? They looked at the dilapidated factory with curiosity. Even Uncle Xia himself had doubts upon hearing this. He hurriedly found He Zongwen and asked, Old He, what's going on with this factory? That kid Xiao Chen didn't explain clearly. Why did he buy such a rundown factory? Hearing this, He Zongwen said helplessly, he said he had connections to sell food overseas, and he just came and took all the factory's inventory. You don't know, that kid even asked me to produce more, saying it's simply not enough. Looking at Uncle Xia, He Zongwen said, and it's all just compressed biscuits and instant noodles. I've been debugging the equipment these past few days. Xiao Chen's requirements were extremely simple. Instant noodles and compressed biscuits, plus some canned meat. Nothing particularly good in terms of taste or ingredients, as long as food safety is up to standard, that's fine. So, it could be said to be the simplest. Hearing He Zongwen's words, Uncle Xia was slightly taken aback and asked, can this be sold? He said it's for overseas. He Zongwen didn't bother to care. His current task was simply to produce the goods and then hand them over to Xiao Chen, so there was absolutely no problem. As for Xiao Chen, he was ready to take them away immediately. Alright, old Xia, that kid has plenty of skills, don't you think about it? His money didn't come from thin air. Seeing Uncle Xia frown, He Zongwen patted him on the shoulder and said, all we can do is help him guard this little piece of land. Okay. Hearing this, Uncle Xia nodded and said, I understand. He also understood that Xiao Chen was definitely doing something big right now, and he couldn't help him much. As for the village affairs, we'll handle it for him, He Zongwen said with a smile. Weren't those people causing trouble? Next time they come, we'll deliberately let them break some things and send them to jail. Hearing this, Uncle Xia nodded and said, okay. He was too lazy to waste any more words with these people. They really thought his nephew was good-natured just because they were bullying him. The two old men had even planned how to frame the other side. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen drove straight back, first stopping at Fatty He's place. Boss Xiao's here. Seeing Xiao Chen, Fatty He said with a smile, you've made a fortune lately. Hearing this, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at him and said, speak. What do you want? Hey, I'm out of options, so I'm calling you, big boss, to beg for a living. Fatty He pulled Xiao Chen along, laughing. What happened? Your gold shop is closed? Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked. It's all your fault. Fatty He looked at Xiao Chen and lowered his voice. How much gold did you give Songya? Now look what's happened. Her gold jewelry is beautiful and elegant, most people couldn't make it like that, and the prices are about the same as ours. Now most of my business has been stolen. You don't know, since you met Songya, I haven't been able to sell my gold for much. He was helpless. He had introduced Xiao Chen to Songya, but who knew Xiao Chen would be so reckless? He gave Songya such a large quantity in one go, and now, Songya is going all out, affecting business on the whole street. Before, he only got scraps from Jin Yutang. Now, even the scraps are scarce. Alright, perfect timing. Since you've said so, you can work for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen said, close the gold shop. As for the remaining stock, go find Songya and have her take it. Don't worry, she'll definitely give you the market price. Hearing this, Fatty He immediately smiled and said, then my son and I will depend on you for our livelihood. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded without hesitation and said, next, you need to set up a trading company. A trading company? Hearing this, Fatty He looked at Xiao Chen and said, I knew you must have other businesses. Otherwise, what would you be doing at that lousy factory? He lowered his voice and looked at Xiao Chen. Tell me quickly, what for? You just need to set up the trading company. We're doing export business. You'll be in charge of purchasing, Xiao Chen said, looking at Fatty He. We'll buy anything, as long as the customer places an order, we'll buy it. After saying this, Xiao Chen looked at Fatty He and asked, any problems? No problem, I know Yunchinj like the back of my hand. I can get you anything you need. Fatty He immediately replied. You can even get guns? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. You're not going to do anything illegal, are you? Hearing this, Fatty He said nervously, I don't have any connections for that. Don't worry, it's perfectly legal. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, I won't actually let you do that. That's good. Hearing this, Fatty He breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, then I'll go to Jin Yutang first, and then I'll go take care of some business. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately opened his phone and transferred 30 million to Fatty He. This is the seed money. Fatty He glanced at the balance on his phone and was immediately stunned. Then, looking at Xiao Chen, he said, you're really rolling in money now. Chapter 69 Gu Ming's Trouble. After leaving Fatty He's place, Xiao Chen went to the warehouse. He had gotten this warehouse from Songya. Upon entering, he saw piles of food. The food factory mainly produced snacks, so most of the food items were also snacks. Of course, enough to fill one's stomach. Anyway, Xiao Chen could sell these things to Gu Ming. That kid had already started asking Xiao Chen for food. His food supply was increasingly strained. This was why Xiao Chen had acquired the food factory. Gu Ming's territory was expanding, and his forces were growing, so he needed Xiao Chen. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen's goods vanished and reappeared in his spatial storage. Since eating the tiger meat and drinking the intermediate evolution potion, Xiao Chen found his strength had become increasingly terrifying. Even his spatial storage had reached 500 square meters. The space, a full 500 square meters, could now hold more and more things. After loading everything, Xiao Chen immediately chose to teleport. The next second, he appeared in front of Gu Ming. Brother, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, my guys would have rioted, Gu Ming said helplessly upon seeing Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, looking at Gu Ming and saying, how come you can't even manage your own men? In Xiao Chen's opinion, if Gu Ming couldn't even manage his men, then he was truly useless. Hearing this, Gu Ming sighed helplessly. Brother, I was a bit too hasty. At first, I just wanted to gather men and increase my own numbers. Later, my forces grew larger and larger, and I even recruited quite a few high-level ability users. Now, I've only just reached the threshold of a high-level ability user, and many of them are stronger than me. If it weren't for the food supplies I have, those people definitely wouldn't be willing to submit to me. You haven't been sending supplies lately, and they've started having other ideas. I've even discovered that a few guys are trying to sideline me. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, so what do you want to do now? Looking at Gu Ming, Xiao Chen knew that Gu Ming definitely had a plan. Brother, let's have a fight first. I don't know your abilities yet. Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming said, if your strength is sufficient. Xiao Chen understood. He was being prepared to use him as an ally. Of course, he also wanted to test his current strength. After all, leveling up in the game world alongside Fang Hao required almost no effort. He simply shared experience points, and his strength increased rapidly. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen looked at Gu Ming and said, come on. With that, Xiao Chen charged directly at Gu Ming. His fist was incredibly fast, appearing in front of Gu Ming in an instant, and simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch. Gu Ming turned and parried Xiao Chen's punch. Their fists collided, and Gu Ming was instantly forced back several steps. Brother, you're so strong? Gu Ming was utterly astonished. Xiao Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations. He even discovered that, in terms of sheer strength, he couldn't match Xiao Chen. He was now a high-level ability user. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, had never consumed any high-level ability potions, yet he already possessed such power. At this moment, Gu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. He knew he had made the right bet. Xiao Chen before him possessed the ability to suppress his subordinates. Again! With that, he moved abruptly, and the next moment, Xiao Chen saw lightning crackling around him. This was Gu Ming's ability. He was a lightning-based ability user. Strands of lightning continuously bombarded Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen's speed was even faster. With a series of quick movements, he dodged the lightning. Even when about to be struck, he teleported away skillfully, and the next second, Xiao Chen appeared behind Gu Ming. He threw a punch directly at Gu Ming's head. Gu Ming's expression changed, and he quickly dodged, even rolling several times on the ground to avoid Xiao Chen. Seeing Gu Ming's disheveled appearance, Xiao Chen smiled, walked up to him, and asked with a smile, how was it? Impressive. Gu Ming exhaled and said, brother, in the apocalyptic world, you basically rely on evolution potions to improve. There are hardly any other methods. But you haven't even drunk a high-level evolution potion, and you're already this powerful. As he spoke, his gaze burned as he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, brother, what method do you have? What method could I have? Xiao Chen said helplessly, Xiao's world is an ancient world with martial arts, but I tried for a long time and still can't learn it. But I did learn those external martial arts techniques. Mainly because of Fang Hao's world, his game world is really like playing a game. He took me along, and I followed behind, gaining experience, and my strength increased. This was Xiao Chen's proudest achievement so far, following along, gaining experience, and his strength increased almost without him exerting any effort. Therefore, his strength was truly remarkable. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Gu Ming's face was full of envy. He knew in his heart that strength was limited in the post-apocalyptic world, but Xiao Chen was different now. He could travel to other worlds, so there was always a possibility of a breakthrough. Right. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, this is tiger meat. The giant tiger from that day? Gu Ming asked eagerly. Back then, when he saw the picture, the giant tiger had indeed surprised him. Yes, I ate this tiger, and my strength increased a lot. Xiao Chen pointed to the tiger meat and said. Hearing this, Gu Ming immediately showed a look of surprise. Okay, I'll cook it right away. Saying this, he pulled out a pot from somewhere and quickly threw the meat in. Seeing the meat being thrown in so casually, without even any seasoning, Xiao Chen opened his mouth. Gu Ming didn't care about all that. In the post-apocalyptic world, being able to eat was already a blessing. Besides the base, there are many strange beasts outside. Those were edible, though incredibly unpalatable, and served as the staple food for most people in the post-apocalyptic world. Even so, they weren't readily available, as the monsters were also very powerful. Therefore, it's easy to imagine how scarce food was in the post-apocalyptic world. When Gu Ming took out the flour and rice, he practically stunned the entire settlement. Those things were far too important to them. Chapter 70 Trouble arrives. When the meat was almost cooked, Gu Ming scooped out a piece and ate it. The next moment, his eyes lit up. Brother, this meat is delicious. It's not fishy at all. He quickly scooped out another piece. Xiao Chen was taken aback. After all, he had used a lot of seasoning when cooking the meat last time. He wondered what the meat tasted like originally. Thinking about it, he also scooped out a piece, took a bite, and his expression became extremely strange. A fishy smell, a bloody smell, even a foul odor. This wasn't fishy? This thing wasn't even cooked properly, it was still full of blood. He watched Gu Ming eat with great relish, opened his mouth, and was speechless. He naturally understood that in this world, being able to eat one's fill was already a blessing. How could anyone bother with seasoning? Therefore, they had long been accustomed to those fishy and foul smells. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen tossed the piece of meat in his hand into the pot. Then, the next second, Gu Ming grabbed it and ate it. Aren't you going to eat? Gu Ming looked up at Xiao Chen and asked. Too fishy. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Ming chuckled. There's nothing I can do about it. You don't know, the strange beasts outside are so disgusting, they're practically like a stinking ditch. Even so, people still eat them desperately. He was helpless, being transported to this godforsaken place was driving him crazy. After finishing the whole pot of meat, Gu Ming felt as if he were drunk and suddenly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Xiao Chen didn't disturb him, but sat down beside him. The next second, Gu Ming's muscles began to grow and ripple. Seeing this, Xiao Chen knew that Gu Ming was in the game. He didn't speak, but simply watched him quietly. After waiting a full half hour, Gu Ming finally woke up. He first checked his body, and a look of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Brother, I feel my strength has increased a lot. Do you have any more meat? Get me some. His eyes were burning with desire, meat was good stuff. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this, and then, with a wave of his hand, 2 more large pieces of meat appeared. Haha, this stuff is good, Gu Ming said with a laugh. He quickly hid the meat before pulling Xiao Chen aside, saying, Brother, this is a high-grade evolution potion. You need to help me clear the obstacles, your strength definitely needs to be increased. Let's increase our strength, then we'll just kill these bastards. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, recently, these guys have been getting increasingly restless. Xiao Chen didn't argue, a high-grade evolution potion, good stuff. He took it directly and drank it down in one gulp. The next second, Xiao Chen felt an intense burning heat throughout his body, his blood boiling. It was as if he had been thrown into boiling water. Under this sensation, he opened his mouth wide, and could even see steam rising from it. This feeling of being completely cooked was extremely uncomfortable for Xiao Chen. He even tried desperately to struggle, but to no avail. After all, the heat was emanating from within his own body. He was panting heavily, exhaling streams of hot air. With each puff of air, he felt a slight relief in his internal organs. Slowly, he felt the heat escaping from his body, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he understood that his body's strength was constantly increasing, and even his supernatural abilities seemed to have evolved. He glanced at his spatial storage. It was over 1,000 square meters. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't even imagine how much he could store if it continued to increase. Simultaneously, he activated his teleportation ability, and the next second, he was outside, having rushed out of the secret chamber where Gu Ming was. The sky was still scorching hot, even frighteningly so, but Xiao Chen felt nothing. This heat was nothing compared to the burning sensation he felt when he drank the potion. Xiao Chen naturally understood that he was no longer afraid of such temperatures. The temperature, well over 60 degrees Celsius, was completely unaffected by Xiao Chen. Brother! Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming hurriedly walked up to him and said, your ability has really mutated, you can even travel through secret chambers. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly, his strength had indeed increased considerably. The next second, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, and he saw a number of people watching him and Gu Ming in the distance. The leader was a bald man with a scar. Behind the man, a large group of people had gathered. Brother, that man's name is Scarface, he's the one trying to sideline me. Gu Ming looked at the man and said, the people around him are all high-level ability users. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze also fixed on these people. These people were also looking at Xiao Chen. Gu Ming, where's your food? Looking at Gu Ming, Scarface said coldly, didn't you say you'd get the food soon? He continued, staring at Gu Ming, if you don't have food, we won't help you. Gu Ming sneered, of course I have food, but what does it have to do with you? Hey, Gu Ming, haven't you thought about this? We gave you this boss position. If you didn't have the food, who would let you be the boss? Scarface sneered, you'd better think this through. From now on, you provide the food, and on the surface we'll call you boss, but, behind your back, you'll listen to me. Otherwise. They stared coldly at Gu Ming and Xiao Chen, sneering, then we won't be polite. We knew you had designs on us. Gu Ming said helplessly, then let's have some fun today. As he spoke, he lunged at Scarface. Scarface sneered, he knew Gu Ming's capabilities. In his eyes, if Gu Ming hadn't been able to continuously obtain food, he would have killed him long ago. Now, he couldn't wait to control Gu Ming. After all, that much food had long been coveted by them. Gu Ming, today I'll cripple you, and then I'll ask you where all that food came from, he said, suddenly lunging at Gu Ming, throwing a punch at him as well. Xiao Chen watched the two entangled in combat, his brows furrowing slightly. At first, Xiao Chen thought Gu Ming and the others were quite skilled, but after going to the ancient world and obtaining so many secret manuals, he realized that these two were just so-so in a fight. Even their attack methods were exceptionally crude. He himself had read quite a few manuals. Even if he hadn't mastered them, his understanding and skills had improved considerably, so he naturally understood. His gaze then fell on the other group following Scarface. This group was currently charging towards Gu Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Chen immediately rushed towards them. Perfect, I'll use you guys to practice. Chapter 71 Battle between superpowered individuals. Xiao Chen looked at the three people before him. They had initially intended to deal with Gu Ming, but suddenly, Xiao Chen flashed and appeared right in front of them. Seeing Xiao Chen appear so instantly, the three men's expressions changed. A spatial ability user. Their expressions immediately shifted. They all knew that spatial ability users were the most troublesome, especially the feeling Xiao Chen gave them now. It was even more terrifying. After all, no one could withstand someone suddenly rushing in and attacking them. Take care of this one first. The three exchanged glances and suddenly spoke. After all, they all knew that a spatial ability user was the most troublesome. If the opponent escaped, the trouble would be even greater. The three immediately formed a triangle around Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also looked at the three men before him. All three were clearly high-level ability users. A burly man, a petite woman, and a woman dressed in a tight black leather outfit. Looking at the three, Xiao Chen's gaze first fell on the burly man. The man snorted coldly and charged directly at Xiao Chen. He suddenly raised his fist and punched Xiao Chen. The fist, carrying a violent aura, was aimed directly at Xiao Chen's head. However, just as the fist was about to make contact with Xiao Chen, teleportation activated instantly. The next second, Xiao Chen appeared behind the man. Then, with a sudden burst of power, he threw a punch. With this punch, the burly man was sent flying, crashing into the wall and instantly shattering it. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, glancing at his fist. When his fist struck his opponent, Xiao Chen felt as if he had hit a block of steel. The recoil was incredibly strong, even numbing his hand. Just then, a dark shadow flashed past Xiao Chen, and the next moment, a figure appeared before him. It was the woman in the black leather jacket. She held a dagger, aiming straight for Xiao Chen's throat, and she was incredibly fast. Seeing this, Xiao Chen quickly dodged. Even though he dodged, he was still grazed on the shoulder. The woman frowned slightly, then took another step back, and her figure vanished again. Xiao Chen's expression darkened slightly at this. This woman's ability was somewhat similar to his own. However, this woman's ability was definitely not teleportation, it was more like invisibility. At this moment, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and then saw another petite woman not far away. The opponent continuously conjured fireballs, hurling them towards Xiao Chen. Seeing the fireballs hurtling towards him, Xiao Chen swiftly teleported, instantly dodging them. At the same time, he appeared in front of the petite woman and threw a punch. The petite woman's expression changed, and she instantly blocked Xiao Chen's attack with both hands. Even so, this punch still sent the woman flying. At that very moment, Xiao Chen's hair stood on end, a sense of crisis washing over him. He reacted instantly, jerking his head away. The next second, the woman in black reappeared in front of Xiao Chen. Simultaneously, her dagger shot directly towards the spot where Xiao Chen had just appeared. Seeing her action, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. This woman is exceptionally difficult to deal with. Seeing the opponent's strength, the woman quickly retreated, her figure disappearing again. This woman is really troublesome. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He knew very well that he still wouldn't be able to find this woman at this moment. His opponent was clearly avoiding him. He glanced at the scarred man not far away, locked in a fierce battle with Gu Ming, now being forced back by Gu Ming's attacks. Why is this happening? The scarred man's face was filled with astonishment. He hadn't even imagined he would lose to Gu Ming. He had fought Gu Ming before, and back then, he hadn't taken Gu Ming seriously at all. As a fellow superhuman, he knew he was stronger than Gu Ming. Moreover, the way superhumans grow is so bizarre. In this world, it's basically about taking drugs to grow. Without drugs, one's strength is essentially fixed. The only difference is in combat skills. His combat skills were undoubtedly better than Gu Ming's, and similarly, his use of his superpower was far more powerful. Originally, according to his thinking, he should be stronger than Gu Ming, but now, he realized he was wrong. Every time he took a punch from Gu Ming, he was left with gaping wounds. The power of those punches was simply beyond his ability to resist. Gu Ming wasn't a strength-based ability user. Therefore, at this moment, Scarface was extremely puzzled. Gu Ming, what's going on? Did you get your hands on the ultimate evolution potion? Scarface asked incredulously. Then, he hurriedly shook his head, saying, "That's impossible. We don't have such a potion here. Besides, if he were an ultimate ability user, he couldn't possibly only have this much strength." Scarface was now filled with doubt. Gu Ming's strength had improved too much. This was undoubtedly bad news for him. Gu Ming didn't speak. Since the other party had decided to cause him trouble, he wouldn't be polite. He quickly rushed towards Scarface and threw a punch. Scarface's face turned extremely ugly. The two were locked in a fierce battle. Xiao Chen, watching this scene, turned to look behind him. He saw the burly man with the iron tower reappear before him. The man's body shimmered with a silvery light. His metallic skin was undoubtedly the ability Xiao Chen had used when he had just fought him. As for the woman hidden in the shadows, she was the one who troubled Xiao Chen the most. The burly man let out a low growl and charged at Xiao Chen again. Seeing him charge, Xiao Chen snorted coldly and charged back. He wanted to test his strength against this kind of superhuman. So, at that moment, both of them charged at each other. Xiao Chen's punch was faster, his fist striking directly at his opponent. But his opponent showed no fear, letting out a low shout and charging towards Xiao Chen. His special ability excelled in defense and strength, and he wasn't afraid of Xiao Chen's attack at all. But the next moment, his fist collided with Xiao Chen's, and everything changed instantly. The instant his opponent's fist struck him, he even felt a tremendous force erupt instantly, and then he was blasted away again. This time, he even coughed up blood as he flew away. Chapter 72 Qin K's Greed. Having landed a successful blow, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. He knew very well the power unleashed by his full-force attack. Even a truck crashing into him wouldn't have the power of that punch. An ordinary person, let alone taking that punch, would likely be instantly crushed upon contact. But his opponent, having taken his punch, was merely sent flying backward. The moment he unleashed his punch, that sense of danger returned. This time, Xiao Chen didn't even dodge. Instead, he turned and threw a powerful punch. He didn't know where the woman was, but she was undoubtedly behind him. Boom! Xiao Chen's punch seemed to strike something. Instantly, a cloud of blood mist exploded in front of him. Amidst the blood mist, a figure emerged. It was the woman in black, her face filled with disbelief. A large crater appeared in the man's body after Xiao Chen's punch. He was lifeless and lay on the ground. Having landed a successful blow, Xiao Chen didn't even bother with the corpse. He turned and glanced behind him. Gu Ming was beating Scarface. Scarface's face changed drastically when he saw that Xiao Chen had dealt with his three men. Gu Ming, you just wait. He turned to run. At this point, forget about the food supplies Gu Ming had on him. He felt he was about to die. Sure enough, anyone who could get their hands on food wasn't simple. If he had stayed with Gu Ming, with his and his three men's abilities, they could have easily survived. Unfortunately, greed had killed him. Seeing the man turn to run, Gu Ming sneered and charged at him, simultaneously slamming his fist down hard on the man's head. With a deafening boom, the man's head exploded like a watermelon. Seeing this, Gu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother, you're much better than me now." He knew how troublesome those three men under Scarface were. Especially the woman in black, her stealth ability was almost impossible to defend against. But now she was just a pile of mangled flesh. As for the other two, although they weren't dead, they were practically dead too. Alright, the men are taken care of. I'll head back now. Xiao Chen exhaled and said. He had only come here to exchange supplies with Gu Ming. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. Okay. Hearing this, Gu Ming nodded, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother, I've already had the gold collected. This is the gold from this batch." He pointed directly to the gold not far away. There, a large pile of gold, as thick as bricks, was being baked in the sun. Seeing this, Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony and took the gold directly. Alright, let's go. After gathering the gold, Xiao Chen estimated it to be a full 300 jin, approximately 150 kilograms. This amount of gold was already quite good. Only Xiao Chen knew the true value of this batch of gold. Even if sold on the market, it would fetch at most 500,000 yuan. Back home, Xiao Chen glanced at his storage space. Just like before, only half the gold remained. He called Songya and told her he had a batch of gold and that she could take it. Songya didn't even ask where Xiao Chen got the gold. She'd already made a fortune from the gold and antiques he'd given her. She'd even started contacting partners in other provinces and cities. Yun City was only so big, such a large quantity of gold simply couldn't be consumed there. She had to share her profits with the smaller dealers. After all, she knew that if she continued like this, she'd offend all the gold shops in Yun City. Even Xiao Chen's childhood friend, Fatty He, couldn't hold out any longer. So, Songya also started contacting those gold shops, trying to offer them some concessions. As for other cities, that was a different story. Xiao Chen didn't care about any of that. As long as Songya was making money, his own wealth would only increase. He hadn't even considered starting any other company. This kind of business required no capital, he could just do it directly. Why bother starting a company? However, just as Xiao Chen was waiting at home for Old Wolf to come and collect the gold, someone suddenly rushed in. Seeing the person, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and coldly snorted, "Get out." The person who came was none other than Qin Ke. At this moment, Qin Ke stormed in, intending to speak to Xiao Chen, but when she saw the huge pile of gold in front of her, she froze. She knew all too well how much so much gold was worth. At this moment, her mouth gaped open, and she couldn't even speak. "Xiao Chen, where did you get all this gold?" Qin Ke looked at Xiao Chen and asked urgently. Her eyes even held greed, her gaze fixed on the gold in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen completely ignored Qin Ke and coldly said, "Get out." Hearing this, Qin Ke was stunned for a moment, then realized why she had come to find Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, why did you have someone sue my second aunt, claiming she damaged your factory's facilities?" Qin Ke questioned him directly. But even as she questioned him, her gaze remained fixed on the gold. Hadn't Xiao Chen already sold the gold to Jin Yutang? Did he still have connections? Sure enough, this person did have some illegal connections. Thinking of this, a smug look appeared on her face. Xiao Chen's incriminating evidence was now right in front of her, controlling him would be a piece of cake. Hearing Qin Ke's words, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. His second aunt was being sued? For damaging equipment? However, he didn't care about this matter at all. Anyway, Uncle Xia and Uncle He hadn't called him, which proved that they could definitely handle this matter. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen had no intention of getting involved. Qin Ke, seeing that Xiao Chen was completely ignoring her, became anxious. She cried out urgently, "Xiao Chen, my second aunt was just going to your factory to seek justice, what's wrong with that? Why are you slandering my second aunt?" Xiao Chen ignored her and said, "Get out. Xiao Chen, your gold is right here. I'm calling the police, and all your gold will definitely be confiscated. I know this gold is definitely illegal. Now, I order you to release my second uncle and aunt. Also, I want half of this gold, or I'll call the police." Qin Ke looked at Xiao Chen and said urgently. Her eyes were filled with greed, she was determined to have the gold in front of Xiao Chen, and no one could stop her. Chapter 73 Qin Ke panicked. Qin Ke's eyes were fixed on the pile of gold, greed almost overflowing. "Xiao Chen, as long as you give me the gold, I promise I'll keep this a secret. Besides, I can get back together with you, and I'll still be your girlfriend." Xiao Chen sneered at the woman's words. To him, a woman like Qin Ke was beneath his notice. He pointed coldly to the door and said, "Get out now." Xiao Chen's voice was icy, and Qin Ke's face immediately changed upon hearing his words. She pulled out her phone, looking at Xiao Chen with desperate eyes. "Xiao Chen, I really will report you." Looking at Qin Ke's expression, Xiao Chen sneered, not bothering to respond. Leaving aside his current background, whether Qin Ke's report would be effective, even if someone took it, given his current relationship with Songya, as long as Songya could prove the gold was hers, there wouldn't be a problem. As for Songya, owning a gold shop, it's perfectly reasonable for her to have so much gold, right? Therefore, there's absolutely no way anything could happen. Seeing Xiao Chen's indifference, Qin Ke's face turned extremely ugly. Her gaze was fixed on the gold before her. Hundreds of pounds of gold, the sheer quantity was unimaginable. The impact on her was immense. At this moment, she even greedily wanted to reach out and snatch it. Of course, she only thought it, she absolutely dared not do it. After all, Xiao Chen was right in front of her. Even if she were greedy, she knew that taking this money was impossible. "Xiao Chen, you once said you would love me for a lifetime. Have you forgotten?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Qin Ke's face was filled with grievance. Xiao Chen sneered, "And how did you treat me?" When she turned to look at Qin Ke, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. After all, he had given almost everything for Qin Ke back then. But what did he get in return? Because of Qin Ke, he became wary of women from that moment on. Even though he had experienced a memorable relationship, he dared not rekindle it. Now, he only felt disgust for Qin Ke. Looking at Xiao Chen's cold eyes, Qin Ke's mouth gaped slightly. She knew in her heart that Xiao Chen no longer had the feelings he once had for her. However, even now, she was unwilling to face it. Now, looking into Xiao Chen's cold eyes, she felt only fear and terror. "Get out!" Xiao Chen's icy voice made Qin Ke's face turn extremely ugly. Just as she was about to continue threatening Xiao Chen, a voice came from behind. "Miss Qin, what are you doing here?" Qin Ke's expression changed when that voice rang out. She recognized the voice, it was Songya's. Turning around, she saw Songya, staring at her with an icy gaze. At that moment, Qin Ke's mouth gaped open, but she dared not speak. Songya's aura was too powerful, it even made her afraid to utter a word. Songya glanced at Qin Ke, then walked up to Xiao Chen and said, "I'll send someone to collect the gold." She waved to the people behind her. Outside, Old Wolf and the others were already waiting. They strode in, showing no shock at the sight of so much gold. After all, they had seen far more astonishing things. Several men went in and immediately began carrying away the gold. Qin Ke watched the gold being taken away, her eyes filled with excitement. In her eyes, it was all hers. However, no one paid her any attention. Even those who approached her gave her a disdainful look. Being looked at like that by these people filled Qin K with anger. Why did these people look at her like that? Miss Qin, if you don't have a time, you can leave. This is my man's place, you are not welcome. Sonya looked at Qin K coldly and spoke. Hearing Sonya's words, Qin K opened her mouth, but left helplessly. As for reporting Xiao Chen, at this point, she had absolutely no way to do anything about it. She knew Sonya was wealthy. In fact, after the Wang family was driven out, the woman before her was now the richest person in Yunchenj. This woman owned a gold shop. It wasn't surprising she had so much gold. Reporting Xiao Chen at this time? What a joke! She could produce legal proof in a heartbeat. At this moment, Qin K understood that she had absolutely nothing to threaten Xiao Chen. She left dejectedly, walking outside the courtyard. Seeing Sonya embracing Xiao Chen, a smile on her face, she felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. That should have been her place. But what had she done wrong? Back then, she truly couldn't see Xiao Chen bringing her happiness. What was wrong with leaving him? Who could have imagined that after she left, Xiao Chen would suddenly become so wealthy? And he was with the richest woman. Now, all she felt was bitterness. Qin K herself didn't know how she left. When she turned around, she was already in the detention center. She went to see Qin Jianyi. Seeing Qin K, Qin Jianyi asked anxiously, Qin K, how did it go? Did you see Xiao Chen? Hurry up and tell him to release second uncle. Tell him second uncle doesn't object to you two being together. From now on, I'll definitely approve of your relationship. We're all from the same village, you can't really kill me like this, can you? Qin Jianyi's face was full of expectation. In his mind, Xiao Chen was genuinely good to Qin K. Because of this, he thought that as long as Qin K begged Xiao Chen, she could definitely resolve the matter. However, looking at Qin Jianyi before her, Qin K shook her head. Qin K opened her mouth wide, but couldn't utter a word. She knew very well that she now had no standing in front of Xiao Chen. Even strangers were treated much better than he was treated. Second uncle, Xiao Chen won't talk to me anymore. Qin K sighed. He's already hired a legal team. Neither you nor second aunt can get out. What did you say? Qin Jianyi's face changed. What happened to your second aunt? At that moment, Qin Jianyi suddenly realized that his wife had also been brought in. Qin K, feeling helpless, could only recount how his second aunt had caused trouble at the factory. You mean, our food factory also belongs to Xiao Chen? Qin Jianyi's face showed a hint of disbelief. He just couldn't understand how Xiao Chen could have so much money. Where's his money? Where did it come from? Have you found out? Qin Jianyi asked expectantly. This was what he cared about most. If Xiao Chen's money came from dubious sources, then, perhaps he still had a chance. Chapter 74 Urgent Need for Technological Assistance. Second uncle, he's with Sonya, the richest woman in Yunchenj. Qin K spoke these words with almost all her might. Qin Jianyi remained silent. Why bother about where Xiao Chen's money came from? With the richest woman, Xiao Chen, whether through connections or by living off her, could acquire a fortune. So, at this point, anything he said was useless. Thinking of this, he looked at Qin K, his face suddenly darkening. You brat, I told you long ago, you're a jinx. When you were with that Zhang Ming, you didn't give our family a single penny. Only after that bastard dumped you did you remember to come home. As soon as you got home, you wanted me to cause trouble for Xiao Chen. Qin Jianyi's face twisted with rage as he glared fiercely at Qin K. You planned this all along, to send me to jail, didn't you? His gaze was sinister. In his mind, if it weren't for Qin K, he would never have set his sights on Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen had moved out of the village and was doing well elsewhere. She had no idea how he'd made his fortune. If Qin K hadn't told her that Xiao Chen's money might be of dubious origin, how could she have gathered a group of people to extort him? Now, Qin K was telling her that Xiao Chen's money was perfectly legitimate. What was she supposed to do? She'd just become the village head, and now she was being sent to jail. Who could she turn to for justice? Qin K listened to Qin Jianyi's curses, her face turning pale. At that moment, she understood that she couldn't stay in the village any longer. Her second uncle and aunt had been sent to jail because of her. The couple were in jail, but they had children. Although they lived in other places, if they came back, the first person they'd definitely kill was her. Thinking of this, her face paled, and she hurriedly got up and ran outside. Second uncle, I have no choice. I'm not coming back. Qin K left with those words and ran. Behind her, Qin Jianyi cursed loudly, his panic intensifying as he watched Qin K leave. He didn't want to go to jail. Qin K, you jinx. You even betrayed your own family. I'll beat you to death when I get out. He cursed loudly, but there was nothing he could do. After leaving the police station, Qin K hurriedly went to find Zhang Ming. Although Jiang Ming had dumped her, she didn't know who to turn to for help in her current situation. She finally found Jiang Ming, only to discover he was already with another woman. Looking at Qin Ke, Jiang Ming asked with a cold smile, "What are you doing here again?" Qin Ke was silent for a moment before saying, "Jiang Ming, I've followed you for years, and all these years, I've listened to you. I want to leave. Can you give me some money?" Hearing this, Jiang Ming immediately revealed a cold smile and said, "When you were with me, I gave you 30,000 yuan a month. Wasn't that enough? I don't have much money left." Qin Ke lowered her head. Back then, when she was with Jiang Ming, he gave her 30,000 yuan a month, but how could 30,000 yuan be enough? Since being taken in by Jiang Ming, she had seen a different world. That world was wonderful, but it was too expensive. She spent almost all her money every month. It's difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but incredibly easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Now, she knew very well that she simply didn't have enough money to maintain her current lifestyle. "Get out!" Jiang Ming sneered, "You really think you're something special? If it weren't for my money, you'd be nothing all these years. Besides, why should I give you money? Our relationship is just a transaction." Jiang Ming finished speaking coldly and turned to leave. Qin Ke stood there, trembling with fear. She knew she wouldn't get a single penny. She knew Jiang Ming's character very well. At this moment, she regretted it. If she hadn't been with Xiao Chen because of Jiang Ming, then, perhaps Xiao Chen would still be good to her. Perhaps her and Xiao Chen's child would already be grown up. Back then, even if life wasn't as good as it is now, she would definitely be happy. But everything seemed to have been shattered by her own actions. At this moment, she realized she had missed everything. "No, there's still a way. Xiao Chen, I'll go find him. Even if he's with Songya, he can still be my man. At worst, I'll be his mistress." Qin Ke's eyes lit up. In her eyes, all men were the same. She didn't want anything, just a monthly allowance from Xiao Chen, and he would definitely agree. Thinking this, Qin Ke's eyes shone even brighter. Of course, she didn't go to find Xiao Chen immediately, because she knew he was with Songya at that moment. She waited for Songya to leave before going to find Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, you were infatuated with me before, and you definitely still can't forget me. Once I've got you under my control, I'll gradually replace Songya." Qin Ke's eyes were full of light. She always felt that Xiao Chen was still the same as she remembered. If she could control him then, she could definitely still do it now. At this moment, Xiao Chen was holding the soundly sleeping Songya in his arms. In his mind, the chat group was constantly sending messages. Clicking on it, Xiao Chen was immediately stunned. These three were chatting exceptionally well, and of course, Gu Ming and Fang Hao were mostly envious of Xiao. Even though Fang Hao and Gu Ming were doing very well in their own worlds, being an emperor was something everyone envied. The key was that this guy was directly sending photos. He'd practically shown off all his concubines, each one a stunning beauty. "Boss, help! I need to speed up development here, and I urgently need technological assistance." Seeing Xiao Chen appear, Xiao immediately complained. "What do you need?" Xiao Chen asked. "Technology. I can't ask you for everything, but you have to give me those tech books, and it would be best if you could get me some videos too. And machine tools. Steel. I need them all. Boss, get me a lot of potatoes and sweet potatoes. You don't know, the grain yield here isn't high. If it weren't for you getting me a large quantity of compressed biscuits, I wouldn't even dare to fight a full-scale war." "Okay," Xiao Chen said helplessly, "but you're asking for too much." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao immediately sent a picture. "Boss, agar wood and rosewood are all good stuff. I'll use these to settle the debt." He knew what was most valuable in his world. Undoubtedly, there was still plenty of gold, but if they kept going like this, his national treasury would be almost empty. Timber, however, was better. He could sell it first. Besides, I'm expanding my territory now. Soon, I can provide you with a steady stream of jade, Xiao said proudly. Chapter 75 The Chosen One? Xiao Chen readily agreed to Xiao's promise. Isn't this exactly what he needed right now? It could be said that the resources of an entire world would be a tremendous boost to his Golden Jade Hall's development. Under these circumstances, he naturally agreed without hesitation. Moreover, Xiao Chen himself discovered that through continuous interdimensional transactions, he could unlock new dimensions. Now, he needed interdimensional transactions even more to improve himself. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen immediately asked Xiao to provide him with a list. Furthermore, Xiao Chen now had sufficient space and financial resources to do these things. After receiving the list, Xiao Chen immediately sent a message to Fatty He. Fatty He took the list and immediately began purchasing. He didn't ask Xiao Chen why he needed to buy these things. After all, Xiao Chen was now the boss. Besides, the items Xiao Chen wanted him to buy were clearly for industrial use, nothing illegal. Without a second thought, Fatty He immediately began his rapid procurement. Xiao Chen hadn't given him much time, he needed to acquire these items quickly. His connections throughout Yun City were undeniable, and he quickly gathered everything he needed. That afternoon, he moved everything to the warehouse. He told Xiao Chen that everything was ready. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately went to the warehouse. Sure enough, everything was there. He quickly stored the items in his spatial storage and then selected teleportation. The next moment, he appeared inside the palace. Greetings, Immortal Lord. As soon as Xiao Chen arrived at the palace, many people knelt on the ground around him. Looking at the crowd, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. His gaze then turned to Xiao, who was not far away. At this moment, Xiao was surrounded by many beautiful women, and many of them were carefully observing Xiao Chen. Brother. Xiao strode up to Xiao Chen and asked, "Did you bring the things?" "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded, then glanced around. The hall was quite large. With a wave of his hand, many things appeared on the floor. Besides potatoes and sweet potatoes, there were various machine tools and steel. Looking at the things scattered everywhere, Xiao's face was full of excitement. "Here." Xiao Chen casually handed Xiao a laptop, saying, "Everything's here. The data's all there, you can do what you need. These are exactly what I wanted." Hearing this, Xiao's eyes lit up. This world was alright in many ways, even allowing for martial arts cultivation, but the technological level was too low. It was practically ancient technology, which was incredibly difficult for him. If he wanted to develop, he had to forge a different path. After all, the country he was in was still relatively weak. If it weren't for the firearms Xiao Chen got for him, he might not have been able to hold out. "Brother, you didn't even get to stay for a few days last time. You should go see the mansion I built for you." Looking at Xiao Chen, Xiao hurriedly spoke. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Although he wasn't often here, it was Xiao's thoughtful gesture. Besides, he occasionally traveled to this world, and having a place like this to stay for a few days wouldn't be bad. "Then come with me." With that, Xiao quickly pulled Xiao Chen away. The surrounding officials and eunuchs didn't dare to stop them, especially after seeing Xiao Chen conjure up a large pile of things with a wave of his hand. "Guard these things. We'll wait for His Majesty and the Immortal Lord to decide. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without mercy." Watching Xiao Chen and Xiao leave, a eunuch immediately spoke up. Many concubines in the harem watched Xiao and Xiao Chen leave, and several women whispered among themselves, "This is His Majesty's immortal brother, truly an immortal." The women's eyes gleamed with curiosity, each harboring their own thoughts. After all, Xiao hadn't officially appointed an empress yet, and who would become empress was likely decided by that immortal lord with a single word. Therefore, they naturally had their own ideas. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen followed Xiao out of the palace and arrived at the garden Xiao had previously taken him to. This garden was exceptionally large, and upon entering, Xiao Chen saw many people. "Brother, I have to rush back to deal with those machine tools. This is the steward of the manor. Also, this manor is full of women, whom I found for you. You can enjoy yourself." After saying this, Xiao gave Xiao Chen a knowing look and left. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then turned to look. Leading the group were 4 women. The 4 women before him were looking at Xiao Chen with apprehension. "Greetings, Immortal Lord." The 4 women immediately knelt. "No need to kneel. What are your names?" Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Immortal Lord, this servant is Zayajun, and this is Shishi, Yang Gaifei, and Diao Chan." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned. "Who gave you these names?" Hearing Xiao Chen's question, the 4 women immediately knelt on the ground and hurriedly replied, "His Majesty gave them to you. If the Immortal Lord finds these names unsuitable, please bestow new ones upon us." Zayajun quickly spoke up. "Never mind, they're fine." Xiao Chen was too lazy to bother. He knew at a glance that it was Xiao's wicked sense of humor. He had no intention of arguing. The 4 women breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. "Immortal Lord, we have no surnames. His Majesty said that as long as the Immortal Lord serves us, we will take his surname from now on." "Whatever," Xiao Chen said indifferently. He didn't care about these things anyway, but this ancient world was quite comfortable. The 4 women burst into tears of joy. They all knew very well that as long as the Immortal Lord agreed, they would be equivalent to his people from now on. That was the key point. How could the Immortal Lord's people be bullied? They were celestial beings from heaven. Xiao Chen was about to speak, but the next second, a system notification appeared in his mind. System notification: a chosen one has been detected in this plane. Host, please proceed immediately and bring her back to prevent her from disrupting the transmigrators' plans. When the voice sounded in his mind, Xiao Chen was immediately stunned. He asked the system in his mind what a chosen one was, but the system didn't answer at all. It simply gave him coordinates. Seeing the coordinates, Xiao Chen immediately stood up and said, "I have something to attend to." Tell His Majesty I will be back in half a month." After saying this, he teleported away instantly. Chapter 76 Rescue. Inside the manor, the four girls were stunned as Xiao Chen disappeared again. Last time, they had caught a glimpse of Xiao Chen from afar, and then he vanished for 3 months. Finally, the Immortal Lord had returned, and they had planned to serve him well tonight. But unexpectedly, the Immortal Lord had disappeared again. "Sister, what's going on? Does the Immortal Lord not like us?" Yu Huan asked Zhao Jun, pulling at her arm. "It shouldn't be. The Immortal Lord must have something to do. Besides, now we belong to the Immortal Lord." Zhao Jun shook her head. As soon as she finished speaking, a servant rushed in, looking at the four women and saying, "Ladies, many visiting cards have arrived, all hoping to see the Immortal Lord. Actually, quite a few are even the Emperor's father-in-law and brother-in-law." Before the servant finished speaking, Zayajun said calmly, "Go tell them that the Immortal Lord is traveling far away and is not at home. Tell them to come again later." Zayajun knew in her heart that those people were important figures, not to be offended. However, now she represented the Immortal Lord, and that was a different story. After all, the Immortal Lord's authority was inviolable. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, while exchanging a few words with Xiao in his mind, quickly teleported and appeared on the city wall. Seeing the sudden appearance of the person, the guard on the city wall was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly led his men to kneel down. "This humble general greets the Immortal Lord." Xiao Chen nodded, and the next second, he appeared outside the city. With a wave of his hand, an SUV instantly materialized before him. This was left behind when Wang Huja sent men to ambush him. He'd stored it in his spatial storage so he could drive at any time. Now, it was perfect. Getting into the SUV, Xiao Chen drove off according to the coordinates provided by the system. The garrison commander, watching this scene from a distance, hurriedly called out to his men, "Go back and tell His Majesty, the Immortal Lord has left the city. We don't know where he's gone." He dared not send anyone to follow him. After all, the Immortal Lord's reputation was too great, and no one knew what kind of temper he possessed. "Yes." The subordinate hurriedly nodded and quickly headed towards the imperial city. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was driving while simultaneously communicating in a group chat. "A chosen one? Brother, does such a thing really exist?" "Over there," Xiao asked anxiously, "will it affect me?" "I don't know, but the system told me I must bring the chosen one, otherwise it will affect you," Xiao Chen said directly. Hearing this, Xiao hurriedly said, "Brother, then I'll leave it to you. I've only been emperor for a short time, I haven't enjoyed it enough yet. What if this so-called chosen one comes looking for trouble? I can't handle it. Find her first, then we'll discuss it," Xiao said hastily. He definitely couldn't leave the city, after all, he was the emperor, and now he had to stay in the capital. Besides, this so-called chosen one, who knew what she was like? What if he sent people there, and they were turned against him? The only person he could trust was Xiao Chen. After all, he and Xiao Chen were undoubtedly in the same boat. If he were to perish, Xiao Chen would lose a dimension. That was something Xiao Chen definitely didn't want to see. So, at this moment, he could only pray that Xiao Chen would be alright. "What? A chosen one can appear in your dimension?" Gu Ming poked his head out and said, "Could a chosen one appear here too?" "Actually, it's possible. We transmigrators, to put it bluntly, are a bunch of disruptors of order." "Over there," Fang Hao said calmly, "think about what Wang Mang was like back then." These words undoubtedly made everyone's faces turn grim. After all, historically, the one most like a transmigrator was definitely Wang Mang. He held a winning hand, but he was still instantly killed by the Grand Magi Stir. That's the power of a chosen one. "Brother, a meteorite won't hit me on the head, will it?" Over there, Xiao immediately became anxious and asked urgently. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, calmly said, "Don't worry, you won't die." He couldn't possibly let Xiao really die. Based on the coordinates, she should still be in your country, but she's on the border. "I'll go there first. When I get there, I'll see what's going on and bring her back." After saying this, Xiao Chen stopped talking to the three of them. He knew that the sudden appearance of the chosen one must have made them feel threatened. In fact, it wasn't just the three of them, but also Xiao Chen himself. After all, logically speaking, they were transmigrators. If the chosen one appeared in their world, then, would he also be considered an outcast in his own world? What if someone in his own world also emerged who wanted to eliminate him? Thinking about this, Xiao Chen felt that the danger was still there. Originally, he had relaxed somewhat because of his increased strength, but now he dared not relax anymore. The next day, Xiao Chen spent all his time traveling. He switched cars whenever he ran out of gas. Xiao Chen didn't even stop along the way. The main problem was that the roads in ancient times were definitely not as good as modern ones, otherwise, he would have arrived long ago. Finally, he drove to the border, and there he saw a village. The village was small and looked somewhat desolate. After getting out of the car, Xiao Chen immediately folded it up. The coordinates showed that the village was the location of the chosen one. As Xiao Chen entered the village, he saw a group of people surrounding a young girl, who was bound hand and foot. That's the witch. She's a jinx. Ever since she came to the village, there has been a drought. Today, we burned her alive, otherwise, our village will still suffer from drought. A group of villagers kept pointing at the little girl. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the little girl before him. She was small and short. His gaze was cold as he looked at the people before him. Through the system, Xiao Chen knew that this was the so-called chosen one. His face darkened when he saw a group of villagers trying to set the little girl on fire. Suddenly, Xiao Chen moved swiftly, appearing in front of the little girl in the next instant. With a casual punch, he sent the torchbearer flying. Ah, this demoness has accomplices. This person suddenly appeared, he must be a monster too. Everyone, subdue this monster and kill him. A group of people shouted loudly as they rushed towards Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Xiao Chen coldly snorted, then grabbed the nearest person, lifted him up, and threw him into the crowd. Chapter 77 Can you save my mother? When the man was thrown out, he crashed into the crowd. The crowd was immediately thrown into disarray, many people falling to the ground, unable to get up. Xiao Chen turned to look at the little girl before him. She was probably 10 years old, but remarkably calm, looking at Xiao Chen with a surprised expression. The surrounding villagers, at this moment, also looked at Xiao Chen with astonishment. Especially since Xiao Chen's sudden appearance, they were filled with fear. Just now, their eyes were fixed on the little girl, and suddenly a figure appeared, which frightened them even more. Xiao Chen glanced at the surrounding villagers. They were looking at him with fear, but dared not approach. Xiao Chen turned to look at the bound little girl, and then reached out to untie her ropes. But the next second, the villagers shouted urgently, "Stop!" Several people even picked up weapons such as hoes. "I don't care where you come from or what kind of monster you are, but today you must leave this little girl here." Looking at Xiao Chen before them, the villagers shouted in unison, "Leave her here." Xiao Chen sneered, staring at them, and said, "You want to stop me?" After saying this, he grabbed the little girl and immediately teleported. The villagers gasped in shock as they saw Xiao Chen grab the little girl and vanish before their eyes. The next moment, they saw Xiao Chen reappear outside the crowd. The little girl looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity. Her eyes were filled with deep astonishment. Are you human or a demon?" Looking at Xiao Chen, the villagers trembled as they stared at the man before them. This man had appeared suddenly, and he didn't seem like a simple person. Moreover, he had come for this demoness. Therefore, they were even more convinced that Xiao Chen before them was definitely no ordinary person. "Me?" Xiao Chen sneered, "I am a celestial lord." Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd shouted, "He's a demon, not a celestial lord at all. My master is the celestial lord." When Xiao Chen heard this, he turned his head and saw an old man with a mustache staring at him coldly, saying, "Today, you must keep this little girl here, otherwise, your village will never have peace." Xiao Chen stared at the old man before him and asked calmly, "Your master is a celestial lord. Tell me my master, and I'll scare you to death." "My master is the current emperor's brother, the celestial lord Xiao," the old man shouted loudly. "My master brought out countless divine artifacts in the capital, and even appeared in person. So many people saw it, he was a true master of the Dao." Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. So he'd been scammed, and by a conman using his name at that. At that moment, Xiao Chen sneered, then rushed towards the man with the mustache and grabbed him by the throat. Xiao Chen's action immediately alarmed the villagers. "Put the Taoist priest down." A group of villagers immediately raised their weapons and rushed towards Xiao Chen, but the next moment, Xiao Chen, still holding the man, flashed away and appeared outside the crowd. He stared at the villagers, who were now looking at him with fear, yet their eyes remained fixed on Xiao Chen despite their terror. Seeing this, Xiao Chen sneered. He didn't bother with these people, the key was this man. So, he simply grabbed the man and left. "You'll come with me," Xiao Chen said, turning his head and waving his hand. Instantly, an SUV appeared at the village entrance. The villagers, who had been about to rush forward to snatch the man, froze when they saw Xiao Chen conjure a huge steel monster with a wave of his hand. "This is a celestial lord's chariot." Many villagers immediately knelt down. In recent days, they had heard countless tales of the celestial lord, especially his chariot, which had been widely circulated among painters. At this moment, their eyes were filled with terror. This is the true celestial lord. These people immediately realized they had been truly deceived. Xiao Chen coldly glanced at them and said, "I will send people to investigate the affairs of your village, but your disregard for human life will also be dealt with." After saying this, he directly shoved the man into the car. As for the man with the mustache, his face had turned pale with fright. He hadn't expected to encounter this true celestial lord. "Celestial lord, spare me! Celestial lord, spare me!" he cried out loudly. Xiao Chen completely ignored him. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen simply reached out and broke the man's arms and legs. He wanted to find out what was going on with this guy. With one move, Xiao Chen crippled the man, then threw him into the trunk. Ignoring the girl's loud pleas for mercy, Xiao Chen finally turned his gaze to the little girl before him. The little girl also looked at Xiao Chen, silent, her face full of curiosity. "Are you a celestial lord from heaven?" Looking at Xiao Chen, the little girl asked softly. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I am a celestial lord from heaven." "Celestial lord, can you save my mother?" The little girl looked at Xiao Chen with hopeful eyes. "Your mother? Where is she?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, "My mother, in the county. My whole family was killed. My mother managed to get me out of the county town, and then I ran to this village." As the little girl spoke, tears streamed down her face, her eyes fixed on Xiao Chen, and suddenly she knelt down. "Please, save my mother." Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then said, "All right, I understand." He didn't know the details of the little girl's situation, but he did need to go to the county. Once there, many things would surely become clear. "Let's go now." With that, he placed the little girl directly in the car, and then drove straight towards the county. Immortal Lord, I have something to say." From the trunk, the man with the mustache cried out urgently, "I'm following orders. Young Master Zhang from Yunchuan County told me to do this. What's going on?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's face turned cold. He immediately got out of the car and dragged the man out. After being thrown out of the car, the man with the mustache lay on the ground, writhing in pain, barely able to speak. Xiao Chen stared at him and said coldly, "Explain yourself." Chapter 78. Is this a celestial lord? At this moment, Xiao Chen's face was icy cold, and the man with the mustache, looking at Xiao Chen, dared not say anything more. He could only plead with Xiao Chen, "Immortal Lord, I've told you, can you spare my life?" "Explain yourself first," Xiao Chen said coldly. After saying this, he casually picked up a stone and instantly crushed it into pieces on the ground. "If you want to test my methods." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the man with the mustache immediately dared not continue. He looked at Xiao Chen, his voice filled with fear. "I was only acting under orders. Young Master Zhang told me to do this." "Who is young Master Zhang?" Xiao Chen's gaze was icy as he stared at the man and asked. "He is the second young master of the current prime minister's family." Looking at Xiao Chen, the man with the mustache said urgently. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, "Why did he want you to do this?" "This little girl's name is Chen Linger. Her father died early, and she and her mother depended on each other for survival. However, her mother was beautiful, and the Chen family was the wealthiest family in the county. Young Master Zhang repeatedly tried to take the Chen family widow as a concubine, but she refused." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. In short, it was a scheme to murder for money. The mother had been arrested, but the little girl was still alive. Moreover, the little girl's situation couldn't be revealed. At this time, a charlatan suddenly claimed he could help him solve the problem, so young Master Zhang naturally agreed. "Very good." Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this, then tossed her back into the trunk. After placing the little girl in the carriage, Xiao Chen said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of your mother's matter. Immortal Lord, I heard from my elders that young Master Jiang's family is very powerful. They're connected to the imperial court." The little girl turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked, "Is the imperial court really that terrifying?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then sighed. He most likely understood something. The so-called chosen one was forced into this situation. Although he didn't know how the little girl had escaped if he hadn't intervened, Xiao Chen was certain that even if the fire had burned down, the so-called chosen one wouldn't have died. Perhaps, she would have escaped. And then, she would have grown up with hatred for the imperial court, to overthrow Xiao's dynasty. This didn't need much explanation, almost everything was clear. "Don't worry, the imperial court means nothing to me." Xiao Chen patted the little girl's head and said, "Besides, he doesn't represent the imperial court. Girl, I'm friends with the emperor. I'll handle this for you." Xiao Chen looked at the little girl before him, gently comforting her. Meanwhile, the carriage quickly arrived outside the county town. Seeing the low city walls and dilapidated gate, Xiao Chen could only put the carriage away. Then, dragging his mustache, he headed straight into the county. He was furious and immediately contacted Xiao, the second son of the Zhang family. He should be called Zhang Chao. "I know that guy, he's no good." "Over there," Xiao hurriedly said, "Brother, that so-called prime minister has basically lost all his power. That's a problem left over from before. My brother's men are doing things for him, but he has too many civil officials under his command, so taking them all down at once wouldn't be appropriate. Now they're practically powerless. This guy secretly sent his own son out there, afraid that if I catch him red-handed, he won't be able to escape. Your area is near the border, so if something really happens to him, a group of people can still escape." I really didn't expect that guy to be able to act so arrogantly even so far away. Brother, just execute him. Xiao immediately said, even if you massacre the entire city, I don't mind. Whoever tries to stop you, kill them all. Those who disobey, deal with them. Hearing Xiao's words, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Since becoming emperor, Xiao's bloodlust has increased considerably. Of course, this is a good thing, otherwise, without any authority, he wouldn't be able to control his subordinates. Moreover, obeying Zhang Chao is already disregarding imperial power, killing him is just that killing him. Xiao, now completely indifferent, didn't care at all. He was different from other emperors. Other emperors might have to tolerate things, but why should he? Xiao Chen was his greatest source of confidence. If anything went wrong, he could simply summon Xiao Chen. Now, killing those guys was as easy for Xiao Chen as killing a dog. Moreover, those who had risen in rebellion with him were now gradually taking over power, and there were practically no dissenting voices in the court. Under these circumstances, he was even less afraid. Xiao knew that he now truly had military merit, and the highest kind at that. No one could surpass him except Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Chen, he was his elder brother. He understood Xiao Chen's situation even better. He couldn't become emperor, so what was there to fear? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then, holding the little girl's hand and dragging his limp mustache, headed directly towards the county town. The soldiers guarding outside the county town, witnessing this scene, immediately approached Xiao Chen. When they saw Xiao Chen appear, holding the little girl's hand, they were stunned. They all recognized the little girl and knew who she was. But looking at the scene before them, they were unsure of Xiao Chen's identity. After all, Xiao Chen dared to bring a little girl back to the county, especially with a cripple still screaming on the ground. This was too strange. Sir, what is your relationship with this little girl? The soldier looked at Xiao Chen and said, to be honest, this little girl is from our county. She has been missing for many days, and her family is frantic with worry. Why don't you hand this little girl over to us, sir? The soldier looked at Xiao Chen and said. Xiao Chen ignored them, saying, I'm here to avenge this child. Where is Zhang Chao? Hearing this, the soldiers' expressions changed instantly. Their eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen as they said, young Master Zhang is the son of the current prime minister. Are you planning to cause trouble for him in Yunchuan County? Then you won't be leaving. Hearing the soldier's words, Xiao Chen sneered, then I'd like to see how you plan to stop me. After saying this, he grabbed the little girl's hand with one hand, and with the other, tugged at his mustache. In a flash, he vanished from the group's sight. Those who had been about to stop Xiao Chen were instantly stunned. This is. Several soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. This is the power of a celestial lord. Damn it, young Master Zhang has offended a true celestial lord. Chapter 79. The Immortal Lord has arrived. For them, the most talked about topic these days was undoubtedly the Immortal Lord. The appearance of the Immortal Lord had made many people aware that immortals truly existed, and immortals could shrink the distance between places, instantly teleporting to another location. The technique Xiao Chen had just used was exactly that. However, they simply couldn't understand. Why wasn't this immortal staying in the capital, but instead coming here? Therefore, at this moment, they were somewhat at a loss. The soldiers exchanged glances, then simultaneously threw their weapons to the ground. Brothers, we've offended a celestial lord. If he comes after us, we'll be dead. Besides, that celestial lord came for the Chen family girl. Now it seems that young Master Zhang and the county magistrate are doomed. If we follow him, we're just throwing our lives away. Once the celestial lord is angry, there's no stopping him. Gentlemen, now we must save ourselves. Run! We must leave Yunchuan County. The soldiers nodded. They only received meager salaries, and the benefits went to the county officials. Being common soldiers, earning very little, and already in this situation, risking their lives would be truly foolish. So, the group hurriedly threw down their weapons, without saying much, and ran home to pack everything up, then fled with their families. As for Xiao Chen, he had already entered the city. Guided by the little girl, he appeared at the entrance of the county government office. He had just arrived at the county government office when the sound of horses galloping up nearby rang out. Xiao Chen turned and saw a group of people approaching hurriedly on horseback. Leading them was a young man with fair skin and effeminate eyes. He was staring intently at Xiao Chen and the little girl. Then he glanced at the man with the mustache lying on the ground. The man with the mustache met the young man's gaze but shrank back, not daring to speak. He knew that if he said anything at this moment, this immortal lord would tear him apart. Death was one thing, but who knew if these immortals would torment his soul? Therefore, he dared not speak and could only let things unfold as they would. Zhang Chao frowned slightly. This charlatan had usually been exceptionally obedient, and these past few days he had even worked for him. But now, seeing him, he pretended not to recognize him. Not only that, he even avoided his gaze, as if afraid of being misunderstood. Thinking of this, and seeing the charlatan's injuries, he immediately understood. The attacker was a highly skilled martial artist, which was why he was afraid. Men, seize this scoundrel. Committing violence in the street, beating someone to this state, today, arrest this man first. Zhang Chao shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, several martial artists rushed out from behind him, charging towards Xiao Chen. Looking at them, Xiao Chen sneered, casually shielding the little girl behind him, then reaching out and catching the fist of the man in front of him. With a slight exertion, the man screamed in pain as Xiao Chen instantly broke his arm. Immediately, Xiao Chen grabbed the man's head and slammed it down. Crack! A cracking sound rang out as the man's head was instantly smashed open. Many people present were stunned by this sight. They stared intently at Xiao Chen, their faces filled with disbelief. Impossible! Zhang Chao shouted in terror. His men were all top-tier experts, provided by his father. His father had promised that if anything happened in the capital, these men would protect him and help him escape. However, having come to this harsh land, he was bored. Besides, having grown accustomed to lording it over others in the capital, how could he not do something? Now, with all his men dead by Xiao Chen, he was truly terrified. Xiao Chen didn't care what the man thought. He slowly walked towards Zhang Chao. Where is this little girl's mother? Are you a grandmaster? Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhang Chao cried out urgently, my father is Zhang Sheng, the current prime minister. How dare you touch me? I'm asking you, where is this little girl's mother? Xiao Chen ignored him completely and coldly retorted, in my residence. I'm marrying her tomorrow. Zhang Chao looked at Xiao Chen and said, if you obey me from today onwards, I'll have my father spare you. Otherwise, you'll face the court's pursuit. His words had barely left his lips when Xiao Chen appeared before him in the next second. Then, he suddenly slapped him. The slap sent Zhang Chao sprawling from his horse, his face badly lacerated. He looked up, terrified, at Xiao Chen. Why aren't you stopping him? Seeing Xiao Chen approaching again, Zhang Chao was truly afraid this time. At that moment, Xiao Chen walked directly towards Zhang Chao, just as the county government gates opened. Senior brother, save me! Zhang Chao shouted loudly upon seeing the person emerge. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look behind him. You are the magistrate of this county? Xiao Chen stared at the man and asked coldly. Responding to Xiao Chen's words, the man also looked at him and said, you audacious madman, do you know what you're doing? Release young Master Zhang immediately, or I will surely kill you right here in this county government, he said coldly. After speaking, he turned and glanced behind him. The people behind him swiftly pounced on Xiao Chen, like ghosts. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback by this scene. He hadn't expected that such a small place would produce a Zionation-level expert. The Grandmaster these people were talking about. However, just as the opponent rushed in front of Xiao Chen unleashed a punch, sending the opponent flying. The next moment, Xiao Chen's body vanished and reappeared, already in front of the innate-level expert, slapping him hard across the face, sending him flying once more. The opponent rolled several times on the ground like a gourd. Finally stopping, he looked up, his face filled with terror as he stared at Xiao Chen. You. The man stared at Xiao Chen in terror, his body trembling. Xiao Chen's method of dealing with him was truly sudden. Even a grandmaster couldn't pull off such a feat. The only person capable of it was one person. It's the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord has arrived. The man's terrified voice rang out, and immediately, Zhang Chao and the magistrate's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 80 Little Girl, You Come. From the day Xiao Chen helped Xia Ao seize the throne, the name of the Celestial Lord had spread throughout the land. Especially Xiao Chen's methods, which made it clear to them that these were the Celestial Lord's signature moves. Seeing Xiao Chen's actions, the prefect and Zhang Chao were terrified. In their hearts, they were merely mortals. How could they possibly contend with a Celestial Lord? No wonder they were utterly helpless against the person before them. It was clear the Celestial Lord had shown mercy. Otherwise, the Celestial Lord's wrath could have resulted in the massacre of an entire city. Thinking of this, Zhang Chao immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. As for the prefect, his face was deathly pale. He had only been currying favor with Zhang Chao in hopes of advancing his own career, but now he had offended the Celestial Lord. The Celestial Lord's wrath meant death. Thinking this, the prefect looked at Xiao Chen before him and cried out urgently, Immortal Lord, spare me. I was also deceived by Zhang Chao. His voice was urgent, but he dared not admit to being innocent. After all, this was an Immortal Lord, his presence here meant he must already know everything. Xiao Chen took a step forward, and the next second, he appeared before the prefect. You must die. Xiao Chen's words fell, and he kicked the prefect directly. A loud boom resounded. The prefect's obese body was kicked directly into the air by Xiao Chen. In mid-air, it instantly exploded, falling to the ground as a pile of mincemeat. Xiao Chen was indeed furious. No matter what, he could not accept the oppression of the common people by these officials. Seeing the prefect disintegrate in mid-air, Zhang Chao's expression changed drastically. He trembled as he looked at Xiao Chen, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. Immortal Lord, spare me. Immortal Lord, spare me. My father is the Prime Minister, working for His Majesty. I beg you, Immortal Lord, for His Majesty's sake, spare me. Zhang Chao pleaded incessantly. He was a good-for-nothing to begin with, and over the years, he had committed countless evil deeds, relying on his father's status. No matter the situation, he would always invoke his father's name. Now, it was no different. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen didn't buy it at all. He coldly glanced at Zhang Chao, then looked at the little girl behind him. Even though he had killed the prefect, leaving the ground covered in blood and looking utterly disgusting, the little girl seemed completely unfazed, instead glaring at Zhang Chao with hatred. Truly a chosen one. So young and yet showing no fear at all. Xiao Chen murmured. This chosen one is indeed formidable, even in this state, she shows no fear or dread. Xiao Chen even believed that if she were asked to kill Zhang Chao, she would do so without hesitation. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen stepped forward, broke Zhang Chao's limbs, picked up a steel knife from the ground, and handed it to the little girl. This man is yours. You can do whatever you want with him. Xiao Chen looked at the little girl and said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Linger was slightly taken aback, then took the knife Xiao Chen handed her and slowly walked towards Zhang Chao. Seeing the little girl approaching, Zhang Chao's expression changed. He cried out urgently, Immortal Lord, you can't kill me. My father is the Prime Minister. Fool! Xiao Chen shook his head. This girl was truly foolish. Why would he care who his father was? To still bring up his biological father's identity now is truly foolish. After all, he didn't even consider why his father sent him to this desolate place. Wasn't it so that if his father got into trouble, his escape would be easier? Now, escape is impossible, and he'll likely die a horrible death. Xiao had already told him that Jiang's two sons, one in the west and one in the south, were both on the border, waiting to escape. The second son was definitely dead, and the eldest, Xiao had already sent men to capture him. Under these circumstances, his father was still in the capital, completely unaware. At this moment, Zhang Chao had no idea the enormity of the trouble he had caused. If Xiao Chen hadn't appeared, if the system hadn't alerted him, and Chen Linger had escaped, Xiao's reign as emperor would be over. It all started with him. He was doomed, and not only him, but his entire family would die with him. So, at this moment, he was doomed. Chen Linger, gripping the knife, struggled to walk towards Zhang Chao. After all, she was only about the height of the knife, so wielding it was incredibly difficult. Under these circumstances, the little girl managed to move to Zhang Chao's side. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Zhang Chao's limbs had been broken by Xiao Chen. He lay on the ground, screaming incessantly, but it was all in vain. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. The little girl laboriously raised the knife and slashed at Zhang Chao. But she had no strength at all. The knife almost fell and struck Zhang Chao's body. Even so, it cut a gash, causing Zhang Chao to howl in pain. The little girl raised the knife again and laboriously brought it down once more. Then, one blow after another. None of the wounds were fatal, but the sight of flesh being slashed like that was incredibly painful. Even Xiao Chen found it hard to bear. Zhang Chao continued to wail, blood gushing everywhere. At this point, even his voice seemed weak. Seeing this, Xiao Chen turned to look inside the county government office. The people there were still kneeling, trembling. Their gazes towards the little girl had changed. This child, so young, yet so ruthless it was beyond their imagination. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Xiao Chen and the little girl. Someone, bring her mother here. Xiao Chen turned to the people in the county government office and spoke. Hearing this, the people inside the county government office didn't dare to object. They immediately kowtowed to Xiao Chen and ran out. They dared not stay here. Who knew if this immortal lord would go on a killing spree? So, at that moment, they fled. Xiao Chen was naturally aware of these people's thoughts, but he was too lazy to pay them any attention. Someone else would handle it when the time came. Right now, all he needed to do was bring the little girl and her family back to the capital. On the way here, Xiao Chen had actually asked the mute system what would happen if the chosen one died. The system had given him feedback: if one died, a new one would be born. Therefore, Chen Linger couldn't die. Not only must she not die, but she must be protected well. A chosen one under their watchful eye is always better than a threat lurking somewhere unknown. Besides, if Xiao treats Chen Linger well, everything will naturally fall into place. Xiao Chen understands this as well, which is why he doesn't concern himself with Chen Linger's affairs. In his view, the current situation is already very good. Chapter 81: Becoming an Apprentice. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at Zhang Chao. He was already dead. After all, anyone would die from being bled out like that, and it would be a gruesome death. Seeing the scene before him, Xiao Chen finally walked up to the little girl and took the knife from her hand. He looked at the little girl and asked, "How are you? Feeling better now?" Suddenly, the little girl knelt down in front of Xiao Chen and cried out, "You saved me. Can I become your disciple?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then looked closely at the little girl. At this moment, his face was filled with surprise. This little girl actually wanted to become his disciple? He thought for a moment, then directly asked Gu Ming who could use the basic evolution potion. Gu Ming told Xiao Chen that anyone over 10 years old could use it, although it would be very painful. Besides, with Xiao Chen watching over her, there wouldn't be any problems. After all, Xiao Chen's healing techniques were still intact. They could quickly repair the flesh torn by evolution. Hearing Gu Ming say this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately. His eyes were full of excitement as he said, "All right, then there's no problem." Then, looking at the little girl still kneeling on the ground, kowtowing, he smiled slightly and said, "You really want to become my disciple?" "Yes." The little girl nodded, her face full of expectation, looking at Xiao Chen and saying, "Master, please accept me." "Good." Xiao Chen knew in his heart that the person before him was the chosen one, and taking her as a disciple seemed like a good idea. Prompt, by accepting the chosen one, the host can share the chosen one's fortune, and the host's fortune will increase. When the system notification sounded in his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Luck, though invisible and intangible, is truly a valuable thing. Now, he could be considered someone who held onto luck. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's eyes filled with a smile. "Good disciple, from now on, follow your master, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury," Xiao Chen said with a beaming smile. Just as Xiao Chen pulled Chen Linger up, a group of people hurriedly returned. They brought a woman to Xiao Chen and the others. The woman saw Chen Linger and immediately shouted, "Linger, mother!" Chen Linger quickly turned around and ran towards the woman. Xiao Chen glanced at the woman before him. She was very beautiful. Even though he had seen many beauties, and even Songya beside him was exceptionally beautiful, compared to the woman before him, she still paled in comparison. Especially the classical aura emanating from him was captivating. Xiao Chen glanced at Zhang Chao on the ground. No wonder this guy was so unscrupulous. It's normal. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen quickly walked to Chen Linger. "Thank you so much, Immortal Lord, for saving my life." The woman saw Xiao Chen and hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing, saying, "If it weren't for you, Immortal Lord, my daughter and I wouldn't know what to do. She's my disciple, of course I'll help her." Xiao Chen pointed at Chen Linger and said. Hearing this, the woman was slightly taken aback, then her face lit up with surprise and joy. She knew all too well that her beauty could be a deadly poison in many situations, so for years she had almost never left her home. However, it was during a trip that she encountered Zhang Chao. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's appearance, she wouldn't know what she would have done in the future. As for Chen Linger, she dared not even imagine what would have happened. Now, her daughter had become an apprentice of an immortal, and her future seemed bright. Since that was the case, she felt at peace. "I'm going to take her to the capital. If you're willing, come with me." Xiao Chen looked at the woman before him and said. Hearing this, the woman nodded slightly and said, "I will obey your orders, Immortal Lord." She knew that here, no one could protect her, but going to the capital with Xiao Chen would be different. Even the emperor himself had to be on brotherly terms with the Immortal Lord, so she naturally had nothing to fear. "Immortal Lord, my Chen family has suffered a great calamity. Now, we have nothing left to pack. My daughter and I can leave with you at any time. Don't worry, your Chen family's belongings will naturally be sent to the capital." After saying this, Xiao Chen glanced at the surrounding constables. Hearing this, the constables immediately nodded. They naturally understood Xiao Chen's meaning. This Immortal Lord was not joking with them, so they dared not stop him. "Immortal Lord, please wait a moment. I will go back and pack my valuables, and then leave with you." Hearing this, the woman said. Xiao Chen nodded, letting her leave. He looked coldly at the people before him and said, "You all know how many evil deeds you've helped Zhang Chao do. Today, I'll spare you. But remember, sell off all of Zhang Chao's and Chen family's assets, and send the proceeds to the capital." "Yes." Upon hearing this, the constables hurriedly knelt and kowtowed, saying, "We understand." Their faces were filled with excitement, for they all knew that the Immortal Lord had spared them. If Xiao Chen hadn't said those words, they might all have died. But if Xiao Chen had said those words, it meant their lives were saved. As for anything else, did it matter? Xiao Chen waited with Chen Linger for a while, and soon, Chen's mother returned. She packed a small package and held a wooden box in her hand. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, she handed it to him, saying, "Immortal Lord, this is my husband's heirloom, a family heirloom of the Chen family. Please accept it as a gift for my apprenticeship." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and waved his hand, saying, "No need. I know you look down on mortal possessions, Immortal Lord, but this is the best I can offer." She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Please don't find it offensive, Immortal Lord. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, glancing at the wooden box. The material of the box alone was extraordinary. Then, Xiao Chen opened the box and saw a piece of jade lying inside. This jade was different from ordinary jade. Upon closer inspection, it even had a trace of 7-colored light flowing within. Energy source detected. Absorb. When this message echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. What is this? It can be absorbed? He decisively chose to absorb it. The next moment, a voice rang in his mind. Spirit Stone confirmed, absorption complete, host's ability has evolved. The next moment, Xiao Chen sensed something was amiss. His physical strength hadn't increased much, but his mental power had increased significantly. The information his ability was providing at this moment surprised Xiao Chen even more. His ability had evolved. Chapter 82 Superpower Evolution. Just a small piece of jade had already allowed his supernatural ability to evolve. Xiao Chen was completely taken aback. His original teleportation range was already 100 meters, an incredibly impressive figure. But now, Xiao Chen's teleportation range had more than doubled to 200 meters. That speed was incredibly fast. Moreover, the number of times Xiao Chen could teleport was constantly increasing. At least, he himself didn't know how many times he could teleport. A few dozen teleports were definitely no problem. Even the space itself surprised Xiao Chen. It covered at least 10 acres of land, and even its height reached 100 meters. 10 acres of land, 100 meters high. The sheer size of this space was unimaginable. Even a small residential area wouldn't be this big. It could be said that this jade alone was extremely worthwhile. Xiao Chen now knew very well that he was at least completely safe in the real world. He could run and he could fight, that was enough. Immortal Lord, this jade. Seeing the jade in front of Xiao Chen vanish instantly, the woman's face showed surprise. This jade is useful to me, thank you. Hearing this, the woman's face immediately relaxed. Being useful to Xiao Chen was undoubtedly good news for her. It's useful to Immortal Lord, that's good. The woman nodded. Madam Chen, let's go. Xiao Chen looked at the woman before him and said. Then, taking the little girl's hand, he walked towards the city gate. The commotion at the government office gate was now known to everyone. Seeing Xiao Chen leave with the mother and daughter, the county's people spontaneously rushed to Xiao Chen and knelt down. Thank you, Immortal Lord, for ridding Yunchuan County of this scourge. Many people knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Since Zhang Chao arrived, he had been tyrannical and oppressive to the people. Now, seeing Zhang Chao killed, these people were naturally grateful to Xiao Chen. They knelt on the ground to bid farewell to Xiao Chen, who shook his head as he watched the scene unfold. He had truly become an Immortal Lord now. Initially, Xiao had him wear this identity to gain more support. After all, he knew very well how much this identity could bring Xiao. With immortals standing by his side, who would dare to act recklessly? Moreover, he had helped Xiao so much, providing countless supplies and even producing so many incredible weapons. Those things were considered celestial artifacts by people of this era. Even if Xiao Chen said he wasn't an immortal now, no one would believe him. Therefore, he didn't bother explaining. He led the mother and daughter directly out of the county town. As they exited the city gate, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and an SUV appeared before him. Seeing Xiao Chen conjure an enormous steel behemoth almost out of thin air, the crowd behind him immediately knelt down, repeatedly chanting prayers for the Immortal Lord's protection. Xiao Chen then opened the car door, letting the mother and daughter into the vehicle. Chen Linger was fine, having ridden in one before, but her mother was experiencing it for the first time. Looking at the carriage before her, her face was filled with astonishment. Especially when she sat on the sofa, she was even more surprised. I never imagined an immortal's carriage would be so comfortable. She looked at Xiao Chen and said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Compared to a horse-drawn carriage, this one was much more comfortable. Of course, if it were his own Muzang, it would be even more comfortable. After the carriage had traveled dozens of kilometers, the woman's eyes widened in amazement. The Immortal Lord's carriage was simply too fast. Along the way, Xiao Chen had asked many questions, and at least he now knew the woman's name. Tang Shuang. Madam Chen. Xiao Chen looked at her and said, I have a bottle of medicine that can change Linger's constitution, granting her abilities that ordinary people cannot possess, but it will be very painful. Hearing this, Tang Shuang's face showed a slight pang of heartache. Of course, she couldn't help but feel heartache for her daughter. Immortal Lord, is there any danger? Looking at Xiao Chen, she asked. With me here, there's no danger, only pain, possibly enough to make you faint. Xiao Chen replied. He remembered experiencing the same problem the first time he drank the basic evolution potion. Back then, he fainted immediately. Xiao didn't experience this, mainly because he practiced martial arts, making his body stronger. Even so, Xiao told Xiao Chen it hurt a lot. Since there's no danger, please, Immortal Lord, grant me the medicine. Tang Shuang said. She knew her daughter couldn't rely on the immortal lord forever. Besides, if it could help her daughter grow, pain was nothing. It was better than losing her life. This was her daughter's path to defying fate, and she couldn't stand in her way. Here, drink it. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a bottle of basic evolution potion appeared in his hand. When he handed it to the little girl, she drank it down without hesitation. Instantly, the little girl's previously serious face changed color. Xiao Chen had witnessed firsthand how awful the taste was. Drinking it made him want to vomit. Soon, the little girl couldn't bear the pain any longer. Her expression constantly changed, yet she endured it with great effort. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised by the little girl's condition. This young girl could endure much more than he could. He himself had quickly fainted. But just as Xiao Chen thought this, the little girl immediately let out a scream of pain and fainted. Immortal Lord, is Linger all right? Tang Xuan asked anxiously. She looked at her daughter with worry. She's fine, the child is doing well, Xiao Chen replied. After saying this, he carefully observed the little girl. At this moment, her aura was constantly strengthening. The potion was changing the little girl's body, and with Xiao Chen's current mental power, he could clearly feel the little girl's mental power continuously condensing. She's about to awaken her superpower. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. He could actually sense that she was awakening her superpower. According to Gu Ming, the possibility of awakening superpowers with a basic evolution potion is actually quite low. However, it seems he, Xiao, and even the little girl can awaken superpowers. Alright, it's alright now, she'll be fine after a nap. Seeing the energy within the little girl's body gradually stabilize, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight, we'll have to stay here, she said. Hearing this, Tang Xuan nodded slightly, then turned to look at Xiao Chen, then at her daughter lying in the car. Suddenly, Tang Xuan gritted her teeth, looked at Xiao Chen, and a hint of determination appeared in her eyes. Chapter 83 Dedication. Xiao Chen had just sat down when suddenly, someone appeared beside him. Looking at Tang Xuan before him, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Tang Xuan was looking at Xiao Chen with eyes as clear as water. The woman before him was indeed very beautiful, and her aura made Xiao Chen slightly lose his composure. Immortal Lord, if it weren't for your appearance, my daughter and I might not be alive today. I wanted to thank you, Immortal Lord, but I know you are a celestial being, and you wouldn't deign to offer ordinary things. The only thing I can offer is myself. I am willing to serve you by your side for the rest of my life. Tang Xuan looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Along the way, Tang Xuan had actually noticed Xiao Chen glancing at her several times. She was certain that this Immortal Lord was not the otherworldly figure she had imagined, and she was naturally satisfied with Xiao Chen. The celestial beings in heaven treated her and Chen Linger exceptionally well, and that was enough. Moreover, she understood that as a widow and orphan, she couldn't survive without protection. Over the years, she had known that many were watching her. If a powerful figure arrived, then, she and her daughter might truly be killed. Now that someone had appeared who could protect her, she had to seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, especially now that the woman before him was pressed against him. At this point, how could Xiao Chen possibly resist? After all, Tang Xuan was truly beautiful. With a wave of his hand, a tent appeared before him. Xiao Chen then picked up Tang Xuan and, in a flash, entered the tent. In an instant, the tent was filled with the warmth of spring. Afterwards, Xiao Chen stepped out of the tent, looked at Chen Linger who was still fast asleep, and sighed softly. The little girl's body was still undergoing modifications. He had asked Gu Ming, the smaller the body, the better the modifications would be, but the longer she would be unconscious. So, it wasn't a big deal. He looked at the exhausted Tang Xuan, picked her up, and had to admit, this woman was indeed very alluring. Immortal Lord. Tang Xuan slightly opened her eyes, her gaze still as gentle as water. It had to be said, even just her eyes possessed a captivating charm. Let's go. You rest on the way, Xiao Chen said. He needed to get back as soon as possible, and then he needed to return to the real world. Yes, Tang Xuan nodded gently, still gentle. At this moment, she sat obediently in the car, looking at her daughter who was still unconscious. Tang Xuan asked with a slight worry on her face, Immortal Lord, will Linger be alright? Don't worry, the potion is modifying her body. Xiao Chen said upon hearing this, she'll be unconscious for a while, she won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Tang Xuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You should rest well. We'll arrive in the capital tomorrow morning, Xiao Chen said. Tang Xuan had clearly run out of energy just now. Even now, her face still showed signs of fatigue. Hearing this, Tang Xuan nodded slightly, held Chen Linger, and quickly fell asleep. Xiao Chen drove all night, arriving at the capital city gates the next morning. Xiao was already waiting outside. Seeing Xiao Chen's car, Xiao quickly walked up to him. Brother, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. He knew very well that the appearance of a chosen one was truly disastrous. If it weren't for Xiao Chen, just thinking about it, a chosen one who hated the court to the core would definitely overthrow his regime. The key point is, what does this have to do with him? He had only just assumed the throne, and he was even prepared to kill the father of the troublemakers. This is your disciple? She's practically my niece. Xiao looked at Chen Linger in front of Xiao Chen and said with a smile. Tang Xuan, standing behind him, looked at Xiao with a hint of curiosity. This man could actually chat and laugh with an immortal lord. Let me introduce you, this is Xiao, the one currently sitting on the throne. Xiao Chen pointed to Xiao and said. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuan's expression changed, and she immediately tried to kneel. But Xiao Chen stopped her. You don't need to kneel before him, you're my man. Xiao Chen said calmly. Yes, immortal lord. Hearing this, Tang Xuan hurriedly nodded, but her gaze turned to Xiao. Even as Xiao Chen spoke, the Emperor Xiao was still smiling, showing no displeasure whatsoever. After glancing at Tang Xuan and then at Xiao Chen, Xiao instantly understood. Brother, I didn't expect you to also like playing the villain, but you're a good person. Xiao said with a smile. He had long wanted to keep Xiao Chen in check, so that as Xiao Chen opened more and more dimensions, he wouldn't forget him. He knew very well that his current status was all thanks to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was his cheat code. Moreover, as Xiao Chen continued to open more dimensions, the dimensions he opened would undoubtedly become increasingly higher and higher. Under such circumstances, if Xiao Chen didn't come to his dimension later, it would be disastrous. Therefore, it was undoubtedly important for Xiao Chen to have something to hold on to here. Just then, Chen Linger slowly woke up. Master! Chen Linger opened her eyes and relaxed when she saw Xiao Chen and Tang Xuan. Mother, Linger can protect you now. Chen Linger took Tang Xuan's hand and said softly. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and Xiao Chen saw a ball of light instantly shoot out from her hand. The next moment, he saw the ball of light fall directly into an open space and explode instantly. With a deafening boom, Xiao Chen and Xiao both stared in astonishment at the crater in front of them. Although the power wasn't great, this little girl's ability was undeniably lethal. Moreover, it was quite large, almost the size of a regular hand grenade. The officials who had come with Xiao around them, seeing this, all looked at the little girl with surprise. As expected of a disciple of a celestial lord, she could now skillfully wield immortal techniques. Tang Xuan was utterly astonished, her daughter had actually acquired immortal techniques. This undoubtedly surprised her greatly. Xiao Chen, meanwhile, looked at Chen Linger. After the sphere of light, he noticed that Chen Linger's spirit had weakened considerably. Undoubtedly, this little girl's current spiritual power could only unleash one attack. He took out a bottle of spiritual potion from his spatial storage and gave it to her to drink. The little girl's spirit improved considerably. Chapter 84 Leaving. Alright, let's go back first. Xiao Chen said, pulling the now recovered Chen Linger along. Then, he led Chen Linger directly into the city. With the Emperor's guards clearing the way, they arrived directly at Xiao Chen's residence. From now on, you will live here, Xiao Chen said, pointing to the residence in front of him. Yes, Tang Xuan nodded slightly upon hearing this. Now, she belonged entirely to Xiao Chen, so naturally she obeyed his orders. Upon entering the residence, several maids were already waiting. Seeing Xiao Chen lead Chen Linger and Tang Xuan in hand, the maids immediately knelt down. From now on, this will be your mistress, Xiao Chen said, pointing to Tang Xuan. Upon hearing this, the women were slightly taken aback, then immediately nodded and said, yes. When they were sent to the manor, His Majesty had told them to be prepared to offer themselves if given the opportunity. However, Xiao Chen was slow to arrive, and when he finally did, he left immediately, returning with a mistress. They couldn't hide their disappointment. But when they saw Tang Xuan, they immediately understood that their defeat was entirely justified. This lady was truly beautiful. Moreover, they had heard that the little girl the immortal lord had been with at the city gate had used a magical technique. Therefore, they all knew very well that in terms of status, they were no match for the two before them. Tang Xuan stepped forward and helped the women up. Xiao Chen looked at Tang Xuan and said, you handle things here. From now on, you're in charge of everything in the manor. After saying this, he pulled Xiao into the inner hall. How's the Zhang family doing? That old bastard's been arrested. His eldest son is on his way. He should arrive in the capital in 3 or 4 days. Then, the entire family will be executed, Xiao said. His eyes were icy cold. If it weren't for this family, he would have been crippled. Alright, you handle this yourself. Keep a close eye on things from now on, Xiao Chen said. Brother, you make it sound so easy. Hearing this, Xiao said helplessly, I've only just taken over this mess. You don't know, my brother has supported quite a few powerful families. Those people are outwardly submissive, but deep down they still don't submit to me. There are quite a few of them. If I were to deal with them all, at least half of the officials in the court would be gone. When I raised my army, I had many military generals, but not many civil officials. Even so, I couldn't possibly recruit so many civil officials all at once. Xiao was also helpless. Since ancient times, education has been a luxury, especially in this feudal dynasty. Commoners were almost all illiterate. As for those sons of powerful families, if they became officials and didn't prey on the local people, wouldn't their positions be meaningless? Therefore, such things are still rampant even now. I've already started the imperial examination system and begun to support those from poor families, but there are still so many of them, Xiao said helplessly. Then bring out the Eastern Depot and Western Depot, let those people investigate. If they find one, kill them. Be ruthless. If things get out of hand, I'll clean up the mess for you. Xiao Chen said calmly, the more people die, the more afraid they'll be. At least on the surface, they won't go too far. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao nodded. He had already had this idea. Also, how's your battle going? Xiao Chen asked curiously. He had looked at Xiao's map. Basically, Xiao's so-called Yun Kingdom was probably only about the size of 2 provinces. So, it was considered small. Several reports of victories have come from over there. We've basically occupied one of their provinces. However, we can't continue fighting like this. It's not a problem with supplies. With you handling things, I don't lack supplies at all. It's just that this kind of attrition is unsustainable. Let's consolidate one province first, and then slowly make our move, Xiao said upon hearing this. He initially harbored grand ambitions, wanting to unify the world, but now he realized it wasn't that simple. The mere presence of those civil officials was giving him a major headache. His own education was limited, and now he was completely at a loss. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's presence, and the numerous books Xiao Chen had brought him, he wouldn't have been able to control those officials. He felt he'd be completely outmaneuvered by them. Alright, then you can handle it slowly, Xiao Chen said upon hearing this. He knew that Xiao had been frequently asking questions in the group chat these past few days. He was the emperor, but Gu Ming was basically the one offering the advice. Besides Gu Ming, Fang Hao was out of the question. Fang Hao only knew how to act recklessly, a complete nerd, even less capable than Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Chen, he was pretty much the same. It was better to avoid things that required thinking. After speaking with Xiao, he let Xiao leave. He quickly returned to the inner hall, where several maids were playing with Chen Linger. Xiao Chen then pulled Tang Shuang away. Immortal Lord, is something the matter? Tang Shuang asked Xiao Chen curiously. I have to go back. Xiao Chen said softly, I'll come back when I have time. Hearing this, a slight disappointment appeared in Tang Shuang's eyes. This place was now too unfamiliar to her. Although she knew that with Xiao Chen's protection, she could live well here, she still felt a sense of insecurity without him. However, she also understood that the man before her was a celestial lord and couldn't stay in the mortal realm for long. Next time I come, I'll bring you a potion, Xiao Chen said softly. Fang Hao's territory was now stable, and he basically had a team dedicated to manufacturing evolution potions. Fang Hao's team could produce even basic evolution potions, so they weren't lacking them now. Does the Immortal Lord mean I can also cultivate immortality? Hearing this, Tang Shuang's eyes lit up slightly as she asked. It's not exactly cultivating immortality, but it will make you more powerful, Xiao Chen said softly. As for cultivating immortality, that's not possible yet. He didn't know when the plane would reopen, but once it did, the next one would definitely be an intermediate level plane, perhaps the one he desired. For example, a Xiangxia, fantasy/martial arts, plane. In Xiao Chen's view, opening a Xiangxia plane would be truly powerful. At that time, he might finally be able to experience the thrill of flying on a sword. You stay here and rest. I'll come back in a few months, Xiao Chen said. In the real world, probably a day or two had passed. He needed to return as soon as possible. Chapter 85 Door-to-Door Service. Back in the real world, Xiao Chen took out his phone and glanced at it. 2 days had passed on his phone. Several missed calls were on his phone. They were all from Chu Qingyu and Songya. Xiao Chen called Songya first. She was fine, mainly just checking to see if Xiao Chen had returned. I've got a batch of good stuff. Bring some people over, Xiao Chen said. Hearing that Xiao Chen had acquired more good stuff, Songya's eyes lit up slightly. With Xiao Chen's help, she had already become the richest woman in Yun City, and her wealth was still accumulating. Soon, Lao Lang and Songya arrived at Xiao Chen's location. When she saw the timber in front of Xiao Chen, Songya's face showed surprise. The timber before her was undoubtedly astonishing. Purple sandalwood, rosewood, ebony. Songya looked at the timber, her eyes gleaming. At this moment, she turned to Xiao Chen and said, Do you know that this timber alone is worth just as much as the gold you brought before? She knew very well that this timber was worth as much as antiques. Watching Old Wolf drive away with the truck, Sonia also pulled Xiao Chen aside, saying, "This batch of goods is too valuable. After it's sold, I'll transfer the money to your account." "Okay." Xiao Chen nodded. Then, Sonia pulled Xiao Chen aside again, saying, "I bankrupted the Zhang family. Now, almost everyone in the Zhang family is in jail. That woman named Qin Ke has been loitering outside the door lately, waiting for you to open it." Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had absolutely no good feelings towards Qin Ke, but this woman, even now, wasn't ready to give up. "Alright, I'll be going now. That little girl will probably be here soon," Sonia said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt helpless. He thought for a moment and then called Chu Qingyu. As soon as the call connected, Chu Qingyu immediately asked, "Xiao Chen, where have you been?" "I went out of town, my phone was off," Xiao Chen said, looking at the people in front of him. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu said, "Have you forgotten? You're still a member of the Special Operations Group. Didn't you say that the Special Operations Group is just a title, mainly used to manage us?" Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu said helplessly, "Logically speaking, there's usually no need for the Special Operations Group. After all, a province only needs one person in charge, and these people are likely capable enough to handle the problems." Chu Qingyu said, "So, you're basically unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. To put it bluntly, it's simply giving those martial artists a title and allowing the authorities to regulate them, nothing more. Thinking this through, a smile appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he asked, "So, you called me here because you need something?" "Yes." "Over there," Chu Qingyu said helplessly, "it's a bit of a tricky problem. I don't know who to turn to, so I can only ask you for help." Hearing Chu Qingyu's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" "It involves a Xiantian martial artist." Chu Qingyu said softly, "My abilities can't handle it." "A Xiantian martial artist?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Even now, he still didn't know what level a Xiantian martial artist in this world was. At this point, Xiao Chen's gaze held a hint of curiosity as he said, "Alright, in that case, I'll go with you." "Okay, with you here, I feel relieved." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, ever since she got into this trouble, she had been extremely worried. If it weren't for her relationship with Xiao Chen, which gave her some peace of mind, she would still be somewhat fearful. At that moment, she immediately said, "Then I'll come find you now. When I get there, I'll explain everything to you." After saying this, Chu Qingyu hung up the phone. Xiao Chen, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. He and Chu Qingyu were fairly familiar with each other, and he was generally aware of the Chu family's power and influence. Basically, not many people could afford to offend the Chu family, but for Chu Qingyu to be in trouble at this point, it was likely that her status was not low. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen became somewhat curious. Of course, he was truly not afraid now. Since returning to the real world, he knew very well that he had now truly reached an invincible level. Not to mention anything else, the improvement in his superpowers alone was crucial. Adding to his increased strength and his teleportation ability, even if he couldn't win a fight, he could escape. In that case, what did Xiao Chen have to worry about? Just as he hung up the phone, Qin Ke's voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Chen, are you there?" Hearing Qin Ke's voice, Xiao Chen's face immediately darkened. He turned to Qin Ke, his expression icy, and said, "Miss Qin, my shop is closed. You can leave." Hearing this, Qin Ke froze, her steps halting. Looking at Xiao Chen before her, she felt a surge of utter fear. She knew very well that Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with disgust. I came to see you," Qin Ke said, head bowed, her voice filled with grievance. Before, when she and Xiao Chen were together, she only needed to adopt this attitude, and he would always try to appease her. She had always thought there was still a sliver of hope between her and Xiao Chen. At least, after all the sacrifices he had made for her, and her efforts, she believed he might still have some lingering affection for her. But now, she realized she was wrong. Even with this attitude, Xiao Chen completely ignored her, instead looking at her coldly and saying, "There's nothing more to say between us. Miss Qin, you'd better leave quickly." He pointed to the door after saying this. Upon hearing this, Qin Ke's expression immediately changed. Looking at Xiao Chen, Qin Ke said urgently, "Xiao Chen, let me explain. I didn't really want to leave you back then. Zhang Ming forced me." She looked at Xiao Chen and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen sneered, pointed to the door, and said, "This has nothing to do with me anymore." He knew Qin Ke all too well what kind of person she was. She could say such things so easily. Even if she was wrong, she would shift the blame onto someone else. Chapter 86. Are you going to destroy a country? Qin Ke looked at Xiao Chen, and at that moment, she clearly felt his coldness. "Xiao Chen, I have nowhere else to go. Zhang Ming is bankrupt, and I have no money either." Qin Ke looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I want to stay." I'm willing to follow you, without asking for any title. Hearing Qin Kei's words, Xiao Chen sneered. He completely ignored Qin Kei and pointed to the door, saying, Miss Qin, the door is over there. Please leave. He knew very well what this woman was up to. At first, she wanted to control him, but seeing that he couldn't be controlled by her, she actually considered becoming his mistress. She didn't even consider what he had to be attached to about her. Not to mention how much less attractive Sonia was compared to her. Even the girls Xiao had arranged for him were 100 times prettier than Qin Kei. The key was that they didn't have that much cunning. If he didn't want to see how unlucky this woman would be, he would have killed her long ago. Therefore, Xiao Chen simply couldn't be bothered with Qin Kei. Hearing Xiao Chen's almost heartless words, Qin Kei was stunned. All her schemes were based on the belief that Xiao Chen would agree. But now, she realized that all her schemes seemed to be a lie. Xiao Chen wouldn't care about her at all. Thinking of this, her face was filled with disappointment. She trembled, turning to look at Xiao Chen, her eyes flashing with hatred. Why did Xiao Chen look down on her? Why, now that he was rich, would he refuse to accept her? What had she done wrong? She just wanted a good life. After Qin Kei left, Xiao Chen snorted coldly. He couldn't be bothered with her anymore. This woman, dying was too good for her. He knew very well that this woman was getting older, and with each passing day bringing her worse off, her depression would only intensify. After Qin Kei left, Xiao Chen called Fatty He, asking him to procure supplies. Xiao needed a considerable amount of things, especially many items that Xiao's current technological capabilities simply couldn't produce. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that Xiao Chen had the ability to significantly advance Xiao's technology, even to the point of self-sufficiency. Moreover, creating a technologically advanced nation in an ancient empire was always intriguing. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about these things, Fang Hao's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Boss Xiao, do me a favor, I need something. What is it? Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked. Fang Hao was actually the person Xiao Chen was most unsure about. After all, in a game world, there was no shortage of food or clothing, and Fang Hao's side was exceptionally magical, with all sorts of skills and equipment. Even now, he still didn't know what Fang Hao's requirements were. You see, his system was a multi-dimensional purchasing agent. He could only strengthen himself by constantly buying supplies for Fang Hao. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Explosives. Fang Hao said directly, a lot of explosives. What do you need that for? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked. A mission requires clearing an area of monsters in the shortest amount of time. I'm not that fast. Prepare to blast them with explosives first, then I'll go in and finish them off, he said helplessly. Even though he was a mage, his area of effect skills weren't that powerful. Explosives were much faster. My body isn't afraid of explosives now, so why would your monsters be afraid? Xiao Chen asked, somewhat surprised. He had tried. Now, even bullets couldn't penetrate him. Ordinary gunpowder would be like a small firecracker to him. In this situation, would explosives be useful? Bro, don't you even look at your initial stats. Hearing this, Fang Hao said helplessly, let me put it this way, even though your level is so low, your defense is at least that of a level 40 player. And what I'm dealing with is just a group of level 20 monsters. Fang Hao was the most helpless about Xiao Chen's stats. Xiao Chen's defense and health were way too high. On the contrary, his mental strength and mana were nothing like a priest's. Yet, he had changed his class to a priest. That was bizarre. Xiao Chen was speechless. He wanted to become a mage, so he could use magic, which would be very powerful in the real world. At the very least, becoming a warrior would be fine. With his current attributes, he would be an absolute force to be reckoned with as a warrior. But the class change scroll had directly turned him into a priest. Xiao Chen was certain that the system was behind this. After all, his first awakened ability was spatial ability, which gave him a space. Wasn't that just for selling things? How much do you need? Xiao Chen asked helplessly. Other things were manageable, but explosives were really hard to come by in China. Even with his current status, which was vastly different from before, it was still impossible. After all, with such a massive quantity, the authorities don't care if you're a special operations team or not, they'll target you as a potential threat. He wasn't afraid of the authorities, but he was afraid of trouble. The more the better. Fang Hao said from the other end of the line, my mission deadline is 1 month, which means you have 1 month. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and knew he only had 10 days left. After all, this guy's time flow was completely different from his own. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Xiao Chen immediately called Chu Qingyu. Is your matter urgent? On the other end of the phone, Chu Qingyu said helplessly, things are a bit troublesome. The other party is currently at our Chu family's residence. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, in that case, I'll go to the Chu family first. Then, I need to go overseas. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu was immediately taken aback and asked, you're going overseas? Yes. Something's come up. He had no other choice. Old Wolf had introduced him to an arms dealer before, and Xiao Chen had bought quite a lot back then. Now, he could only contact that dealer. Moreover, this time, the quantity was even larger. Fortunately, he was truly wealthy now, able to afford any amount of assets he possessed. After hanging up with Chu Qingyu, Xiao Chen quickly booked a flight, told Songya he was leaving for a while, and boarded a plane to Beijing. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen called Old Wolf, instructing him to contact overseas arms dealers. The quantity needed was quite large. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's call, Old Wolf asked incredulously, "Mr. Xiao, what are you planning to do? Destroy a country?" Chapter 87 Sealed Dragon Rock. Xiao Chen's request was far too large, even Old Wolf himself didn't know how to receive it. For him, such a quantity could easily allow Xiao Chen to blow up an entire camp in one go. This was inexplicable unless it was for war. "No, I wanted to blow up a mountain." Xiao Chen, hearing Old Wolf's words, exclaimed, "A mountain of gold." Old Wolf nodded, "That's good." He was worried that if Xiao Chen did something rash, the trouble would be immense. However, Old Wolf also knew that Xiao Chen, with his current gold reserves, didn't need to take any risks. If Xiao Chen wanted to blow up a mountain, that would make sense. Thinking of this, Old Wolf directly asked, "I'll make the arrangements for you. You can pick it up as soon as you arrive." Xiao Chen nodded. What he wanted only included some explosives. It didn't involve other weapons, so it was highly unlikely he was going to use it for war. Therefore, Old Wolf naturally had no suspicions. Moreover, even if he had suspicions, Old Wolf would definitely help Xiao Chen with this matter. In any case, Xiao Chen couldn't possibly smuggle such a large quantity of explosives into the country. After finishing his call with Xiao Chen, he immediately made contact, and Xiao Chen quickly boarded a plane to Beijing. Upon arriving in Beijing, Xiao Chen saw Chu Qingyu waiting for him. Chu Qingyu pulled Xiao Chen along, quickly walking out of the airport. What exactly happened? Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyu and asked curiously. After all, given the Chu family's current situation, it was highly unlikely that anything bad would happen, especially since they had offended a Xiantian martial artist. According to Chu Qingyu, Xiantian martial artists were extremely rare and held high status. Ordinary people really couldn't do anything to them. His name is Fang Lanjian, a Xiantian martial artist. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu said, "A few days ago, he suddenly showed up at our house and just wouldn't leave." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, "Why?" "His son is in a similar situation to my uncle." Knowing that my uncle had woken up, he came straight to our house. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu said helplessly, "First, he came to our house and asked where the medicine was. We couldn't produce it, so he started staying at our house, forcing us to give him the medicine. I was afraid that if I told him about your situation, he might do something drastic, so I didn't dare to say anything," Chu Qingyu said helplessly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen roughly understood. This person came to the Chu family seeking medicine, and knowing the Chu family couldn't provide it, they simply stayed there. In fact, they were now directly targeting the Chu family. Originally, it wouldn't have been a problem for them to stay at the Chu family, but now they've lost patience and insist on seeing you. Chu Qingyu said helplessly, "Of course, if you don't want to see them this time, then, forget it." Xiao Chen nodded, then asked with a smile, "If I don't go to see them, what will they do to the Chu family?" "I don't know. After all, that son is their only son, and his situation is very bad right now," Chu Qingyu said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He roughly understood what was going on. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xiao Chen to continue. "Alright, I'll go meet them," Xiao Chen said. He was actually quite curious about the innate abilities in the real world. After all, in Xiao's ancient world, there were also so-called innate martial artists. However, those innate martial artists didn't have superpowers. Chu Qingyu told Xiao Chen that innate martial artists in the real world could awaken superpowers. Of course, he was also curious about the difference between the innate abilities in this world and those in the ancient world. The car drove all the way to the Chu family's residence. When Xiao Chen got out of the car, he saw several people staring at him. The man in the lead had a cold expression. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he instantly rushed towards him. He quickly reached out, trying to grab Xiao Chen, but the next second, his movement was blocked by Xiao Chen. "Ha!" The opponent let out a soft exclamation, instantly accelerating his movements, becoming even faster this time. Seeing his opponent's movements, Xiao Chen also threw a punch. Their fists collided, and both took a step back. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the person before him, much stronger than he had imagined, even comparable to a grandmaster from the ancient world. The opponent also narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Xiao Chen and saying, "A Xiantian martial artist? Guess." Xiao Chen smiled slightly and spoke. The next second, the opponent lunged at Xiao Chen, his fists becoming even more ferocious, relentlessly striking. Seeing those fists hurtling towards his head, Xiao Chen's face became serious. At the same time, he quickly countered with his own punches. At this moment, Xiao Chen also felt the opponent's power. The opponent's power was exceptionally great, and his speed was incredibly fast. An invisible aura seemed to emanate from his body, constantly surging and propelling him to ever greater speed. Xiao Chen, witnessing this, was slightly curious. Of course, Xiao Chen had ample confidence in his defense. While the opponent's punches stung, they didn't cause him significant harm. At this moment, Xiao Chen roughly understood his opponent's level. The two exchanged blows continuously, and the Chu family members watching were all astonished. Although they had heard Chu Qingyu say that Xiao Chen was a Xiantian martial artist, witnessing his true strength still surprised them. At the very least, the terrifying power Xiao Chen was unleashing was beyond their expectations. As for Feng Lanjian, he grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange. He knew his own limitations. Xiantian martial artists rarely encountered worthy opponents, yet now he realized that his opponent was indeed on the same level as him. The only difference was that the opponent was basically a martial artist who practiced external strength. After all, when his fist hit the opponent, the force of the rebound was so great that it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Therefore, Feng Lanjian knew very well that continuing to fight his opponent would not bring him any advantage, and might even bring him great trouble. He quickly retreated, looking at Xiao Chen and saying, "I didn't expect another innate level martial artist to appear. There are many things you wouldn't expect." Hearing this, Xiao Chen said calmly. He roughly understood that an innate level martial artist was roughly equivalent to a high-level superhuman or a grandmaster in the ancient martial arts world. Chapter 88: The Chu Family's Attitude. It could be said that he now posed little threat to these innate martial artists. Of course, if their numbers were vast, that would be a different story. Therefore, Xiao Chen stared at the other party. He still had many things he didn't understand about the martial artists of this world, and talking to them now would allow him to learn more. "You are the one who provides the medicine to the Chu family, right?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Lanjian took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, I came here to ask for the medicine. I know that kind of medicine must be extremely precious. You can name your price. If I have it, I will do everything in my power." Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Lanjian spoke with great seriousness. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly, then glanced at Chu Qingyu and the others. On the way here, Chu Qingyu had told Xiao Chen that the other party was an innate martial artist, and that it would be best to get a promise from him. After all, gaining a natural friendship would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to Xiao Chen. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I do have a potion, but it might not be effective. Take it back and try it first." Feng Lanjian's face lit up with joy. What he feared most was that Xiao Chen would say he had no medicine. He only had one son, and he had been in a coma for 10 years. During those 10 years, he had begged countless people, but to no avail. Now, having finally learned that the second son of the Chu family had awakened, he rushed here. He naturally knew that doing this might offend the Chu family, but for his son, he was willing to offend everyone. At this moment, he immediately nodded respectfully to Xiao Chen and said, "Mr. Xiao, thank you." Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly take out a bottle of red potion and hand it to him, Feng Lanjian's face lit up with even more joy. He quickly took the medicine from Xiao Chen and said directly, "I'll go back now, Mr. Xiao. If you need anything in the future, please come to me." After saying this, Feng Lanjian hurriedly left. "Xiao Chen, this is my father." Chu Qingyu pointed to the man beside her and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at the man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Chu Qingyu. At the same time, the man was also carefully scrutinizing Xiao Chen. "Young friend, we've finally met. Young friend may not know, but our Chu family has long wanted to meet you. Qingyu said you were busy." Chu Xiong's face was filled with a smile. His daughter had actually brought a Xiantian martial artist as an ally to the Chu family. This was something he hadn't expected. Chu Xiong knew all too well what a Xiantian martial artist meant these days. Even someone as powerful and influential as him in the capital couldn't compare to a Xiantian martial artist. Feng Lanjian alone could reside directly within the Chu family, and could even be considered a direct threat to them. This demonstrates the power of a Xiantian martial artist. Feng Lanjian, notoriously domineering, became obedient after his fight with Xiao Chen. He naturally understood that this was because Feng Lanjian knew he couldn't defeat Xiao Chen. Therefore, the person before him should be treated well. Having figured this out, Chu Xiong was even more satisfied with Xiao Chen. He knew very well that the Chu family and Xiao Chen were now on equal footing. "Elder Chu, you're too kind." Xiao Chen replied, "Since the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave now." "Ah, Xiao Chen, you're leaving immediately?" Chu Qingyu was slightly taken aback, then hurriedly asked, "Are you going back?" "No, I booked a flight overseas. I'll be gone for a few days, and I'll be back in a few days," Xiao Chen said. He needed to get the explosives as soon as possible and deliver them to Fang Hao. Who knew how anxious Fang Hao was? Moreover, the flow of time was different in the two worlds. The time Fang Hao mentioned was even shorter in their world. This matter was undoubtedly even more urgent. Chu Xiong and Chu Qingyu originally wanted to persuade him to stay, but seeing that Xiao Chen was genuinely busy, they understood that keeping him was no longer an option. "I'll take you to the airport," Chu Qingyu said. Then, Chu Qingyu quickly opened the car door and helped Xiao Chen into the car. Watching Chu Qingyu and Xiao Chen leave, Chu Xiong, standing to the side, smiled. "What do you think of them?" Chu Xiong asked the person beside him. "Master, have you forgotten? This Mr. Xiao has a lover with him," the assistant said helplessly. "So what? What kind of people aren't those innate martial artists? Some are celibate, and some have many lovers. As long as they can protect my daughter, isn't that enough?" Chu Xiong said calmly. He knew that if Chu Qingyu married someone else, her choices would be limited. Besides, he knew his own daughter well. Judging from Chu Qingyu's expression, she was truly in love with Xiao Chen. He then turned to look at the pavilion beside him and quickly walked upstairs. On the second floor, a pale-faced middle-aged man was smiling at him. "How was it? Did you see his skills?" Chu Xiong sat down and asked. "Very impressive. All innate martial artists are very powerful." Hearing this, the man said that Xiao Chen should be stronger than Fang Lanjian. Oh, hearing this, Chu Xiong was slightly taken aback. "I thought they were evenly matched. Fang Lanjian's ability is speed. His speed is constantly increasing, extremely fast. But what is Xiao Chen's ability?" The man smiled faintly. "Qingyu told me his ability is teleportation. During the fight, Xiao Chen didn't even use his ability." Hearing this, Chu Xiong nodded slightly. "This kid has quite a secret. Brother, don't keep an eye on him. Our family can't afford to offend him." Hearing this, the man said, "How could I possibly be watching him? Don't you even consider what kind of skills he possesses?" Hearing this, Chu Xiong hurriedly spoke up. He knew all too well that the other party's abilities far exceeded his expectations. Under these circumstances, if he were to keep an eye on him, he might very well die. Are you almost recovered? Is there any chance you'll be able to break through to the innate realm?" Looking at his younger brother, Chu Xiong asked curiously. "Almost." Hearing this, the man smiled wryly. "My body has almost recovered, but I still need to recuperate for a while. If that potion really works, do you think we could ask Qingyu to get a few more bottles?" After thinking for a moment, Chu Xiong asked. He knew all too well the value of that potion. It was absolutely something special. Chapter 89 Procurement. At the airport, Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "Fang Lanjian only took a bottle of medicine. He'll definitely come begging for it again. I'll come back after I finish my business overseas." "Okay." Chu Qingyu nodded. She naturally knew that she had given her second uncle a bottle before, but the medicine only partially restored his condition. Therefore, Fang Lanjian's dose was definitely not enough. Xiao Chen was planning to manipulate Fang Lanjian, and she understood this. In fact, everyone in the Chu family understood, but at this time, no one would say anything. After all, Fang Lanjian's disturbance in the Chu family had made everyone dislike him. They were no match for Fang Lanjian, but they didn't care about his attitude. After speaking with Chu Qingyu, Xiao Chen turned and embarked on his journey overseas. She watched Xiao Chen leave, then made a phone call. Elder Bai, Xiao Chen went overseas. Also, Xiao Chen fought Fang Lanjian today, and they were evenly matched. Chu Qingyu said, "I demand special treatment for Xiao Chen. I will inquire with Fang Lanjian about this. If he truly possesses innate abilities, he will naturally receive special treatment." Hearing this, the voice on the other end of the phone said, "As for his businesses in China, we've already investigated them. This young friend has quite a secret. He can amass a large fortune seemingly out of nowhere. Furthermore, his supermarket is strange, goods disappear without a trace. I suspect he has a group of people behind him." Chu Qingyu frowned slightly and said, "Elder Bai, do you mean? Every innate being is not easy to provoke. As long as he hasn't wronged the Dragon Kingdom, we won't delve into his secrets." Hearing this, the voice on the other end of the phone said, "Besides, he's just making some money, he's even less of a threat. Compared to those innate beings who plunder, Xiao Chen is nothing." Moreover, he was well aware of the immense wealth Xiao Chen had amassed along the way. It had even significantly boosted GDP. At this moment, Chu Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and then said softly, "Elder Bai, I understand. I want to talk to him sometime about the potion he has." Elder Bai replied, "I know Zhao Tianfang has researched it, but unfortunately, it can't be mass-produced. Our soldiers have used that diluted potion before. It worked well, but it wasn't very effective for some seriously injured soldiers." Elder Bai said, "I want to talk to him in person." "Yes, I will pass on the message." Chu Qingyu replied upon hearing this. He knew that the other party was the leader of the Special Operations Group, a highly respected figure, someone who would definitely rank among the top 10 even in the Dragon Kingdom's parliament. Facing this person, Chu Qingyu agreed without hesitation. After hanging up with Elder Bai, Chu Qingyu returned home. She had just returned to the Chu family home when she saw Fang Lanjian return as well. "Senior Fang, how is your son?" Chu Qingyu asked with slight curiosity. "He's useless. Where is that gentleman?" Fang Lanjian frowned and said, "Some of my son's hidden injuries have improved considerably, but the medicine still can't wake him up. In fact, my son's condition hasn't improved at all." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu frowned slightly. Her second uncle had used the medicine, and the effects were exceptionally obvious. It was visible on the machine, but according to Fang Lanjian, Xiao Chen's medicine wasn't working well for him. "Xiao Chen has already left," Chu Qingyu said. "He said he'll come back in a few days, and then you can talk." "Fine, in that case, I'll stay at the Chu families for the next few days." Hearing this, Fang Lanjian felt helpless. He really wanted to cause a scene and pressure the Chu family, but after learning about Xiao Chen's abilities, he no longer had that thought. The other party's fists were hard, and they hurt exceptionally much when they hit him. At that time, although he had fought Xiao Chen to the death, he knew that if he truly fought Xiao Chen to the bitter end, Xiao Chen would definitely severely injure him. The opponent's defense was too astonishing. Seeing Fang Lanjian actually talking to them so politely, the Chu family members were somewhat uneasy. When he came to the Chu family before, he looked down on them. He even disdained to glance at them, only asking about the whereabouts of the medicine and pressuring them. Chu Xiong naturally had no objections, ordering someone to arrange for Fang Lanjian to leave, then looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "Fang Lanjian's son's situation back then was rather special. It's said to have been caused by a qi deviation during cultivation. Perhaps Xiao Chen's medicine really isn't effective. You should remind Xiao Chen first." Hearing this, Chu Qingyu nodded slightly. She understood that this was most likely the reason. As for Xiao Chen, he had already set foot overseas again. Last time he came here, he was in a hurry to take care of Gu Ming's business. After finishing, he bought the goods and left in a rush. This time, he again went to the arms dealers first. The other party was named Lawrence, who undoubtedly knew Xiao Chen. Upon learning that Xiao Chen had purchased so many goods, the other party was extremely excited and even proactively called Xiao Chen. "Xiao, my friend, you can contact me directly in the future. Whatever you need, I will definitely deliver it safely to you." Looking at Xiao Chen, the other party said very seriously, "Of course, not in China, we can't deliver there. You just need to deliver the goods to this warehouse." Xiao Chen said upon hearing this. He had already asked Old Wolf to arrange it, and even rented a warehouse for himself to store the goods. That was all. Upon hearing this, the other party nodded hurriedly. He understood that a big customer like Xiao Chen was rare. So, after Xiao Chen paid, he immediately had someone deliver the goods to the warehouse. "Xiao, is there anything else you need?" Lawrence asked Xiao Chen kindly. Normally, their line of work rarely sold this much merchandise, most of it went to mercenaries. Now that a big spender had finally arrived, they naturally wanted to inquire thoroughly. "Do you have any fighter jets?" Xiao Chen thought for a moment and asked. He thought, "I'll buy some fighter jets and give them to Xiao. Then Xiao will kneel down and call me Dad." In ancient times, that would truly be a miracle. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Lawrence hurriedly said, "But it will take time. I'll stay for a maximum of 3 days." Xiao Chen said directly. "That's enough, Xiao. Within 3 days, I will personally deliver the fighter jets to the warehouse over there, but at most 2, Lawrence said. He just happened to have connections and could get his hands on a few retired fighter jets. Chapter 90 Encountering an Acquaintance Again. After leaving Lawrence's place, Xiao Chen first went to the warehouse. Looking at the warehouse full of explosives, he nodded in satisfaction. If these explosives were detonated, this entire area would likely be unable to withstand the attack. Only overseas people like these foreigners are truly fearless, ordinary people wouldn't dare to play like this. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen instantly sent the explosives into his personal space. He quickly contacted Fang Hao. "Boss, got them?" Fang Hao replied urgently, "Send them over quickly, I need them. Also, boss, this time I'll still use game items to settle the debt. Don't worry, they're all good stuff." Xiao Chen naturally believed that some items in the game world weren't something ordinary people could possess. He remembered that Fang Hao had given him a cursed spirit before. At the time, he had originally planned to kill a few people without anyone noticing. However, subsequent developments exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations, and now the cursed spirit was still in his possession. He'd think about whose name to write later. When the system notification sounded, Xiao Chen immediately selected teleportation. The next second, he appeared in front of Fang Hao. Fang Hao was currently rummaging through his pockets. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, he hurriedly asked, "Boss, where's the stuff?" Xiao Chen waved his hand, revealing a pile of explosives on the ground, instantly bringing a look of joy to Fang Hao's face. "Boss, this is more than I expected. I should be safe now," he said, looking at the explosives in front of him. At the same time, he began stuffing the explosives one by one into his backpack. "Your backpack has a lot of space," Xiao Chen said, somewhat surprised, as he watched Fang Hao stuff all the explosives into his backpack. "You should know that there were nearly a ton of explosives here." Fang Hao had actually managed to fit such a massive amount inside. "The items in the game world are different from yours." Fang Hao chuckled. "In my inventory, identical consumables can be stacked. That means all this explosives only takes up one inventory slot." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Of course, in the game world, this was normal for him. After exchanging a few words with Fang Hao, Xiao Chen accepted what Fang Hao handed him. Besides a large amount of healing and mental potions, Fang Hao even gave Xiao Chen some special items. "Brother, look, this thing is called a destiny amulet. Wear it, and it can help you withstand one fatal blow." Looking at Xiao Chen, Fang Hao said, "It's something that can instantly activate before you die, blocking a fatal attack." Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This was incredibly important. With this, if he encountered something he couldn't handle, the fatal blow would be averted, and he could even escape. "Alright, I'll take the stuff. You can continue," Xiao Chen said, looking at Fang Hao. He knew Fang Hao was going on a mission, while he himself would return immediately. Once Xiao Chen returned to the real world and left the warehouse, he went straight back to the hotel. He was still waiting for Lawrence's plane. The fighter jet wasn't big, he could simply store it and head back. Back at the hotel, Xiao Chen didn't go out but stayed inside. First, he sent a message to Songya, telling her he was safe. Then, he saw a message from Chu Qingyu. "Xiao Chen, the potion Fang Lonjian's son drank didn't work. He's waiting for you at our house. My dad said his son went into a chi deviation back then, exhausting all his strength before falling into a coma." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. If that was the case, then, could it be that he had exhausted all his spiritual energy? Perhaps even incurred a debt. That's why his spiritual energy couldn't recover, causing him to fall into a coma. He became a vegetable. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen sent a message to Chu Qingyu, telling her he could go see Fang Lonjian's son when he got back, perhaps he could help. Just after sending the message, Xiao Chen's door was suddenly kicked open forcefully. He looked up and saw the people in front of him, slightly startled. The man in the lead, he really did recognize him. It was Zhang Ming. At this moment, Zhang Ming was staring at Xiao Chen, his face grim. "Xiao Chen, didn't expect this, did you? We'll run into each other overseas." He looked at Xiao Chen, his face twisted, and said coldly, "Since you're on my turf, you're not leaving." "Oh." Xiao Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. "How did you find me?" "Heh, you bought so much stuff from Lawrence, and his men accidentally leaked the information. I didn't expect to see you here." Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhang Ming said coldly, "Your woman has ruined our Zhang family so much. My father and I are so old, and we still have to come to this godforsaken place. Today, I'll cripple you, and then make your old mistress pay up. Otherwise, you really won't be leaving." Xiao Chen sneered at this. Songya bankrupted the Zhang family, but unfortunately, they still had assets overseas. He fled and came directly here. As for himself, he was most likely betrayed by Lawrence's men. The other party, thinking he had money, sold the information to some local forces. Zhang Ming was one of those forces. "Beat him to a pulp." Zhang Ming stared at Xiao Chen and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people suddenly rushed towards Xiao Chen. Seeing these people rushing towards him, Xiao Chen didn't hold back. He swung his hand and slapped one of them hard across the forehead. The man didn't even have time to react before Xiao Chen slapped him away. When he landed, his neck had twisted several times, he was already dead. Then, Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward, punch after punch, sending those people flying backward. Soon, only a stunned Zhang Ming remained on the field. He stared at Xiao Chen, his body trembling uncontrollably. He never imagined that all the people he had brought would die like this. "Xiao Chen, you've killed so many people here, do you think the local police will let you off?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhang Ming shouted hoarsely. At the same time, he backed away, trying to run. Hearing this, Xiao Chen sighed, quickly caught up with Zhang Ming, and kicked him back into the room. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Zhang Ming. "Xiao Chen, let me go." "Don't worry, as long as you let me go, I'll handle this for you," Zhang Ming shouted urgently. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen didn't even bother to listen to his nonsense, and instead delivered a vicious kick to his chest. Chapter 91 News about Wang Hujia. Looking at Zhang Ming and the corpses scattered on the ground, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. Of course, having already made his move, he couldn't back out. After thinking for a moment, he called Lawrence. He knew this was Lawrence's territory, at least, Lawrence could handle the trouble he'd caused. As for himself, he wasn't afraid at all. Anyway, no one could stop him. At worst, Xiao Chen would swim back. With his current abilities, he could even manage swimming back. Next time, I'll ask Fang Hao if there's any direct teleportation route. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. His teleportation was incredibly fast, but teleporting all the way back would be difficult. Perhaps, when his strength improved further, he could do it, but definitely not now. However, things were different with Fang Hao. In the game world, teleportation arrays seemed to be a perfectly normal thing. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lawrence immediately said he would come over right away. He told Xiao Chen to wait there. Xiao Chen nodded. He wasn't worried about what Lawrence might do to him. After all, given the quantity of weapons Xiao Chen had purchased, even a fool like Lawrence would know he wasn't as simple as he seemed. Offending him meant offending a major client and a potential crisis. Lawrence wouldn't do something like that unless he was completely out of his mind. Therefore, at this stage, Lawrence would definitely help Xiao Chen deal with this trouble. Soon, Lawrence arrived and immediately sealed off the hotel. Xiao, I'm sorry, it was my mistake that caused such a big problem. Lawrence looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. Many of the bodies had huge craters smashed into them. The sight of these corpses filled Lawrence with disbelief. It was as if they had been smashed to death by a heavy hammer. Such terrifying power was something he had never witnessed in his life. The horrific scene before him alone made Lawrence realize that this man was absolutely not to be trifled with. Xiao, this is Alan, my assistant. He leaked information about you and me. Lawrence pointed to the man bound hand and foot beside him and said, just say the word, and I'll deal with him. Lawrence, he's your man. Deal with him yourself. Xiao Chen looked at Lawrence and said, also, I need you to deliver the fighter jet as soon as possible. I need to leave immediately. He looked at Lawrence and said, and also, find me a different place. Don't worry. Xiao, I know the higher UPS here. They'll handle it for me. They're just small ants. You don't need to worry about them. You can kill as many as you want. Furthermore, I'll spread the word that no one will be foolish enough to cause you trouble. Lawrence looked at Xiao Chen and said. He knew very well that at this moment, he needed to appease his client, and this client was no ordinary person. Therefore, Lawrence absolutely did not want to provoke him. Hearing Lawrence's words, Xiao Chen nodded, and then, together with Lawrence, walked out of the hotel. Under Lawrence's arrangement, Xiao Chen checked into another hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lawrence clapped his hands, and the next second, several people were pushed in front of him. Xiao Chen was taken aback when he saw these people. Xiao, these are the family members of that Jiangming guy. Since he caused you trouble, I brought them here. You deal with them, Lawrence said, looking at Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at the people in front of him, an old man and two women. The two women were looking at Xiao Chen pleadingly, trembling. One of the women even put on a pitiful expression. You're Xiao Chen. The old man, on the other hand, was the most composed. He looked at Xiao Chen coldly and said, Where's my son? You've been arrested. Where do you think your son is? Xiao Chen stared at him and said, he didn't care about these people from the Zhang family at all. After all, these people were just Wang Huja's lackeys before. Even Wang Huja was finished, let alone these people. You killed someone. The old man's face changed upon hearing this. He stared at Xiao Chen and said viciously, You killed my son. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Lawrence and said, You handle this. I have no interest in these people. Lawrence nodded and waved to his men. The next moment, Lawrence's men stepped forward to drag the people away. No, Mr. Xiao, I have something important to tell you, please let me go. One of the women cried out in terror, Mr. Xiao, I have information about the Wang family. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Wang Huja had long since fled. To him, Wang Huja was someone he didn't care about at all. Just like Jiang Ming, if he hadn't encountered him here, he wouldn't have bothered to even acknowledge him. Moreover, he knew that the Wang family had only left Yunchinj at the time. They still had considerable business interests domestically. Wang Huja is planning to deal with Miss Song. He's made connections with the Gu family. The woman, seeing Xiao Chen's lack of reaction, became anxious and shouted urgently. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then pointed at the woman and said, Leave her here. All right, Xiao. I'll leave her here for you. Now, enjoy her. Also, your fighter jet will appear tomorrow. After saying this, Lawrence got up and left. As for Xiao Chen, watching Lawrence leave, he looked at the woman before him and said, Speak. Mr. Xiao, that's all I know. The woman trembled as she said, I only know that Gu Changming of the Gu family met with Wang Huja. They want to join forces to cause trouble for President Song. How do you know? Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked the woman. He was quite curious, how did this woman know these things? Jiang Ming asked me to accompany them. The woman lowered her head and said softly, Mr. Xiao, my martial arts are quite good. If you need anything. No need, you can leave. Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, Get lost. Hearing this, the woman's face betrayed her disappointment. She knew very well that in this foreign land, if she had a powerful backer, she could live well, but without one, her fate was predictable. Yes, she understood that simply surviving was a blessing, everything else was beyond her control. Therefore, she could only rise and leave. Chapter 92 Gu Changming is crippled. After the woman left, Xiao Chen sent Songya a message, warning her to be careful no matter what. As for himself, he hadn't originally planned to cause any trouble, but since Wang Hujia and Gu Changming were up to something, he decided to use some methods. He casually took out the cursed spirit from his spatial storage. Fang Hao had previously mentioned that its effectiveness depended on luck. If luck was insufficient, death was certain. As for the extent of the effect, it depended on the opponent's luck. Thinking about this, Xiao Chen was quite curious about how much luck Gu Changming possessed. So, he directly wrote Gu Changming's name on the cursed spirit. The next second, the talisman in front of him burst into flames, turning into a wisp of black smoke that drifted away. Watching the direction the black smoke drifted, Xiao Chen understood that it had drifted back to China. Then, Xiao Chen didn't bother to care anymore. From the beginning, Xiao Chen had planned to cause trouble for the Gu family, but now, before he could even do so, they had already started causing him trouble. The next morning, Xiao Chen received a call from Lawrence. He had already transported the fighter jets to the warehouse. At the same time, he learned that a warehouse full of explosives had vanished. At this moment, Lawrence had a clearer understanding of Xiao Chen's abilities. At least, the other party was definitely not someone he could compare to now. Now, he didn't dare to have any thoughts whatsoever. This person exuded mystery in every way. Just like that ancient country in the east, he filled him with awe. When Xiao Chen arrived at the warehouse, he was extremely satisfied with the two fighter jets in front of him. Of course, he also asked how to fly the fighter jets. After all, he really didn't know how to operate these things. After a day of instruction, Xiao Chen roughly understood, and he directly asked Lawrence for a warehouse full of gasoline. There was no other way. In the ancient world, gasoline couldn't be produced. Moreover, he had already inquired with Xiao, and there wasn't even an oil field in his area. Therefore, Xiao Chen had to bring it. Lawrence didn't stand on ceremony this time, delivering a whole warehouse of gasoline. This person was a major client, he could afford to deliver gasoline to such a large client. After the handover was completed, Lawrence left immediately. Xiao Chen looked at the two planes, nodded, and stuffed them into his spatial storage. Then, he headed straight for the airport. Only after boarding the plane back did Xiao Chen relax a bit. After all, he had purchased a large quantity of goods here, it was normal to be watched. Back in China, Xiao Chen had just gotten off the plane when he saw Chu Qingyu already waiting for him. Fanglong Rock is at my house, waiting for you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu hurriedly asked, Xiao Chen, do you have a way? I should. Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied. He already had an answer in mind, the general reason was probably similar to what he had thought. Therefore, Xiao Chen decided to go and check it out. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly pulled Xiao Chen onto the driveway. Also, Elder Bai wants to see you. Elder Bai? Who's that? Xiao Chen frowned slightly, he didn't know any Elder Bai at all. The head of the Special Operations Group, and also a member of the council. You can think of it as someone whose status allows him to directly meet with number 1 and number 2. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He didn't want to deal with such a powerful figure. Initially, his only idea was to make some money. Who knew that he would open up more and more dimensions, and his strength would increase too quickly? Now, he's not afraid anymore, but he still knows that there are some people he doesn't want to provoke. You bought so many things overseas, if Elder Bai hadn't ordered it, you would have been stopped at customs. Chu Qingyu said. After saying this, she looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression and asked, What are all those things of yours for? I own several gold mines overseas, which I bought to mine. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu was slightly taken aback. She knew that Xiao Chen had provided Songya with a large amount of gold, so that made sense. Although she didn't know why someone like Xiao Chen, who ran a supermarket in China, had connections overseas, she understood that he must have his own channels. Moreover, these channels were very sophisticated, even someone like Elder Bai, who was involved in intelligence, couldn't uncover them. Elder Bai wants to meet you, and since you're a Xiantian martial artist, there's no need to worry about danger, Chu Qingyu said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood that given his current situation, it would be unreasonable not to meet him. Since that's the case, then let's meet. As for the rest, we can discuss it when we meet. Seeing Xiao Chen nod, Chu Qingyu finally relaxed. By the way, could you find out how Gu Changming is doing? Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyu and asked. After all, he had broken Gu Changming's hand before, and several soldiers had taken him away. Since then, Xiao Chen hadn't heard anything from the Gu family. Now, he was quite curious. The Gu family. Chu Qingyu's expression was somewhat strange. You're overseas, how do you know about the Gu family? Oh, hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately perked up. He was indeed curious about the effectiveness of the cursed spirit. If it was effective, he'd ask Fang how to get him some more next time. With this thing in hand, he could kill without leaving a trace. You don't know? Then why are you suddenly asking about the Gu family? Looking at Xiao Chen's expression, Chu Qingyu asked in surprise. Then, she explained the situation of the Gu family to Xiao Chen. Gu Changming and Gu Quanzhong had a falling out, and Gu Quanzhong broke his leg. Now, he's not only missing an arm, but also a leg. He'll probably never be able to leave the Gu family again. Hearing this explosive news, Xiao Chen was stunned. Gu Quanzhong only has this one son, right? Xiao Chen asked. Then how did things turn out like this? He was indeed very curious. If Gu Quanzhong only had one son, why would things have escalated like this? Gu Quanzhong has a mistress. That woman is having an affair with Gu Changming. Gu Quanzhong caught them red-handed. Now, Gu Quanzhong has broken his legs, and I heard he's locked up in the Gu family mansion. Gu Quanzhong even spread the word that any woman who comes to the Gu family mansion and gets pregnant with Gu Changming's child will receive 100 million. I heard that Gu Changming is now lying in bed getting that done every day. When Chu Qingyu said this, Xiao Chen was stunned. The cursed spirit is indeed powerful. However, it also shows that the cursed spirit does indeed depend on luck. The Gu family's luck saved Gu Changming's life, but it also meant he'd be locked up in the Gu family mansion for the rest of his life. And he's become a breeding slave. Chapter 93 needs to be rushed. Seeing Xiao Chen's surprised yet matter-of-fact expression, Chu Qingyu knew that Xiao Chen was definitely involved. She had interacted with Xiao Chen a lot these past few days and naturally knew that he must have other methods. It seemed that Xiao Chen had done quite a few unexpected things. On the way back, Xiao Chen was thinking that since the Gu family was in such a sorry state, Gu Changming probably wouldn't bother Sonya anymore. Of course, if he still dared to, he would be utterly courting death. Back at the Chu family home, Xiao Chen had just gotten out of the car when he saw Feng Long Rock. He rushed to Xiao Chen and said directly, "Brother Xiao, I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm out of options. Brother Feng, I understand the situation. Here, I have a potion. Give it to your son first and see how it works." Xiao Chen said, taking out a bottle of magic potion. "If this potion doesn't work either, then I'm out of options." Hearing this, Feng Longian immediately took the potion and said to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, I'll go back and try it right away. Also, are you leaving immediately or?" Feng Longian wanted to clarify this time, lest he be unable to find Xiao Chen again. This time, he had waited at the Chu family for several days, feeling extremely helpless. If he hadn't known that he could only beg Xiao Chen, and therefore didn't dare to even lose his temper, he would have already caused a scene at the Chu family. Upon hearing Feng Longian's words, Xiao Chen immediately said, "I'll be staying here for a few days this time." "That's good, I'll go back and try it right away." Feng Longian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was extremely anxious now and turned to leave. Watching Feng Longian rush off, Chu Qingyu, standing beside Xiao Chen, asked, "Will it really work?" "It should be fine." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He naturally understood that at this moment, this thing would definitely have an effect. Therefore, he showed no sign of panic and immediately spoke up. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyu nodded. She still trusted Xiao Chen. "Mr. Xiao, since you're here, please stay at my house. My second brother has also been wanting to meet you for a long time," Chu Xiong said from behind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you." "Not at all, if our Chu family hadn't met Mr. Xiao, who knows what would have become of us." Chu Xiong hurriedly shook his head. He knew in his heart that if he hadn't met Xiao Chen, his second brother might already be dead. Therefore, he was truly grateful to Xiao Chen. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Chen followed him to the adjacent pavilion. Chu Qingyu's second uncle, named Chu Xiao, was a man with a resolute face. At this moment, his face was still somewhat pale. Seeing Xiao Chen, he immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. If it weren't for you, I would most likely be dead by now," he said with a sigh. Xiao Chen frowned slightly when he saw Chu Xiong's condition. Only now did he realize how seriously Chu Xiong was injured. He'd drunk so many bottles of healing potions, yet he still didn't seem fully recovered. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen reached out, and a healing spell was directly channeled into Chu Xiong's body. Now, the healing spell didn't consume much of his mental energy, and he wouldn't nearly die like he had the first time. Feeling the changes in his body, Chu Xiong looked at Xiao Chen with surprise. "Mr. Xiao, this." His face was full of astonishment, mainly because his body was steadily recovering. Chu Qingyu stood to the side, also watching Xiao Chen. From the beginning, she knew Xiao Chen could heal people, but she hadn't known his healing was so miraculous. With a simple push of his hand, he released a beam of light, and under its illumination, her second uncle's body was healed. This was too miraculous. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, my body has fully recovered. Chu Xiao looked at Xiao Chen and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, that's good. Your second uncle was quite badly injured. I remember giving you quite a few medicines. Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyu and said, Mr. Xiao, you misunderstand. I refuse to continue drinking it. The Chu family still has 2 bottles of medicine. Hearing this, Chu Xiao said, I know my own body. It's basically stable now. I just need some time for treatment to recover. But those medicines are too precious, almost life-saving. How could I use them directly? Hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. So, it wasn't that the medicines were ineffective, but that the other party refused to use them. That made sense. Therefore, Xiao Chen simply nodded and said, I understand. Chu Xiao and Chu Qingyu didn't continue to ask Xiao Chen what the light was. They both understood that everyone has secrets, and as for Xiao Chen, the secret was too big for them to bear. The Chu family simply didn't dare to ask. After chatting with Chu Xiao for a few moments, Chu Xiao looked at Xiao Chen somewhat embarrassedly and said, Mr. Xiao, Qingyu brought me quite a few secret manuals, and I've read them all. I know, Mr. Xiao, it's for my illness, but our Chu family's foundation wasn't very deep to begin with. Those manuals, could I pass them on to my son? He asked this with anticipation in his eyes. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, since you've given them to you, they're yours. No need to ask me. He naturally knew that those manuals were good, after all, they were royal treasures. But for him, they were somewhat useless. He had no need for them now. As for the Chu family, since it was a cooperative relationship, he was happy to see the Chu family's fighting power increase. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Hearing this, Chu Xiao hurriedly nodded and said, with those manuals, I believe I'll soon reach the innate realm. Just as Xiao Chen and Chu Xiao were talking, Fang Longian's voice came from outside the door. Brother Xiao, are you there? Fang Longian requests an audience. Fang Longian was extremely anxious, shouting urgently. Hearing Fang Longian's words, Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyu exchanged a glance. Both understood that the potion seemed to be working. Otherwise, Fang Longian wouldn't be in this state. I'm going to see him, Xiao Chen said, then quickly stood up and walked out of the pavilion. Girl, this man is not bad. If you have any ideas, hurry up. Chu Xiao suddenly said, I can tell that what he gave us is worthless in his eyes, which means he has something better. Chapter 94. Let's go together. Inside the Xiao family compound, Fang Longian rushed to Xiao Chen's side upon seeing him. He immediately grabbed Xiao Chen, saying, Brother Xiao, come with me. With that, he quickly pulled Xiao Chen away. What happened? Seeing Fang Longian's actions, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, My son's condition has improved considerably, but he hasn't woken up yet. Fang Longian hurriedly said, I know you must have a way. So the medicine worked? Xiao Chen immediately asked with a smile. Yes. Hearing this, Fang Longian finally realized what was happening. Immediately, he looked at Xiao Chen, a serious expression creeping onto his face. He knew these potions were undoubtedly precious, but Xiao Chen had given them to him so readily. He hadn't even discussed any conditions with him. At this moment, he realized he had been too hasty. Brother Xiao, just tell me, what do you need? Looking at Xiao Chen, Fang Longian said, anything I can do, I'll definitely do for you. He was very clear about his position at this moment. He was in a position of begging Xiao Chen. There was no other way. The other party was stronger than him and had even saved his son, so what more could he say? Therefore, at this moment, he could only ask Xiao Chen for help. Brother Feng, you're too kind. Consider it a favor you owe me, Xiao Chen said. He naturally didn't know what he could ask of the other party. However, using a few bottles of psychic potions to make a Xiantian martial artist owe him a favor was a very worthwhile deal, especially since the other party likely held a high position in the country. That was enough. Hearing this, Fang Longian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest fear was that Xiao Chen wouldn't give him the potions. Now that Xiao Chen said he would, he naturally felt much more relaxed. Brother Xiao, rest assured, I will do whatever you need, Fang Longian said directly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, and then quickly took out 3 bottles of potions. Taking the potions, Fang Longian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, from now on, Brother Xiao, if you have any requests, you can come to me. I, Fang Longian, guarantee that I will definitely take care of everything for you. After saying this, he hurriedly left. Xiao Chen then turned around, and at that moment, Chu Qingyu was already standing behind him. I've already spoken with Elder Bai, and he wants to meet with you. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, alright, let's go. Xiao Chen nodded. Since he couldn't escape, then, he had no choice but to go and see. Besides, he was curious what she could say to him. Xiao Chen followed Chu Qingyu into the car, which quickly drove to a military region. As the car entered the military region, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He could feel several auras pressing down on him from not far away. When Xiao Chen got out of the car, he saw two people standing in front of him. The aura emanating from these two people was almost that of innate martial artists. They stared at Xiao Chen, their killing intent pressing down on him. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation upon arriving here. Elder Bai. Chu Qingyu, seeing this scene, turned to look behind her. Not far away, an old man waved to Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyu, saying, "Young friend Xiao, they mean no harm." Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Since they mean no harm, then, I wonder what Elder Bai sent them here for. To intimidate me?" As soon as Xiao Chen spoke, the two innate martial artists immediately stared coldly at him. At this moment, Xiao Chen glanced at the two behind him. The moment he finished speaking, these two had already displayed immense pressure, a pressure that seemed to crush him. At this moment, Xiao Chen coldly stared at them. If they made any move, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them right here. He understood that they might just want to test his abilities, but he didn't like this kind of situation. Even if the other party represented the official authorities, he was too lazy to compromise. Seeing Xiao Chen's actions, Elder Bai sighed slightly and said, "Young friend Xiao, you misunderstand. We all know that young friend Xiao is also a Xiantian, innate level, cultivator. Qingyu told me that if we want to elevate young friend Xiao's status, then, you must pass this hurdle. As long as young friend Xiao defeats any one of them, you will become a guest elder of our special operations group." No interest. Hearing this, Xiao Chen said coldly. Even now, he still felt nothing for this so-called special operations group. In his view, having this additional identity would only reduce some trouble, but without it, it didn't matter. Xiao Chen, becoming a guest advisor to the special operations group will bring you many benefits. I know your capabilities, and you don't seem to care, but if you become a guest advisor, at least you won't need to rely on our family so often. Your status will be equivalent to a military bigwig, capable of commanding many people, and no one will bother you. Young friend Xiao, I know what you've been doing overseas, and I believe you won't do anything drastic in the country. Old Bai walked up to Xiao Chen and said, "However, ultimately, you are still a potential dangerous element. But as long as you become a guest advisor to my special operations group, I can help you solve these problems. What do I need to give in return?" Xiao Chen asked calmly. He knew that becoming a guest advisor wouldn't just be a title, he would have to agree to do things for them. As for what those things would be, Xiao Chen really didn't know. "Don't worry, at most one mission a year," Old Bai said. "You also have the right to refuse to carry out this mission." Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "In that case, that's fine." He knew that his operations in the country would continue to expand, and for now, he still needed official approval. Moreover, the biggest advantage of being connected to the government was that if he needed any supplies in the future and couldn't obtain them, he could simply turn to this old man, Bai, for help. Since that's the case, then, Xiao Chen must truly demonstrate his worth. There are two of them, right? Then come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Xiao Chen pointed at the two men in front of him and said. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai was immediately stunned. As for the two innate realm martial artists, they glared at Xiao Chen, their faces grim. Xiao Chen could even sense that their killing intent was almost impossible to conceal. Chapter 95 Old Bai's Request. Facing the murderous intent of the two, Xiao Chen remained unfazed. He knew very well that his current performance determined his future status. If he didn't demonstrate significant value, or even inspire fear, then given his current worth, he might become a target. Putting aside everything else, the potions alone were enough to drive those people mad. Not to mention the wealth Xiao Chen had acquired from other dimensions. He knew that only with strength could one protect wealth. If you have nothing, then, you're just a piece of meat. At least, Xiao Chen didn't want to be that piece of meat. Therefore, at this point, Xiao Chen had decided to first deflate their arrogance. Let them know that he was not someone they could handle. Alright, since that's the case, come at me all at once. Old Bai frowned slightly, then spoke calmly. He also wanted to test just how capable Xiao Chen truly was. After all, from the very beginning, Xiao Chen seemed like a suddenly appearing innate martial artist. Before this, he had read too much information about Xiao Chen, and it was all unremarkable. In fact, one could say, he was a somewhat subservient character. But this person, suddenly, underwent a tremendous change. Kill! With a low roar, the two innate martial artists pounced on Xiao Chen. Their bodies instantly rushed towards Xiao Chen. One of them quickly reached Xiao Chen, his fist slamming towards Xiao Chen's forehead. However, just as his fist was about to touch Xiao Chen, he froze. Xiao Chen's body suddenly vanished before him. The next second, Xiao Chen appeared behind him. He grabbed the man's neck and yanked him away. Instantly, the man was thrown out. Seeing this, Elder Bai frowned slightly. Only then did he remember that Xiao Chen's ability seemed to be teleportation. This ability was too overpowered. If Xiao Chen wanted to attack someone, it would be a matter of a single strike. Having landed a successful blow, Xiao Chen teleported again, appearing beside another person and simultaneously throwing a punch. The person's expression changed upon seeing this. The next moment, Xiao Chen saw layers of black armor form on the other person's body, directly blocking Xiao Chen's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the other person was blasted away. Their body landed, even creating a large crater. At the same time, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that his fist had struck a piece of steel. The recoil made his hand hurt. Looking at the person in front of him, Xiao Chen's gaze now held a hint of seriousness. This person's superpower was probably turning their body into steel, granting them incredible defense. When the person crawled out of the ground, Xiao Chen glanced at them. They seemed almost unharmed. Meanwhile, the other person he had grabbed by the neck and thrown out also stood up, looking at Xiao Chen with an extremely grim expression. The two attacked together, yet Xiao Chen had managed to defeat them so badly, demonstrating that he was significantly stronger than them. The key was Xiao Chen's supernatural ability. It was indeed incredibly powerful. A truly astonishing technique. Elder Bai, standing to the side, frowned slightly and remarked. He had encountered several supernatural beings, but their abilities generally focused on enhancing their own capabilities. Very few possessed the teleportation ability of Xiao Chen. Elder Bai now understood Xiao Chen's skill. Seeing the two innate realm cultivators preparing to fight again, Elder Bai immediately called a halt. No need to fight. Elder Bai waved his hand and spoke calmly. The two innate realm cultivators fell silent, looking at Xiao Chen with helpless expressions. They both knew that if Xiao Chen had been holding a knife and aimed directly at their heads, they might have been killed instantly. So, although the two were still somewhat unconvinced, they understood that at this moment, they dared not say anything. These two are members of our special operations team. Looking at Xiao Chen, Elder Bai pointed to the two innate martial artists and spoke up. Wu Lai, Jin Tanglong. Elder Bai pointed to the two and said. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. Wu Lai was the one with the tortoiseshell armor, possessing astonishing defense. As for the one named Jin Tanglong, Xiao Chen didn't know what his abilities were. Alright, you two can leave now. I'll talk to Xiao Chen, Elder Bai said. Hearing this, the two, though still somewhat unconvinced, didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Sit down. Elder Bai looked at Xiao Chen, then took out a work ID from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Chen, saying, I've thought about this from the beginning, it's for you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned. He took the work ID and looked at it with a hint of surprise. The label still read Special Operations Team, but the employee number had changed to 004. Besides that, the job title was displayed. Xiao Chen had originally been just a clerk, but here he was a deputy director. A deputy director of the Special Operations Team is basically comparable to a provincial official. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Bai said, Young Xiao, I know your abilities. In the future, we will definitely need your help. If needed, I can help, but I won't become a tool in someone's hands. Xiao Chen said calmly. I know your concerns. Don't worry, our stance has been clear from the beginning, everything is for the sake of China. Those you're dealing with are definitely those people overseas. Old Bai said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately had no objections. He had no qualms about dealing with those guys. Also, regarding your affairs, I won't interfere, but you can't cause any trouble domestically. Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said. He knew Xiao Chen had bought a lot of firearms overseas. Although he was curious, Xiao Chen had flown back alone and hadn't done anything else, so he didn't want to ask. Okay, I understand. Looking at Elder Bai, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Elder Bai, I am from the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, you don't need to be wary of me. I can also tell you that the things I bought will never appear in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the worry on Elder Bai's face, Xiao Chen immediately spoke up. That's good. Elder Bai smiled slightly upon hearing this, then thought for a moment and asked, Can you get gold? Yes. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, Do you need it? I don't need it, but the country does. The price of gold is rising sharply right now, and we need a considerable amount. How much can you get? Don't worry, we will definitely buy it at the market price. Chapter 96. He has power behind him. Xiao Chen hadn't expected that Elder Bai's first request upon meeting him would be gold. Of course, he understood that gold prices were currently very high. It was normal for the government to need it. Just tell me how much you need. Xiao Chen didn't waste any words. This transaction was with the government, so he didn't need to hide anything. Or rather, he didn't need to worry about anything else at the moment. The more the better. Looking at Xiao Chen, Elder Bai said, Ideally, by the ton. Okay, I'll ask around. If I have any, I'll get it back. Xiao Chen nodded. I'll contact you again after I get it. He couldn't guarantee anything. After all, Xiao definitely had some, but not much, otherwise, Xiao wouldn't have started selling off some antiques and timber. As for how much Gu Ming could get, Xiao Chen was genuinely curious. In the post-apocalyptic world, gold was practically worthless, but the quantity shouldn't be particularly large either. Currently, Gu Ming's cooperation with Xiao Chen largely revolves around evolution potions. After speaking with Elder Bai, Xiao Chen got up and left. This time, at least both sides were satisfied. "Take me to the airport," Xiao Chen said as he got into the car. "You're going back already? Aren't you going to stay at my place a little longer?" Hearing this, Shu Qingyu was taken aback and asked, "I have to go back," Xiao Chen replied. Shu Qingyu didn't speak, understanding that Xiao Chen was definitely going back to get gold, so she nodded and quickly drove Xiao Chen to the airport. Watching Xiao Chen board the plane and leave, Shu Qingyu sighed and returned to Elder Bai's side. "That kid went back." Elder Bai looked at Shu Qingyu and smiled faintly. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Shu Qingyu sat down opposite Elder Bai and asked, "Why did you send Xiao Chen to acquire so much gold?" "Firstly, our Dragon Kingdom truly needs it. So much gold can accomplish many things, and he has the channels," Elder Bai said softly. "As for the second point, I wanted to test that kid's abilities. Or rather, how powerful is the force behind that kid?" Elder Bai narrowed his eyes slightly as he said this. "Power." Upon hearing this, Shu Qingyu was taken aback and asked, "You mean, there's a powerful force behind Xiao Chen?" "That's the only explanation." Old Bai sighed. "You know, he bought such a large quantity of firearms overseas, but our people say no one ever transported them out. But those weapons vanished into thin air." As he said this, Old Bai sighed again. "This proves that the kid isn't alone. Besides, aren't you curious about all the things that kid conjured up out of thin air? It's safe to say that what Xiao Chen gave Songya was anything but simple. So much gold that's not something an ordinary person could obtain. Combined with Xiao Chen's methods, it undoubtedly proves one thing: there might be a powerful force behind Xiao Chen. You don't need to worry about what we'll do to that kid. At least, he's never done anything to threaten the Dragon Kingdom." Old Bai smiled faintly and said, "So, we won't interfere with him. Dragon Kingdom can still accommodate him. Moreover, when I made my request to him, he immediately agreed. This means that even if he's not the head of that force, he still has influence. That's enough." Looking at Shu Qingyu's expression, Old Bai smiled and said, "Girl, if you're worried, go with him. I can see your mind is all on that kid." He pointed to the door after saying this. Shu Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing this, and she said, "Then, Old Bai, I'll be going." After saying this, Shu Qingyu hurriedly got up and left. In Yun City, it was already late at night when Xiao Chen returned to the supermarket. He had just arrived home when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw Songya. "Why are you here?" Xiao Chen asked, somewhat surprised. "I knew you were coming back, so I came looking for you." Songya threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms and whispered. Xiao Chen had been incredibly busy lately, and she hadn't had a chance to properly spend time with him. Looking at the woman before him, Xiao Chen smiled, then pulled Songya close. He kissed her red lips passionately. The next morning, when Xiao Chen woke up, Songya was lying in his arms, looking at him and saying, "The batch of timber you sent has sold. We've got quite a bit more assets now." She was genuinely surprised. Xiao Chen had been bringing her large quantities of good stuff time and time again, and those things were easy to sell. In fact, they attracted a lot of attention the moment they appeared. However, Yun City's scale was limited, and it was basically impossible to continue. "Xiao Chen, I'm planning to open a few branches in the provincial capital." Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya said softly, "Yunchinj is too small, it can't handle so much inventory anymore." She knew perfectly well how many gold shops Xiao Chen had driven to bankruptcy just by bringing out so much gold. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Then go ahead. Also, that money you received has already been deposited into your account. This is only your money, we at Jin Yutang haven't taken a share." Songya said with a smile. "Alright, I don't care about that." Xiao Chen nodded. These days, money was more like numbers to him. He had at least 5 billion in his account, and that was earned in such a short time. Indeed, interdimensional trading was the most profitable. "Do you know about the Gu family's situation?" Songya looked at Xiao Chen and asked. "The scandal involving Gu Changming and Gu Quanzhong, leaked by someone unknown, is now known throughout the entire circle. Everyone sighs. Gu Changming is truly ruthless. He even sleeps with his father's women. I heard that in the provincial capital, many women are now lining up at the hospital for medical checkups, and then submitting their resumes to the Gu family. Gu Changming meets two every day." Songya said this with a hint of a smile. After all, if it weren't for the Gu family, she wouldn't be in such a miserable state. "Isn't he enjoying himself?" Xiao Chen said calmly upon hearing this. Of course, he knew that being proactive and being passive were two different things, especially in this situation, being treated like a breeding stallion. The humiliation was unimaginable. It seemed that after some time, Gu Changming would be crippled. Of course, Gu Quanzhong was unwilling to care about this son anymore. As long as he could leave him a grandson, he didn't care if his son was crippled. Chapter 97 Xiao, I even brought out the dragon throne to exchange for it. The Gu family's situation was utterly unimportant to Xiao Chen. He knew perfectly well that even if he were to take action against the Gu family, no one would object. His own situation was far more important than the Gu family's. Under these circumstances, who would care about the Gu family? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen contacted Gu Ming and Xiao. He needed a large amount of gold, which these two could undoubtedly provide. As for Fang Hao, those so-called gold coins were indeed gold, but exchanging supplies for them was a waste. It would be better to exchange them for some potions. Those things were much more valuable. Brother, I've been preparing for this for days. 8 tons of gold, and you send me grain. Exchange it all for grain. Gu Ming was particularly direct. He wanted grain. Also, it would be best to get some vegetables. Freeze-dried vegetables would be fine too. And some fruit. That was all he wanted right now. Immediately, he and Xiao Chen signed an agreement, 1 ton of gold for a certain amount of grain and vegetables. Basically, Xiao Chen would make 8 trips to exchange the goods. Xiao, on the other hand, was much more direct. Give me the plane, and I'll pay you 1 ton of gold. Also, I need the best armor and weapons. You know my forging technology here isn't mature enough. The armor and weapons aren't as good as those from modern society. I'm really preparing for war this time. First, I'll take over Nanli next door, and gradually expand my territory. Also, get me plenty of military rations, preferably compressed biscuits. I should be able to provide 8 tons. Xiao said this with particular pain in his eyes. His situation was different from Gu Ming's. For Gu Ming, gold was practically useless, their hard currency was grain and evolution potions. Basically, it was grain. But for him, gold was hard currency. If he hadn't become emperor, he wouldn't have been able to gather this much gold. They've practically emptied his treasury. Also, brother, get me another batch of glass products. I plan to sell them elsewhere and make some money. Hearing this, Xiao Chen indicated he understood. Immediately, he called He Zongwen. Uncle He, send me everything you have in the warehouse. Also, work overtime, this time I need a huge amount of grain. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, He Zongwen immediately replied that he understood. After you told us last time, we started production. Now the warehouse is almost overflowing. I haven't heard from you yet. I was about to call you. He Zongwen said hurriedly. He was anxious too. After all, Xiao Chen had only told him to produce, not to stop. But at this rate, the warehouse was almost full. Uncle He, let's build a few more warehouses. We'll need to expand later. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately replied, build a few more production lines. We still have a lot of work to do. Both Gu Ming and Xiao actually preferred compressed biscuits. They were simple and easy to carry. Crucially, they had an exceptionally long shelf life. Given Xiao's war effort, you can imagine how much he needed. As for Gu Ming, he hadn't had anything good to eat over there. Compressed biscuits were practically a form of hard currency. Okay. He Zongwen had no objections. Xiao Chen's decision to do this meant he had undoubtedly received a large order, so he didn't question it. The key was whether Xiao Chen could actually handle those orders. For the next few days, Xiao Chen spent almost all his time dealing with these matters, going back and forth repeatedly. Even Fatty He was completely overwhelmed. The others were manageable, but Fatty He was stunned by the 30,000 sets of armor and spears. Xiao Chen wasn't working on firearms, instead, he was working on melee weapons. Even in a movie production, this level of craftsmanship wasn't taken so seriously. The forging techniques required were beyond the capabilities of most factories. Xiao Chen wanted the best. A complete set cost a lot. Initially, the price was over 10,000 per set. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's large order and Fatty He's relentless haggling, the final price would have been a full 200 million. Fatty He felt a pang of regret even after paying that amount. But Xiao Chen didn't even blink. Xiao was his own brother, his dearest friend and family. The bigger the territory Xiao controlled as emperor, the more he would benefit, so of course he wanted to give him the best. Besides, so what if he lost money? He could always make up for it later. Therefore, Xiao Chen had really gone all out this time. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen quickly traveled between the two worlds, delivering the fighter jet on the very first day. However, Xiao Chen only gave one fighter jet. He decided to keep the other one for himself, just in case he needed it. Flying was definitely faster. Even so, Xiao was already gratefully calling him dad. What a joke! On an ancient battlefield, a fighter jet was a terrifying asset. He was even prepared to personally lead the army, charging into battle in his own fighter jet. Brother, get me some more drones. Don't worry, I have enough gold this time. Xiao grabbed Xiao Chen, saying urgently, to gather the gold you need, I even threw away my dragon throne. Hearing this, Xiao Chen paused slightly, glancing at the items in the corner. His eyelids twitched slightly. The gold was real gold, but aside from some gold ingots, most of it had unique designs. Most were Buddha statues, along with various kinds of gold jewelry, the most conspicuous of which was undoubtedly the dragon throne. Even more striking was the once magnificent palace, now almost bare. The gold was barely visible. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so poor. Xiao Chen sighed. You want 8 tons. This is ancient times, do you think this is modern times? Xiao said helplessly, I raided quite a few temples to collect them. If it weren't for the fact that the whole country worships you, this immortal lord, I wouldn't have dared to raid those people's hideouts. Those guys are really rich. The Buddha statues are all gilded. Xiao pointed at the Buddha statues and said. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. It's always been like this, monks are always rich. He didn't waste any more words, took the things, and left. Brother, aren't you going back to check on things? Xiao asked, seeing Xiao Chen about to leave. We'll talk about it next time. I have a lot to do this time. Hearing this, Xiao Chen asked, how's Linger doing? I found several grandmasters to teach her. That girl has excellent martial arts talent, she's already at the innate realm. Hearing this, Xiao said, your potion has almost opened up her meridians. Now, she's no longer afraid of ordinary experts. Okay, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded, then quickly left. Chapter 98 Tiger meat has this effect? Xiao Chen worked almost non-stop, and finally, within a week, he had gathered all the gold. This was after the system had processed it. In the end, he roughly estimated that he had about 9 tons of gold left. Even so, Xiao Chen knew that the price was calculated in billions. Anyway, looking at the gold in front of him, he knew he had enough for this matter. Any more would have been excessive for Xiao Chen. He called Elder Bai and asked him to come and collect the goods. Soon, Elder Bai told him that someone would come to find Xiao Chen that evening. After that, Xiao Chen didn't care anymore. Thinking about it, Xiao Chen looked at Xiao's dragon throne and put it away. After all, its value couldn't be measured in gold. He'd keep it for later, it wouldn't be bad to give it to Xiao as a gift. As night fell, Xiao Chen was still waiting. Soon, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, he saw 3 people standing outside. Chu Qingyu, Wu Lai, and Jin Tanglong. Why are you all here this time? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. 2 innate martial artists had come together. It's quite valuable, so we have to be careful, Wu Lai said, his gaze turning to the pile of gold not far away. Immediately, Wu Lai and the others froze. There were neatly stacked gold bricks and bars, as well as all sorts of strange and unusual gold items. Especially among them was a gold Buddha statue, which looked quite old, even like an antique. Xiao Chen, you even sell antiques? Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyu immediately asked anxiously. None of them are from China. I got them from overseas. What are you afraid of? Hearing this, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at Chu Qingyu and said. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu paused slightly, then nodded and said, that's good. Xiao Chen, since that's the case, I'll take the things with me. Wu Lai and Jin Tanglong also nodded to Xiao Chen. They were actually quite wary of Xiao Chen, but they also understood that he was no ordinary person. In fact, even the 2 of them combined might not be a match for him. Therefore, they were exceptionally polite to Xiao Chen. Watching the 2 leave, Xiao Chen finally relaxed. He had little to do after that. During this time, he had been busy with the handover and sending over so many supplies. Xiao's situation should be stable now. Watching everyone leave, Xiao Chen took out a large quantity of tiger meat from his spatial storage, intending to eat some. He still had quite a bit left from what he got from Fang Hao. However, Xiao Chen also discovered that the more he ate, the less it improved his physical strength. Now it was almost negligible. Just as Xiao Chen finished preparing the tiger meat and opened a bottle of wine, ready to eat, 2 surprised voices came from behind him. It smells so good. Xiao Chen turned around and saw that Chu Qingyu had returned, accompanied by Songya. Why did you 2 come together? Xiao Chen was taken aback and looked at Chu Qingyu, saying, weren't you delivering the gold? With those 2 here, I came to hand it over. I was worried you might get into a conflict with them. Now that the goods have been taken away, I didn't go with them. Chu Qingyu sat down beside Xiao Chen and asked, what are you making? It looks delicious. Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at the pot of tiger meat in front of him. He was actually quite conflicted. After all, he knew the pot's pot of flavor and was afraid that the 2 of them might suffer some adverse effects. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen picked up a small piece of meat and gave it to Songya, saying, try it first. Songya, seeing Xiao Chen's anxious expression, asked, is there something wrong with this meat? It's very nourishing, I'm afraid your body can't handle it. Xiao Chen said. Even he almost overdid it the first time he ate it. Of course, he ate a whole pot back then. Songya only had a small piece, so it should be fine. Songya knew Xiao Chen wasn't joking and picked up the small piece of meat and ate it. Immediately, Xiao Chen noticed that Songya's cheeks were slightly flushed. She nervously tugged at Xiao Chen's sleeve and asked, "Xiao Chen, my heart is beating so fast, will something bad happen?" She was extremely nervous, even such a small piece of meat felt overwhelming. Hearing this, Xiao Chen carefully observed Songya and found that although her blood was surging, there were no other adverse effects. "It's alright, you're fine." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "How about, you eat another piece? With him here, nothing could go wrong. Besides, this tiger meat could improve Songya's constitution, it was good stuff." Hearing this, Songya obediently ate a piece. She knew Xiao Chen wouldn't harm her. Moreover, after eating this piece of tiger meat, it was as if her body was telling her that it was good stuff, and she should eat more. "You eat too. If you feel you can't take it anymore, stop." Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyu and said. Chu Qingyu had already realized that this pot of meat was extraordinary. Even someone like Xiao Chen was extremely worried. Given that Xiao Chen could produce those miraculous potions, she understood the importance of this pot of meat. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It wasn't as delicious as she had imagined, nor was it bad, but for some reason, after swallowing it, she felt her body signaling to her. It urged her to eat more. Unable to resist, she picked up several more pieces of meat, and Chu Qingyu's body grew increasingly hot. At this moment, she couldn't even suppress it, squirming her body. Songya was the same. After eating 2 pieces, she dared not eat anymore. Her whole body was unbearably hot, and she even looked at Xiao Chen with a somewhat dazed expression. Seeing the two women's reactions, Xiao Chen was stunned. What was going on? When he and Gu Ming ate it, it wasn't like this at all. This thing has this effect? How is it similar to taking that kind of drug? Xiao Chen hurriedly asked Fang Hao in the group chat. "Bro, how would I know? In the game world, tiger meat can boost stats. Besides, I don't have any female players around." Fang Hao directly admitted his ignorance. "Bro, I know this. I gave it to my girl, and she had a really strong reaction. I almost died of exhaustion that day." "I thought you knew." Gu Ming, who had eaten it, was the most qualified to speak, and immediately said, "Bro, I want some meat." Xia Ao immediately replied below, "Are you kidding me? This stuff is so good, how could you forget about me?" Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen was stunned. So, women react after eating tiger meat? He turned his head blankly, noticing the different looks the two women were giving him. Xiao Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Songya was his woman, that was fine, but what about Chu Qingyu? "Xiao Chen, I love you." Chu Qingyu suddenly hugged Xiao Chen, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Chapter 99. The side effects are quite significant. Hugged suddenly and passionately by Chu Qingyu, Xiao Chen was completely stunned. He had never imagined that he and Chu Qingyu would have such a relationship. Holding that hot, delicate body in his arms, he was utterly bewildered. He himself hadn't experienced any harm from eating tiger meat, but he never expected a woman to react so strongly to it. "Xiao Chen, love me," Chu Qingyu murmured, kissing Xiao Chen. Her eyes were glazed as she looked at him. How could Xiao Chen possibly resist the sight? He reached out and pulled her into the room. Xiao Chen didn't even know what had happened that night. He barely slept a wink. Even with Xiao Chen's constitution, he woke up the next morning with a sore back. The next morning, Xiao Chen looked at her lying in bed, speechless. She was still asleep when he left the room. Then, Xiao Chen immediately started asking about the situation in the group chat. "Is she alright?" Xiao Chen asked. After all, his physique had improved considerably after eating the tiger meat. He didn't know if there would be any side effects. "Don't worry, she's fine," Gu Ming replied directly. "In fact, I found that the women had better results than us, although their reactions were a bit stronger." Hearing Gu Ming say this, Xiao Chen felt much relieved. "Also, brother, if you have any more tiger meat, get me some. I've added it to my advanced evolution potion, and I've found that the improvement is even more pronounced," Gu Ming hurriedly said. He now had people under him who could make evolution potions. Therefore, at this moment, Gu Ming urgently needed some materials. Besides, the evolution potion requires a lot of medicinal herbs. You know how difficult it is to farm in this post-apocalyptic world. Many herbs are artificially cultivated. Right now, we're running out of herbs. "Alright, tell me, give me a list, and I'll send it to you," Xiao Chen said. He knew all too well the effects of the evolution potion. Moreover, he knew what kind of effects these evolution potions would have once they were fully formed. Therefore, at this point, Xiao Chen was actually more anxious than Gu Ming. He also wanted to cultivate his own power. "Brother Xiao, if you have any extra, could you get a bottle for my sister?" Xia Ao hurriedly asked. Xia Yuxin was currently with Xiao Chen. With him taking care of her, his sister would definitely be safe. However, it would be even better if his sister could have more self-defense capabilities. Considering that Xiao was even willing to offer him his dragon throne, Xiao Chen agreed. He then disconnected from Xiao Chen. Just as he hung up, Xiao Chen saw her walk out of the room. Now, she sat down beside Xiao Chen with an air of nonchalance, looked at him, and said with a smile, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head, his face full of helplessness. "I had no idea you'd react like this after eating that tiger meat." "Tiger meat?" she asked in surprise, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I feel much stronger, and, for some reason, I feel incredibly powerful now." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, gesturing for her to punch him hard. After the punch landed, Xiao Chen felt the force. He was basically still an ordinary person, but his strength was roughly the same as Old Wolf's. This was already quite impressive for her. "I'll get you something good later," Xiao Chen said in a low voice. Hearing this, she nodded. "Hurry up, go inside and tell her you took her virginity." She pointed inside the door. Chu Qingyu hadn't come out at all. Chu Qingyu's constitution was much better than Songya's. Last night, it was mostly Chu Qingyu who was tormenting herself. She should be awake by now, but just too embarrassed to come out. "All right." Hearing her words, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'll go talk to her." Xiao Chen understood that he would eventually have to face it. After all, last night was her first time. Furthermore, Xiao Chen didn't really know what Chu Qingyu was thinking. This whole thing seemed to have been caused by his own carelessness. "I'll be going now." She stood up and said, "You keep her company." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and said, "Aren't you angry?" "What can I do?" She sighed and said, "Besides, I know your abilities. There are some things I have to face." After saying this, she quickly left. Then, Xiao Chen had no choice but to go into the room. In the room, Chu Qingyu's gaze was intense as she looked at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, what did you feed me last night?" Chu Qingyu asked hurriedly upon seeing Xiao Chen. "Tiger meat." Xiao Chen replied. "Tiger meat?" Chu Qingyu was taken aback. How could tiger meat have such an effect? "Just remember, this stuff is very precious," Xiao Chen said helplessly. He roughly calculated that he still had nearly 1,000 caddies of tiger meat left, even after the system had taken a cut and he had given away a batch himself. "Xiao Chen, do you know how much my strength has improved?" She looked at Xiao Chen and said. At this moment, she felt that her physical strength had increased significantly. Not only that, even her internal energy had improved considerably. This was something she hadn't expected. And this alone had already astonished Chu Qingyu. Xiao Chen was stunned by the question. He had come in expecting to face Chu Qingyu, and was even somewhat unsure how to do so. However, things were completely different from what he had envisioned. He had even imagined Chu Qingyu slapping him, but instead, she wasn't asking about it at all. Instead, she was concerned about his tiger meat. Of course, upon reflection, he realized it was perfectly normal. This thing is almost as rare as a rare and precious treasure. Especially in modern society, things that increase strength like this are extremely scarce. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen said, "Do you want more? I'll give you some more." Chapter 100, A New Dimension. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu's eyes lit up. She quickly stood up and hugged Xiao Chen tightly, asking, "You still have?" "Yes." When Chu Qingyu hugged him, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so strong. Not only that, but Chu Qingyu was also naked at this moment. She was practically naked as she hugged Xiao Chen. Feeling Chu Qingyu's delicate body, Xiao Chen said helplessly, "Put your clothes on first." His back was aching, and he dared not have any other thoughts. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly released Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief seeing that Chu Qingyu had no other reaction. The two tacitly avoided mentioning what happened last night. However, after getting dressed, Chu Qingyu looked at Xiao Chen. "I'll be staying at Songya's place for a while." After saying this, she hurriedly left. Watching Chu Qingyu leave, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to sit down, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. "You have a new order. Please check." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned. He had just chatted with those 3 people in the group chat, and none of them had any purchasing needs. But now, there was an order. That could only mean a new dimension. Realizing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly opened the order. The order details made Xiao Chen's expression extremely astonished. "A doll?" Xiao Chen stared at the order details, completely dumbfounded. "Intermediate dimension, high-level martial arts?" Looking at the details after the order, Xiao Chen was utterly stunned. A high-level martial arts dimension, requiring a doll? What's going on with this? However, since it was a new order, Xiao Chen stopped hesitating. He quickly drove out and bought about 10 plush toys and dolls at a toy store at the street corner. Then, after thinking for a moment, he returned to the supermarket, put a lot of desserts into his spatial storage, and then chose to teleport. The next second, Xiao Chen appeared at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. When he saw the dilapidated temple and heard crying coming from inside, Xiao Chen was completely stunned. A dilapidated temple? A girl crying? Could this time the transmigrator be a child? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen immediately entered the temple. However, after entering the temple, Xiao Chen saw a little girl who was hiding in a corner, sobbing. Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly rush in, the girl immediately cowered in the corner, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at him. "Are you here to kill me?" she cried. "You killed my father, are you going to kill me too?" Hearing the little girl's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Then, looking at her, he said, "Didn't you send me here?" "I sent you here? You are the person father mentioned." The little girl immediately asked. "Your father?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. "Who is your father? Didn't you send me?" At this moment, Xiao Chen sensed something was wrong. Then, Xiao Chen looked at the girl before him, her face was still filled with terror. The girl looked to be about 13 years old. She appeared exceptionally timid, shrinking back in fear as Xiao Chen reached out his hand. Seeing this, Xiao Chen consulted the system. Once the system confirmed that the person before him was his mission target, Xiao Chen immediately asked, "You're from Earth?" "Earth? That's my father's hometown. I heard him say that you were really sent by him to save me?" Hearing this, the girl looked at Xiao Chen with surprise and said, "My father said that if someone comes to save me in the future, he'll bring me a doll." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately understood. The so-called transmigrator was likely the girl's father, not her. "Little girl, how did you contact me?" Xiao Chen reached out, and a doll appeared in his hand. The moment the girl saw the doll, her eyes filled with tears, and she suddenly hugged Xiao Chen, bursting into sobs. "You're my uncle. Dad said he'd be the one to save me. Uncle, you're finally here. Dad's dead." Hearing the girl's words, Xiao Chen sighed. He then pulled her close and whispered, "Your dad's dead? How did you contact me?" The girl pulled a Xiaomi phone from her pocket. Xiao Chen was stunned when he saw the phone. "It's this. Dad said that if this phone ever had a signal, I could contact him. If he passed away, someone would take care of me." The little girl pointed to the signal on the phone and said, "Before, there was an X here. After Dad died, there was suddenly a signal here, so I contacted him." Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. "So, your father passed away?" Xiao Chen looked at the little girl and asked, "What did your father tell you?" "Dad said his hometown is on Earth. If one day a cell phone can connect there, and someone really comes, he'll take care of me." As she spoke, the little girl directly clicked on a video. Xiao Chen saw the man in the video. He was quite handsome, with a refined appearance, but his face was extremely pale. "I don't know if this cell phone can actually connect to Earth, and I don't know if anyone will really come. If someone really comes, then, I beg you to take care of my daughter. For the sake of us being from the same place. This little girl has a breakthrough pill on her, consider it my reward. Please, for the sake of us being from the same place, take care of my daughter." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Then, he saw the little girl suddenly take out a small porcelain bottle and hand it to him. "Daddy said that if someone really comes, he'll give this to you." The little girl placed the porcelain bottle in Xiao Chen's hand, looking at him timidly and asking, "Can you take care of me?" System prompt: "Protecting our customers is our duty. This interdimensional purchase will be free of charge. Please complete the interdimensional mission to help our customers avoid harm." When the system prompt sounded in Xiao Chen's mind, he was immediately stunned. He hadn't expected this mission to be like this. Then, he took the porcelain bottle and looked at the little girl in front of him, asking, "What's your name?" "My name is Chen Ran.